revenue specifically for the recreation department, in that it would segregate the donations, the grants, scholarship funds, donations, program registrations and whatnot into what's called the special revenue, and the expenses associated with running those programs and events would be expended in that same, well, it's actually like a separate fund. And this would be very similar to what we have already for like the beautification committee. That is a special revenue. Donations come in specifically for the beautification committee and the expenses related to the beautification committee. And then they net out and they have what's called their own fund balance. So this would help him in, keeping things a clearer picture and being more transparent as to the profit and loss and sustainability of the rec department having a special revenue account. And we'd like to start that with the start of the new fiscal year, July 1.
And this is a form that most communities employ, is it, Charisse?
A lot of communities do it, but it depends on if they have a full-time rec department or not. I did solicit a few of my colleagues with the Maine Tax Collectors Treasurers Association, and I have a couple that said they do, a couple that say they still maintain it in the general fund, and a couple others actually have what is called an enterprise. But this really shouldn't be treated as what is referred to as an enterprise account, because it's not really in a status quo of having its own assets and liabilities per se, where it would be operated like its own little business. This is more to just isolate the revenues that come in specifically to the rec department and isolate and segregate the expenditures for the rec department. And that's the purpose of the special revenue. And it is a lot of auditors do suggest doing this for the rec department. And they are familiar with having it done that way.
So currently they, excuse me, they don't have their own account line?
They do have their own account line, Joe.
So under their account line, you would just put a special revenue fund?
Correct.
Okay.
So these are monies that are outside of what is raised by appropriation.
Right. The other issue.
Yeah. So what are you going to do then with Tasseltop? Because Tasseltop right now is an enterprise.
That's correct. That would stay as its own enterprise.
Why wouldn't you bring that under there then? Or does that have to be an enterprise because it's the lease, or it's the state thing?
Yeah, I believe that's because of the state lease of the property.
I don't think that's a requirement, but I think it makes a lot of sense to keep it segregated, because we have always tried to operate the Tasseltop Park based on the revenue stream, and it's been revenue neutral to the town. But another thing Joe told me about the special revenue account issue is that, particularly during the startup time, it's pretty difficult to project your actual expenses for a lot of these programs. And so this gives him a little more flexibility. But as Charisse pointed out, it's something that's pretty common. The auditors are familiar with it. It's something that's auditable, and it's something that, it's not how we treat other funds within the town's chart of accounts. But given the nature of the rec department and the revenue streams that it has and the programming he's trying to create, I think it makes sense. I mean, you can revisit it at a later time, but I'm definitely in favor of it, and would recommend it.
But I don't have a problem with it. I'm just wondering why. I mean, if we're looking at doing the rec, the rec is a department. Tasseltop falls under that. Why wouldn't we want to? I mean, you can still segregate it under line item under there, but now you've got everything all in one place. Otherwise, we've got part of it over here, part of it over here.
Well, I think you could. I'm just saying that we have always kept Tasseltop separate. I don't know as you have to. I don't think that's a state requirement at all.
Well, I mean, we kept it separate because we didn't have a rec.
I know. It's your choice, I think. Although, unless it's something enterprise fund wise, what do you think, Charisse?
Well, it's, you're commingling, funds, basically. Tassel Top has, that is not a recreation program per se in the scheme of things. It's not the ski program, it's not the basketball program. And that's what he's trying to do, is segregate his recreation programs, whether it be baseball, basketball, soccer, whatnot, into its own fund. And then it will, at the end of the year, it will net out and create its own, what they call fund balance, and to show whether or not his recreation department is profitable and sustainable. And if not, he needs to, find out why it's not. And, I think it would be easier for him to track his purchases, based on his revenue sources, as well as, future budgeting for expansions. He's, looking at different things to bring to the rec department going forward. And, Tassel Top is specifically, Tassel Top in that, we take gate admissions, we have the snack shack, we have the cabin rental, and the expenses related all to Tassel Top stay within that particular enterprise.
And the point that you made. Go ahead.
I have to agree with that, only because I look at Tassel Top as its own business. And then Parks and Rec is all the volunteer programs that he's going to be doing, all the different activities, all the sports, all of that. So because Tassel Top is self-sufficient is what it is. Whatever, you know what I mean? But on the other hand, is any monies that have been transferred over from either basketball or rec or baseball or whatever, those will go under the Parks and Recs for the sports and that type of thing under the program. But I don't know, I guess I always saw Tassel Top as separate.
The concern I would have is the issue that she spoke of at the top, the transparency issue as we're starting this new department. It'd be very easy to see what we're doing in terms of programming and revenues generated. It's not going to be revenue neutral though, when you factor in salaries and whatnot for the rec department. If you bury it or combine it with Tassel Top, Tassel Top is an income producing machine. And, I mean, it would be one seamless, I guess, rec, accounting line. But I think that many people might question, what's happening with the rec department and want to see it in a much more open way. And I think that's why towns do it that way, so they can see what they're spending, what they're doing for programming.
Well, special revenue accounts are set aside for income that does not come under a normal appropriation. So if you're getting donations to a specific program, that's why you have a special revenue account, because you have not appropriated the money through the town, and you want to see where that income stream comes from and then what's being spent on the program. So I think it makes perfect sense to do it that way.
What way? Like Teresa's? Like what she's saying?
Yeah, set up a special revenue account for basketballs.
Yeah.
I don't think we have skiing, but soccer and all those things that people donate, like registration fees and all that stuff. That would go under your special revenue account. And then you would have a subline for the expense on that specific item.
Yep.
And then you can see at the end of the year, did it make money? Did it lose money? That's why you have special revenue accounts.
They did have a ski program this year, but I think
It got canceled, right?
Yeah, it did. It did.
So I'll make a motion to adopt the special revenue account for Parks and Recreation.
Second.
Okay, everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thanks, Charisse.
Thank you.
All right. Consideration of adopting mainstay retirement to promote employee recruitment and retention. Bruce.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, just made it by the skin of my teeth getting back from that accident. Sorry about that. Seems to be the way it is lately. So looking at all our strategies for recruitment and retention and working with our regional groups, our local team of 6 mutual aid departments that we're working with routinely, and now having talks with county, et cetera, on looking at regional approaches and stuff. The common theme is how to standardize things so that we don't poach from each other when it comes to per diem help, and we don't try to, I guess, steal each other's employees, because when we hire somebody, we have a vested interest in them and we spend a lot of money. I come up with about $10,000 in cost every time we advertise, put through physicals, and have to do to get a person up to par, and then we lose them in a year or so. And we started looking at that pretty heavily, as you know, over the past few years here. And the majority of the folks that are going say that one is the retirement benefit, and the second part of that is the reasons why they leave. So
Can you repeat that, Bruce? I can't, there's a buzzing going on.
is there, I'm sorry, I don't know if a radio might be interfering somewhere. I've got them turned down, but can you hear me better if I come closer to the mic?
Yep.
It seems to buzz every time you talk.
There is.
Yeah.
And I got something in the computer. Anyways, so we're looking at methodologies for recruitment and retention, and knowing that our folks leave because of retirement benefits that aren't the same as others or that are greater elsewhere, and pay obviously is another point of interest. But we're looking at the retirement, and I know that I could tell you that in this contract that we're now meeting on, retirement through the state, Maine PERS is one of the things that they're asking for. We'd already been talking about it before now. So I said, why don't we try to get this on the docket and see, let's try to add this into this year's budget request as in our draft budget. Let's open up some real good conversations between the board and the budget committee and our department and Dawn, and see what we might be able to accomplish with this using it as a recruitment retention tool. One of the things that came forward from our last meetings with our small regional group was standardization of pay for per diems, so that we're not poaching from each other, and trying to just kind of standardize the payroll and the benefits and things.
Yeah,
like
but can I suggest that could be considered antitrust, and you want to be really careful with that?
Right. And that's why we're working careful with it. Believe me. If we have a per diem pool that we're utilizing as a group of 6 or 8 towns, that's where we wanted to work. And that's on the per diem side of the house, if you will. As far as the union goes, that's a whole different ballgame and such. So, and then knowing that it's a union ask, it was in the union's ask not to do it, but to look into it, the last contract. And we ended up with a bunch of confusions there, if you will, or a bunch of things that kind of set us back a little bit. Kathy Ricker started working on it and researching it. It wasn't one of the points they had to have during the contract negotiations or as part of it to be enacted under the contract. They just wanted us to look into it. And then we switched finance directors, and he wasn't quite familiar with it, was training, etc. And now we're with Sharice, who's very familiar with Maine PERS, and I think that now we're able to get some more data and things like that out there. So basically, as a recruitment tool, and because the union's going to ask for this in their contract, I thought it would be a smart thing at this point to see if one, you would entertain us putting this into our budget as in our draft budget, to start looking at it, to start opening these honest conversations across the board, and taking a hard look at providing this benefit so that we are more standardized with most of the towns around us. As far as the IAFF goes, their towns they represent, there are 2 in Maine, is what I'm told by their vice president, that do not have Maine PERS. We are one. Gray is the other. So in looking at that, it obviously would be more attractive elsewhere with the 2/3 retirement at no wage at 20 years with the COLA, things like that are being offered for someone to go there versus a 457 type retirement account. And I think my concern is, and I expressed this to Mr. Willard, is that, as I said in the beginning, we hire somebody, we advertise, we bring them in, we orient them, we train them on each piece of equipment carried on that equipment, and train them about the town, our procedures, all the stuff. And we have $10,000 easily invested into a person. Now we lose them at the end of a year and a half, 2 years. I think that speaks volumes as to what our investment is in people when we lose them. And I think that maybe we should be trying to do something that would retain them and keep them here. They're more valuable if we keep the trained person here to respond. So, basically, that's it in a nutshell.
What I would like to do is to have an alternate, build the budget as we normally would, and then to put together a proposal showing you exactly what Maine PERS would cost, and, have that discussion. And it's not going to be less expensive, by the way. And, we can get into that later, but it's something that came up, as Bruce said, last time around. This time it's an actual ask. And it is the predominant retirement program of, firefighters, paramedics in Maine. And that's the first question they ask, do you have it? And that's not something that helps us with, trying to attract and retain people.
But we do have a retirement plan, don't we?
We do, but it's not competitive to what that would be.
So the question is, if we're going to offer Maine PERS, sorry, Joe. If we're going to offer Maine PERS, then we're going to be offering it to every employee or just the fire department?
Right now, the discussion is just about the fire department. We can't, the rest of us, many of us are too beyond the time where that would be of any interest. For the younger people, I think it would have interest, but it's a special program for firefighters, paramedics. It's not available to administrative employees. People who would be in the public works department, for instance, wouldn't be eligible for that. They do have programs that we would be eligible for. They're not as good at programs, but they are something that is a pretty standard offer in a lot of communities.
But a lot more expensive.
But a lot more expensive, yes.
Absolutely.
What's the vesting schedule?
I'm sure.
What is the vesting
A lot of that
schedule?
data.
I think it's 5 years.
I think 5 is the initial, yes.
Yeah, 5 years.
So how do you think it's going to help you retain people if the vesting schedule is 5 years?
Well, because right now you don't get them to begin with. And if you get them and they like the environment, which they all say they do, they say they like the environment, they like the town. But when they discover that they can get a 20-year retirement by moving, a lot of them do that. And so I think, part of it is the retirement program. The other thing they like, obviously, is they like the Maine municipal health care as well. And they like the fact that they can get better wages. So there's a lot of things working kind of against us in some ways.
So
We're mixing apples and oranges here a little bit when we start throwing in the medical and whatnot, because half of it is they don't understand how the medical plan works. And the fact is that, they go to the MMA and, they end up paying more out of pocket than they do if they make the full use of the HRA. So, I mean, some of that is an educational thing and whatnot, but
I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah, but on the ones that are asking for, how many are they all contributing fully to their full contribution that they can?
No,
for that, I don't know.
they
I
are
think
not.
it's an important element, because it goes to the heart of, do they want us just to pay everything for them, or are they willing to step up for the plate too? I mean, part of your retirement is planning for yourself too. You can have your employer plan a lot for you, but if you're not taking care of yourself, then excuse me, you're not really taking care of yourself. So I think that the proof has got to be in the pudding there. If they're not doing full contribution, it really is saying they don't care about their future.
So this is also for all of them, not just the union ones, correct?
This right now is for the union full-time members. They're all in the union.
And
And how many full-time, wait a minute, how many full-time union members do we have?
There are 8.
Do we have any spots open?
There will be when Bobby retires, yes.
Okay,
One.
but there's only 8 total.
Only
right?
8 total, yes.
All right,
And Kathy and I are of the age where it would not benefit us at all to start investing in that.
okay.
Our investment would be too great. The gain would be too little at this point.
So, okay,
Well,
I guess I'm open to looking at it.
A whole different
Oh,
thing
but-
too, is that, are we going to be offering 1, 2, 3, 4 different plans? I mean, because you're saying that in your case, it wouldn't help you. But if we make this move, I mean, you're either making the move or you're not. And so, I don't want to get in a position where we've got 6 or 7, this isn't a Chinese restaurant where you got some from column A and some from column B. It's either A or it's B.
So some towns actually do just offer it to their fire rescue and police. But I'm not saying that's a good idea. I'm not saying that, that I'm not disagreeing with you on the other issue, the other point you made about healthcare and the analysis of that. All I'm doing is citing what they say to us when they leave.
I'm willing to listen, but I think it's going to be an expensive move to do it. And I think it will have zero impact on retention. But that's just my opinion. Just watching what's going on in the job market right now, people don't jump in and go, "What's your retirement plan?" That's the first question they ask. So
I have gotten that before though, quite often actually, when people call about the job, Joe, they'll say, "What do you offer for pay? What do you offer for retirement?" And I've had folks say, "No, I guess I won't apply at that point," when they hear the retirement.
We actually have gotten that question as well. What they seem to want is they want Maine PERS, MMA, and they want top pay, obviously.
Yeah.
So
If you're going to get anybody who's veteran at all, that's what you got to do. If you can get people starting out, but you're going to see them want to move to that environment.
all right, here's what I'm thinking on this whole thing, because this is we're doing this for 8 members, right? I'm also thinking of, I'm watching Alex down in my corner down here, and I'm thinking, yeah, he's young enough to get into the retirement system. Do you mean that we would be offering something for other employees? But I'm also thinking too, is we've got a lot of on-call per diem and everything else employees. So we're doing this to pull people for 8 full-time people, I guess is what it is. We're doing something that's not being offered, I think, across the board as a town incentive for employees. So that's my concern. I mean, I get Bruce, you know what I mean, as far as trying to pull people in, but I'm also thinking too, is if we start losing people, we how do you hire them if you don't have the incentive in other departments too? So I don't know what that answer is. I think if you're going to offer something, you've got to offer some kind of a package across the board. And I understand this is specific to fire department. I get that. But I'm also thinking too, is you've got to have something for the administrative side of it and stuff like that. Am I wrong?
I like equity, but I don't know that that's our top goal right now. Our top goal is trying to attract and retain people and stop the constant churn in the public safety department. And I'm not saying, this is something that, it's a fait accompli, a done deal. I think it's something that you want to look at and see what you think. And that's all I'm asking. And it is, as I say, not going to be cheaper, but it's fair. Some people say it won't work. It won't help. That could be true. I'm just telling you that we do hear it, and young people are looking for the full package. If they can get it, once they get their training and experience, they want Maine PERS, and to a lesser extent, the other things I've outlined, not pay, of course, that's always top of mind for them.
Is there numbers? Therese, do you have any numbers for us on this?
We do.
Or is it something that, how soon do you need an answer? The question is, did you want an answer tonight?
No. All we're asking about tonight is, will you consider, I say, put the budget together the way it normally would be, and then have a separate analysis of Maine PERS and have a discussion during the budget.
Well, when they ask about retirement, do you say, we have a retirement plan?
We do.
This is our retirement plan.
We actually have a sheet we give them, so that explains all the different things. Yeah.
I've never heard of Maine PERS personally, sorry. Yeah.
Well,
you're not a state employee.
Or a school teacher.
Or a school teacher.
Oh my God, stop nitpicking. This is a rough crowd.
There was a time, years ago, when I first started out, the Maine state retirement system was on the rocks, and so that's changed, and it's pretty, I think, a pretty well-funded program, pretty well-known program.
All right, I say bring the numbers. We'll have a discussion and see where it goes. We'll have budget finance in with that too. We'll see some numbers, and yeah.
And that's what we
guys good with that?
We can't make the decision on something sweeping. And so all we committed to the union was to see if the Board of Selectmen, the Budget Finance Committee would at least look at it. That's not a guarantee of approval. That's we'll look at it.
Well, the wording in the contract said that it would be looked at. It didn't say that a decision would be
Right.
made. It said it would be looked at.
That's right. And that's all we're trying to do, is to say that we brought it to the elected bodies and they've looked at it and they've, analyzed it and come up with a decision.
Okay. I'm just worried only because I know we've offered bonuses, we've increased pay umpteen times. Do you know what I mean? And I just think no matter what job you're in right now, there's not enough people. I like to know where all the people disappear too. So
They call it the Great Resignation, right?
yeah, exactly.
You can't find people. We can't find people.
No,
It's really bad right now. It's a
I know, but where is everybody?
awful
That's just
job
it.
market. And
Right.
I don't think changing your retirement plan makes you retain employees. That's just my opinion, but I could be wrong.
Let's look at it. I'd like to see the paper numbers.
Well, right, and I don't mind looking at it, but I think again, you're right. And I'm lucky right now, but I know like right now, a lot of these school kids are getting notes in the morning that says if your child rides bus so-and-so, there is no bus driver. You have to take your kids to school. And that's right here in our own RSU. So it's happening all over the place. So where this half of the world has gone, nobody knows, but I
And
don't
those
know.
bus drivers are covered by Maine PERS, by the way.
But not the same program as the teachers, I don't believe.
Oh my God, moving on. All right, so bring
Fire
it,
department.
we'll bring the numbers and we'll see what they look like. We'll have a discussion.
All right, thank you.
All right.
for that. Yeah.
Thanks, Bruce. All right, moving on. Report from the planning board pertaining to a recreational marijuana ordinance. Alex, we gave Alex the direction to go back, sorry, Alex, to go to the planning board, and he's gonna give us an update.
Yes, good evening. So yeah, the planning board is in the process of reviewing ordinance amendments for 2022. And they discussed at the December meeting a list of ordinance amendments. One of them was marijuana. And the conversation essentially was the planning board feels as though they're going to need a little bit more guidance from the select board on what specifically the town envisions for a marijuana ordinance. And, we did reach out to the attorney and got a few samples from some other towns, and it's set up as a standalone ordinance. So I guess the consensus was they would really like to see a marijuana committee, review committee created to actually come up with the standalone marijuana ordinance. And then from there, the planning board can take that and decide where stuff will be allowed in the zoning ordinance and definitions and all that other stuff that comes along with it. But they don't really have anything to base their amendments to the land use ordinance on, because there isn't any guidance from, the town on that. So that's kind of where they're at. I'm kind of just the messenger in this situation, but that's the update.
So in this case, I did see that meeting, and yes, they are looking for feedback. So are you guys up for having maybe a workshop next month with the planning board to kind of throw some ideas back around? And then that way we can kind of talk about it more to see where we want to go with this, to see about the committee, that type of thing.
Yes,
Sure, I'm open to it.
I am too.
Does the state have any examples of local ordinances?
Yeah, I mean,
Under
they're
the
all-
Office of Marijuana Policy.
Yeah, they're all essentially based on the same template. They're all very similar. But what we're finding is it's going to create quite a bit of work. There's a pretty intense process for certifying these businesses and making sure that they're They meet all the rules and requirements. So it's definitely not something that should be taken lightly. Definitely needs a good look at.
So who's the one that certifies all them? You or the state?
Well, the state really, but it's treated very similarly to a business license. So it's modeled very similarly to our current business license ordinance, which goes through the clerk, then to you guys for new licenses. And that's how most of the towns are doing it.
So if we met with the planning board to get just some kind of a rough outline and maybe what we want, and then what we can do is put together some kind of an application or whatever to put out to people and get a broad scope of people, on it. What do you guys think?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, because you're going to have to go through a lot of feeling process on what the people in town want too. So, I mean, you do that, you have to do that at a committee level, so they can have open meetings and whatever, and to look at that. So, I mean, that's kind of where I expected it was going to kind of roll toward that. But the place to start it was at the planning board, because they've got some of the tools to be able to look at some of that. But
they kicked it back. They kicked it back good. Yeah, I did.
Well,
see that.
I fully expect there'd be some kickback into some kind of a committee to look at that as far as what's really wanted, and where the issues are, so that an ordinance can be worked around that. But the starting point was there because they've got the ability to pull the ordinances from other places and things like that, and kind of see what the flavors look like from town to town and whatnot. And then you've got the issues of some, the ones that have started. What if they had to do it all over again? What would they do differently?
That's something really good, actually, to go ask some of these people. Yeah.
Well, fortunately, we don't even need to go far, because now our assistant code officer has great firsthand experience with marijuana being in Wyndham. So he has a lot of takeaways.
25 shops in Wyndham they already have?
Yeah, so he has a lot of firsthand experience with it, and kind of knows where I guess some of the bugs are in their ordinance. So that's helpful information already.
Good. So, all right. So our next meeting actually is with, wait a minute, our first department head meeting isn't until March, and our regular meeting is the 8th. So our meeting starts at 6:30. Do you guys want to do I don't know, do you think a half hour with the planning board beforehand would be good enough, just to try and get it,
On marijuana, a half hour?
No. What I'm saying is that we're kind of agreeing on, where we want to go with this as far as the planning board, because the planning board is the one that has, like you said, like Rolf said, has all the ordinances and how it fits in and stuff like that. But how we maybe want to do it, and maybe some ideas from them, and just say, yeah, let's push it forward. I don't know. Give me some ideas, Joe.
I think the Office of Marijuana Policy at the state level will probably give you some of the ins and outs of what you can and can't do. Most of the inspections are done by that office. I mean, the town, all it can do is say, we don't want it within 1,000 feet of a school, or, we only want it in this zone. I mean, that's what the town can do. But as far as the licensing of the facility itself, that's done at the state level.
Yeah, but I think that us can do a lot more. I don't want it near my daycare. I mean, I don't think it should be anything like a park daycare or whatever. And the other thing is, I remember one of the comments was made, we don't want people doing it on their back decks. Do you know what I mean? Out of their homes. And should we stay in the commercial or the business districts? Do you know what I mean?
The other thing that comes up is licensing fees and things like that. That's that's strictly town controlled. That's not state controlled. The state controls any tax or whatever they have on there, but as far as permitting fees and license fees and operational fees, those all would come under the town.
Well, you have two different fees. I mean, you have the state fees, there's a bunch of state fees,
Yeah.
and then the town can add on their own fees.
Well, I mean, I'm one, honestly, and I'll still stick with it, but I'm not gonna hold it up. I don't want recreational in town. I really don't, but I'm just one. So I
Well,
will,
there are
but
two of
I'll work
us.
with, so there's Sam. So, but on the other hand is, I'm, whatever we have to do to get it right for the town, So what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to have a workshop with them? Do you want to put together a committee? What do you want to do?
I'm good either way.
Rolf?
I think we,
workshop.
I think.
Okay.
Coordinating with the planning board makes sense.
But I mean, the workshop really is just to kind of forge the next step, which may be the coming out of the workshop would be, say, the next step is to form a committee. The workshop, coming out of the workshop may be, entirely different, but I mean, it's just, that's one step. Really the goal on that is to come out of there with what's the next step.
I mean, you could always send this to a town vote and say, do you want recreational marijuana in town?
Yeah, but no, but but it's not even that. I mean, it's still a matter of we still have to work out what we want as far as recreational. So it's not a matter of whether we want it in town or not. It's just a matter of what do we want our town to have as guidelines. That's how I'm looking at this meeting.
Well, if you have a vote and the public says we don't want recreational marijuana, you don't have to do anything.
That's right.
Okay, so, but then if they do vote to do that, then we're right back at this step.
Right.
And we start all over.
Correct.
That's why
Okay.
I think it makes sense to have a committee and a thoughtful process that over a period of time, looking at other ordinances, looking at how it's been handled other places, taking into consideration all the different concerns and considerations that you've brought up tonight. And then you come up with a cohesive, here's the proposal, the ordinance, whatever, and you send it to the town and see what happens then.
But that's after we take it to the town for a vote to see if they even want recreational in town.
No, I'm saying the other way around. I'm saying go through the deliberative process.
But why do that if the town votes no?
Well,
But
I think
you
the
know what I
the town may want more information, yes or no.
But we don't have any information right now.
Well, that's why you have the committee and the deliberative process over a year or something and, come up with a proposal. Or if you think it's a non-starter and you want to throw it to a vote, you could do that, I guess.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
But I worry and wonder if you get a yes vote and then where are you?
Right back, like I said, like to here to figure out what we want to do. So what do you guys want to do?
Okay, well, if you had a vote and they said yes, then you're obligated at that point to come up with the ordinance to allow it. If they say no, then then it stops where it is. But if they were to say yes, then the populace has voted to say yes, we want to allow it. Therefore, you now have to create the ordinance to that would allow it.
Right.
I guess if you structure it that way, that would make the most sense. Then you'd be done with it one way or the other. It'd be over, or you'd be off and running to do an ordinance, I guess.
Yeah, but off and running, it's still going to take time to be able to put together what's best for Raymond. Yeah. So, I mean, and like Alex says, I mean, you want to think long and hard, right, Alex?
Yeah, I think I know a couple of towns that have gone the route of doing essentially a referendum style question saying, do you want the town to explore an ordinance for this? And they didn't draft anything until that vote was done. And then started that process. So that is a route you guys can take if you want to push it off till June and do that. And then that would give the town 6 months to draft an ordinance to have it ready to get put on the warrant for 2023. It's possible.
It's up to you guys.
I would send it out in June. Isn't that our next vote?
Yep.
Sue?
So
Sue?
It is, and the upside is it should be a decent sized election.
Right.
It's a primary.
Yeah. So
All
I would wait until June, send it out to referendum. Does the town want a recreational marijuana policy in town? And then, go from there.
So, but listen to what you just said. Does the town want a recreational marijuana policy? If they vote no, does that mean no, we don't have a policy, but we have recreational stores? Or
No, what you,
Just word it differently, that's all.
no, the wording would have to be,
Yeah.
does the town?
Yeah, you
want
have to get
allow-
it designed by a lawyer.
right.
Essentially, it would have to be designed around saying, does the town desire to have, or wish to have recreational marijuana in town? And then,
People in the town.
and if the vote is yes, subject to the formal ordinance. If they say yes, then it says you now have to create the ordinance. If they say no, then it says that no, they did not want it, and therefore it's a dead issue.
All right.
I mean, the actual wording would have to get, worked out, specifically on that. But I mean, essentially what you're saying is, do you want it? And if you do, then an ordinance would have to be created. So it's not that if they say yes, it starts the next day. It says that if they say yes, it says the next step is an ordinance has to be created, which then has to have town meeting approval as well. So, so it
It's a whole new
if
process
only-
then
if
after
it's
that.
no, the issue's dead. If it's yes, it just kicks it to the next step, which says you now must create an ordinance which has to be approved by the populace.
All right, so Alex, if you can go back and let them know that. So we're not gonna have a workshop with planning board. And we'll get the write-up for whatever the wording is for that and put it on in June.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving on, consideration,
Madam Chair,
yes.
could I read back what I've put in just to make sure that I haven't screwed something up? So consensus is to send the question of whether or not the town of Raymond wants to allow the sale of recreational marijuana, subject to the adoption of an ordinance, to referendum vote at the June election in 2022. Okay. Thank you.
Do we just lose Sam?
No, he just doesn't have video right now.
Video.
Okay, all right.
We've only watched his face.
Yeah, all right, we're good with that? Good. All right. Now we can move on. Consideration of adding the Juneteenth federal holiday to the list of paid holidays. Dawn.
Okay, so Sue has done a little research and put a paragraph, I guess, in the packet, which I can read for folks at home. So Juneteenth, this is a federal holiday that has been or is in the process of being added by most Cumberland County municipalities. I should go back and say, of course, federal holiday already approved, and I'll get to that. Also, the state of Maine has approved this and added it to their official holiday schedule, which is something that historically we have, I guess, used here. So Juneteenth, officially Juneteenth, National Independence Day, and also known as Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, and Black Independence Day, is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of African-American slaves. It has been celebrated annually on June 19th in various parts of the United States since 1865. The day was recognized as a federal holiday on June 17, 2021, when President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law. Juneteenth's commemoration is on the anniversary date of the June 19th, 1865 announcement of General Order Number 3 by Union Army General Gordon Granger proclaiming freedom for slaves in Texas, which was the last state of the Confederacy with institutional slavery. So that's a little background on Juneteenth. As I said, it's something that is pretty much, I think been adopted by most by now Cumberland County communities. There were a couple of exceptions that Sue discovered. I think a couple of small towns have not yet acted on it or considered it, besides us.
I did a very small survey last Friday, and Casco has accepted it. Wyndham is voting on it tonight. Standish and Gray were closed, so I had no idea. I didn't have a chance to call them today. Bridgeton has adopted it. New Gloucester has. Sebago and Poland haven't even considered it yet.
I
Is
think
what I was told.
pretty much the towns that I'm more familiar with are the ones that are, you know, heading towards the greater Portland metro area, and pretty much it's a standard issue there, I think.
Yes, I just went for our bordering towns and the ones that were real close.
Right.
I mean, it's recognized as a federal holiday, no matter what you feel about it. So I just say it becomes another holiday for the town.
I mean, it's both the federal and it's now the state. So I mean, you know, I mean, it's essentially kind of the defining lines there.
Right.
I remember, I'm old enough to remember when Martin Luther King Day was also in the same position. And, you know, most towns do follow the state of Maine holiday schedule. And I understand it's a generous holiday schedule, but that's what they do.
Great. Do we need a motion on that?
I'll make
Yes,
a motion
please.
that town of Raymond recognizes Juneteenth Day as a holiday for all employees.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Right.
All right. Update on appointing members to a comprehensive plan committee. Sue.
We only have 4 applicants right now, which would be a quorum if the committee was only 5, or even if it was 7, but we just barely have a quorum. Frank McDermott, Greg Foster, Peter Levitt, and Brad McCurtain have applied. I think I put all their applications in your packets. I'm not sure where you'd like to go from this, if you just want to wait longer, if we want to put a little more effort into advertising, or if you want to start bending some elbows, or rather twisting some elbows.
Again, I think, I gotta sneeze. I think Marshall is gonna do it, and I will check with him tomorrow. I'm gonna sneeze, sorry. And I don't know, I say we advertise again or put it out somewhere.
Have you put it on the board, the electronic message board?
Yeah,
Been
it's on.
running there for about 2 months.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people recognize that there's a lot of work behind that. So it's, you know,
Right.
it's not one of those easy to get people there, you know. And what you know, my fear is with just this number of people, that it's going to have a hard time getting a lot of hard time getting things done. You know, that being said, if we say yes, you know, we say yes to those people, if they get started, maybe that can help to generate some other interest, and they can bring some people in that way. You know, it's just, I don't, you know, I hate to have people start a committee that's going to get burned out on because of, you know, lack of people.
It's very curious to me. These, I guess it may say something about comprehensive planning, actually, because at the advent of this sort of exercise, that in my experience, having gone through several of them, it was something that many people wanted to participate in, great interest in it.
Right.
And I don't really see that now.
I think they realize how much work it is.
Maybe. The other thing.
Am I correct that, I'm sorry.
The other thing we could do, I guess, would be, I could get with, you know, Teresa, if you all have ideas, you could brainstorm and give me some suggestions, and I'd be willing to reach out to people and explain what it is.
The last comprehensive plan committee had what, 9 members or 11 members? It was quite large.
Quite large, yeah. You need it too.
Right.
Yeah, I think 4 is just not enough, not even 5.
Yeah, I don't even think 5's enough. It doesn't give you a good, you know, feeling for what the town really wants.
Well,
Right.
well, none of that, but if you look at it from the task standpoint, there's a lot of tasks in there.
Yeah.
And to put that on the, you know, put that on 4 or 5 people is, you know, no, I don't think it's fair to them, number one, because it's a volunteer committee. Number 2,
Right.
you know, number 1, number 2, it's prone to, you know, to get burnout, and you get half the thing done, and all of a sudden you don't have anybody left. So
Does
I
the
mean,
state
I
even
have
require a
no-
comprehensive plan anymore?
it doesn't require it, no.
Yeah.
There's not even the comprehensive department or whatever the
Planning
It was
department.
under the
is. So-
state planning office. They got rid of the state planning office.
Right.
So, I mean, I have no problem in approving the people that have done that. But, the real
Right.
question is, do you want them to start without some more people?
I don't. I think 4 is not enough. So if we don't have enough people, do we take those people, maybe put them with us as a board and break it down into sections and work on it? Just have meetings like as a select board, maybe even the budget, finance and these extras, because that would bring a lot more people together and just hit sections of it.
Well, I mean, if you look back at it, so why did we ask for this committee to be formed? Because there was questions from some of the people in town. Should we do this again?
Yeah.
And so, the answer was, yeah, it can be looked at, but if all you're getting is a response from 4 people that are willing to serve on it, maybe the desire from the town is not there.
Not there.
Right.
Right. And honestly, I think putting, yeah.
I would say you continue that, you start a new advertising campaign. And if
Run
you
another
don't
one.
get at least 9 to 11 people to apply, I just don't, you need
let
a
it go.
cross section of town. Look at the people who are applying. It's the same old people, which is great, who are driven to make this town better, but it doesn't offer a diversity of opinion of anybody new who might have moved to town.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I just think we got to get more people to apply, and if we don't, then
We leave it.
maybe when we have town meeting this year, we could have a call for people to do part of the comprehensive plan and see if there's any interest there.
Okay.
Maybe, what about if we did something for the Roadrunner that kind of in a concise way said, this is what it is and how it relates to the town's future? Do you want to be a part of that? Kind of make it simple so people can understand what it is. Many people may not know what it is. I mean, comprehensive plan committee, unless you're an old person, and as we've been told here in Raymond, they were all old people. We know about this because we've been through it. I think younger people may not know what this is even.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I like that idea. Something in the Roadrunner.
Yeah. That sounds like a plan. Good.
But simple, something simple, so that people can get it.
That's you, Dawn.
Simple?
No.
But at the same time, I would reach back out to the ones that put the applications in and let them know where their things are on there, so that because you don't want to get in the situation. Well, I applied for it, but no one ever told me anything, and it's died on the vine. So at least that that they're getting the feedback. That
At least let them know where we stand, that we're waiting for more members to apply.
And that's why I didn't wait to bring it to you folks, because I didn't want them to just languish that long.
Yeah.
The other thing that may be hampering us too, folks, is the worldwide pandemic. A lot of people have gone to ground and like it that way right now. For good reason.
Volunteerism throughout the country is way down, unfortunately.
Yep. So.
That too.
All right, good. We'll do that. You, Dom and Sue, and you guys will work on that. All right, discussion of select board meetings format for the foreseeable future. That's me. I'm gonna call for Zoom meetings. Sorry, I am under serious direct contact with so many germs right now that I do not want to bring them in. The other thing I'm concerned about is people are just going out and not even telling anybody that they're contagious or that they have COVID. I mean, anybody can walk into that broadcast studio and be a direct contact and infect everybody in there and not tell anybody. They don't have any obligation to. So the question is, I will not be able to make meetings in person. There's just no way, and I have all of us in my own house right now walking around with masks. It's pretty sad. It really is. because we're direct contacts. And so I say, would like to see us do Zoom meetings for a while. But how do you guys feel about other meetings being in the broadcast studio? Because again, it's the same way. If we're going to keep this down, we've got to, I guess, limit contact.
Well, I think we left it up to the committees to make their decision based on their people, what they want to do. So it'd be the same as, I mean, I think for us to say to them that they have to go to the Zoom mode versus they have to see what their people's comfort levels are. It'd be, it's the same as if we did it the other way and said, no, you can't do Zoom, you just have to do live meetings. I think that's, that puts people at a disadvantage too. So I think your best thing there is to say that, this is what the select board is going to do. It's up to you as the committee to decide what you want to do. And they all signed on to that forum, that forum or whatever, the meeting forum that said that they could do that. It just says that if they do that, then they have to, it has to be publicized that way, and they have to allow people to come in on Zoom.
Well, here's another thing though, too, is you've also got, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we've got the broadcast studio, that these guys are out back, and we need them to be able to broadcast the meetings. So if people are coming into these meetings and anybody is carrying a COVID thing that they don't even know they're direct contacts, that also puts them at risk.
But all you have to do though, Teresa, is walk out in the world and you don't know. Oh,
I know that. I know that. And trust me, I get that. But
look, I've been exposed to thousands of people. Thousands.
And I get that. But I'm looking at me exposed to right now that I'm not willing to do it at the infants. I got a 10-month-old that's a direct contact right now. I got an 85-year-old mom. I've got my family. You know what I mean? So I'm not willing to risk the little ones. I'm really not, that they can't get it. So to me, I say Zoom meetings. And if you guys don't want to do it, then we'll figure something out. But right now, I can't. I'd be coming in there next to Sam every day with germs. Huh, Sam?
I'm in total agreement with you, Teresa. I think Zoom meetings for the foreseeable future. No, that doesn't mean forever.
Right.
Maybe the next two.
And just see what happens.
Let's do it by meeting. Let's say the next meeting will be a Zoom meeting, and we'll decide the meeting after that.
Right. And I have to say, I really think not long here, I think the schools are going to be going Zoom.
I think you're exactly correct.
The high school right now has been Zoom, I think, for the last 2 days because they don't have enough staff. So it's up to you guys.
Madam Chair, the health officer has her hand raised.
Oh, I didn't see her. Oh, sorry. Yes, Kathy.
Hi, Don Willett and I did discuss this the other day, and our policy for town buildings is that everybody be masked. So whether you choose to do a Zoom meeting or you do a meeting at the broadcast studio, because of the increase in COVID that we've seen in the town of Raymond, I think we got to stick by that policy and at least have everybody masked at the meetings. I know a lot of people aren't wearing masks when I watch, some of the different boards. And to me, I don't care whether they do Zoom or not, but I think we have to at least enact the mask policy throughout town buildings, just for the safety of everybody.
Right. And I agree with that. And I was just going to ask you that, Kathy. I know I think there's 2 on the school board that don't do it. I think it's the Planning Board of Appeals. I don't think any of them do it. And I know we weren't doing it either for a little while too. But things are crazy right now.
I agree with Rolf, I guess, on his perspective of the individual committees, because that's in keeping with the governor's order and, applicable guidance that way. But what I've been doing, and I consulted with, Teresa about this, is I get requests from outside groups regularly for use of our facilities. And I have not been approving those since, talking with Teresa last week about this. And, I don't know as we have an obligation, but I think it's something that is, good citizenship, good behavior, to model good behavior. And I'm not sure having meetings of outside groups that we really, and we can't even control our inside groups as far as masking goes, if they absolutely decide they're not going to wear a mask. So I haven't been approving those. So I guess I'd look for some guidance that way. I think it would be better to minimize the in-person contacts, whether they be committees or, external groups. But as far as the internal committees, let them decide, I guess, one by one. But if they do decide to go ahead, they're going to do it with masks, in my opinion.
So if each department does it, that's fine. But like Kathy just says, our policy right now is every building in the town of Raymond then has to have masks. Are we going to send a notice out to each of these committee members? You know what I mean? And like boards, so they know what the rules are when they go in there?
But they know the rules.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
No, they don't. There's still meetings being held without the masks. And that was even us, like last month. So Kathy, when did it go, masked in buildings?
We put that in, I believe, October,
Ooh.
as it started clearing back.
We've been following a mask protocol of some kind since the onset.
Not the last meeting we didn't.
No, you guys didn't, but.
Right. I'm talking about the town administration, the fire department. We've been doing that for some time. The elected bodies have been a little spotty on it.
All right, but so isn't the broadcast studio also a town building?
Yes.
So we should have had him on.
Well, I don't control
let me
you.
ask this.
I'm watching Joe's face. He doesn't like this.
No, I don't at all. Do you want to go down the road with Portland and Brunswick and mandate masks in every public building in town? I mean, come on. You guys are overreacting to this thing. Way overreacting.
Oh,
no, Joe, no. I am dead
think so,
serious.
Joe.
I didn't think it would be in my house, and COVID has hit my house. With all the kids I deal with and all the ones out in schools and all the families going to work and everything else, we have it. And you know what? It's kind of crazy. And it's crazy. It's here. And I don't think I'm overreacting at all. Again, it's totally up to you guys, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. I guess, you do everything you can to stop it from coming in. I mean, vaccinated, most of the kids here are vaccinated. They can get vaccinated. I get the boosters, everything. And it's in my house, so yeah. And I don't know how any of, if we test positive, how we're going to react to it. You know what I mean? So
Teresa, we kind of said it for the town buildings of following the CDC guidelines that said if you can't social distance and stay within, at least 6 feet apart, then you wore masks. So that's why we said it that way. And because for the fire department, we do have a higher risk. So we did it just to keep our crews intact. And I believe right now I have 3 members out with COVID. But
and CDC has been really kind of confusing, to be quite honest, too. I mean, doing that 5 days after. Well, DHS hasn't even dropped the down to the 5 days. They're still requiring 10 days quarantine. If I get it, I got 10 days that I've got to be out. You know what I mean? So I know, Joe, I'm watching that face of yours, and I know those expressions on that face. And you're like, yeah, whatever. But it's here. It has knocked on my door and it has come in without my permission. So again, I have to this is my profession. And like Kathy, I've got to keep these kids safe. You know what I mean? So me going out to these meetings, I will mask. I get that. But if I don't have to, I don't want to. Where we lose Sam again? Oh no, he just went off. Sam keeps playing. So what do you guys want to do?
I think we can speak for you can speak for the select board alone right now and put it on Zoom. And I may be just giving you my private opinion, my personal opinion, because I'm at the age, I have an underlying condition. I don't want
it. Okay. Ralph, what do you want to do?
Well, you've already, I mean, we've already said, we'll go Zoom for the, and, kind of make the calls, see where we are, meeting to meeting, as far as what the winds of war are bringing.
Exactly. I'm hoping we're gonna switch it, but I think we've gone back so far.
Because ultimately, we've got to, at some point, we've got to fish or cut bait on town meeting too.
I know.
We got some time on that, though.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I have to say, if it's gone the way it is, I do not think we'll get a lot of people at town meeting if we have an open one. Again, what, 30, 35 people?
Yep.
And that's not very many. Joe is just like his, you can just read what he's thinking all over his face.
I will give deference to the chair to call a meeting however she wants to do it.
All right, so I say we do it for the we'll see what next month brings. All right, so next month we will see how it's looking, and if it's a Zoom meeting, then it's a Zoom meeting. And what do you guys want to do about the broadcast studio regarding masks?
You already have a town policy.
Yeah.
That's the town
Right,
building.
Right, but we haven't enforced it at the broadcast studio, only in the town office and the public safety. Because
They're sitting closer than 6 feet to each other. And they're in the room more than 15 minutes. So put a sign on there, masks are required to enter the building.
Why don't you do what most places are doing? If you're unvaccinated, you must wear a mask.
You know what? I have witnessed somebody fully vaccinated get COVID really bad, and I have witnessed somebody unvaccinated get COVID. So I say you just wear the masks. I know it's only in the town buildings. It's not all over town. Portland has it in every building, everywhere. Ryder has to do it, and Ryder's in Portland, where Kent works. So it's every business right now has the masks. I'm just saying town buildings. If we're going to have a meeting, that they're going to be sitting close to each other. Rolf is
Madam Chair,
yes.
the health officer has her hand up again.
God, I keep forgetting to look at that. Hi, Kathy.
I think it's very hard for any of us to be the mask police. So I think we post the doors that we prefer you to wear a mask, especially if unvaccinated, and go with that. I mean, you're going to, I don't want to say piss off people, but you're going to get some people really upset. But, we can write it in consideration of others, everyone please wear a mask, or just say unvaccinated must wear a mask. But I think you at least have to post the door, tell the boards what our policy is, and let them go from there. Because we can't police it.
I could, but I'd just be mean and nasty.
We can't police it, but I think we can. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but I think we can send a stronger, message. But we can't police it. That's for sure.
No, and just out of respect for anybody else, you know what I mean? Please mask. It's required in all Raymond town buildings. What do you think, Rolf? You didn't say anything.
I've said enough already. So.
All right, let's do that. If we can do that, so we'll just send the committees. We'll just say, if you're not masked, if you're not vaccinated, you got to wear a mask. And yeah, all right. We know how this is going to go. All right, moving on. Public comment. Let's see, who's here from the public?
Would be
Kathy.
Mrs. Goslin.
Yep. Clay, Kathy.
I think she just forgot to put her hand
She
down.
just probably didn't put her hand down.
Oh, she's gone. Oh, no, she put it down. All right. Selectman comment.
I like to give praise to the Public Works Department for the job they're doing on the roads. I think they're doing a great job. I leave early in the morning sometimes, and after an ice storm or sheet of ice on the road, and I have not been afraid in the town of Raymond. They've really done a good job.
Oh, good job. That's great. Cool. Thank you. No, man, they're out there for long hours. All right, anybody else? Nope. All right, town manager's report.
Okay, we got a lot of dates here from Sue. So first we'll start with our confirming dates for the upcoming regular meetings, February 8th and March 8th. Everybody good there?
Yeah.
Okay, so now here comes a raft of reminders of upcoming meetings, budget schedule. February 23rd, town manager submits budget to select board and budget finance committee. March 1st is our first department head review at 6:30. March 15th is the second one, also at 6:30. I guess she's at 6:30 throughout here, except when you get on the bottom. So anyway, we've got a budget workshop on March 31st budget workshop, April 5th, select board warrant review and approval. April 12th is the budget finance committee budget article recommendations. April 19th is the select board final warrant approval. And then the town meeting option, town meeting at Jordan Small Middle School, number one on June 7th. If we have an open town meeting at 6, or June 14th, if we vote the town warrant via secret ballot, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Then we have a reminder of our upcoming holiday schedule. Monday, January 17th is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I have got a couple other things. You remember the Main Street sidewalk from, what is it, 6-7 years ago?
Yeah.
Well, bids are being opened tomorrow at 2 p.m. And so we have had a lot of contractor interest. How Nathan and the engineers have structured it is that they have to complete the project within the next fiscal year, but it has to be done within a 90-day window in the next fiscal year. So the speculation is, because of the workload and the way that they will probably see this project, is that it would probably end up being a spring or fall project. That's of course assuming that we get bids that we can, a bid that we can accept. And but I guess the fact that we have competition, we've had a lot of inquiries about it, says that we, may get some good pricing. I hope we'll find out. So that's that one. On our county ARPA, American Rescue Plan grant applications, we have been invited from the pre-application to the application phase. And the two we're going to go forward with, because they have the greatest likelihood of success, will be the Tassel Top septic system bathroom proposal, and then the public safety staffing proposals. They've recently just broadened the uses that municipalities can put these funds to. They were pretty narrowly drawn for rural communities, particularly in a place like Maine originally. And if you're not in an urban center where you have a lot of public health issues and issues with, food insecurity, homelessness, we did think about the food pantry, but they're in good, fiscal shape and good with respect to inventory. But it was really biased towards, people in crisis and need that way, which we don't have a significant, component of that in our town. So we're going to go with those two. I think the Tassel Top septic, in my mind, qualifies as a, sewer. It's a sanitary sewer, really. And then the staffing has just been, I guess, moved up and prioritized higher. So that was a county thing, I think. And then I had a note here. Bruce wanted me to tell you, I'm gonna find it here. Now I've lost my note, but anyway, he's been appointed by the Maine Fire Chiefs Association, I believe, to their International Codes Council. And so he's the liaison of the Maine Fire Chiefs group to the International Codes Council. So congratulations, Bruce, on that.
Let's go.
That's what I have.
All right, anything else? No? All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Have a good night.
Hey.
Welcome to the January 12th, 2022 Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. This is a workshop, and our meeting does not start until 7, so we can skip all that reading stuff in the beginning and get right into the ordinance review. And I guess, Alex, are you going to take that?
Sure, I can at least start us off
Right.
if you'd like. Does everyone have the PDF?
I do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I can leave this up and kind of, have it there as reference as we go through, but it would be hard for someone to read it off of this, I think, as we're going through it. But so the first one on the list is probably not a great one to start with because it's kind of a complicated one. But basically, this has come from the Zoning Board of Appeals. They have had a couple of situations come up in the last year where they've struggled reviewing variance applications because our ordinance actually allows for a variance and it allows for a setback reduction, which according to the town attorney, that is totally fine. However, it kind of conflicts with state law somewhat, but there really isn't a whole lot of substantial case law to say that we can't do it. The history, from what I've been told, is this was the setback reduction appeal was created in order to give relief to people who had built structures over the years, maybe in the incorrect spot or too close to a property line, and instead of needing to move a structure, they could come in and essentially apply for a setback reduction and get relief from those setback requirements without having to actually get a variance. So it's more liberal with the requirements and easier to obtain. The problem is the way that the ordinance is written, it doesn't really say if you can't qualify for this, then you can do this, or start here and then go there. It basically just gives you the requirements for both. And allows people to essentially say, I'm going to apply for a setback reduction or I'm going to apply for a variance. And then there's also a section in there that kind of conflicts. It doesn't really say flat out that the ZBA has to review a setback under the variance criteria or vice versa. They almost kind of seem to exist on their own independently, which is kind of confusing. So their thought is, let's just get rid of the setback reduction since it's not even in the state documents on variances, the manuals on how a ZBA is supposed to function. It doesn't even really exist there, and this would kind of get them in line or get us in line with state minimums essentially. That's their thought. I did run this one by the attorney because it's kind of an unusual one. And he said, he seemed to agree. He think that it's fine. Really it's really up to you guys to decide if it goes forward as it exists or how it is now. So literally it's striking everything out from both the land use ordinance and the shoreline zoning provisions.
So Alex, it does not do away with setbacks. It just does away with requesting a reduction to the setback. Is that correct?
Yeah, it still allows for people to get a variance from these setback requirements. However, I'll be completely honest, it's going to make it harder.
What?
It eliminates parallel paths, one through the planning board and one through ZBA. Is that what this change would do?
It basically will require that, for example, in the shoreland zone, in order to get a variance to do a setback reduction, you don't need to meet hardship criteria. But with the setback reduction criteria removed, in order to get a variance, you now need to meet the hardship requirements, which is it's pretty challenging to do intentionally. It's written so that it's, you know, not supposed to be easy to get.
Yeah, I've been there.
Is that you, Greg?
Oh, you can hear me now? Oh, God. I'm having trouble getting online here.
So Greg, you've been through this process?
This process once in Mechanic Falls, and it didn't come out in my favor, which didn't make me very happy.
It'll make you happy, Greg.
Yeah, well, there were good reasons for me to exceed the minimum setbacks, and I was unable to do what I wanted to do. Having some latitude, I think, is good. And I missed Alex the earlier part of this because my audio wasn't working, so I may have missed more of the reason for this than you guys did.
So Alex, under the hardship, if you're going for a variance, is it true in Raymond, I think it was in Gorham where I used to work, that you couldn't get a variance if you caused the hardship yourself? In other words, if you were the owner at the time the building was built and you allowed it to be built too close, well, then it's too bad you can't get a variance. Is that how it is here?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So it seems to me that if that sort of interpretation is leaning towards what state law is, and plus, instead of having sort of two routes to worry about, the appeals board would be easier dealing with just one, even though it makes it harder. Maybe that's how it should be.
Have there been a lot of these issues coming up, Alex?
Yeah, we've dealt with a few in the past year. We've got one that the ZBA will be hearing in a couple of weeks that, you know, is a vacant lot in the shoreland zone. It's a very small lot. Under the setback reduction requirements, they would have been able to do a lot more, but in 2020, you guys may remember the ordinance was actually amended to say existing single family dwelling. So it now requires an existing single family dwelling on the lot in order to get a setback reduction. Because, like I said before, the setback reduction language was created to fix problems that already existed. Like Mike said with the hardship, currently, if you build a house too close, 2 feet too close to the sideline in the shoreland zone, you can't get a variance because you've created that hardship. But the setback reduction language doesn't include hardship. So it doesn't matter if you essentially created the problem, you can still apply for that setback reduction. As long as you're not creating new dwelling units, as long as there's an existing single family. I mean, there's stuff that they have to meet through there.
Well, I guess that does seem to make sense. Anyone else, any thoughts? I mean, I don't think we work with this. The Zoning Board of Appeals works with it. If they've determined that it's a problem for them, and they're the ones that work with it, it would make sense that we would turn it into or support or forward, actually, I should say, the revisions, and we can do that with an approval or just simply forward it to the selectmen. Vice, just, go ahead, I'm sorry.
What I think probably would happen with this one, if you guys are kind of in agreement, I can send this red line document off to the town attorney and basically get kind of a final blessing from him. And it would still go under, it would still be something that has to be included in the public hearing when you guys do a public hearing on all these changes. And then go to the select board. I guess if it comes down to the recommendation, I think, is that where you're getting to, making a recommendation or not? Yeah. You can possibly leave it off and not recommend either way. Personally, I can understand the struggle, because if you ask me which route to take, I don't even know. I mean, I think it does make it
harder for people to do stuff. So, I mean, I guess I don't really like that, but at the same time, like you said, the ZBA is the only one that really has to deal with this language. So I think it's fair for you guys to not need to make a recommendation and kind of leave it at that, I guess.
I was leaning
That's
towards
down the road. We can, we're a number of steps away from that. But I think sending it off to the town attorney and seeing if we to turn it into an ordinance revision probably makes sense.
Yeah, my suggestion was going to be, Bob, is let's get the opinion of the attorney, and then if the attorney comes back, makes any revisions or supports it, then the planning board can forward it with the endorsement of the town attorney or something to that effect.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds good.
What's going to trigger the evaluation of this? Do people don't come in and say, my house that's been here for 30 years has got a sideline deficiency, and come to code enforcement, do they? I mean, how do these things come up?
It's usually a mortgage loan inspection. So when a house sells, the bank will do an MLI, and it's not a full-blown survey, but they still will check to make sure the structure is where it's supposed to be, and that's how these are found.
Okay.
Either that, Ed, or like I have a situation where I own property where I think I'm too close. I don't have enough setback to put a garage in if I want to. So I would go pull a permit, and then Alice would come out and look at it and say, sorry, Mike, you're too close. And under the old system, I could ask for a change without a variance. But if we do what the Board of Appeals wants, I would have to get a variance, which I wouldn't be allowed to do because I created the hardship being the owner when the house was built.
But understand that, Mike, but for a structure that's already been built, wouldn't it be grandfathered in under whatever rules were present at the time it was built?
Oh yeah, probably would be. Thanks. That's good. I like that.
Still can't build a garage though.
Well, what are the minimum setbacks? Like we have 30 feet in the front, 20 in the side, and 20 in the rear. Well, let's see, what district is that? Rural residential. Are those our standards, or are they a minimum standard set by the state?
No, those are set by the town.
If we went by the state minimums, would they be the ones, the 15 in the front, 10 in the side, and the 15 in the rear?
That is a good question. I'm not sure what the state would have. To be honest, I don't know that.
I think that's what they are, but I'm not sure.
I don't like to confuse myself with setback numbers because there's so many to remember already.
Yeah.
It seems reasonable to grant this kind of variance, I don't know if that's the right word, to people who are, just trying to sell the property to another landowner. Yet I don't agree with having it so people can build a porch or a garage that would violate the setback requirements. I think if it's just for a mortgage survey, then I'd be in favor of granting that kind of a variance. What else are you going to do? Tear the house down?
It's been done.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ed. I hadn't thought about it that way. I mean, yeah, that's a huge problem. And I don't recall in Gorham that ever coming up how it was resolved.
Then the other flip side of this, you get into situations too, I'm sure Alex sees, is that people do add decks and porches on without getting a permit. Then they come back after the fact and try to slip this in. So it kind of can go both ways. So
yeah, I don't have any sympathy for those guys, but
no, you don't. But
if somebody's selling a house, I can see, they could get trapped there.
And I guess that's the question, is under the variance, would that be, I can see what this one might be able to go through as a variance because that's a condition that wasn't created by the owner.
Yeah.
because that's usually the one in the whole hardship that is nearly impossible to get your hands around, because every situation you can almost argue is done by the owner.
Yeah. No, it seems like maybe the attorney.
You guys just
should-
want to vest this through the town's attorney and see what the
Yeah.
feedback is before we.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me too.
Okay. Done.
Jim, I'm gonna let you take this one.
All right, this one is in response to solar energy systems. Alex, if you can just kind of scroll that up a little bit, thank you. You can see we have a purpose here, which is, obviously we're being driven now by green energy, state subsidies, federal subsidies, which are pushing for these solar systems. So we've had a couple come through the town. Actually, you've seen one. Alex and I have kind of seen one because it actually happened in Wyndham, but the entrance was in Raymond. So this is trying to get some standards in place as to how we would review these. And we gave exceptions to those that are used for private use, private energy systems like single-family homeowners, or even a business if they wanted to put something on their roof or a ground-mounted system where it's for their own private consumption. But if they're doing it for commercial purposes, then this ordinance would apply. And just kind of scrolling through here, this would come under site plan, obviously, and we'd want to have it reviewed for electrical, fire, general compliance with our site plan ordinance. And basically, a lot of this would be based on the surface area of the arrays, if you want to call them that. And what do we got here for? The biggest thing is if it's a certain size, then we're going to want a decommission plan, and that comes out of the DEP. It's not nothing that we're kind of creating here. The DEP kind of had reviews a lot of these because they get into a size where they're required to get a DEP site location or stormwater permit, depending on the impact of the land. But all of them are starting to require now a decommissioning. And I think Alex circled the section there that applies to that, which is, we saw it on the one we did up off Dan's Drive, where there has to be a bond set in place that is for the decommissioning, which is basically the taking away of the panels and any equipment and return back to its original ground state, which would be earth and plants. I don't think it includes any planting. It really just implies removing the equipment and just letting nature take it back. We had some requirements in there to make sure that it's not in close proximity to any kind of aircraft or landing field. There is some information in here, which again is taken from other models regarding visual impact assessment. It's just not visible from public viewpoints. And I think, the one that we had actually went through this, pretty much followed this model ordinance. As you remember correctly, they did a visual assessment where you couldn't see it from the street, but they also went out into the lake to make sure that the visual assessment would be impacted from the public area. Keep scrolling down. There's basically two systems here, roof mount and ground mount. This would apply to both. And we have to meet the structural setbacks. And the board would have the ability to reduce that setback to, if it's shared with a right-of-way or utility corridor, half of the required setback in that zone. Again, these are not a building structure, but they still fall under the structure. There's, it still would have to meet the impervious surface ratio for various ordinances as well. And then the bottom there has to meet all fire, electrical codes. We really don't want to see exterior lighting. I think under the last one, E, keep scrolling down. I think we want to try to get as much of these underground if possible. But obviously there's certain situations where they may have to get a waiver. And the last section has to deal with the whole decommissioning, which again is really set by the DEP. That's language that we just endorsed from their model.
Is there anything in there for the structure, the weight, if it's on a building? Does it decrease the snow load capability? So if a building is already not designed for it and you put this on top?
That would fall, yeah, that would fall under the, I believe, the building permit requirement under Alex when they come in for that. I mean, they still have to come in and get a building permit. So that would be part of the requirement because this ordinance does make them meet all building fire codes. So that would fall under the building code section.
So is this going to apply to anybody that wants to put up a solar panel on their roof?
No, we made an exception. I think if you go back to the very beginning, we made an exception for private individuals and individual businesses that might want to do it for their own personal business.
Okay.
Once they sell it, you know, as a commercial entity. Thank you, Alex.
Got it. Thanks, Alex.
Idea is obviously you want to promote, you know, we don't want to get in the way of people trying to, you know, put these on their own homes for their own energy consumption. The idea is that, you know, we're trying to get the big commercial uses.
Jim, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On where we're, yes, that's me. Where we're not addressing the individual solar systems, there are some fire code requirements that apply to those. How are we dealing with that?
Again, I believe that that would come through the building permit process. Alex, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, regardless of, you know, they still got to come in for a building permit. It wouldn't require a planning board permit, but they still have to come in for a building permit.
Okay.
Do we actually have that stated in our ordinances somewhere that if you're putting on panels on a roof, you have to get, I mean, maybe electrical permit, but is there anything that states, you know, how these things have to be designed or put in place?
I didn't do that for, I mean, the commercial ones, obviously, they go through the whole process. And again, we state that you have to apply for all codes. Under the ones for exceptions, we didn't, we just accept, you know, made the exception for them. So I don't know, Alex, how do we handle that now with various building apparatus and things like that?
Does the Uniform Building Code have anything like state, anything like that?
No, that's a good question. It probably would. Right now we treat it as a structure, and typically all of the solar companies are really good about submitting a spec sheet that shows all the information on if it's specifically if it's roof mounted, they'll show that. We have required someone to submit something from an engineer to confirm the structure was capable of supporting the additional load. And then obviously if it's a ground mounted system, then we simply just refer to it, we just call it a structure and has to meet setbacks and stuff like that.
I mean, I don't know if we can add a phrase or something in there that states that all, you know, again, solar panels or solar energy systems, regardless of use or operation, will require a building permit from the town.
That's probably a good idea, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not just, you know, electrical energy, people putting on, you know, heat, you know, piping up on their roof to gather, you know, solar heat.
Yep.
Right. Good point.
No, we can add a sentence to the purpose or to the very beginning of this where we state about the exceptions. We can add something that regardless, you know, all systems must require a building permit meeting all codes of the town of Raymond.
Yeah.
Does the town of Raymond have codes for solar powered?
Fire code.
Yeah, fire, building, electrical.
Yeah.
Okay.
In there.
So you folks have anything else you'd like to add or comment?
Looks good to me.
Me too. Let's
So
move
we'll
on.
add a section to this about everybody has to get a building permit.
It's just one thing, Jim. I noticed some of the language talked about the fire chief. Probably should be fire chief or his designee.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one is another amendment that came from ZBA. It's another one that's a little bit funky, which will need a little bit of input from you guys before we can really go too much further. But essentially, they had someone come in for a conditional use application to do outdoor sales and service in the commercial zone, and the conditional use requirements state that the conditional use must take place within a structure. And there's no definition for outdoor sales and service. However, it is allowed as a conditional use in our ordinance. So we did speak with Phil, the town attorney, to get a little bit more clarification from him on what he thought outdoor sales and service meant. Was it the sale indoor of stuff to be used outdoors, or was it literally outdoor sales and service outside of a structure? Because if that was the case, it doesn't actually even meet the conditional use requirements. However, it's an allowed conditional use. So it was kind of a dog chasing the tail kind of thing. So they asked if we could first create a definition for outdoor sales and service, and then possibly also include it in the conditional use standards, which you have here as an Article 9 minimum standards conditional uses, that outdoor sales and service may take place outside of a structure as long as it still meets all the other requirements. Because you can see here all aspects, number 3, all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure. And that's kind of the hang up that they hit. So there's really 2 options. And the first one would still require the use be carried on within a structure. And the second would allow it outside and also update the conditional use section. I don't know if that made any sense, but if you guys have any questions, let me know.
So Alex,
option 2, I'm sorry, does an option 2 already exist? I mean, we have plenty of boat sales places with, stock stored outside.
Yeah, and the applicant for this conditional use is actually one of the marinas. They own land in the shoreland zone and in the commercial zone. And technically, boat storage is considered a marina use in the shoreland zone. However, there's no use in the commercial zone that allows them to store boats. So they came in as a conditional use for outdoor sales and service because boat storage and the marina use is outdoor sales and service, but there's no definition for it. So if they want to continue that marina use in the commercial zone, then they needed that approval, which they did get. And you're right, they exist everywhere currently. So under that thinking, option 2 probably is the better option because it allows the already existing uses to kind of be more compliant, and they're in compliance with the ordinance, and kind of corrects the issue, which is already in the ordinance. Outdoor sales and service isn't allowed conditional use, but if it literally is the sale of stuff outside, then it doesn't even meet the conditional use requirements. So it's a little bizarre.
Yeah, option 1 is a pretty tough one to meet. I mean, you have to keep everything inside a building to work under that.
Alex, under the outdoor sales and service, is there a required setback for the storage of the goods being sold?
I don't know off the top of my head. It would have to meet the regular setbacks of the zone. Commercial zone, there isn't really setbacks. You can't. There are some setbacks for, I believe, storage of items, but I'd have to look. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm confusing Casco and Raymond. I know Casco you can't, but I think the commercial district in Raymond it's pretty wide open.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying that is obviously you go by some other locations and you see vehicles that are almost in the street or boats that are projecting out. And it's a safety thing as well as a matter of visual impact. So I just kind of wanted to see how we handle that now.
Yeah, and of course, something like this, outdoor sales and service would still need to meet the conditional use requirements, would still need to go through ZBA, and would still also need site plan approval. This particular marina that got conditional use approval will still need to come to you guys for site plan, or go through staff review. So, it still needs to meet all the normal zoning requirements and the site plan requirements as well.
Well, it seems like there should be setback requirements in a commercial zone for storage. You got boats right up to the edge of the road. It's, I don't think it's healthy.
Well, not only that, you want to throw a little more complication into it. If it's in the commercial zone, then you got to throw the design guidelines also potentially at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there are any setbacks in the commercial zone.
Oh.
It says there will be no side yard setback or rear yard setback. I don't know what it says about the front.
So are you looking, Alex, are you looking for us to tell you to proceed with option 1 or option 2?
Or you guys can just say, let it go, and we don't move forward with it at all. But I think it would be good to clean it up, either 1 or 2. If you guys want to give me kind of the direction you want to go in, then we'll get rid of all the language for the other option and have it ready for public hearing.
Isn't option 2 already being, followed by some of these local businesses?
Yeah, I mean, it may be. It may not be that they did it legally. That I don't know.
That's what I mean. I mean, they're doing it de facto, doing this following option 2, but I think it would change things quite a bit for them if we restricted it to option 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think option 1 doesn't make any sense. I mean, a lot of these or the few marines we have, all of a sudden they got to put all their boats inside or something. That doesn't make sense. So I'm okay with option 2.
Yeah, I like option 2 also.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe think about some kind of setback from the front, some front setback, but other than that, the rest of the commercial district stuff should be okay.
All right, so we'll get rid of the language for option 1 and kind of keep that one going. Let's see. All right, this one is kind of an interesting one. This one is cleanup, essentially. Basically across, we did this last year with the street ordinance, the land use ordinance, and the shoreland zoning provisions. We cleaned up the definitions across all 3. So this is kind of the same idea. It would be cleaning up the definitions across all documents for structure and setback. So right now, these 2 documents don't match up. With these changes, we would kind of be getting everything in line so that they match in both. There's some tweaks in here along the way. Like, for example, in structure, we've added ground-mounted solar energy systems. to keep in line with that. And so essentially it's kind of a Frankenstein of the shoreland ordinance and the land use ordinance.
So it's basically trying to make sure the language is the same wherever it appears throughout our ordinances, right?
Yeah, like for example, the land use ordinance doesn't have a definition for setback, which is kind of odd and concerning. The shoreline zoning provisions do have a definition for setback, so it would basically be taking that definition and applying it to the land use ordinance. And what I've done here is matched up the two. These could still probably use a little bit of tweaking. I don't know if Jim, you've looked at the structure stuff. I don't know if you looked at the setback changes that I put in here.
The only thing I would have in the setback would be, how do we stand on corner lots? You know, because typically some towns say it's got to be 2 setbacks. Some towns say, oh, front setback off the primary right away. It's a secondary street, then a side setback would prevail. That's the only question I would have is how do we want to do that?
That's a good question. I'll look into that because this has come up a couple of times since I've been in Raymond. And I did actually spend a little bit of time last year with the attorney on that because I had someone who wanted to put their driveway on their sideline and keep their road frontage from a different line on a corner lot. And they were able to do that based on our ordinance. You know, some towns say that your front lot line is where your driveway is. So yeah, I can look at that, Jim. That's a good point. It might be helpful to lump that in on this.
I think some towns actually have even the definition of a corner lot and how you take that setback off a corner lot. The only thing is, Alex will tell you that I get a hang up on is the infamous retaining wall and what is that? Is that a structure? Is it a fence? Is it a border wall? I kind of look at it, it's a hybrid thing. You know, if we get into a situation where somebody builds a 20-foot high retaining wall right on a property line without a setback, you know, what are we asking for? Because that is a structural engineered design structure, but you know, it's kind of a no man's land within a building structure or setbacks.
Building.
And most of the time, you know, when you do put a retaining wall up, you know, people try to get it as close to the property line as they can to maximize their lot usage. So I don't know if the worst thing happens is we come out with a separate retaining wall definition, but you know, I get what Alex is trying to do here, and I think this is a great first step, and I don't want to pollute it with my issue with retaining walls, but it is something that, you know, could come up down the line.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you guys just got this today, so you can definitely look over it until the February meeting, and we can kind of, you know, go through it again there to see if you guys have any more feedback too.
Okay. I think a good point about the retaining wall, it's, you don't really want to have that encumbered by setbacks. You kind of want it right at your property line.
Yeah, and at the same time, Mike, you know, the other thing too is that once a retaining wall gets over a certain size, you know, there's some maintenance that has to be done. So it can't be too close to the property line because you got to get in and maintain it, make sure you can access it on your property without going onto your neighbor's property. So probably there has to be some setback for a retaining wall, but you can't put it right on the line, but you got to leave yourself a little room to have access to it.
Yeah, that's a toughie. I know in Gorham, they used to say, but they didn't have an ordinance for it, but they used to say if you're going to build a fence, you've got to allow exactly what you said, Jim, to be able to get on your property on both sides and deal with it. But there was no ordinance for it. It never became a problem that I knew of, but it was potentially a problem.
Yeah, and I don't know if Alex runs into it at all. I mean, I could just see where probably more in the shoreland zone is probably where we see it more often. And you know, they're in the shoreland provisions, there are some pretty tight regulations about retaining walls. So maybe it's not a
So
big issue outside of shoreline.
how do we deal with the rock walls that are existing or on property lines that actually define the property lines?
Well, he just circled that. There's actually an exception for that.
Yeah, it's considered a boundary wall, so it doesn't, it's like a fence. It doesn't need to meet setbacks.
So does that mean that's for existing ones, or if you were to build one?
Either.
Wouldn't be any different, just like a fence. If it's just a boundary wall, it just needs to be on your property is what we tell people. But it is considered an exempt structure, so it doesn't require a permit, doesn't need to meet setbacks.
And where I was going, Kevin, was basically, I think anything up to 4 feet is fine on the property line. I think once you exceed 4 feet, we really get into more engineering of these walls once they exceed 4 feet. So again, if we go down that path, that might be one of the limiting factors.
We only got 12 more minutes, so we might want to at least get to the point where we can introduce all of these. And then we
This is an easy one. This is cleanup actually from the application that is coming through tonight. We discovered that there's a little bit of a issue with this one. It says, I believe, 24 or less, and then more than 25 or something like that. So it actually leaves out 25 by the way it's written. So this is just a cleanup for that one.
Good catch.
All right, so this would be an update to the entire Article 4 and Section 14, which is the allowed uses. So this one's kind of important. It would decide where you guys want to allow solar energy systems and outdoor storage, which we haven't gotten to yet. Right now, I have them added in, both of them added in every zone, just so that we could remove what you guys don't want. At least it's all in. So that's one that you guys, I mean, we can talk about that at the next meeting if you want, once you've had a chance to kind of digest all of this stuff. And we can figure out where that stuff's going to be allowed. One of the things that Jim and I talked about earlier today with solar, I think originally we had talked about not allowing solar energy systems in the shoreland zone, but you know, like some of the larger summer camps on the Cape, like kids camps, do have, actually a couple of them already have solar systems, and I could see that being something that maybe they want to do more of. So I did put it on here as an allowed use through site plan. But if that's something you guys want to take off, if you don't feel as though it's an appropriate use in the shoreline zone, we can always do that as well. Yeah.
George, last one. Right?
Yes, this is this is for outdoor storage. Basically, there is. Sorry, my 3-year-old is, I guess he has rabies or something. Can you go, please? Outdoor storage. This is similar to outdoor sales and service. However, it's specifically for storage. We've had some people come in over the last year, and they have interest in possibly doing outdoor storage. Maybe it's at their house or on a vacant lot. And they would like to explore that option. There's not an allowed use for outdoor storage. So the idea here is that it would be treated separately from outdoor sales and service and defined on its own. But this is one that if you wanted to lump it in all as one, we could probably do that too.
Yeah, I would be a little concerned about allowing this all over town, like in residential areas, because I can envision a whole bunch of boats scattered willy-nilly right next to a, residential setting. Not sure that's good.
Yeah,
so
I think, yeah, it's a great point. And I think what we were looking at here is the explosion during the pandemic, specifically around outdoor boats and water vehicles and people having need to, store that. So, whether it's a company doing it, if it's a company, obviously it's a commercial use, but what we're seeing is that, friends of friends start, using their friend's lot to put their boat up for the winter. And, one or two boats is probably not going to kill anybody, but all of a sudden this can take off.
Yeah, it could also turn into junkyards too,
Yeah, exactly.
Hard to differentiate between what's temporary storage or something that's not going to get moved for 5 years.
You get, especially with the camping craze, you get campers, you get RVs, you can get boats, and people, will side arrangement, or I give you a few $100 or something to take care of for the year, and I put it on your property. It's not a real business, but it can become problematic in residential.
If you drive down the road to Sebago Lake State Park, off 302, you see all kinds of stuff that's being stored.
So what? I have stuff at my house.
Well, we better send Alex over to check on it.
I don't know, how much do we want to live someone else's life for them? Telling them what to do with their property.
It's not their own personal property, Greg. And I don't think anybody wants to enforce that. I think it's just when all of a sudden 4 or 5 boats show up on somebody's lot. That's the issue.
I don't know. Has that been a problem though?
Yeah, but you don't want to someone.
I don't think we want to get there. I agree completely. It's not a commercial activity. If it's a personal storage, 2 boats, RV, it's fine. But if you're getting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I don't think anybody wants that next to them.
Right.
So this one was, sorry, go ahead.
But is this going to say that the vehicles that are boats or vehicles need to be registered to the owner of the property? Is that?
No, the intent here, I think that's kind of getting away a little bit from what this citizen wanted. They live in Village Residential, and they want to actually store boats on their property for money. They want to actually be like a storage facility at their house. So maybe, if this doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't go anywhere, but maybe it would be more appropriate for this to include something about it being for commercial use, or as a business, and not just the actual definition of storing stuff, because I can see how that would be confusing. If it's just someone storing their own vehicles, then that could be considered a junkyard. So the intent here was for this to actually be a business that goes through site plan and has specific requirements as a normal business would.
But with such an arrangement, it can easily you can easily get around that. If you're you can put a whole bunch of boats that you're not storing the boats for money, but you're getting your gift card to the mail. There's no way to control it.
So do we try to control it by numbers? Like say, you can have 3 or fewer boats.
I was just gonna say that, Mike. Under the ordinance right now, we've got automobile storage lot, and that only allows for up to 3 vehicles.
Yeah, that would be a good way to go.
So I could be arrested.
So what if your family has 4 vehicles? Are you considering that storage?
Well, you could say vehicles not owned by people who reside there, and again, you start getting into enforcement problems. But
so how do we police that, Mike?
Well, exactly. No, I agree, but some things that some ordinances are hard to police, but you have them anyway to try to create a certain result.
Yeah,
we've got 4 vehicles and a Bobcat. Is that good?
Yeah, but under the automobile lot storage, it's for vehicles that do not have a sticker or are not registered.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's easily solved then.
But I don't know what happens. Boats are a different beast,
Mm-hmm. So a person has a Bobcat and a tractor and a couple other things. Is that an issue, or?
They're registered. I don't think it is.
Well, you don't register those.
Oh, true. Tractor you wouldn't, right?
Mm-hmm. I just think it's easy to define it as your storage facility as a business function. I mean, it's that easy. If you have 14 cars on your property, I personally don't think that you should get in trouble for that. But if you're storing it for a business function, then I think that should be the definition.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
it's your own vehicle, you know, God bless you. Have 100.
You might be a classic car collector or something,
Exactly.
collecting things.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if it's yours, sure, but if it's a business, then I think that's where it crosses the line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex, you'll make that change to add something in there about commercial use or business.
Yeah, and you guys can also decide. I mean, we can keep these definitions in here, or put the definition in here, and you guys might not decide. Can't talk. You guys might decide to not actually include it in any zones. We could just put the definition in, so that it's actually enforceable in that situation, because someone could have an outdoor storage business that isn't actually an allowed use, and we can cite them on that. So that's an option too, if it's something you don't want to allow. It's always good to have definitions, even if you don't allow it.
Okay.
All right. Have we made any inroads on this marijuana thing, Alex?
Oh yeah, I should have probably started with that. So I did go to the select board last night, let them know where you guys were at on the marijuana situation, and they have decided to create a referendum question for the June vote that will essentially ask if you are in favor or not in favor of seeing the town establish a committee and an ordinance for marijuana establishments.
Perfect.
So that's pushed off till June. If that passes, then the select board will likely create a committee to draft an ordinance, which would involve you guys once we get to land use ordinance amendments. And then that would go to town meeting ideally in 2023 for vote. If it fails, if this referendum question fails, then it's a dead issue and we keep things the way they are.
Okay.
So that's the plan now. I think this is the last one. This one was just another cleanup item that you guys found, I believe, when we were doing the subdivision for Ron Willie.
Right down there.
Yeah, this is the one that it states 20,000 in one section and half acre in the other. We just cleaned it up to say 20,000.
Ah, good.
That was yours. That was your catch, Mike.
Yeah.
I didn't really know about the 20,000 in the other section, but as long as it's consistent, that's good.
Visual impacts? Anything?
Oh, I'm, as I mentioned before, I'm really in favor of being proactive and trying to make sure that our subdivisions look good. There's one depiction of a single house out sort of in the middle of a field without anything surrounding it. And the language is sort of like, you know, we could have done a better job with this if we somehow bordered it or somewhat bordered it with some vegetation requirements, and I couldn't agree more.
What if the homeowner doesn't agree with you, Mike?
Well, there's a lot of instances where we're required to do stuff like pay taxes that we don't necessarily agree with, right? The individual homeowner isn't really always going to agree, but we're trying to protect all of us from all of us.
Protect us
So I
from
think
ourselves.
the question with the visual impacts was how would we put this in our ordinance? And I think the last discussion we had was this might be a good application to put in, similar to what we have for the design guidelines. It's a tool that we can go to say this is how ideally we would like to be done, but I don't know if it would have the same teeth as if you wrote an ordinance. So, and I guess the idea is that you write an ordinance and you feel like you're boxing everybody in, and you know, if you have a guideline, you can kind of work with them, and the board can have a little more latitude. I think is where and how guidelines came about.
Yep.
I think that's a really good suggestion. I think it's, although I'm highly in favor, I admit it's really hard to write an ordinance. So I think guidelines would be a really good, certainly a good starting point.
I agree, but I think even if we write the ordinance, it's still not going to be something that we can follow to the letter. It's still going to be subjective.
Right.
Jim, do we officially accept those as a guidelines? How does that
Yeah,
work?
I guess that's a question Alex and I have been having the last few days, and I think we just need to check in with the attorney to figure out what the process would be if we accept it as a guideline. Is that something the planning board can do? Or does this still have to go through the same action through select board to be enacted into the ordinance as a tool? That's something we're trying to get to at this point. So we haven't got an answer yet, but we thought about that as well.
You know, well, way back when we did the sign or guidance, that I don't think ever went to, ever left the planning board, if I'm not mistaken. So we may want to,
before me.
Before your time, Jim. But what I'm thinking is we may want to look at that at the same time as we do this, if in fact it should go to the selectmen and to the town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, if it's not an enforceable action, then I don't know why it would, but we want to just cover our butts to make sure we're doing this the right way.
Yeah, okay. So just a quick on timeline, this is January. We've got to have the March is our deadline, I believe, for public hearing.
Yeah, ideally we want to do our public hearing in March. So if you guys want to go through this, if there's any others that you, I know we talked a little bit about apartments. If there's anything else, February would probably be our last workshop, and we would bring a completed document to the March meeting for public hearing.
In that event, I just have one question, and that is can we have a workshop and potentially open it up for public comment? Because I'd just like to kind of get those out in front instead of just trying to get them in March and then trying to log jam everything in by April. Yeah. If we do get comment back from the public at a public hearing, is there any way to get the public involved at a workshop?
Yeah, there is. It's easy to do. So there's two things. I'm concerned that if we push this off now and give ourselves an hour in February, we're not going to have enough time to go through all this. Or if there's anything that we have questions on, you won't have time to get it to the lawyers, to get it turned into an ordinance, to get it into the March hearing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, this stuff takes time to think about. So can we schedule like a workshop at a different time than like an additional workshop?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of dancing around with. If we did another meeting, another Zoom meeting in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we could advertise it, what the changes are. We could advertise it for public comment if they wanted to, and then put it into final draft. Is that that would give us more time, excuse me. And if we did that in 2 weeks, that would probably give us more time at the February meeting to address anything that came up that was difficult.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Is that, excuse me, is that, sorry, is that, I'm dying here.
Yeah.
So we're looking at Wednesday night.
Yeah, Wednesday, 26th. 26 our normal time, or whatever time actually works.
Yeah, you guys are setting the workshop, so you can do whatever time works for everybody.
Do you want to start it at 6 like we have been, or drop it back to 7?
6 is fine with me.
I'm fine.
6 is okay with everyone?
Yeah, I think 6 is better in case it needs more than an hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. So can we set up in the workshop for the 26th? Now, the problem is I'm not sure that's going to give Sandy enough time to advertise it for well, she'll get it out. Sandy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Bob. I would have to get it, the paper publishes, I have to get it to them by a Friday for their publication. So,
okay. So we don't need it to be a legal publication because it doesn't have
right. We just need it to be a notice out there. So I'll get that off to them and get it in.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have a meeting that night, but I'm just one of the members.
You can't make the
I
20,
have like that night, yes, the 26th.
well, it doesn't have to be a Wednesday.
Right, how about the 27th or something?
27th work for everybody?
Does for me.
Anyone
Good for me.
not work?
Yes.
Hearing none? Okay, so let's move it to the 27th, just because Greg can't make it on the 26th.
You'd be better off without me, wouldn't you?
Well, I didn't want to say that, Greg.
All viewpoints.
That's right, all viewpoints.
All right, 6 o'clock on the 27th.
I'll get that out to the paper.
All righty.
Woo-hoo.
All right. Let's take a moment. And anyone else have anything for the workshop?
Nope.
All right, I gotta go get a glass of water. I'm never gonna make it through the meeting. So how about we take 2 minutes and 3 minutes and start on the planning board? Sound okay?
All right.
All right, right back. Good evening and welcome to the January 12th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The planning board will come to order. The board does have a quorum and we'll start with a roll call. So let's go, Robert O'Neill. Let's go across the top. Mark.
Mike D'Angelo.
Ed Kranich.
Greg Foster.
Kevin Woodbury.
Miss mine, Mark Childs.
This is a public proceeding and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have a slight change. We're going to have a review of our site walk for Raymond Cape subdivision. We've got approval of minutes for December 8th. We have new business, a sketch plan review for the Raymond Hills LLC project, major subdivision. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to, doesn't make sense, stand, make sure they are recorded. All persons speaking shall address the chair after doesn't matter, we're not voting, and we have no appeals tonight. All right, that's it. We'll start off with the minutes for the December 8th, 2021. There are 2 corrections to those minutes that Sandy put out. Is there anybody else that has any corrections?
Nope.
None here.
None here.
If I could get a motion.
I move that we accept the minutes as submitted.
And
second.
And then second, any discussion?
Nope.
Has to, it's Zoom, so it has to be a voice vote. So Mark?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Kevin?
Aye.
And I vote yes, so it's unanimous, it passes. Next item of business is just for our completing of our site walk. I told Andy that we would get this into the record. So the site walk was conducted on January 22 for the Raymond Cape subdivision. Those were in attendance were all of the planning board with exception of Kyle. Also Will Haskell as our town planner at the time and Wayne Jones from the fire inspector. After conducting the site walk and reviewing the conventional subdivision and the open space concept for the subdivision, the board concurred with the applicant that an open space, that he could proceed with an open space development for the project. And that's it. All right, so I'm not going to do a vote on that. We can do that when Dan is present and the project starts. We are up to sketch plan review for the amended plan subdivision submitted. Jim, do you want to lead us off? Jim, where'd you go?
I'm right here. Here we go.
You moved.
I did. I moved out of the iceberg to the snow woods. All right, so this project is back to you. I'm getting feedback from somebody here. Anyway, all right, this is back to you again. This has been before you last year. They pulled their application and basically are starting over. What we have now is a development off of Webb's Mill Road on, it was originally 8.81 acres. Now they've acquired another 3.7 acres. And with that, they've increased the density of the development. So now we're looking at 25 lots, units, basically, up the hill in this area that's really in the back area of the lot. This will require review by DEP as well as DOT for the entrance. I think we've gone down this path with the board previously, but just reiterate, with this new design, obviously, I prepared you a memo tonight looking at some of the concerns we had. It's a lot of units, they're fairly tight, and a lot of the site work is also very tight. Biggest concerns would be obviously the access road going into this, stormwater provisions, and the general layout is a loop road, as you can see. But one of the big questions that we had, and we did get a legal opinion on this, is if it's 25 units, dwelling units or more, under our ordinance, it requires a secondary access to another public or private road. So right now this is at 25. So under our ordinance, this would have to have a loop road. Currently, we don't have that. So the applicant will either have to figure out if they can get a loop road, or they'd have to drop this down to 24 units is the way that we've determined this through working with the town's attorney. So that's one big issue we'll have to kind of work through this evening or moving forward. Secondly, there are stormwater provisions. There's a pond that's proposed right behind the Boris lot, down about 600 feet in off of Webb's Mill Road. It's on a steep slope. Concerns that we have is, what are the conditions there? Is it going to require blasting? There's some deep cuts into that. If we get into blasting, obviously that's going to raise the concerns of some of the neighbors about vibrations, possibly wells and things like that. As far as septic goes, they have two locations selected. One is behind the units between the Goslin lot and those upper, I'll call them southern, I think it's southerly directed lots. I can't see the unit on that plan. Yeah, and then the other is down, right there's one unit, and then the other one's up and back, further up and back. But anyway, we'll let the applicant describe how that's all going to flow and work. And then the other question I had is right there about the top of the hill when you first come in, they've got a dumpster location. The access road is around 9+%. I don't think that location is going to be ideal for a dumpster. The garbage truck will be on a steep slope, so we probably want to look at another location for that. This will, as I said, has to go through stormwater through the DEP. There has been, my understanding is there has been an application filed with the DEP. We have not got into that yet, as we're still at sketch plan, but once we get through sketch plan, we'll take a look at that. And if there's anything in there that concerns the town, we can obviously address that to the DEP, the town. Typically, the board does defer to the DEP for the stormwater management review. Again, this is on some steep slopes, so of course erosion control and things like that are concerned as well. So I guess at this point, I'll let Dustin make his presentation and fill the board with more information if I missed anything.
All right, thanks, Jim. Dustin, you're up.
All right, thanks, Bob. And thanks, Jim, for that introduction. I think kind of summarized well, what we've been working on to get to this point. So essentially, the first run of road, the first few hundred feet coming in and the grades of the road coming up into the site here, really haven't changed from what we had submitted as our last plan, which got preliminary approval. So what's the change is basically from this point here, once it comes into our property, this whole configuration of units. If you recall, previously we had a cul-de-sac design with basically just one straight road in, and we had a cul-de-sac in this area, and just basically units on both sides. With the unit count increasing to 25 as we've got it proposed now, we had to look at kind of a multitude of different options as far as layout goes, to site these buildings in areas that would allow the roads to get built to them, and so that when everything is said and done, there certainly is some earth moving that needs to occur in order to generate the pad sites for the buildings and direct the stormwater and build out the septic systems and all of that. But once the site is graded to the design grades that we've got shown on the plans, it really is going to fit nicely up in this plateau area. The reason we put in this stormwater basin in through here is we were having some issues with trying to manage peak flows here where water was leaving the site at Route 85. It's been a long time coming, working with DOT on that driveway connection. We did actually just this morning receive the agreement from DOT, which allows us to connect into the storm drain system in Route 85. And they've also given us our driveway entrance permit as well. So that was something that's been a very long time with them working through that. And we're happy that that's completed now at this point. On the side of stormwater management as well, we had some, we had a filter basin designed over here previously. And what we've done is we've kind of wrapped that filter basin around to encompass this whole area, and we've split it up into two kind of separate ponds that'll function together. One of the things that we've had to deal with in expanding the size of the project as well is our original stormwater permit application was designed under the general standards, and since the footprint of development exceeded 5 acres with the new layout, we actually had to redo all of our stormwater calculations to meet the phosphorus standards instead. So the application that we had resubmitted back into DEP was all designed utilizing the phosphorus standards, which resulted in some larger ponds as well to both accommodate the new increased areas of development and to meet those phosphorus standards. So we did make an application today into the town, which included substantially more information. What we had submitted for the sketch plan certainly, is more advanced than what we would typically see for a sketch plan, but certainly fell short of, what would be a full application. So the application we made today does include, the full HHE 200 septic designs for the 2 new leach field locations. It includes the approval for the engineered septic system that was designed, the full stormwater report with the new phosphorus calculations, updated letters from Maine Historic Preservation Commission, Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and Maine Natural Areas Program, where we submitted back to them indicating that the footprint of our project had expanded into some new lands. So they did updated research on their databases and provided us with updated letters. And we've been working extensively with the Water District as well. They provided us with some comments about a week and a half ago, which we addressed and sent back to them. So we are still waiting for them to give us the updated ability to serve letter. But as far as I know, we've addressed all the comments that they had to date on the project. We're not anticipating any additional ones. So as Jim indicated, we do have some cut slopes coming in through here as we come in through the property. Previously, we had shown some stacked boulder retaining walls in this area to kind of deal with those slopes. And in addition to purchasing the 3.7 acres of land, Raymond Hills LLC is also acquiring this easement area, which allows the grading of the side slope, which will be a better long-term solution, just to create a slope along that embankment. And then it also allows for this stormwater pond to be constructed. So this is a general grading of the whole site. So we're, you know, this road basically kind of, you know, comes up and loops around. In essence, it's really just kind of a really big cul-de-sac. And one of the, we did receive the comments from the fire department on their review. One of the items they asked us to do was provide some calculations to anticipate what the flows are going to be out of those hydrants, based on, you know, trying to achieve 1,000 gallons per minute at 20 PSI. And, you know, so far, I mean, the water district has assured us that we will get the pressures that we need. And the water, what the water district told us is that basically Raymond is, you know, supercharged as far as pressure goes, going down 302. So, but we understand it's our responsibility to provide those flows, and we'll run those calculations and provide some, you know, additional information to, I guess, get some better assurances going forward. The other question that came up was about a request to add a hammerhead on this little stretch of road here. The original revised sketch plan that we had submitted that was withdrawn had this kind of general layout arrangement of units. It did have a longer road. It was about twice as long as what we were showing here. And it had this dwelling unit was actually up in this area. So this road kind of went all the way out and almost touched the property line. In that case, we had this kind of longer private road that we felt, you know, we needed to have a hammerhead, which we did show on that plan. In this case, the length from, you know, this section of road to the end is only about 70 feet. So our thinking when designing this road was that, you know, this would actually serve as the hammerhead. So if a truck were to, you know, drive up and then end up in this road here, that this would be the hammerhead. It could back up here and then come out that way. So we're going to run the auto turn templates to show a fire truck coming in through here, pulling into this area, backing up onto this little stretch of road here as the hammerhead, and then coming out and turning this way, just to make sure that that movement can be done with ease. Because in order to do a hammerhead on this road, we'd actually have to build this road all the way out to the property line and put a hammerhead out here. And we just think it's going to be more likely that all of this is going to be kept open for a turnaround than if we were to have this kind of hammerhead down off to the end of the road that, you know, even with signs and everything, somebody could decide to park in. We're very confident that this won't become a parking situation and this will always be cut clear. We did provide for some additional parking spaces here. You know, while everybody has a garage parking space and a driveway parking space, we did want to just have an area where we had space for some overflow parking that was kind of central to everything. So we did provide some additional parking in that area. We've been receiving, there was a couple of letters that came in from the abutter, specifically their attorney that had been providing the letters in consultation with the owner. So Krista Kish, who is the owner of this property here, as well as this lot here, you know, she had made some requests, which we replied to. We did have a good conversation with her attorney yesterday. They're requesting a curb cut in this area to be able to, you know, access this rear land. We're certainly agreeable to that. That's no problem to us. We did provide a sketch to them last week, which just showed what we would anticipate and how that would look. we're open to potentially moving it at their request, but we want to make sure that if that is to be included, that it be shown on the plans that go to the planning board, just so that you have a chance to look at it and understand that, you know, where that curb cut might come in to access this rear land. And then in regards to the 25 units, you know, that was something that I know we had discussed at one point. There's three different sections of the ordinance which deal with, you know, maximum number of units and dead end roads. In the street ordinance, there's a section which talks about, you know, maximum daily trips. With, you know, one road can serve up to 200 maximum daily trips for a project. And then in the subdivision ordinance, I'll just kind of put it up on the screen here. But I think this is the section that Jim was talking about. And what ends up happening is the actual, like, if you're proposing 25 units, you have these two different standards here. Where, you know, this one here says that, you know, multifamily subdivisions containing more than 4 but less than 25 may have one dead-end cul-de-sac street up to 1,000 feet in length connecting with an existing public street. And then the second section talks about, you know, if you've got single-family subdivisions containing more than 25 dwelling units, then they should have, it requires the 2 street connections. So this deals with how long the road can be if you've got up to 25 units. And this one talks about the 2 street connections. So it's kind of tricky because it's, you know, it's really kind of one concept, but it's broken up into 2 or 3 different sections in the ordinance. So it's hard to tell what if they're actually trying to say different things, and one is clearly about length of a dead end road and the other one is clearly about number of connections. But that's what we took this to be, is that saying that less than 25 units was just saying that it had to deal with roads that were below 1,000 feet. So when we were looking at this, you know, this section in through here was what we were looking at as being essentially the road. And then, you know, the rest of this was basically a driveway, you know, going in and serving the project. I know we talked about the 1,000-foot length when we were in front of you for the preliminary approval of the previous plan, because that project had about 1,300 feet from, you know, measured from the road here. The end of the cul-de-sac was about 1,300 feet in. And my recollection of our discussion with that one was, you know, based on the fact that we were running public water in through the site, and that, you know, hydrants would be installed throughout, and that it was essentially not a street coming into the project, but there was a portion of it that was a street. And then it basically, you know, after we generate the frontage here, it becomes this, you know, a driveway into the project site. But I think we talked about it when we were in front of you previously for the last plan that got preliminary approval, but we certainly want to revisit that again to make sure it's not an issue. So I guess that would be the topic that, you know, we could talk about tonight, and, you know, we may, hopefully we can get to some sort of resolution, but if not, then we'll certainly work with Jim and the town's attorney on those interpretations so that we can present something to the board that can be approved, which, you know, may or may not include a waiver request. We'll just have to figure that part out. I guess hopefully we can have some more discussion on that tonight. So I think other than that, from there, I guess I'll just turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, and see what you guys have for questions. We'll answer those and hopefully get through a few of these discussion items.
All right, thanks, Dustin. Does anybody have questions off the bat there for Dustin or for Jim?
Did we have some concern with snow removal and the shoulders and people parking in the wintertime I know you've added a little bit of parking there, but is that, when things get closed down like that in the winter? Is there any?
Yeah, in my memo, I think I did require or request, we really don't have a standard for that. Obviously, it falls under site plan, so you can clearly ask to have snow storage areas identified. I think also to your point, Kevin, given 25 units, probably we might want some more visitor parking on the opposite side of that cul-de-sac. But we really don't have any computation as to what would be an appropriate number of visitors parking spaces. But to your point, you can definitely ask about snow storage.
I have a question, I guess both for Jim and Dustin. If you're going to do a curb cut into a lot that will most likely at some point be developed, is that individual going to be part of the road association? And are they going to share in the costs of the road? Maintenance of the road?
My understanding is that the main road itself would be under the owner of, Dustin, you can answer this as well. If these are going to be rental units, it would be under the owner of the development would be responsible for the road. And then any agreement for rights to cross would be between the owner and that party. They don't have to be part of the homeowners association, Bob, but they would have to have rights. The homeowners agreement, or in this case, if it's one entity, would be responsible for the road, is what we're looking for.
Okay. And does, I don't know how much land that is there, but if that were developed, does that change any of our road calculations as far as the intersection goes?
It could in the future, and it also could, get into this whole double requirement for multiple connection points. So in the future, if something is added, clearly that's going to drive up the number of units serving off of this road. It would then kick that requirement to have some kind of loop arrangement.
Yep. Okay. So that has to get worked into when we get to that stage, to our approval, that no additional.
I think as we get, as Dustin said, we've got to kind of work, and Alex, if you're on here, I believe you did get some correspondence from the town's attorney on this one, because it's bizarre how it went, this magic no man's land. So that's when I caught it. So I don't know. I mean, if there's aspirations to grow that area in the back more, and this is the only access it has, then I think the board should take that under consideration for loop consideration. If not, that piece is just going to sit there for a long time without development.
I think if I remember correctly, the town attorney did answer Alex and said that it's 25. That the project conforms to the over 25 and over.
Yes, that's correct. That's what we got back from the attorney. It was 24 and under, and 25 and over is what he was feeling.
And it had to do exclusively with the loop connection?
Yes.
So if we, I guess both Jim and Alex, if we proceed with the plan as it's now presented, it would need a waiver for the loop road connection, and it would need a waiver for the road length.
Yes, because currently, even though we have it in our street ordinance to allow roads longer than 1,000, as you can tell, we're in the process of updating the subdivision portion that allows for that 1,000-foot length. But obviously, we have standards in place for anything over 1,000. We really don't have standards in place for anything over 25 or more.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can, I believe you can, the applicant can request the waiver. I just don't know, like I said, we don't have any precedents for anything over 25, not that I'm aware of. that we've done that in the past where we have granted a waiver for something greater than 25 units.
We're not going more than 25. We're going 25
or more. I'm just reading the language as is. The town's attorneys interpreted that it's 25 or more.
Okay. Are both those standards waivable? I know we've waived the road for.
I believe those street requirements are waivable. Again, we can confirm with the town's attorney. I'm guessing we're probably going to have a couple conversations with them on this one anyway, along with some other ordinance language. So we can verify, but I do believe you have the authority to do that.
Okay.
If we don't grant a waiver, what has to happen in order for this to comply with current requirements?
The applicant either has to provide a loop road, another secondary connection to another private or public road, or they need to reduce their development by 1 unit.
Oh.
What it is, you know, this unit number 17 right here is the 25th unit. So what would happen if we were required to go down to 24 units, then we would have to just remove this unit from the plan. We wouldn't actually change anything else. I mean, everything else would be built out just the way it is. What we would end up doing is just removing this from the plan, you know, in hopes that maybe we could add it back in at some point in the future. But so the reality is you know, you'd have the same length of road, the same layout of the development. It would just be that one fewer unit. And it does really make a difference to us. I mean, we've been working the numbers on this project and, you know, going from 25 units down to 24, you know, is gonna take a hit for us as far as, you know, balancing out all the costs for the earthwork and everything like that. So hope the planning board can kind of consider all that, and hopefully from a public safety perspective and access where nothing else is going to change, that, you know, serving this project layout with 25 would be, you know, the same as if it were 24.
Justin, do you know that other one? I got two comments. One, I'm guessing the board's probably going to want some kind of right-of-way connectivity, even if it never happens, to the rear of the lot between units. I don't know what those units are there, where you kind of have that end, yeah, right there. And then the other question I have is, MB Bark obviously has frontage along this roadway. Are they prohibited to access rights to this? And do they have access by another means or another road on this on that property?
So who are you asking if they had access over it?
MB Properties, the one that's where you have the stormwater pond. Obviously, they're going to have frontage on this roadway. Do they have rights to this? And if they don't, do they have access over another road on the edge of boundary of their property?
So this remaining land of MB Properties is going to own the road. So basically, this property that we're developing just has a right of way to cross over this to get to the property. So what we're doing is we're building the road at our expense, but MB Properties, the owner of this land here, they're going to continue to own the road. So they have rights to be able to use it because it's not an exclusive easement that only goes to Raymond Hills. It's a right of way to be able to pass over the land. This property, the Kish property, actually has rights over that right of way as well. You know, and it basically goes all the way up to here. So this right of way provides access to this property as well as the Kish property, even though they have their own curb cut out here. So that's why we're accommodating a driveway area here, which I mean, as far as I know, they just want that to be able to, like if they're doing yard work and things in the backyard, that they'll have an access point that they can use that road to get in and out of the back part of their property. I'm not aware of any plans to actually develop that lot. I mean, that would be up to them, but they'd have to go through and look at the ordinances and figure out if they can do anything back there. We haven't looked at that at all. But as far as this, what we did is we laid this out so that, we don't know if at some point in the future, if this road would come out and curve and go into this lot, if it would go up the hill or what it would do. So it didn't seem appropriate to push a right of way out in any particular area. Just because we don't know where it's going to go. And really the only rights granted over this project are just for the water main. The water district, basically, they looked at it and they said, just give us a right of way to loop this system around. The water district didn't want any other connections at this time. They just said it was, where we've laid it out so that there's a logical place where this road can be extended. We felt that was really as far as we could go with it right now. Any sort of right of way would be pretty speculative, and we wouldn't want to imply that there's rights to kind of get to any other properties out here just because we don't know what anybody's intents are. We don't have any interest in any of those other lots.
And what about MB properties? Do they have rights, or are they restricted to use this for residential?
Nope, they've got full rights to use this road for anything a town road would be used for. And they will continue to own the road as well, so they can use it and it's going to be on their land.
So would they, okay, two questions then. One, they would have to be part, most likely, of the homeowners association. And two, if they do have rights to further develop that, yeah, we're going to get right back into this connectivity thing again, because even if they put one lot out there and you do 24 or 25, that's going to be another future subject issue of a loop connection.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the scenario. I mean, for this to get developed, it really needs that second road connection. There's no doubt about it.
And do you know if that property borders on any other road access?
Not that we could see. We did some research on the property itself, just doing some due diligence, and I didn't see anything in the deed where they had a right of way to access over any other properties to get back out to Route 85. That's not to say something couldn't be worked out with one of the adjacent landowners, but right now this is the only actual frontage for this property is in through this new road.
So it's not unrealistic to assume, since they're going to own the road, that there's going to be considerably more development going on, maybe on either side of that road, accessing onto 85, well over the 25 units.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I think, a previous owner had proposed something on that lot with a contract zone,
Yeah, no, I know who knows. I mean, it couldn't be developed for 40 years. But as far as the planning board goes, or as far as planning goes, it's hard not to, and we're going to be asking for a waiver to do what you want to do. It's not unrealistic to be thinking that we're not just waiving 25. There may be, and could very well be in existence right now, 27. Properties accessing that road.
Well, is there any way we could limit the waiver to just this particular development?
Well, we already have a right-of-way easement over the other property, short of in some kind of deed restriction, which I'm sure that a butter's not going to want to do that. We're kind of at the mercy of both sides here, playing to 25.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he develops 24 or 25, he's basically taking, any of his rights away without having to get some kind of connection loop for even one lot.
I think, it's not uncommon for these back lots that don't have, enough frontage on a public road to have to deal with these kind of hardships. If they want to do some development on their land, where it is a flag lot, it's backland, they'll have to work through that process.
Justin, the way you've got that, not to minimize their opportunity, but the way you've got it designed as well, that's an exceptionally steep section that's going to be on that side up against MB, right? So are they aware of the design practice you have for that lot?
Yep. Yeah. When we did the purchase and sale for the 3.7 acre parcel and this, that PNS, that the exhibit that was included with the letter of intent included a layout of this road exactly as we're showing it. So it was essentially this plan.
Yeah, but did it include the grading impacts that you'd be imposing on the project? You're giving them I guess the question is, you have an easement, right, over that. Do you have it over the entire frontage or just
It's just in through here. So we have a stormwater easement to be able to build a pond in this area and to do all the grading in the back. So what amounts to all the frontage for this road is all easement.
And the section between the stormwater easement and your property line where there's a right of way, you have rights to grade within that to what you need?
Correct. Yep. Yeah. We can grade within here for the road, but the way the easement's currently written, we had no rights to alter the land outside of that 50-foot wide right of way. So we had to get more easement to be able to grade in all of this back slope in through here. So that's what we were getting in this area. So now all of our land disturbance, you can see the tree line here. That's what's going to be cut. So all those land disturbance activities where we're going to be grading is all contained within either within the 50-foot right of way that we have access to, build the road and alter the grades, and then this through here. The grades really aren't changing all that much in through here. They're getting a little higher right here, but around this corner, you can see here right around station, between station 5 and 6, we're pretty close to grades that are there now. We do have some fill down in through here. And that's in this section here.
Justin, what is it going to be graded to?
Yeah, so we've got a little over 9% for that stretch going up the hill now.
No, not the road. The area that the embankment.
Yeah, this area here is all graded a 2-to-1 slope, and it's all going to be revegetated.
So that's a.
So essentially, Bob, I think what I'm trying to get at is that you never say never, but with the design that they have, it's going to make it almost impassable for that lot owner to gain access.
Yeah, I agree. That was what.
Yeah.
What we envision, so here, we've got this curb cut that we're going to be building right in through this area. The idea was that this would be, because this is so steep, and because we're basically building the road up into this area, that this would be a better spot to kind of come back out and get into this right away. So as this road comes in and turns, there's this right away here, and you know, we can provide like this little triangle right here can be like an access easement to get to this property. That's the whole point of it, is to, we picked a spot. There's a lot of grading up. This didn't really make sense to do it up here, but right in through here.
So then by your own accounts, I mean, we're counting that as at least access to potentially get at least a single family up there. So I mean that realistically, the board's gonna sort of look at that as at least one residential unit could go in there. And I know what you're saying is that you don't know what the future holds. More could go in there than just that. But if they do, yeah, it just gets, it's complicated. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's make freaking rules.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what their frontage consideration is. And so like, if this road was built the way we've got it designed, I mean, I don't know if they could get a building permit on this lot. I mean, I guess they do have frontage here that's all built out.
Right.
Even-
I mean, I
even
think
though
they
it's-
have the legal, you have the legal frontage, and if you give them access rights to the road, then they have potentially like I said, at least a single family lot, and depending on what they want to do in the future, maybe more. We just don't know what the land holds.
But you have to get, they don't have to get access. They own the road.
What's that, Bob?
The abutter owns the road.
The abutter owns the road, but where they've got the access point within that roadway, I think it's back on this applicant's property.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, they at least provided him access to that property off this road. You know, there's no restriction saying it can't be residential, so we have to assume it could be residential.
Right.
And the worst case is, it could be multiple lots, and if that happens, then they'll have to design the road to be loop. But at minimum, that lot owner has a right to at least put a single family home in there.
Mm-hmm.
So where that curb cut currently exists, is there any way, I mean, it looks like it's up past, I guess, what's considered the road and more like what's considered the driveway. Is there any way that somebody could extend that and make it some sort of roadway that could create frontage so we can end up with a lot more than just one lot in there?
Which are you on the north or the south side there, Mike?
The
Right in there?
yeah. From there heading to the left. So in other words, I'm just concerned about if we granted a waiver, it's, I guess, bad enough to do it for one additional lot, but what if we ended up with a whole new subdivision in there and we had a waiver and they were able to use that waiver?
Yeah, and that would all be subject to whatever the access easement or deeded language states.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we would only request the waiver to the 25 units. I mean, it wouldn't be a blanket, we just throw the standard out and now it's as many units as you can get in there. It would only be for the number of dwellings that we're requesting.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that if you do 25, say you do 25, you have 25 units and we give the waiver for that, the second that MB Properties comes in here and doesn't want to pull a building permit, everything's out the window. Or he's got to have to design an access road for a loop road. He comes the threshold tripper.
Well, I guess then, I mean, would the planning board be willing to basically say that this price, so Honey Hill Lane is built to provide access for, 25 dwelling units as shown for the Raymond Hill Village, and also, one single dwelling unit for the remaining land of MB Properties. And we could just list it that way on the plan, saying that this road is being built and being approved for 25 units here and one additional dwelling unit on that other land. That way it keeps it open if they wanted to put a house. But if they wanted to do a development and split lots or do anything like that, then that would have to be its own project, and they would have to come in and talk about their own merits for a waiver or provide a second road connection.
If the board were to agree to the waiver, I don't know where the board stands with that.
Yeah, I would think that's, if we're going to grant a waiver, we're going to grant it for 25 units.
Okay.
Grant it for any additional units that may or may not be built. And if
No,
any,
yeah, that's fine. I was getting the impression that the board was worried about not allowing a house on the other remaining land.
no, I think the board, or at least I'm worried about what happens when that property is developed or wants to be developed, and has then with access, and now they actually own the road, but we're going to be telling them you can't develop your property on your using your road, using property that, that the road on your property, because there's a 25 unit subdivision right to right down the road from you on the same road.
Right. Yeah. So there's a road across your land, and because that road is there, you can't build on your land.
Exactly. I mean, that doesn't sound, doesn't
Yeah, I
pass.
don't know. And it would come down to, Bob, what were the legal arrangements for the rights that they gave to Raymond Village? Did they reserve the right to do what they want on their property? And if the Raymond Village impedes that, does that void their agreement? I don't know at this point. I'm guessing, like I said before, we're probably going to have to go down the path with the town's attorney to get some feedback on this one. It's unique and complicated for sure.
Yeah.
And what we'll do too is we'll work with MB Properties. We'll make sure there's documentation that shows that they're aware of what they're signing up for and what they're giving away.
That would help.
We'll work with them and make sure it's all black and white so that they're not surprised later.
Yeah, I don't think we have an issue with them having rights to access their property for other things, but the second you have a residential unit in there or something that implies a lot of daily trips, then I think, it's going to be difficult.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll provide some documentation just to show that they're aware of what they're giving up as part of with this project moving forward, what that means for them under the current ordinances.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you are providing access for the Kirsch lot, I think we're going to want to see that because we're starting to get at that transition point on the road where it's starting to get steep. So we'd want to see how that design would fit in there as well.
Now, okay. And what MB Properties is going to have to give the Kirsch lot permission also, right, to use the road?
They have that permission already. So just kind of the history of this lot, that this backland used to be part of the Kish lot. It was all one lot. So when that backland was separated from the Kish property, it was given, when this right of way was created, it was to benefit that property that's now Kish and the backland that's now Raymond Hills Village.
Okay.
So
And Dustin, while we're on the point of access, I think the other points of access that we're going to want to take a close look at is make sure all the stormwater ponds and all your septic systems have adequate vehicular access for maintenance purposes.
Yep.
I know we got some tough grades in there, especially on the end units. With that stormwater pond, the grades are really steep up against the unit. So I'm not sure how and where you're planning on being able to get into all that infrastructure, but it's tight.
Yep. Yeah. This one, we have good access from the road. This one here, what we've got is, we've got this dash line here. This is going to be the built out as the access road. It's going to come all the way out and around and down the property here. So we found some relatively gentle slopes that we can work with along this backside here as an access road. And that'll get us all the way down here to the spillway area, so that if any maintenance needs to be done down here, we'll have this road that comes right up and around. This road, I don't think was shown on the sketch plans. This was something that we added while working through DEP's comments.
Okay, good. As far as the septic system goes, I know, do you have the grading plan where that's being located? Because I'm guessing that the abutters above may have some reservations about where exactly that's going to be located. And again, same thing, make sure we got access and everything.
Yeah, so we've got, this is one new leach field here, and we've got one new leach field here. The rest, I mean, this is the big engineered system that we had approved originally. That didn't move. We did shuffle around the actual dwelling units that are going to that system. So based on the design flow that it was approved for and the number of bedrooms for the units, we kind of worked backwards from there to tie certain dwellings into that one. But we had, yeah, these are the two new fields here.
And does this, I believe this falls under our open space development, so there'll be, is there a provision for open space?
There is.
Triangle, isn't it?
I think it's that new triangle, right?
Yeah, I mean, what we can do is just dedicate this whole 3.7 acre triangle as open space.
Yeah, we just need a path or some access to that as well for
Yep.
purposes.
Yeah, there's already a pretty decent path right here that kind of goes up this hill.
You know, there's all kinds of trails through there, so
Yeah,
we
there's a
just need
pretty
to
good path.
identify, make sure they have adequate access. And then under our open space ordinance too, as Chairman, you know, we do have, and I mentioned it before, idea that we want future connectivity. And I know what Dustin explained does kind of make it a little bit complex, but does the board wish to follow through with that and at least show some means of a right of way off the end of this development? I mean, the problem is it's going across the detention pond for one thing. You know, I don't know how we can make that work. So again, it's something that we promote in the open space subdivision. So I know we're giving, and maybe the fact that you're giving MB, well, they already have it. So I don't know. Bob, what are your thoughts?
I think that any kind of access, is there another road that it could need access to? It seems to
Well,
be.
remember the very first application they came in with, we were
Right.
coming in off Patricia Drive and they were going to access through that. So if you went off the end of this road across the detention pond and you went over a few more 100 feet, I don't know, it's 300 or 400 feet, you'd come into the back end of that other hammerhead that came in off Patricia.
Okay.
Is that Claire?
Claire Lane, yeah.
Well, that be the case, we're not going to go over that retention pond.
Right.
No, doesn't look like it.
I mean, what you've got is, these are all existing single-family lots that have houses on them. So Claire Lane is just beyond this. So this lot here and here and here are all, you know, single-family homes that have driveways coming in from Claire Lane, and these are their backyards.
Okay.
So I didn't envision any road coming through any of these three lots. This was that narrow stretch originally when we were going to acquire this property. That was where the road was going to come through. The GIS maps showed this being a wider connection point. When we actually had it surveyed, it was only 30 feet wide. So it was going to be tricky to come through there. So honestly, our thoughts were that if this road were to ever get extended to provide a second connection, it would either come back down through this property and come down to 85. And in that case, if the road did this, you would have to rebuild these ponds down here. And conceivably that road could loop down and go through this way. Or it could go the other way. It could come in and loop up this way and head up here. I mean, this is another piece of property here that somebody else owns. I guess the road could come up and go that way. And then this pond would have to get reshaped to kind of come up here a little bit further, or they would have to do, more of the Phil Terry units like we're proposing down below that don't have such a big footprint. So there's going to be trade-offs. If this road's going to be extended, I mean, obviously it's going to cost money to extend the road, and part of the cost to extend the road is going to be to relocate these stormwater ponds.
Ruby, come here, girl.
You know, the other argument is that, you know, there is connectivity to the MB property, but again, we're at a conundrum here on the number of units.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like the logical direction that a road extension could go if that second means of access were to be secured. So that's why we've got this curb cut here and putting the culvert in and just getting that all done ahead of time so that it's, that would be the spot where this road would come up and, could go into that property. But there's a lot of figuring out that needs to happen before that's even pursued. That's something that they.
Going back to the open space, would you make sure that it's duly marked as open space land?
Yep.
And Dustin, isn't there a power line that also cuts across there at the very top?
Yeah, that's the edge of it right there. So yeah, basically runs right through here. Kind of just clips the upper corner here and clips a little bit there. Yeah, it runs through here.
And that's just an easement, that's not ownership, correct?
Correct, yeah, it's just an easement for a power line.
Yeah, there is a road there that comes off from 85 that goes partway up the power line and then onto the MB property and then onto Burnham's.
Right.
I don't know if that's a right of way or anything like that, but I've driven it.
Woods Road?
Yeah. It's a little rough, but it's there. It's been there a long time.
Yeah, so I think that's the balance act you as board members have is, how do we look at this development and look at the potential for another lot? I mean, we're not reviewing this other lot, but it's there. It's a white elephant in the room. So.
Okay, before we, I just want to pivot here where we let all that sink in. I know that you got the letter, but the board received a letter from
Mr.
Kennedy, representing Krista Kirsch. I think you've answered this, Dustin. The first point was the road cut, which you've answered. The other things I think are addressed in our ordinance. I just want to make sure that we cover it. Concern for the preservation of unique established trees. Concern for the overburdening of the Christian Kirsch's easement. The stormwater permit is a Department of Environmental Protection action. Financial and technical capacity, that's in our ordinance already. Construction plan for noise pollution, I think you answered, Dustin. Am I correct in assuming all that?
Yeah, and some of that was answered in more detail with the more complete application that we had submitted today. So there's more information there, like, letters from the banks on the financial capacity and, addressing some of those other things.
What about the trees thing? We got unique trees. Is that a?
So that was something that came up, and what our understanding is that they are adjacent to a shed. So this is the shed here. We do have some significant, some grading that has to happen in through this area. So once we get over into here, I feel like we do have some room. We're outside of that riprap slope area. So this is my understanding is this is where those big trees are located. And what we offered to Mr. Kennedy when I spoke to him on the phone is I know Ms. Kish is out of the state right now, but I just offered if there was somebody that she could use as a representative to show us where those trees are, I offered to meet with them on site so that we could flag those trees and determine where they are in relationship to the property line to see if there's a way we could just work around it.
Okay.
So that's, I think we're just waiting to schedule that meeting, but we're.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think when we walked that site walk, those were those pretty tall deciduous trees that were through there.
Yeah, they're black locust.
Locust trees, correct. Yeah, they're pretty substantial.
And they're invasive, and the state wants us to get rid of them.
Question I guess I have, and I don't know what the legal parameters are, though, is if the tree is on the property line, but then the road damages the root system, and where do we get?
And the last one of their, all those previous plans, Dustin, you've had encroached upon her property. Has that been fixed?
Yeah, so what it was is kind of this wiggly line right here, just the way it was drawn in order to make the text all readable and everything. That wiggly line at this scale was on, kind of meandered on this side of the line a little bit. So we made sure on all the drawings that it's clearly on our side of the line. And we've added some notes as well that just basically says that prior to any tree clearing, that we're going to have this lot line surveyed with silk fence staked by the surveyors, on the line.
Okay.
So that any tree clearing is going to be very obvious which side of the line it's on.
Perfect. Okay,
Yeah, and
so
I
I think
think-
that answers the mail.
Yeah, and I think in the erosion control plan, Bob will also have to be very cognizant of the fact that they're right up against the right-of-way line with the grading and everything. So we're just gonna have to make sure they do their best during construction to keep dust and disturbances and noise and everything like that down during construction. If you remember correctly, there was like I think there was a big rock pile right on that property line. Yeah, right there, yep.
Yep, so that rock pile is gonna get, taken right back to the property line, and we'll have to basically just stabilize that side. So we're gonna have to remove some rocks in through here. The grade's gonna come down in this area, so that's why we basically have a riprap slope along this whole edge. Fortunately, the road's gonna be down substantially lower than the grade, so this actually kind of works like a fence buffer between the road and Miss Kish's property. And then these I believe are the trees that she's concerned about.
Okay.
And Dustin, I did see on your plan and profile, you've got some deep utilities in some sections, and obviously the stormwater pond behind the unit there on the north side. Yeah, right in there. That's a pretty substantial cut. Have you done any test pits in there? Do you anticipate blasting or anything like that?
No, we're not anticipating any blasting. We've done test pits in the road through here. We did one in the slope up through here. We did, basically a whole day of test pits all through the site. We were concerned about this big mound that runs down through here. So we dug test pits all through there. Anywhere where it looked like there could be an outcropping or something. We dug those areas, and then we also dug just in the flat area in through here, just making sure we weren't sitting on top of ledge there. And everywhere we dug, we basically were able to get down until we finally hit a big rock that we couldn't move. So it's all, big bouldery gravel up through here. We didn't hit ledge anywhere.
Oh, okay. And obviously with your stormwater pond, you'll have to provide test pits to DEP for that anyway. So we'll get a good sense of what's under that.
All right, so I don't think, or at least I'm not prepared to even give you a straw man answer on our two waiver requests. I'm not sure what the board wants to do. Is there any?
You're not obligated, obviously, to make a decision tonight on those waivers, and my recommendation would be, let's have another conversation with the town's attorney before you even delve into that.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. All right, so other than that, Dustin, do you have any other questions for the board?
I don't believe so. I think that would be the biggest one for us. And again, I mean, it's just, it's really just about this one unit here. We really would like to keep it. But I think that's what it's going to come down to. We're not going to change any of the design of the road or layout or anything like that, whether it's 24 or 25. So I think, I've got my list of items to address. And we'll work with Jim on his review of the material that we dropped off today. And, any stuff we talked about today and stuff we'll follow up with in the next week or two. We'll, button all the plans up and look forward to meeting with the board again in February.
In February, okay. All right.
Would there be a merit in waiving two house lots, two extra lots, one for the abutter? It probably wouldn't work, but is that something to consider?
Say it again, Greg.
Make a waiver for 26 house lots and one for the abutting property. That probably wouldn't work.
Well,
to address the abutter. and potentially having one house lot on the abutter's property.
Mhm. And that may be the way we go, but I think it's best right now to,
I'm just throwing that, I don't know if it'd work or not. I'm just throwing out as something maybe to consider asking the lawyer about.
oh, okay.
A second one that would make it more appetizing for the abutter.
Mhm.
He wants to put a house. Am I making sense or am I just babbling?
Okay, I think that's kind of what we talked about before. Yeah.
The one decision the board should make tonight, where this is an open space subdivision, is if you do feel the merits of the application will achieve the purposes that you want. Don't know how you do that with 24 or 25 at this point, or whether you can, make a determination that you're all set with the relative design subject to that determination by attorneys, or whether you just want to defer that to another time.
I think, Jim, as far as a vote goes, we'll defer it, but I think, I don't speak for the board here, but I think the board would agree with me in that an open space concept seems to be the way to go with this development. Is that anybody that doesn't agree with that?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
So in general, you agree to the open space concept, but you're reserving recommendation of the sketch plan until you have a little more legal information.
Exactly.
Yes.
What we could do is, if we do get some determination of that, we can get it straightened out prior to us moving on to a preliminary plan. We could continue this discussion at that time.
Yep.
Before I would vote for a waiver, I'd like to know the logic or the rationale behind the number of 25. What drove that number? Why isn't it 30? Or, where did 25 come from? Is it because of the traffic flow, or what's that?
Yeah, it seems to be a number, Kevin, that's used in a lot of different towns. I'm guessing that it's based on some kind of traffic generation and public safety factor.
So, if those things are addressed appropriately, then, that's where a waiver would come in. And I like Greg's idea of doing that, but asking the attorney if we have the ability to grant a waiver, if that's appropriate.
And I think Dustin opened up early on mentioning that in the street design standards too, there's a qualification based on number of trips. So maybe we could get a traffic generation understanding what we do have for daily trips to also help support any waiver the board may want to consider.
And Jim, is the 1,000 feet, which we seem to be wavering pretty regularly here, is that a fire department? Is Wayne still there with us?
It's still, we eliminated the street design standards, but there was an outlier, obviously, in the subdivision that restricted that. Before, everything was restricted to 1,000 feet, but this is an outlier that's still in the subdivision ordinance, which tonight we discussed. It's one of those pieces we need to update.
Okay, because there really is no reason. There's no reason for it, right?
Not now, not that you've changed that standard in the street design. It's just a matter of making sure it crosses all our other ordinances.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions before we let Dustin go?
Yeah, I was wondering if anyone has looked at M&B properties to see the feasibility of them being able to construct a loop street in there that comes back out to Route 85. If in the future they did want to develop the property, it doesn't show much of the adjoining land, but if it's relatively easy for them to be able to make a loop connection, then that problem I think would go away.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, Ed, that back, might have been in the late 90s, early 2000, Peter Buskey, I believe, owned this property, and he looked at this for a potential elderly housing complex. And Nothing ever happened with that, but that was one of the reasons they extended the water up to this location.
Yeah, there's one abutting property to cross it. I think that's owned by the Burnhams. It goes out to 85.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, originally I saw this right away back here, thinking that that might be some kind of access to get to it, but that right of way only benefits these two lots. It does not benefit this lot.
That's too bad.
Doesn't mean that somebody can't purchase, to your point, purchase something on 85 and give it back rights.
Yeah, I think that was the idea before, was to kind of, come across the Burnham property and access it that way. I have no idea if that's something in the realm of possibilities. But I think that would be how it gets done, would be to somehow access out this way.
Okay.
And that lot 17 on this map, is that landlocked?
Yeah, that's Burnham's too.
That's Burnham's, and this is owned by the town.
Yep. Yep. 19 is owned by the town.
Yeah.
Lot 19.
So, yeah, this is Burnham's. I know that's them because we had to do additional public notices when we acquired this triangle, and the Burnham was the owner out here.
So I do think, Dustin, if you can work with MB and figure out what you guys can do, working with them and see what they would accept or not accept for future rights in there, and what their development could be or not be, would be helpful moving forward.
Yeah, just an acknowledgement that they know that, they need to, provide another way in, because that road would be maxed out under current ordinances.
Right.
Yep.
All right, anything else from the board? Dustin, you got all your answers you need?
I think so. I appreciate everyone's time.
All righty.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see you next time, Dustin. We'll see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time, Dustin, like revision number 5 to this project?
We don't want to revise it anymore. We want to go build it. Yeah.
All right, anybody else have anything for this evening?
You do have, you should have got the findings of fact for Boulder Bend.
How are we going to do that?
Well, the way we would do it is, I think you guys, if you had a chance to review it, you could vote on it. And then, like we'll probably have to do with the subdivision plan, because I haven't seen the actual subdivision plan. You'd come into the town would provide you a location in town to come in and sign it at your convenience.
Okay.
Both the findings of fact and the subdivision plan. So tonight, all you need to do is vote on the findings if you find them acceptable.
All right, so it was in our packet that Sandy sent to us.
Yeah. Right here.
I'd move that we accept the decision on the Boulder Bend amended subdivision plan application of Patricia Avenue on Raymond, Maine. Applicant is R.N. Wiley and Sons Incorporated.
I'll second that.
Am I doing the right one? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wiley and Sons Incorporated.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Wayne.
one of the conditions in your findings of fact was the E911 addressing,
Right.
and that hasn't been addressed to date.
Correct. That would be on the actual subdivision plan, Wayne, when we get that. We won't sign the plan until we have that name.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's
I think I had it in there.
Well, they just proposed 3 names today.
Yeah. No, I have it in there as a condition of approval. That they can't record it until we have the name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's addressed. It's addressed in there.
Okay, great.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? That's the voice vote.
Yes.
Mark, yes.
Yes.
Ed,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Kevin,
Aye.
and Mike, there you are. Mike? Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I vote yes, it passes unanimous. So when, Sandy, I know you're still there, when do you want us to start showing up to sign this?
I would like to, if I can chime in real quick.
Sure.
I'd like to have us have the subdivision plan in place with the new names and these conditions on it before we have you come in, so we can do it as a one-stop shop, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yep, so Sandy, you'll just email us out when it's time to go.
I will do that.
Sounds good. Anything else this evening?
Move
Okay.
to adjourn.
Greg, did you just move?
I move to adjourn.
Ah, perfect.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Thanks, guys. So we'll see everybody on the 27th, right?
Yep.
Yep. 6 p.m.
27th, 6 o'clock.
Sounds
Yes.
good.
Welcome to the January 25th, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting at the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I am now going to go ahead and do roll call. We'll start with you, Tom.
Tom Hennessy.
Greg.
Greg Dean.
Thank you. And David Murch. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes of November 30, 2021 meeting. Old business, of which we have none. New business, a public hearing for applicants Sarah and Matthew Holland. Number 5, a board interview with Frank Miller. And number 6, code enforcement officer communications. And then finally, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, their address, and their affiliation with the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chairman. Finally, this meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So, looking at our agenda, really first up is approval of minutes of the November 30, 2021 meeting. Because we're doing Zoom, we'll have to do a roll call vote on this. But do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll move to approve them.
Do I have a second? So you muted yourself there, Tom. You went.
Second, sorry.
So again, we'll have to do roll call vote. Tom in favor of approval, yes or no?
Yes.
Greg in favor of approval.
In favor, yes.
David is also in favor of approval of the minutes, so unanimous on that. Old business of which we have none, so moving on, next is our new business, a public hearing for applicants Sarah and Matthew Holland for property location at Jordan Lane, map lot 3510, zone LRR1. Description of the application is for a setback variance, both front and south sidelines. A site walk on this property was held on Saturday, January 15th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Tom Hennessy of the ZBA was in attendance. David Murch, Greg Dean, and Patricia Beaton, all of the ZBA board, were unable to attend. So Tom, if you could just give us just a quick rundown, just a quick report with regards to the site walk.
Sure. First of all, you missed the -4-degree weather at 9 o'clock that morning. So, congratulations. Sarah Holland and her daughter were present. Sarah's uncle was there, and the abutter to the north side, Mr. Perry, was also present. The only question I asked was about the property markers that we asked a few months ago, whether they had found the markers close to the road. And the answer basically was no. And then the other discussion was Mr. Perry, the neighbor to the north, was concerned about any impact to his plans in the future to drill a well and install a septic system. And since then, I've seen the letter that he submitted to the town. The site walk lasted less than 10 minutes and we adjourned.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Tom, can you confirm for me, were both Matthew and Sarah there, one and or the other?
Just Sarah and her daughter.
Okay, thank you. So we will move forward with this. First off, by asking Matthew and or Sarah, if you can give us an overview of what's being asked of the board tonight with regards to this application.
Okay, great. This is about the property on Jordan Lane, and we're asking for a zoning variance so that we can build a full-time residence on that property. It's a setback reduction of 15 feet to the front and 10 feet to the north side. We've reviewed the 4 requirements for requesting a variance. I don't know if you want to go through those 4 things or.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a quick note here to myself. We do have the information with us. I think that if it works for you, unless there's something that you feel was not accounted for in the application and you wanted to bring up now, we can probably review those as a board. And if necessary, ask you for clarification. However, if there are any items of this or for which you want to speak to, certainly you can move forward with that as well.
We have, since that walkthrough, we did contact the surveyor to try to identify those markers. That's in the works. So that's a pending item.
Okay.
We reached out to the original survey, Maine survey consultants. So.
Okay. I did notice in the application that I believe says it says a survey was commissioned in 2016. Is a copy of that survey available?
Yes, and that was included, that should have been included in the packet that was submitted.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that's what we had.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
Dated 12/20/2016.
Yep.
Okay.
And like I said, we did reach out to them. Everybody's busy these days, so it's just hard to get them there. But we will definitely get those pins reset.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to introduce at this point, or to comment on, or?
I think so. I mean, we just would love to be able to build a house there to live in. So that's
right
why we're here today. So I know we already went through this once before. We didn't have the right, I guess, with the existing structure is what we're running up against. So.
Sure, and just to confirm it for the public, and Tom had mentioned as well, we had done a previous site walk on that, and that was with regards to a permit, or excuse me, with regards to a request for a setback reduction, during which we talked on, I think it was a couple months ago, and it was determined that the property did not qualify with regards to that. Therefore, the application was withdrawn, and therefore we're reviewing it now as a setback variance. So, Tom, did you have any immediate questions for Matthew?
Just a quick question, or I'll say clarification. In the application, it says north side 10-foot reduction one place and south side another place in the application. And from what I understand, it's truly is the south side.
It is the south side. I apologize for that error.
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Tom. That was one of my questions as well. Greg, did you have any immediate questions for either Sarah or Matthew?
Another clarification actually is, it looks like it's signed by Daniel Wayland. Is that the co-owner of the property, or?
Correct. That's my brother and a co-owner of the property.
Okay, yeah, I recall from when we had this conversation before.
We didn't have his signature last time.
Yeah. So, and then just to make it really clear, I mean, so that there is some confusion and we're all remote, can you just once again, just summarize which sides? Is it the road and the north? So the east and north side of the reduction?
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that error there. It is, it's the road side and the south side.
The road and the south side, okay.
Yeah, so it's the side that's abutting Wyland, which is
my parents.
Sarah's parents. And Andy Wyland is actually, Nancy and Andy are on this call. But so it's not the Perry side.
Okay.
Just so to confirm, if we're looking at the property from the road, you're asking for a setback reduction from the side which would be on the left, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. One question, actually two questions, but one question I had is, what is the reason for your request for the front setback or the roadside setback?
I mean, the front one is the more critical of the two. Without the front setback, the sort of the building envelope is only about 6.5 feet for the majority of the envelope. There is a little bit of a jog out where it gets slightly bigger as it approaches the Wineland property. But so that's the one that's really causing us the hardship of trying to figure out how to build a house with a footprint that's reusable. And then the setback to the south that we're asking for is just so that we can give us a little bit of space to the Perrys, pushing the building as close as possible to the Wineland camp, which is a camp that Sarah's parents will continue to own, and we would like to have a closer connection to that camp.
So what is the building envelope size, or the building envelope size without the setback reductions?
It's only 6.5 feet wide.
Oh, you're asking for like a square footage?
No, the 6.5 feet wide is good. What about from the width, say the length of it,
The length
envelope
is,
size without the setback.
I think it's 90 feet. So we're trying to fit, we need to fit the septic tank field and chambers within that space, and then the setback from those chambers to the house. So that's eating up, I don't know, 20 feet to the Perry side.
Okay, yeah, I probably should have phrased this a little better. I do appreciate the 90 feet and looking at that. What about the actual building itself? What would its width be?
So the building itself is,
6.5 by what?
the building, the main structure is 57 feet with a 14-foot porch on one end and a 5-foot porch on the other.
He's asking if you didn't have the.
If I didn't have the 5 foot, the 10-foot setback,
That's fine. You're giving me the 57 plus 5 plus 14, so I can take that and subtract out 10.
Okay.
So
He's asking what you could build it without the variance.
yes, I mean,
6.5 by what, 40 something?
yes,
well, I'm showing if you have 57 feet plus 5 plus 14, that would give overall 76. I'm showing 76 feet. And then I'd have to subtract 10 from that, so that would be 66 feet.
Yes.
Towards a building.
Yep.
Okay, so 6.5, essentially 6.5 feet by 66 feet.
yes. And intentionally, we were not putting the foundation within that 10-foot variance that we're requesting, so it would just be a deck essentially. So we'd have a couple of posts. So we were trying not to, we're not trying to push it crazy, but we just, I don't know, we're trying to connect to that house as much as we can. So.
Yep. Okay. John, Greg, any further questions before I go on to other views?
I think I'm good. Tom probably has something.
I guess my only comment in looking at it was that the setback, it was stated that the setback has changed over the period of time that they owned it. And from my information, the setback numbers have been in place since 1994. And if Alex or Sandy can correct me, they can go for it.
It's the I think they're referring, well, I'll let them answer, but.
It's the change to having a requirement of the existing footprint or existing structure. So that changed it so that we couldn't just request the sort of more standard setback reduction.
My comment is that the 30-foot setback from the road and the, whatever it is, 20 feet on each side apparently has been in place since 1994. Sandy or Alex, can you say anything?
Yeah, I can maybe clear that up a little bit. I think what you're looking at is there was a surveyor in 2016 originally shows a 10-foot setback from the road because he is assuming, he based that on a section in the shoreline zoning provisions that allows a 10-foot front setback or a setback from the right-of-way of 10 feet if that property owner owns the right-of-way. So there is a possibility that they own the right-of-way, and if that's the case, then they would have a 10-foot setback from the right-of-way. Actually, I think the travel portion of the right-of-way, wherever that is. So that's on that original survey. If you look, it does show that. One of the things that's kind of unusual, though, is he shows the lot line not including the right-of-way. But then there's a note that says it's assumed that the property owner may own the right-of-way or something like that. But nothing has changed. I believe only thing that may have changed would be an interpretation. That could be the thing that's changed. But the ordinance itself has stayed the same there. They are correct. The 2020 amendment, I believe it was 2020, to add the requirement that there needs to be an existing single family is what's preventing them from getting a setback reduction.
All right. So Matthew and Sarah, unless there's anything additional you want to add right at this point, I'll go ahead and open this up for other people's comments. Certainly, you can add to the conversation as we go through things here with additional public comments. Okay. Okay. So at this point, do I have anyone here in the Zoom audience or by phone which would like to speak on behalf of this application as to being for it? And I'll ask Sandy or anybody who may be able to answer, do we have any indication that there's anyone on the phones? I don't get that impression from my limited view.
No, not that I can see either.
Okay. So with that said then, do we have anyone here tonight on Zoom that would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Hello?
Hello, I see Andy speaking.
I'm the old guy. Yeah, I approve of what they want to do next to our place. If that is indicated.
So Andy, for the record, can you just, you've indicated that you're for this. Can you just give us your full name and your property and your address, please?
Andrew J. Weiland, MD, 65 Jordan Lane.
35.
Excuse me, 35 Jordan Lane. So what happens when you get to be 80? Raymond, Maine.
Very good, thank you. So we will then ask, is there anyone here tonight on Zoom that is looking to speak on behalf of this application, but in a neutral status?
So David, this is Greg Perry. I'm 31 Jordan Lane. Are you gonna read the letter that my father Tom Perry put out ahead of time, or do we kind of be redundant with that?
Well, if yeah, give me 1 second here. Thought I was in better organization than I currently am. My intent was to have, if Tom was here, give him the opportunity to speak, and if he wanted me to read the email, I would do that. If if Tom were not here tonight, I was going to read his email to us into the record. So
my dad can certainly speak for himself here, but I wanted to make sure that the mechanics usually, I at least from my experience, the letter is read and then public comment, but maybe he can just, you want him just to read the email that he wrote?
I am certainly,
the way it's positioned where you say opposition, we're not really opposing. The issue is making sure we don't hinder our own ability within our own rights, not asking for anything above and beyond. And that's obviously his point.
Sure. Yeah. So if you're really, the three options are for, in opposition, or in neutral. Would you say neutral is the best classification of this?
Yeah, I think that's fair, as long as it meets the criteria. I think my father should probably speak on this and have a better understanding though.
Okay. And you know what, I will, we do have a letter which was submitted by Mr. Tom Perry on Wednesday, January 19th. I'll go ahead and read this email. And if, Tom, I do see that you're here. So if you wanted to add anything to that, you certainly can after that. So the email which was sent says, good afternoon, Ms. Fredericks and members of the Raymond Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Tom Perry, And along with my brother Stephen, we own the land and structure at 31 Jordan Lane that is adjacent to and northwest of the Holland property on Jordan Lane. The Holland property setback variance request, as you know, is on the January 25th Zoning Board of Appeals agenda. I have attended the last 2 site walks with my son Greg, and I attended the last public hearing regarding the Holland property on October 26, 2021. We very much want to be good neighbors to all our neighbors, and that certainly includes the Hollands. Our only concern regarding the new Holland plans is that they do not affect any of the future plans we may have for our property. We stated this concern at the public hearing and discussed the same with the Hollands at both site walks. Just to clarify, it appears that the Holland site plan, it appears from the Holland site plan that their proposed sewer chamber is 10 feet plus or minus from our property line. And our concern is that this could possibly adversely affect our future plans to request and hopefully obtain approval for placing a foundation under our existing structure, drilling a well, and constructing a new septic system, all while under current setbacks and laws. It is my understanding that the current recommendation is that there be a minimum 100 feet between a well and a septic, and this clearly restricts the placement of both on our property, even without the concern of having our well be 100 feet from the Holland sewer chamber. Does this concern pose a potential problem for us as adjacent owners? Thank you very much, Tom Perry. Tom, if you'd like to add anything to that, certainly we can listen. Otherwise, I'm going to ask Alex to just provide some insight to us in regards to that. Tom, I can't tell. I think you might. Are you talking, Tom? If so, you're on mute.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
I've been talking quite a bit during this. I just realized I was on mute. No, thank you very much for reading that. I don't really have. I don't think I really have anything to add at this point. That is our concern. Without being repetitive, that as we move forward, we want to be able to do what we hope to do in the future with the town of Raymond and with our property. Other than that, that's really our concern at this point. So
okay. I am going to ask Alex if he can provide some additional insight. I will say that looking at this, I believe that the proposed sewer chamber that's being referenced is on the side for which there is no setback reduction being requested. So, but Alex, if you have insight for us, that'd be great.
I actually have a question for the Hollands. The septic location is shown on the plan, but I'm just curious, is there a septic design that was done or a test pit or anything done for this to put it in that spot, or is that just kind of
We have not done any soil testing. We were, waiting to see what the result of this was before we were going to go down that route. But we have reached out to an engineer who did walk us through what was possible and the setbacks that would be required. The type of chamber, the system is a, let's see. It's one of those sort of high-tech chamber systems that does the aeration, and so it's a smaller field than typically. It's taking that percentage down from the 100% typical, I believe, down to 75 or 50% for the disposal bed.
so without really having a design or test pits or anything, looking at the proposed request for a variance, there really isn't any other spot that would be suitable other than the south side if the variance wasn't granted, allowing the structure to be built on that side. obviously with a septic system, you have setbacks that you have to meet from the property line. They're not the same as a structure setback. It's typically 10 feet from a property line. But you also have setbacks from a structure, like they show on the plan, down from there if you get a variance. There really isn't any other spot because you do have a setback from the water, the 100-foot setback as well. So they are extremely limited. David, I'm not sure if there's any specific questions that you guys might have for that. But without having more information, it's tough to tell. It looks like they're basically limited to the north or south side of the lot.
Right. Am I just as looking at this and in regards to the fact that there's not a setback reduction being requested from that north side, I don't know that I appreciate certainly the Perry's concern as adjacent landowners, but I'm not sure in regards to the specific setback variance requests, if there's anything additional that we need to consider with that.
Yeah, I mean, the way that we often, because this is pretty common, we run into this a lot, we have to review any application for a septic system based on what exists today. So wells, structures, lot lines that currently exist today. We can't really base the approval for a septic system based on, possible future development. That's where it gets a little bit challenging. There has been situations where there are certain recorded restrictions, and it can kind of get complicated. But when we review a septic system permit application, we are basing it on, well location, structure location, lot line location for today, and the soils for today.
Alex, can I jump in real quick?
Well, did you have a specific question there for Alex? Greg?
I just wanted to follow up on what Alex mentioned, and it's, I'm in commercial real estate, so I see this a decent amount, but it creates kind of a domino effect, right? So what happens is you have one property that says, okay, I want a septic. And then all of a sudden the next property down has to go to their far edge. And then the next property down eventually ends up in a position where they cannot put a septic system in. And so the granting of this variance, it suddenly becomes, it's no longer in our control in any way. We have no say on anything. But what you're saying is, even though our camp, that's been there for, my father could jump in, but since the 50s or early 60s, it is an existing structure, but does not have the septic in place. We would all of a sudden not be able to put a legal system in because they're putting something in that's newly built. And so that's our only concern. We can't be the last domino to fall where we're in a situation where we can no longer, on a property we've owned and maintained for a very long time, do what's best for the environment, switch over to a well, go into the septic system, if we're not allowed to based on where they place things. Am I incorrect on that, Alex, as far as the domino effect?
It really depends on the widths of the lots. You could, if you don't have a septic system and a well on your lot currently, it really depends on where the septic system is for the property owner on the other side, too. Because if you have a situation where you don't have a septic system and they, these guys get the variance and they end up putting one in on this north corner, you could also put one in on your southeast corner and put your well on the other side, depending on where that septic system is over there. I don't know where that is, or if they have a well and a septic already. But
the lot on the other side is actually an empty lot. There is nothing on the other side.
So that may factor in as well. I mean, if there's no septic system on that lot currently, then your other side of the lot may be open for a well. You obviously have a 100-foot setback from a well. You can do for replacement systems. You can do a variance essentially for a septic system so that it can be placed closer to the well with casing depths. But typically for a first-time system, we're looking at 100 feet from a well.
Okay, I guess my point was just to make that point. I think it's important for people to understand that that aspect. And again, we'd run into the same problem on the south, on our north side with the merchants saying, you know, this isn't something that we're going to be all that in favor of for the exact same reason. So it does create a domino effect. And as I said, we certainly want to do what we can do within our legal rights. We just don't want to be infringed upon as far as our ability to do that.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom Greer. Can I ask a question here or add some comment?
Tom, yeah, if you can just also state your address, please, and if these comments are being done in favor or opposition or neutral with regards to the application.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the application. My name is Tom Greer. I live at Anthorn Road in Windham, Maine. I am Sarah's uncle. I attended the site walk last time. With regards to the septic system on that side of the lot, it's easier to get their septic system adjacent this one. Whereas if it gets flipped and they end up putting a well on that side, it's harder for them to get a septic system variance for the well that would go on their side of the property versus the septic system. So I think the site design as put together is really as favorable to the Perrys as it can be.
Yeah, we still require we will require a variance most likely.
Your well would require a variance, but it's easier to get a well variance than it is to get a septic system variance. So putting your septic system adjacent theirs 100 feet back from the lake, you would put your well on the opposite side of your lot. It would be within 100 feet, but that's an easier thing to do versus getting a septic system variance to be 100 feet from the well if they have to drill their well on your side of the property.
So I'm going to interrupt here just for a minute. I know it's kind of difficult when we've got Zoom here, but all conversations, as we stated in the beginning, need to be directed to the chair. So I appreciate there's some good feedback here going on, but any conversations really need to come to me first and then get redirected from there. I'll also bring up too that I do think these are all valid concerns from being property owners. I think as a zoning board of appeals, we're looking at this specifically as to can we grant a front setback and a south side setback for the Hollands, and if neither one is granted, they still have the ability to build on the property, and these will still be issues that are possible regardless of whether the variance is granted or not. So they could still, like I said, that north side doesn't have a variance request. So there is no setback variance being requested for that north side. So I think that the concern will still be there regardless of whether or not this variance is accepted or not. So Greg or Tom, do you have any further questions before I close out public comment?
This is Tom. I guess one of the questions, and Alex can chime in, is the septic tank has a requirement and the leach field or chamber system has a requirement for setbacks. And I noted in one of the designs layout, it says the 15-foot setback for the septic chamber from the porch posts, but there's still a carport in there. So I assume the carport also has the port posts that should be designed into it. So
it would actually cantilever out over, there's no support for it. The support's from the building itself. And I've talked with an engineer about it. So.
Okay, so Alex, can you clarify what is the tank setback requirements and the chamber requirement?
So a tank for a first-time system, the setback requirement's 8 feet, and for a field, it depends on the type of foundation for the structure. If it's posts, slab, or a below-grade foundation, so a below grade foundation is the most, strict setback. That's the 20-foot. And then for posts, you're looking at the, the 15-foot. But there are also, there are variances that come into play. And, the question often comes up, where's a setback measured from? Is it measured from the actual foundation? If it's a deck, do you measure from the post or the edge of the deck? Those are all valid questions, but I don't know that it necessarily, is important for this meeting, because that's something that's handled through the code office with a permit from the code officer. So I don't think you guys need to get too buried in the weeds on that stuff.
You all set, Greg?
I was just going to ask. I don't know. I think he might be talking to me, but I'll give him a chance to specify a last name.
Oh, sorry. I meant to say Greg Dean. I apologize. Yeah.
I think Alex. We've spent a lot of time on the north side of the building. I understand we want to make sure everything's landowners are have their interests represented here. But Alex, so nothing on that north side influences the setback that we're discussing in terms of the road or the south side. Is that? There's a whole bunch of permitting and stuff that will have to be done no matter what in terms of plans, and it's okay. So like we're not
it definitely doesn't affect the road setback at all. It could affect the south setback if you didn't have as much of a setback from your septic system. You may be able to push the structure up, but it doesn't look like there's any room to go there. It's pretty much maxed out on the north end with what's shown on this. Granted, it's not done by a site evaluator, so we don't even know. That could be all ledge there, for example, and that could kind of mess up the plans for putting it there. But based on what we see here, there's no more room to play with on the north side, from what I'm seeing.
Okay. All right, and I think if we wanted to, we could make it conditional of approval of whatever needs to be done on that north side too, because I assume that all needs to be permitted and inspected, and soil needs to be done, and before anything gets actually committed to. Okay, I'm good.
Before I close out public comment, Sarah, Matthew, do you have anything else you'd like to add, given the conversations we've had so far?
No, thank you for hearing us again today.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to go ahead and close out public comments. At this point, we as a board will need to review the town of Raymond's ordinances and see how they apply in regards to this appeal. I will say that Sandy Fredericks had reached out to the Maine DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, about this request, and their response from Jeffrey Kalinich, the Assistant Shoreline Zoning Coordinator, said, "Hi Sandy, this variance application is for road and sideland setbacks. The mandatory Shoreland Zoning Act does not establish minimum road and sideline setbacks for municipalities to apply. Road and sideline setbacks are determined locally. Thank you for submitting the variance application to the department for a project located in the shoreline zone." So essentially, Maine DEP is leaving it for us to decide. Looking at our ordinances, we have, we're going to be looking, property is in LRR1, which would be shoreland zoning. So we have the town of Raymond shoreland zoning provisions. Looking at section 16 for administration, subsection G for appeals, further subsection 1, powers and duties of the Board of Appeals. The Board of Appeals shall have the following powers, and then section to this is variance appeals. So the Board of Appeals has the authority to authorize variances upon appeal within the limitations set forth in these ordinance provisions. So we, as a board, do have the authority to do that. Further, section 2, variance appeals indicates variances may be granted only under the following conditions. A, variances may be granted only from dimensional requirements, including but not limited to lot width, structure height, percent of lot coverage, and setback requirements. Our appeal tonight is for setback reductions, really setback variance. So we do this appeal, and Greg Dean and Tom Hennessy, if you see that I or believe that I am misinterpreting these, certainly feel free to say something, but I believe we have authority to speak to this. Section 2B, variances shall not be granted for the establishment of any uses otherwise prohibited by these ordinance provisions. Looking at our shoreline zoning ordinances, if I go back to the table of allowed uses, one of the tables of allowed uses is for a single family residential, which is what we are looking at tonight. So I believe, anyways, that we have authority over that type of a setback for a setback variance with regards to that use. Section 2C, the board shall not grant a variance unless it finds that number 1, the proposed structure or use would meet the provisions of section 15 after for the specific provision which has created the nonconformity and for the relief for which relief is sought. So Alex, I need your feedback on this because section 15 of the ordinance covers a lot in regards to shoreland development. Let me try and get my ducks in a row here. So if I go to section 15, if I immediately go to 15 land use standards, number A is minimum lot standards. And a minimum lot standard for LR1 is 2 acres. Does that sort of automatically block us from going forward? Or how do I need to look at this part of the ordinance, which says we need to ensure things match up under section 15?
Okay, so what you're looking at, so the proposed structure or use would meet the provisions of section 15 after for which can't talk tonight. Specific provision for which has created the nonconformity and from which right?
Yeah, and I'm wondering to what level of section 15 we need to look into with regards.
So what they're proposing is to meet all of section 15 with exception to the front setback and the side setback. So you can realistically base your decision on the fact that they're going to get a building permit and they're going to comply with all the other requirements of section 15, but the front setback and the side setback. Because they have to get a building permit.
So if I'm looking at this, then where section 15A says minimum lot standards and setbacks, lots shall meet or exceed the following minimum lot size requirements. Limited residential, recreational 1, 2 acres. I mean, this lot is not a 2 acre lot. Does this automatically block them from?
No, it's a legal non-conforming lot of record, so it doesn't need to be a 2 acre lot.
Okay. So I guess Greg and Tom, I think we at least need to take a look at section 15 here. of the shoreline zoning provisions for land use standards and, you know, to see, is there anything here specifically that would stop them from proceeding with the variance? I mean, there's a lot of stuff here.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm at, so either Greg.
He's asking me.
Yeah, if I'm saying Greg or Tom, I'm specifically asking for my zoning board members.
Well, I think Alex, I don't want to draw too much from maybe something you subtly dropped in there, but it sounded like you're from section 15. You said that everything is fine as long as the setback variances are granted, right? Is that what you intended to say, or?
No, so they
Okay.
can't build what they want to build because they currently can't meet the setbacks.
Right.
So they're applying for this variance so that they can apply for a permit to build this structure, and they can't get a building permit if they don't meet the requirements of section 15. But they also have a non-conforming lot of record here, so they don't need to have a 2-acre lot, for example, in order to apply for a variance.
So we, as the zoning board of appeals, what responsibility do we have towards section 15? Or is that responsibility more under code enforcement as part of a building permit application? I mean, I want to make sure we're doing this correctly. And if we need to go through aspects of section 15, I want to do that. However, if these are already going to be covered, or if I just don't want to get to the point where we're granting a variance and then come to find out we really should have taken into account some aspect of section 15 before providing that, or for granting that variance. I don't know what Alex is looking, but I guess one of our other options can be, but we could grant it with conditions that says, if we choose to grant the variance, that it can be granted, with under the condition that the building permit or what's being requested to be built satisfies, section 15.
Yeah. How long does the variance, if approved, it has a time frame for the building to be put up anyway, right? Isn't that like a year or something like that, or is that my mistake?
Yes. Yep, yeah. There is a time frame. I don't know
actually,
off the top of my head.
Yeah, I actually think we're covered because we can approve the variance, and they have to do the permitting and the soil and all the stuff. And if they can't, that's not really the variance will just expire, or they have to redesign or change their plans. But that's my thought, is that we're kind of covered by the process that follows this. But
yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with that as well, Greg, just as long as, I don't hear Alex saying there was some aspect of section 15 we needed to review in conjunction with this. But if section 15 really falls under code enforcement and a building permit process or any other process that falls outside of ZBA, I'm good with that. I just don't want us to miss something that we should have addressed. That's all. So let's go ahead, and looking like Alex might be reviewing some of this, so we can potentially skip past and come back. Unless Alex, you got something?
Well, I mean, section 15 is essentially the shoreline zone, the performance.
Right.
Yeah. So, and that's why I say, if you guys approve this, for example, they still need to get a building permit, which is going to require them to meet all of this shoreline zoning criteria. That's tree removal. tree removal for this project follows certain standards. Lot coverage. Coverage meets certain. In order to build this structure, they're proposing to meet lot coverage, but they also don't show, they also don't show, the parking area. So we don't know, for example, what exactly that's going to look like. They're not requesting a variance for lot coverage. They're only requesting a variance for the setback reduction. So, there's certain things in here. They're requesting those two, a variance from those two things. And realistically, I think you're fine there,
Okay.
in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Yep. I believe we're fine too. Sounded like Greg, Dean, you're in agreement. Looks like Tom has stepped away. Tom Hennessy, but we can, at this point, we'll assume that that part is okay. And I'm not sure where Tom went. I'm gonna have to, Tom Hennessy, there we go. Okay, you're on mute, Tom Hennessy, so.
Sorry, I just got a glass of water.
Oh, okay, good. So we kind of, at least Greg, Dean and I are under the impression that this aspect of the ordinances where it says the proposed structure or use would meet the provisions of section 15 after for the specific provision which has created the nonconformity and for which relief is sought. We believe that and that it will be covered as part of the building permit process, and that there's nothing further here that we need to do in regards to a ZBA board. So variance appeals, again, section 2C, item 2, it says the strict application of the terms of these ordinance provisions would result in undue hardship. The term undue hardship shall mean there are 4 criteria for which we will go through. As we go through these, I'll read what our applicants have provided for feedback, and then we as a board will need to review these as well. I will note for both the board and the applicants, there is a document called Manual for Local Land Use Appeals Boards, and our town attorney has indicated through a workshop, not specific to this appeal, but in general, that this is a document that we can refer to in addition to our ordinances. And in that particular document on page 49, which talks specifically about hardship, it says Maine Supreme Court has stated in numerous cases that a Board of Appeals must grant zoning variances sparingly. They are the exceptions rather than the rule. The test for undue hardship, which is outlined, is very strict and very difficult to meet, no matter how harmless the variance request may seem. And regardless of whether there is no opposition from neighbors, the board must remember that its decision is governed by the legal requirements for undue hardship and only those requirements. So I just mention that just so that we as a board and the applicants really are all on the same page in what we have to look through here. So the first term of undue hardship is that the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless a variance is granted. In the application, it was indicated with the following by Tom and Sarah. Says, yes, due to recent zoning changes, we are no longer able to yield a reasonable return as we can no longer build a full-time residence without a variance. At the time of the original purchase and 2000, the lot setbacks allowed for a buildable lot, and the purchase price reflected that assumption. We've also paid taxes for the past 20 years based on the value of buildable lakefront lot. It was always our intention to build a full-time residence on the lot. Now that we are downsizing and consolidating at the end of our careers with our 3 daughters in college. So Greg, Dean, and Tom Hennessy, we as a board need to look at that first item of undue hardship and discuss whether that aspect of hardship has been met. So I'll open it up to either you, Greg, Dean, or you, Tom Hennessy, for feedback.
Well, I'll take a stab at this. I think that this is we have the strictest version, right, of what the state allows for a variance here, and I think that we've discussed this with the town attorney, in particular with the reasonable return, and the bar is extraordinarily high. At least that's my understanding. So much so that like fishing and launching a boat and like camping is considered a reasonable return. So I think it's hard to, given the rules we have, unless I'm mistaken, and Alex or David or Tom, jump in if you think I'm going off astray here, but based off of the guidance we've been given, it seems that the reasonable return is kind of an unreasonable bar. I don't know how we could actually move forward, given that fishing, launching a boat, camping seem like they can all be, accomplished.
This is Tom. I'll pick it up from there. I agree with Greg based on all our training to date that the reasonable return just means that you can't use it for any purpose at all. And even in the letter from Sarah, it states that they enjoy winter activities and summer activities. I'm sure Alex can confirm that they're welcome to put in a dock and other limited things on that lot to expand their uses even, but certainly seems to be, based on what we've been told, we are reluctant, I guess, based on the training, to make any setback reductions under this hardship clause.
Yeah, sorry, just to take that, I don't, for me, at least my understanding is not reluctancy at all. I think that we have a very narrow, I think a lot of people come in and talk to us thinking that there's a lot of opinion and nuance to, and that's true for some of the stuff, but like a lot of these things we have to interpret, we have a very narrow window. And I don't think that like, we've specifically clarified this exact issue, and it's there's, I forget the actual terms, but there's a, we have, the town of Raymond has chosen to adopt the strictest possible kind of burden on landowners when it comes to these types of variances, and we really don't have much to go with other than the land can't be used at all. It's not that it can't be used for what you wanted it to do or what you paid taxes for to do, or those are all kind of separate issues. And I really hate to even have to talk about this because it's such a difficult burden to meet. I don't actually see how anybody could meet it. So given what the tools we have, that first one seems tough to get over.
Yeah, Greg, the one I recall from our training is the quote, the practical loss of all beneficial use of the land. And we are certainly not taking away every possible use of the land.
Yeah, and we've talked, I mean, we've specifically probed one of the town attorneys about like, well, hypotheticals. What if, what if you can't build a house, or what if the only thing you can do is fish or tent or stargaze, and those are all reasonable uses of your land according to the statutes that we have. And I mean, it sounds, exactly what it is. But.
So yeah, I am in agreement with the two of you. I reviewed that again, that manual for local land use appeals boards, and in section 4-1-11, it talks about reasonable return. This says the concept of reasonable rate of return has been defined in very specific terms by the court. To prove that the landowners will receive no reasonable return without the variance, they must show that they will be deprived of all beneficial use of the land. What the standard means is that they must show that the land is not suitable for any use permitted by the zoning ordinance. And I did, I reviewed the shoreland ordinances, and there's section 14 as a table of land uses. And number 1 on that land use is non-intrusive recreational uses, not requiring structures such as hunting, fishing, and hiking. So if we take, what this manual has indicated, we're saying that they must show the land is not suitable for any use permitted by the zoning ordinance. But one of the land uses is non-intensive recreational uses, not requiring structures such as hunting, fishing, and hiking. I would argue that is a use that's permitted and suitable. So.
Alex. Sorry, David.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. Can you clarify? I mean, I mentioned a couple of times, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but there is, this is somewhat conjecture, but there is this pragmatic type of variance that the state does allow that Raymond doesn't have in their ordinances. Is that correct? I just want to get on the record about what we're talking about, what exactly we're, because I know it's probably disheartening to hear that we're, because you can go fishing, you can't build a house. It's a tough spot to be in. So I'm trying to put as much out there as I can about what we've discussed. And I believe there's this pragmatic variance that's a step down that the lay person would think what we could use, but we just can't. So.
Yeah, what you're talking about is what's in the land use ordinance, B1C, I believe it is, which allows for a variance where you can go, you can't exceed 20% of the setback, but it's a variance that has all of the same hardship criteria except for, I believe, just removing the reasonable return. We don't have that in the shoreland zoning provisions. One of the things that I've been working on with the attorney, and we'll get into later under Code Office Communications, is possibly amending the ordinance in June to include that in the shoreland zoning provisions. And that may be a nice trade-off if we do get rid of the setback reductions, to put that in the shoreland zoning provisions to give at least one other option. But that's not currently in there, and unfortunately, we can't use it for properties in the shoreland zone because of language in the land use ordinance in the appeals section that specifically says, the shoreland zoning section for appeals applies to properties within the shoreland zone. It doesn't say that exactly. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's the intent. I don't know if that answered your question, but I can, if you have something else.
Well, I did. I more, I more just wanted to bring it up just so you could talk about it and get it in record, so that there's a little bit more context around. This is somewhat messy, and I feel like they've caught right in between this summer 2021 change, and then they didn't have an existing structure. Okay, well, let's go try to do the variance, and then it's even we're learning as we go, like the hardship, the reasonable return on the hardship for this variance is like really, really high relative to some other paths that are out there that we can't actually use right now. So, and I think I've kind of covered what I wanted. I wanted to go over it as much as I could, so everybody kind of understands the tools we're using, the tools that we can't use, and we don't have one that permits us to work around this really high bar. And that's kind of all I wanted to add.
And I'll just clarify too, Greg. You do mention tools, but there are ordinances or the town laws, so we're kind of restricted to, this to them. So in terms of the first undue hardship, I'm just going to take a quick sort of I won't say show of hands, but in terms of the undue hardship, that the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless the variance is granted. Do we believe that this particular undue hardship has been met? Tom, yes or no?
Nope.
Was that a no, Tom?
Nope.
Okay.
Am I breaking up? No.
No, you're good. You're good. Greg, yes or no?
No.
Yeah, I also say no, that this undue hardship has not been met. For completeness, I think we need to go through the remaining three. The next level of next item of undue hardship is that the need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. Our applicants have indicated to this particular undue hardship, yes, due to the setback requirements from the lake front and side converging only to allow for a building lot that is 6 feet 6 inches wide. This 1/3 acre lot is typical to the neighborhood in size and dimensions. And they were designed to allow for a house to be easily built within the original setbacks. So in terms of this, where we say the need for variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property, really in the applicant's discussion on that, they're indicating that this type of lot actually is typical to their neighborhood. So this isn't really a unique property lot. And also looking at the lot documents that they provided to us, an aerial view. Certainly we've seen their property highlighted, but all the properties are at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 of which I can see here are similar in size, one of which is currently a vacant lot. So I don't really see that the need for this variance is due to a unique circumstances based on the lot size itself, which is what the applicants are indicating. Although they also indicated that this lot size is also typical for the neighborhood. So it's, at least from my perspective, I do not believe that this level of undue hardship has been met as well, because I don't see that we're really with a unique situation here with regards to the property. But certainly Craig Dean or Tom Hennessy, your insight would be appreciated.
This is Tom. Having driven through the neighborhood area, they all seem to be small single-story cottages built, I'm guessing, between the 1940s and the maybe 70s or 80s at the latest. And looking at the tax map, the empty lots are typical of this particular same situation, where trying to get a piece of a building built after 100-foot setback is probably the reason no one has built a new house in there in 20 or 30 years. Just my commentary.
Yeah, it doesn't seem particularly unique to the lot. It might be unique to the neighborhood, but my understanding is that we're looking at unique to the lot relative to the neighborhood. It doesn't seem to be unique from my perspective.
So looking at undue hardship, specifically the need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions in the neighborhood. Tom Hennessy, do you believe that this level of undue hardship has been met?
No.
Greg Dean?
No.
David Murch also in agreement that this level of hardship has not been met. Undue hardship item number 3, that the granting of a variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. The only thing I can say, just in terms of what is being proposed to be built, this certainly appears to be a larger size residence, but in terms of altering the essential character of the locality, I would welcome any feedback the two of you may have in regards to that one. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to let you know what our applicants have stated. Yes, the existing character will not be altered as all of the existing homes reside much closer to the lake and to adjacent properties, as the original setbacks were less than the currently expanded setbacks. In addition, the neighborhood is changing from seasonal cottages to full-time residences, as many of the existing camps have been upgraded and expanded to accommodate year-round living. Our design intent is to create a house that fits within the current design characteristics of the existing cottages using building materials native to Maine. So Greg Dean, Tom Hennessy, any comments with regards to this level of hardship?
This is Tom. I guess, as I said earlier, most of the houses are built closer to the water. So that apparently was before 100-foot setback was put into place. And they're all pretty much single-story, older cottages. As you said, this proposed structure is a much larger 2-story building, and it's would be, and if we said yes, a very close proximity to the right-of-way, which again adds, as Alex concerned, parking issues.
So I do agree that this would create sort of a unique property in terms of the building that's on it, but would granting the variance itself, would that be, you believe, altering the essential character of the locality though? I'm not sure how we look at character. I mean, if there are already year-round residences there, certainly that's not changing.
Having driven down there 2 weeks ago, it was Sarah who told me there's really only 2 around people living there, 2 different houses. So yeah, there are a couple, but.
Greg Dean.
Yeah, I think character is fairly subjective. I don't see the variance changing the character of anything that I can see. So I would go ahead and say it does meet this.
Okay. So in terms of undue hardship, item number 3, that the granting of a variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. Tom Hennessy, do you believe this level of undue hardship has been met?
I would vote no.
Greg Dean?
Yes.
I, David Murch, would also say yes. And our last level of undue hardship, that the hardship is not the result of action taken by the applicant or a prior owner. In the application, it was stated, yes, the hardship is not the result of our actions, but due to the expansion of the setbacks in recent years and a recent code change requiring an existing structure to be present on the lot in order to get standard setback reduction. So I would welcome any feedback on that one. I guess I'll say initially, I do understand our applicants and speaking towards the changing in the ordinances, but I don't know if changes in law are actually can be considered a hardship. So I just kind of put that out there, but Craig Dean or Tom Hennessy, anyone?
Yeah, I think I kind of feel like that's the exact definition of this hardship from my perspective is, you know, I think they probably applied for the setback reduction right around the time some externality changed the rules and caused them to have to come back to the table with this hardship. That's my thinking, at least. And I like, again, I think it's hard to, you know, it might be a little subjective what the causal nature of this hardship is, but I feel like having a material change in the setback reduction requirements is a substantial hardship that without that they wouldn't be here. So I do think that that's at least part of this, and that they certainly didn't, you know, unless they voted for or petitioned for the change in rules themselves, I don't see how they could be held accountable for that. So I tend to think that they have the hardship is not due to their actions because of that. Now, like,
Nancy, you have any thoughts? I'm just kind of reviewing some of our documents here.
I just have I guess a clarification question for Alex. When did the 100 feet from the water line come about in Raymond?
That's a good question. It may have been 92. It may have been earlier than that. Not exactly sure. I could look and find out, but just don't know.
Now, I had asked Sandy back last summer for a different reason, and she had told me that in the 1994 original edition. So I just was asking you if you knew something different.
Yeah, no, I mean that would make sense. There may have been an earlier version of shoreland zoning, or there likely was, but the current version we have was adopted in '94, and that's kind of what we have to go off of.
Okay, thanks.
I'm reading that manual, and it says said in Maine, at least, the courts reason that there is no unnecessary hardship when the applicant created his or her own difficulty by acquiring land with knowledge of use limitations. So I guess that was a good point by Tom earlier, is if the property was acquired in 2000, were the setback reductions at that time in place, as well as, well, the setback variances, I believe, were in place, but the setback reduction was there. So I guess, Craig Dean, as you've mentioned, this is, you know, you're right, it kind of caught in a timing issue. I guess it was created by the town of Raymond itself, Roman voters, by voting that in. So I don't know how to look at that. I mean, it's a law that the town of Raymond voters wanted, so I don't know if that can be used as undue hardship, because that's a law change. But property was also purchased at the time of a different ordinances were in place. I don't know, Alex, am I hemming and hawing on this? Do you have any or insight you want to share?
Not really. I know this is a tough one, and it always is. So I think I personally, I can see why you're conflicted, because they aren't necessarily responsible for the ordinance change. So, I mean, 2 years ago, had they come in with this, they probably could have gotten it under setback reductions. So,
right.
Not their fault.
I guess I look at this in terms of, yes, the ordinance has changed, but there was an avenue open to them through us to at least try to make a change in favor of their behalf. So I'm going to take a vote on this one. So this undue hardship of the hardship is not the result of an action taken by the appellant or a prior owner. Has this hardship been met? I, David Murch, am going to say yes, this hardship has been met.
Greg Dean, I would say yes as well.
Hennessy.
I'll say yes.
Okay. So, in reviewing the shoreline ordinances in this particular section, says the strict application of these ordinance provisions would result in undue hardship, and the undue hardship means undue hardship shall mean, and we've gone through the 4 items, but through our initial voting, we've had item number 1, land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless a variance is granted. All 3 of us have agreed that this level of undue hardship has not been met, but the need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. All 3 of us have agreed that this level of hardship has not been met. The granting of variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. One of us has indicated this level of hardship has not been met. 2 of us have indicated it has been met. And finally, the hardship is not the result of an action taken by the applicant or a prior owner. All 3 of us have agreed that this level of undue hardship has been met. So keeping in mind that all 4 levels of hardship need to be met in terms of granting a setback variance, I believe we can take a motion at this point of, I forget how these should be proper. I think they need to be properly worded positively. The appeal for a setback variance is not allowed, is denied. How do I, help me out, guys? How am I supposed to?
How about the variance will not be granted?
Right. So is there a motion for us to not grant the variance for this application? Do I have a motion for that? There's not a motion. We'll rework. Somebody can rephrase it for me.
Sorry, it's so the motion to deny the appeal. Is that what
Deny. I love the word deny. If somebody wants to make a motion, and
okay, I'll move to deny the appeal. I wasn't exactly sure what the wording should be. So
I wasn't sure either. That's why I was looking for you. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. So again, a roll call vote. Tom Hennessy, are you in favor of denying the variance request?
Yes.
Greg Dean, are you in favor of denying the variance request?
Yes.
David Murch is also indicating yes to denying the variance request. So Matthew and Sarah, based on our ordinances and our review of the shoreline zoning provisions, as well as other legal documents, I'm afraid we're going to have to deny the request for the setback variances. Again, it doesn't prevent you from building. It just unfortunately results in a smaller building envelope. That's all. So, but thank you for bringing that to us.
Thank you for your time.
Good, thank you. So next on our agenda, board interview with Fred Miller. Fred, are you with us? I see a Fred. Hi, Fred. And you're on mute. Still got you on, still shows you're muted, Fred.
Good evening.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So, Fred, you have submitted an application to us, a volunteer application for the Zoning Board of Appeals. I've had a chance to review the application. I am sure the rest of our board members have as well. We had a chance to meet you at our last ZBA meeting, just informally for you being in the audience. But if you want to officially just introduce yourself to the board and let us know what led you to wanting to apply for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Certainly. Again, my name is Fred Miller. I've lived in Raymond pretty much my entire life, other than away a couple of years after getting married. I went to school here in Raymond, through school, Raymond and Wyndham. I have a business here with Miller Flooring. I also am the road manager for Thomas Monteris here. I've been, I think, going on 4 years, either 4 or 5 years. So dealing with Thomas Monteris here, I've had the opportunity to work with several of the code enforcement officers, including Alex, Chris, Scott, also with some the water districts out of our Standish area for some issues, dealing with the road here, and a lot with Nathan White also on different road situations. So doing some research, I came across that the town was looking for some help with a couple of different committees. So I actually thought about it for a while and thought that it would be something to broaden my horizon too, also on what I'm dealing with here on a day-to-day basis of being a road manager, and give me some, like I said, more insight about what you guys do and what's actually out there for laws.
Excellent. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to volunteer in the town. We joke about it. There's no pay to this, so it's all done based on people being willing to serve in the community. So I really appreciate that you're willing to do that.
I get involved with a lot of voluntary stuff. I don't know, it's a gratification for me to be able to help people and help with different things.
Good, thank you. A couple of things to just ask about. We do have meetings, which are always, when there's something on the agenda, it will be the last Tuesday of the month. And then site walks are the Saturday, 10 days prior to a meeting. And I'm pretty sure on either the application or somewhere, they say that these ZBA meetings only last an hour. That has typically not been my experience. They typically seem to run 90 minutes to 2 hours. I don't know if that's because I talk too much or what, but do either the site walks or the timings of the meetings or the length of time, is that restrictive to you at all? Is that something that you would be able to attend?
Yeah, I could attend them. I mean, again, where I own my own business, I have that flexibility, to be able to do stuff, during the day if it's needed. So.
Okay. And I know it's been asked of potential candidates as well in the past, as you saw tonight, and you sat in on that workshop couple of weeks ago, or well, I guess a couple of weeks ago, month ago, with the town attorney. Clearly we have to follow our ordinances as best as we can, and sometimes that's open to interpretation. Again, as best we can, because we don't always have specifics, and those don't always lead to decisions that are, ones that go well, say for the applicant, and just, are you okay with putting yourself in a situation where potentially, it's situations of just coming to a decision that may not make everybody happy? Is that something that you're okay with doing?
Mhm. Well, I mean, you're following the rules and the law. So, I mean, it's not what your personal feelings is, it's what you have to work with. Exactly, as you guys were talking about earlier. And the same again, like I was at that meeting when the lawyer was there, and I learned a lot about that I didn't really think about being part of what you guys really do. I mean, you got to take your emotions out of that and put, what is available for you to work with, for the right tools, and I can understand where your emotions can kind of get into there a little bit, and I think you have to be able to cut them off and put them aside and go with what you really have to do, and I understand that.
So Greg Dean or Tom Hennessy, do you have any questions or comments for Fred?
Yeah, I think I have a pretty favorable opinion of Fred already after sitting through the lengthy session with the lawyer, and I mean, you figured out the mute button. I mean, it's all looking good from my perspective. So no real questions. Good to see that you've been volunteering in your community and other facets. So I think thank you for volunteering for the ZBA.
You're welcome. Thank you.
This is Tom. I guess my only comment is, after withstanding 2 meetings, we haven't scared you off, and you said all the right words about knowing what a code enforcement officer is, and I think you're already ahead of the game. So
thank you.
So yeah, so I will go ahead and make a motion that we approve Frederick S. Miller Sr.'s application for the ZBA board, that we recommend him for approval, and
I'll second.
so we'll have to do all in favor of that. Tom Hennessy, yes or no?
In favor.
Greg Dean?
In favor.
David Murch in favor as well. So Fred, I think Sandy may be in touch with you, but I believe the next steps are your application with our recommendation gets sent to the select board, and then I believe the select board at their next meeting that they're available to then sort of have their own interview with you, and then they would make the final decision as to whether or not you would be on the board.
Okay.
That is absolutely correct, David. So yeah, I will get this to Sue Look tomorrow. And when she tells me when it's on the select board agenda, I will be in touch with you, Fred.
Okay. And I can either do Zoom or in person. So.
Yeah, I think they're doing via Zoom now as well, but I'll let you know that as well at the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you again, Fred, for volunteering. It's greatly appreciated.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks,
nice
Fred.
to know we'll have another member.
Absolutely.
Yes,
thank you again.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. One quick item, which is not in our agenda, but we are doing a Zoom meeting tonight. It seems wise to discuss Zoom meetings and what that looks like for the near future. Sandy, do you have any additional feedback for us outside of what came from Sue Look and saying that the Board of Selectmen is doing Zoom only for now, and the Raymond office is, I don't know, feedback?
Yeah, we're back to having everybody that comes in the office wear a mask, and all the boards that I know of, the select board, planning board, And they've gone to just Zoom for now, probably through the winter, possibly longer, because who knows how many more variants we're going to have. So it kind of makes sense, I think, for this board to go this way as well.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I'm going to have to be on Zoom for a few meetings because I get a hip replacement on February 7th.
David, would you, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but would you entertain a motion now to meet with remotely through Zoom until we change that again?
Yeah, I have one quick question for Sandy. You said the other boards are doing it for now. What is their trigger to reconsider that?
Oh, just until we see what changes. So it's kind of it's a for now, but indefinite at this point.
Okay.
So yeah, until something else changes and the boards make different votes, they're gonna continue.
Okay. Is this something we need to like make a motion and vote on, or can we just informally say, yeah, let's just go Zoom for now until things change or something triggers and we decide to make a change? Does anybody know?
Alex, I don't think the planning board did it by emotion, right? They just said, let's do Zoom. So yeah, I'm sure as long as you guys all agree, that's all we need to know.
Yeah. I'm
Is
good.
that-
Moving forward with Zoom.
So we'll vote without emotion. I like it.
I'm good with Zooming.
Yeah. All right. So we'll informally say Zoom only for now, and then at some meeting or conversation.
Right. When
we'll
I
see.
hear of anything that changes and other boards are going to change, I'll definitely fill you in.
Okay. So Fred, we'll be optimistic that you will be on the board in the near future. So just be aware that we'll be doing Zoom meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And next to last on our agenda, Code Enforcement Officer Communications. That's you, Alex.
Yeah. One thing I did want to share though on that last or the appeal, I'll reach out to the Hollands just to let them know. I believe I told them this in August. If they were to try and pursue real estate attorney to try and investigate the status of that right of way, they may find it's an old subdivision. I'm not sure. They're
Anybody else having issues with Alex's audio? Sorry to interrupt you, Alex.
Yeah, no, he's broken up on mine too.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it kind of comes in and then it goes out, in and out.
Maybe I'm too far away.
Yeah, I think you're moving. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that I had mentioned to them originally, which is now their next and only step, I think, to try and explore this, would be to see if they can find out if the road is still owned by anyone, or if it has just been, if it's a right of way and the the ownership of the actual right of way is actually by the property owners on each side of the road to the center line. They may actually own the land under the right of way, which may allow them to do a 10-foot setback from the front instead of the 30-foot setback without needing a variance because of that funky thing in the ordinance. If that were the case, then that would open up the building envelope for them, and they could get a building permit to, as long as they meet all the other things, to put a structure on, a single family on the lot. And then if the setback reduction doesn't go away, for example, stays as is, they may be able to come in and actually apply for a setback reduction from the side to build that deck like they wanted to. So that's really their only option, I think, at this point. I'll probably reach out to him and let him know that, or remind him that that's something he may want to just look into. It's a long shot, but it is a glimmer of hope, I think, if they want to try to, pursue that further.
Sure. Yep.
Would that setback variance that we were considering adding? I mean, you mentioned it this summer when you changed the ordinances. Yeah. Will that also help them, or was I way off on terms of?
Well, that's where I was headed next. The planning board The planning board has been reviewing the ordinance amendments for this year, and a couple of them were prompted by you guys. The first one, the big one, is possibly striking out the setback reduction language from our ordinances, from land use and shoreline zoning provisions. A big change. I kind of presented that to them at their January meeting, and they were, I guess, neutral on it, and basically said, if that's going to help clear up things for the ZBA, then let's at least put it on. They likely will not make a recommendation. So for the warrants, they'll always either say, the planning board recommends or does not recommend when it goes to the select board and the town for vote. In this situation, they're probably not going to make any recommendation because they kind of felt that, it doesn't really affect them much. It really affects you guys. So they're not thinking of making a recommendation. But that will probably go forward. One of the things the attorney and I have been talking about is where the land use ordinance does have that second variance for a single family home, very similar to what these guys are trying to do. Just coming in and get a variance to build a single family home. You can go down to, or you can reduce the setback by 20%. So you can't do 50% or more. It's got to be 20%. You still have to meet hardship criteria, but you don't have to meet the criteria, the big one, which is the property can still yield a reasonable return. The problem is you do still need to meet pretty much all of the other hardship criteria. And I believe you actually voted that you didn't feel it met a couple of those tonight. So I don't know, even if that does get put into the shoreline zoning provisions in June, I don't know that they would be able to get a variance because, I think one of them is still characteristics of the neighborhood, for example, stuff like that. So it's basically just removing that one, bullet from the criteria, which does make it easier. Like you said, it is an easier version of a variance, but it's just for a single family home, for someone to come in and build a house. So I think it does make sense to put that in the shoreline zoning provisions because it is in the land use ordinance. And if we're going to get rid of the setback reductions, it does create another option for people. And then, like you guys had discussed, we'll put something in there to make it clear that the two sections are different and not to be reviewed together and go with that. And then other than that, they are reviewing the outdoor sales and service item, which we ran into for that conditional use. It sounds like they're in favor of updating that to allow that specific conditional use to be done outdoors. We discussed that here of is it, for items for outdoor use inside a building, because if that's the case, then it meets conditional uses. But if it's truly outside, then it doesn't meet that conditional use requirement, which it has to be done inside of a building. So it sounds like we're going to put that forward at the planning board level to change the conditional use standards to say that the restriction that it needs to be in a building doesn't apply for outdoor sales and service, which we'll then also define in the ordinance because there was no definition. So those things are all happening. We have another workshop Thursday night with the planning board to discuss the ordinance amendments. We're up to nine amendments, which really is much more than 9 because there's quite a few that are lumped together. But the plan right now, I believe, Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're planning on doing a public hearing in March on these.
Yeah, this one, the one Thursday night is to allow public comment, but we're not doing the public hearing yet. That's supposed to be then for March.
Yeah.
I guess depending how everything goes in the, the next workshops.
So what's the difference between public comment and public hearing?
Really nothing. A public hearing we're required to do, and there's notification that's required. We have to post it in the newspaper and all that fun stuff. Public comment was really just to make it clear that we're accepting comments from the public at this point. If there's anything that people have seen or have thoughts on. That's pretty much it though. You guys will have Sandy, we did get that appeal, that administrative appeal, right?
Yes, and I
that's
believe I already
gone out?
sent that out to you guys. Yeah, because I put in the memo how bizarre it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's a
So
little different.
basically, yeah, we'll have a meeting next month for that appeal that you guys are literally going to bring it up and table it. So that'll make up for some of the time tonight. You get that time back next meeting.
Hey,
Can we
Sandy,
just table it right now?
a quick question. Hey, Sandy, will we see a copy of Alex's NOV before the next meeting?
Yeah, we can get that out to you guys.
Yeah, I can send that out in an email.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
remind me, Sandy, to send that to you tomorrow. Actually, yeah, I'll send it to you tomorrow. You weren't copied on the emails for that. So it's actually,
I can do it, Alex.
yeah.
It's fine.
Well, we'll get it to you tomorrow. And the reason for that, I think they explained it in there, but essentially the town has agreed to work with them on kind of a mediation. You know, we're talking with them about what we want in the remediation plan, and they are willing to work with us on, you know, what we want done, but they don't want to lose their right to appeal. Because obviously if, you know, the conversation goes south, likely it'll end up going to court. So they're going to probably want to appeal to you guys before it goes to court. So that's kind of why that happens. So
Right, because if they didn't appeal it by the 18th, they would have lost that opportunity.
So that's that. That's pretty much all I have.
Sandy, is there anything other than this appeal which we'll need to table? Is there anything else coming up next month?
Nope, nothing else came in. So that's why I say you'll get back a lot of tonight's time on the
Very well.
22nd, I believe, is the meeting.
Okay, Greg or Tom, anything else for tonight?
I'll just let you know that I'll be zooming in no matter what next month. So.
You and me both, Tom.
and I'm hoping there's no site walk next month.
There won't be because it's an administrative appeal.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. So I will make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All right. In favor, Greg Dean.
In favor?
Oh, favor.
Hennessy.
In
Dave
favor.
Birch in favor. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
Good
Thank you.
night.
Yep.
Good evening. This is a workshop for the Town of Raymond Planning Board on Thursday, January 27th, 2022. It is not an official meeting, therefore we're not going to go through the roll call or the quorum or the opening remarks. There will be a little banner up for anyone that is interested in the ordinances that are being reviewed. And we certainly would like your comments if you have any more questions while we go through this. Other than that, I think reduction of minimum setbacks is the first one, Alex. Are you up on that one?
Yeah, I can start with that.
Okay.
So you guys should have the updated document I sent over this afternoon that's highlighted with changes from last time.
Is that in the email?
Yep, it's in the email that I had sent earlier today. Give you a sec to pull that up if you don't have it. I can screen share too if you guys want, like I did last time, if that's helpful or not. I know it's tough with all the text.
That would probably be good though, so people that are watching could see it too.
Yep. Sandy, can you make me host again for a minute so I can change that?
Yeah, Alex, I did not get it.
You didn't get the email this afternoon?
Nope. If it came from you?
Yeah, that's what he was talking about a few minutes ago when he said the reminder, because I just said a reminder, the meeting's tonight at 6.
Well, let's see if it's you're in my spam.
Well, that's not good, Kevin. Going to spam. That's all right.
Well, that's Bob's spam, not our spam.
Yeah, I guess he's got a really good filter.
So I'll report you as not spam.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I think the term Kevin uses is whitelist me. You want to whitelist me.
Whitelist.
So, did you make me a host, Sandy? Looks like you're muted.
She's like a bunch of stuff in spam. Okay.
I'm trying to find where I do that from, Alex. It's the 3 dots, right?
Yep, just hover over me and the 3 dots will pop up, and then if you click those, there should be an option to make me a host.
Yep, there it is. I knew it had something to do with the 3 dots. And there you go. You got it.
All right. All right, so I will share. All right, so this is the updated version I sent out today. And we do have David Murch, the chair of the ZBA, here as well. So if we want to hear from him, it looks like he is available. But so I did talk with the town attorney on this proposed change, and one thing that he suggested doing was taking the land use ordinance variance process for a single family dwelling with reduced hardship criteria and actually applying that to the shoreline zone. So what I've changed in this document from last time is 2 things. We've added that to the shoreland, but we've also added this section here, which is, you'll see it accepts Article 6B 1C, which is the other section, which really all it is, I think I explained last time, is it has one less bullet point you need to meet for hardship. It's supposed to make it easier for a single family dwelling. So I put that in here, and I did send this off to the attorney to look at once I've kind of updated these changes, and I haven't heard back from him yet, but that's kind of where we're at on this.
Okay.
So I don't think we really need any feedback on that one, because you guys said last time that it didn't really apply to you much, so it didn't really matter as long as the attorney was okay with the changes, and we would put it on without a recommendation, if I recall correctly.
That was it. That's let's go.
David, well, actually, Bob, since we're allowing public comment, I don't know who we have here, but David, is there anything that you want to add to that? I know I haven't sent you this most recent change that included your other catch, the change to 1B, but I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, from what I'm seeing here, it looks good and would be beneficial to us on the ZBA.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
So next was the solar. And we talked about adding something in the first paragraph so that it was clear that all solar energy systems need to be reviewed, but they don't all need site plan review by the planning board. So I added this, which we can still change. It was just kind of a quick addition to that last sentence, which I don't even think Jim's seen that one yet. And then we also had some comments from the fire chief and fire inspector, and Wayne is here if he wants to comment on that, but we added in some text based on his input.
It was clarification on that process, and just letting folks know that that water supply issue would be one of the items that we would look at based on the project. So that's what the chief and I came up with language for that section.
And I think that was the rest of the changes for that section. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Did you guys have anything else that you have seen in that or thoughts on that? All right.
Good.
You want me to move on to the next one, Bob?
Yes.
Okay. So
Sorry,
the next, yeah, that's fine. The next one was the one that had two options originally, and I've gotten rid of that second well, got rid of the first option and left it with the second option. And Wayne did have a comment, and Wayne, I changed it a little bit. I actually just changed it to all conditional use applications shall be reviewed. All of the conditional uses in most situations, I'm pretty sure all of the situations, would require some type of site plan application. I'm not sure though if they all would, so I think it makes sense to just put in as part of the conditional use process, because this goes through ZBA, it doesn't come through you guys, that the fire department has the ability to, I guess, provide comment at least on this, because the ZBA is making a finding that it's not going to overburden those services, but without really checking in with the fire department, how do we know?
Okay.
And that's it for that one. This was the changes to definitions for structure.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the comments last time was how we handle corner lots. So I did take a stab at adding some language to lot frontage based on the attorney's opinion in 2020, because I did run into this issue in 2020. Yeah, 2020. And there's a section in the ordinance that applies in the commercial zone, and it is the text that I've added down here with the red underline. That's in the ordinance already. So all I did was take that and add it to this. And if anyone has any other thoughts or ideas, I know I mentioned it last time, but some towns use the front line is where your driveway, whichever road that your driveway is on for a corner lot. But since this is already in the ordinance, I just took it and put it into this. And then the only other change that I've made on this one so far is I did add to boundary walls 4 feet or less in height. I picked up at the last meeting as well. Any thoughts on those? Or
yeah, Alex, I had a question on the lot frontage, and this is more of a code enforcement, I guess, jurisdiction. But if you have a lot and say it happens from time to time where you have a lot that, I don't know, it's horseshoe shaped, or so it has two different segments on a road, or a segment on one road and a segment on another road. Do you combine that lot frontage to determine the total lot frontage, or in the case of a corner lot, would you only measure it on the more traveled lot?
For frontage, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe there is something somewhere in here that refers to it as a lot line, not lines. Yeah, if you look at this definition, it uses line and not lines anywhere. So one thing that I've heard used in that situation is, that's singular. So it should be calculated as one line. But I think it might make sense. I think where you're headed with this is, do we expand upon that now while we've got this cut open?
Right.
And put something in there on that. I think that's a great idea.
So Alex, I'm just kind of looking at this and thinking where the driveway is, that's typically where we're gonna, or how we're gonna address it. Like 48, whatever the name of the road is gonna be where the driveway is. And I'm just a little concerned about an emergency call if we're considering the front of the property on the other road. I just hope it doesn't cause confusion.
No, that's a good point.
I think for 911, they typically go to the side that where the front door is facing or where the driveway is facing. But we have circumstances, and I've seen it before, where we have frontage on one road, but we might have an access easement through another property or through another road because it's just easier to gain access to the lot that way. So, but I think 911 and access and numbering is different than determining lot frontage.
Yeah, and I'll actually use an example. We met with someone today in the office that's looking to buy some land from someone on Egypt Road, I believe, and the lot would be pretty large, and they would actually use Egypt Road as their frontage, but they would access where they would build the house through a common shared driveway. So Egypt Road would be their frontage, and their address would actually have a different road name because they would be using a shared common driveway, kind of like almost like a back lot, but not really. And so that would be a situation where if you use the line where the driveway would be, it would make things a little weird. It wouldn't be as clean, I guess you could say.
Okay, makes sense.
But for E911, they're still going to use that driveway. E911 doesn't really care where the front of the lot is. They just really care where the driveway is.
Yeah, I think that makes sense now. Thanks.
Okay, so Jim, we can look at that and possibly expand on the line versus lines thing. I think that's a good point.
It happens from time to time, and when it does, we kind of all go, "Oh, we should have looked at this differently." So we've got it open. We can consider it now. So
like on a hammerhead, that comes up a lot.
Yep, exactly.
Do you count all the edges? This one we've already done. It was an easy one.
Can I just for a sec, David Mertz? I can't figure out how to raise my hand here, so I apologize. I just know that from a ZBA perspective, we get a lot of setback requests, and who's going to determine like the front? I recognize that the corner lots, it's going to be whichever is the most heavily traveled. But what if there's some debate about that? It's going to eventually come to us, and they can get more of a setback from one direction than the other. I guess ultimately, who makes the decision as what's the front and what's the sides? Or what if it changes over time? What if one road becomes busier than the other? 5 years ago, it was one road A, and now 5 years later is road B.
Good question.
I would normally, I defer to the code officer to make that determination, and then that sets, and then I'm serious, but I mean, whether he defers to me, but it's ultimately, his interpretation first, and then if somebody wants to appeal it, obviously they can do that. But I think most of the time it's pretty black and white. I don't think we have too many cases where, because usually it's a private road off a public road. Obviously, the public road is the one there. If you're on a major route 302 or a major route, that's pretty clear. It doesn't happen too often, occasionally, I guess, but it's pretty limited when we have two, I'll call them public roads of the same size and intensity, I guess. But
well, I can think of an example. And David, thank you. You always catch these ones. And it is a good point. Rolling Brook, I could see, for example, that subdivision, you have Rolling Brook Road and then you have Bracken Woods, and there are 2 corner lots. And I guess the question would be which lot is heavier, more heavily traveled. And I would say Rolling Brook is, because it has more houses on it, I think, I'm pretty sure. That may be the way you look at it, is just the density of the road compared to Bracken Woods, which is kind of the dead end. But that is a good question. I think it probably, in most situations, would end up being the code officer opinion determination. And then if an applicant doesn't agree, then maybe it would be, an administrative appeal to the ZBA. But I think that would come up in variances. That would probably be, if the side setback is less strict than the front setback, which most, all of them are, it might make sense for them to want to say, oh, that's a sideline and not a front line. When really it's not.
So I wonder if the Department of Transportation has any good data on that sort of thing.
Probably not on local roads, on like subdivision roads like this, but maybe on more connector roads they would.
But I guess both Alex, Jim, and David, if both meet the road requirements on both sides, why do we really care?
Well, it's about the front setback, I think, is what the issue starts coming from.
Right, I understand, but then it would just be whatever really the homeowner wanted.
Yeah.
If both frontages are meet the requirement, then whenever the building permit comes in, it can be the homeowner that says, this is what I want to be my front, and this is what I want my side.
Yeah, if it's too close to tell, basically, you're saying they could kind of have their pick and which one they want.
Right, and if it's not too close to tell, then it has to be the one that has the road frontage.
Yeah, and most of the time, this is probably going to come up with new subdivisions where we have 2 roads. So I'm just wondering, I mean, typically on subdivision plans, the setbacks are established on the plan.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so the next thing, yes, was an easy one. We've already gone through that one. All right, this one we do need to kind of have, I think, a little bit more discussion on. So this is Article 4, and
Alex, before you go, do we need to go back there? Do we need to put a sentence in there that basically gives the code enforcement officer the authority to pick when both?
Yeah, I mean, we could put something in like that. Yeah,
I think that would take care of the issue.
Yeah, and maybe we do something like code officer or review authority or whatever, because it might be something where it's a planning board application for a subdivision or something.
Right.
Okay, yeah, we can add that.
Okay.
So Article 4.
Can I just ask another question on that? I'm still thinking that over. And so the logic for the setbacks is what? Is it for safety? Because you're saying it's on the road? What's the logic? Why wouldn't both sides that are on a road be a road? I mean, why would they need the same setbacks?
Yeah, where this gets wonky, Kevin, is when we have backlot driveways or private roads that come off a main road. You're basically, somebody's got a lot of background noise there.
Yeah.
What happens is that the private road, then when somebody puts in a private road, we've had several of these happen where they put in a private road, and if you take the front yard setback, it basically makes the corner lot non-conforming if there's an existing house, for one thing, but it also kind of penalizes the front owner if they are conforming. Say that they had a lot there and then a private road comes in, it kind of penalizes them for somebody else's development where, it might be 3 lots in there. Big deal. And I don't know what the actual purpose of the front lots is, other than probably just to get the buildings back for public safety purposes, and for visual aesthetics.
That doesn't, I mean, that's kind of not understanding that, there's no real, I like to have the logic of why we
Obviously,
have different setbacks.
First and foremost, it's public safety, so when people pull off the main road, they can pull into their driveway. And if if there was no setbacks, they couldn't pull their car off safely. So the
So
idea is to leave room for driveways and things.
But any road would be safety. I mean, so it's like, 3 people, we don't care if they're not safe, but it's 20 people we care if they're safe. I don't, that's not
It's the
good
number of
logic.
trips. It's the situation you're putting somebody in, because you got a lot of traffic going through. For instance, take like the one we did for up off Raymond Hill. There was that wonky backlot driveway. It ended up being a private road. I forgot the name of that one. But in that situation, you've got Raymond Hill Road, which is much busier than this private road. Well, to your point, maybe it should be just the site that the driveway comes off should be the front lot, because that's what we're concerned about, being able to get the vehicles off the road safely, so they're not sticking out in the right of way.
That's what I'm looking for. Yes, something like that. That would be more logical.
Good point.
And another point for that would be the driveway generally is where the E911 address would be, for us to be able to see that.
So Kevin, what are you thinking that it should be?
Well, I think the frontage should be where they want to put the driveway.
Well, we got two different things. We got two different things. We have lot frontage, and then we have front setback.
Right.
They're two different things. So lot frontage is, they need a certain amount of frontage on a public way to become a conforming lot. The front setback, maybe you could say it comes off the side where the driveway is located.
So why do they, okay, so what determines that? Again, it should be, if they're going to put a driveway in, that should be the side that should have sufficient clearance, the frontage, to be a conforming lot, in my
But it
mind.
doesn't always work that way. You end up with people who are on corner lots, and there's just weird configurations where they might have 50 feet on a side lot, and maybe a corner lot, and they're an L-shaped, flag-shaped lot, where they get the benefit of being on 2 road frontages just to make themselves conforming.
Well, maybe we should have something then to say that we need X amount of feet on a public way to have a road in, and that should be, if they conform to that, that's fine.
I think we might be digging a little too deep into this, but
Well,
maybe.
The road frontage and then the front setback would correspond, right? So wherever the road frontage is met, that becomes the front with the front setback.
Yes. Yep.
Right. So if you have the road frontage met on 2 sides, then you get to pick your side, but you still have a front setback on the side that you're calling your front. Am I missing something?
Well, I thought we were trying to make it, it's a safety issue. So as long as they have, the front of the lot becomes where the road goes in, and then that has to have the enough setback and distance to be safe.
Right, I see. So so what you're saying is the driveway has to be on the front of the house, on the front setback. But you couldn't really, right?
If it qualifies, right, it has to be on a qualifying safe side.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's what it says.
Well, yeah, but it appears to be, if you had enough frontage on one side and you didn't have enough frontage on another side, the lot would be qualifying. You could still put your driveway on the unqualified side, just as long as you're metering the setbacks, which doesn't make it safe.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it sounds like we're back to having the frontage, both the frontage and the front setback be on the same line as where the driveway goes in.
Correct.
Is that what you mean, Kevin?
I think that makes it more logical and safe.
I can tell you in Casco, that's how our ordinance was written. I didn't have any issues with it. Occasionally, you'd have some funky situations arise, but you know, it worked okay there.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
in that case, in the scenario we're working with, then a corner lot would just have two frontages, two front setbacks.
Only the one that the one they choose, if it qualifies, would become the front setback.
Yeah, but if it didn't, if they have to use both, then they have to use the front setback from both.
Right.
I would say that only the one that they're gonna put their driveway on.
Well, let's
That one
say it's just say this scenario, say the road frontage requirement's 200 feet, and they have 150 feet on one road and 50 feet on another road, so they have 200 feet of road frontage, but they don't have one dominant, you know, they don't have all of it on one road or the other. In that case, they'd have to have the front yard setback off both
That's
roads.
interesting.
Yes, but what's the distance that we're gonna say is safe to put a
It'd be the front
driveway
yard
on?
setback, it'd be the front yard setback.
No, in length also. There's no length.
No, you measure.
Yeah, we have a minimum frontage requirement for each zone. You know, so like 225, 300 feet. I mean, I think personally, if I had to have, you know, my preference would be to have it be a single lot line so that you don't end up with short corners and stuff like that. That way you have to have 225 feet on a single line, point to point, in order to have a legal lot with frontage, instead of having, you know, jogs and turns and stuff like that. It just makes it a little bit messier, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think having a corner lot where the example Jim just stated, where you have 150 feet on one line and then 90-degree angle following the other road, 50 feet, to me, they don't have enough frontage. To me, they need that 200 feet that goes as a straight line on one side or the other.
I don't, I do a lot of plan development. I don't necessarily agree with that because we have a lot of roads with curves on them, and we always use the curved frontage on those lots for the lot line. They're long curves. I mean, they're just slight bends, but they're still curved. They're not a straight line.
Well, I think that I misspoke. I didn't mean it has to be a perfectly straight line, but it has to be a line that is abutting one road.
You mean
rather than being able to.
A continuous line, basically.
Kevin, does
Yeah,
that make more sense?
It's currently in there. Right now, it's currently in there. Here it says irregular or curved front lot line, the distance along an imaginary straight line connecting the two ends.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yep.
I almost think that, you know, the way we have it, we probably should just leave it. In that red section, we probably should just take out, because it seems to be making more confusion than not. So basically, if you're on a corner lot, to me, if you're on a corner lot, the easiest way for Alex to handle this is just say both, you got to take the front setback off of both roads.
And we can do that. Some towns do that. Then we probably would need to find where it says this in the ordinance and strike it out and change it to requiring the front setback on both, unless we want to keep that just for the commercial zone, our commercial district, so that they don't have to meet the front on the side, because the intent with the commercial district is smaller lots with no setbacks, which I don't even think we have a front setback. So it might not really be a big deal, but
we don't in the commercial zone.
Yeah, so I don't know why it's somewhere in the commercial district standards, I believe, from what I can remember Phil saying, but I can look at that and we'll figure something out.
Right.
All right, so we'll work on that one a little. Okay, so yeah, we're back to Article 4 again. So this is the one where we need to decide, of the new uses we've created, where you want to allow them. And do we want to make either of them conditional uses, or just have them be permitted uses through the planning board?
I would think the one in the shoreline zone that we might want to make conditional is solar energy systems, just because the amount of clearing they take on a lot is pretty massive.
So the way it works in the shoreland zone, that's the table. And I don't believe we have it set up for conditional uses.
You have no.
It's all planning board.
All planning board. But it goes to planning board.
Right.
They don't have conditional uses in the shoreline zone, right, for uses?
As far as I know off the top of my head, I just know this is the way it's set up.
Yeah, no, then I would say keep it in planning board. That way they can determine all the factors that go into the clearing and everything, because they still have to fall, right? If they put a solar system in the shoreline zone, they still have to fall under the same categories as cleared lands and impervious surfaces and all that.
Yeah, it would still need to meet the requirements of the district. So, yeah, you would still need to follow that.
That in itself is going to make it difficult unless somebody has a really massive shoreline zoning law.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, village residential, and what I did is I just put them both in all of them. And if there are some where you guys don't want to allow, we can take them out. Or if you want to make outdoor storage not allowed, because one of the things we talked about last time was defining outdoor storage, which is different than outdoor sales and service. Outdoor storage we could define and not actually allow anywhere, just to have a definition.
Have we defined it?
There is a definition later on, yeah.
Okay. Why don't we?
Shouldn't that be?
Or you,
Okay.
Yeah, my thought was that should be in the commercial and industrial zones. I don't know if it belongs in a residential zone, but there again, I don't know, if somebody's got an automotive shop or something in the residential zone, or I don't know if they got a small motor shop. I mean, is that allowed in the residential zone? I can't.
No, I don't think it is.
So to me, the outdoor storage should be ideally should be in the industrial and commercial zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That makes sense.
Okay. And solar energy systems for rural and village residential.
Yeah, I don't
think
see
that's
village.
okay.
Yep.
Okay. So that's those two. And then we have rural residential.
Yep.
Same thing. We'll strike out outdoor storage.
Yep.
And then commercial.
Yep, allow both.
Do you want to allow both, or do you want to put outdoor storage as a conditional use?
Oh, that could be up to the board. What do we have now? We have outdoor sales and service, right? Conditional use.
Yep.
It kind of goes with that to a certain extent, so maybe it should be a conditional use.
Yep.
I agree.
So how is outdoor storage defined? I mean, what does it allow?
Well, we'll get there. I can scroll down right now if you want. I believe it's the last one.
7. Number 7.
Is it 7? Okay.
Yeah, 7.
Right here. Since last time I've added the words "the commercial" and "for a fee," because one of the things you guys really didn't like last time was having it be a definition that would apply to residential properties or residential storage of stuff for personal use, which is of course wasn't the intent. The intent was for it to be a commercial outdoor storage for money. So that's all I did on that.
So how do we keep it from being like super junky or like way too much stuff?
Well, I think if you get into motor vehicles, Alice can answer that. I think there's a limitation on motor vehicles before it becomes a junkyard. So
yeah, if they're doing it, if they're storing vehicles, boats, RVs, they need to essentially they can't be they must be registered, they must be inspected, and they can't be beyond repair essentially. And there is a definition through the state that we have in our ordinance that would apply to that. I think you're right. It could get a little difficult. The lines could be blurred between outdoor storage and junkyard.
But remember, if we're allowing outdoor storage, it's going to be a conditional use, and with that, you can put provisions on how to, conceal that or buffer that from public view too. depending on where the
Yes.
use is.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like we need to have something where we could protect exactly what Jim just said, you know, protect the view.
Well, that would fall under when you review it for conditional use.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would go through conditional use and then it would need site plan approval as well, because it's a non-residential use. So, you know, at that point, all the site plan conditions would still apply, you know, site plan criteria.
Okay.
So Alex, this is again where we would treat this like we are with the outdoor sales.
Yes.
As far as the review process. Okay.
Yep, yep. Which would be, you know, that's where you guys would have your ability to chime in, because it would go through site plan like any other application. The fire department would weigh in on the application.
And the other
you would in the conditional use approval process as well.
And my other question is, I know the board had talked a little bit about containers. Is this going to be a permitted item in this outdoor storage area?
We have a shipping container section already, and I believe they are allowed it might be industrial only. Can't remember. Shipping containers, not permitted in a residential zoning district. It's subject to site plan review. I mean, I don't know. I don't think, just based on the definition that we have, I don't know that I would necessarily say that could include shipping containers, but I suppose
we haven't excluded them either.
Yeah, that's a good point. Might be a good idea to do something like that.
Just if I could chime in from a ZBA perspective, I see temporary structures, so I would I would look at that as a shipping container.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So does a shipping container become not a shipping container if it has a permanent foundation?
Yeah, there's actually a provision under shipping containers that a property owner may apply for a shipping container permit to temporarily locate a single shipping container on the lot in a residential zoning district for a period not to exceed 6 months.
Well, that, I guess my question is, if you put it on a permanent foundation, is it then not considered a shipping container?
You mean,
so if somebody builds a shop or something and it has all the siding and it looks just like a shipping container, but it's on a permanent foundation, if it's structurally,
yeah,
you know, getting at, if somebody puts a shipping container, makes it permanent, is that not fall under those regulations?
So like foundation, I would think it would be an accessory structure at that point.
Kevin, then it becomes a small home.
They could, because they are doing that now. That's kind of where I'm getting.
Well, I mean, it could be
Oh.
well, if it comes a home, it has to be in a whole bunch of different buildings.
Right.
But if it's an accessory structure though, it has a door and it's a shed, you know, how do we control that? I mean, somebody could build a box for a shed too. So
right.
I mean, once it's on the foundation, it's a structure. Yeah. Luckily, we haven't had a lot of applications yet for container buildings, but I have personally worked on one. So
You have worked on one?
Yeah, it was out on an island, and the gentleman made it into an art studio.
Oh.
He'd been better off if he stick built it, because what it cost to put it in was pretty amazing.
Wow.
It was just getting it to the island and then getting it up a hill and moving it in place and getting it on a foundation. It was a lot of work.
All right, so where are we? We're okay with the definition. We're okay with where we're putting them.
Yeah, and Alex, I like the additions you added to the outdoor storage for commercial and for fee. I think that really kind of channels it down to what we were looking for before.
All right, good. Yeah, I think that is pretty much it. We talked about shoreland. Obviously, we probably don't want to allow outdoor storage in the shoreland.
Well, we gotta be careful. What what do you do with marinas or boat sales?
Well, it would be considered a marina. The marina definition does include storage of boats and trailers. So, and that's how this all came about, was because a marina wanted to expand into the commercial zone, and they couldn't. It wasn't allowed.
So if it's marine related, then it falls on the marina?
Yeah.
I don't think we have many scenarios of that happening anyway. I think the only other one we have, Alex, that we are still waiting on for Phil is where and how do we put the view shed scenic vista guidelines together into the ordinance, and we're waiting on him for that, right?
Yeah, I did ask how that's going to work, or what he thinks. Did I copy you? I think I copied you on the email. Did I not? Maybe I didn't.
No.
So I basically asked what he suggests, what other towns are doing, how our guidelines should be amended, or if we could create new guidelines. I just basically asked what his thoughts were on that, and what he suggests we do. So I haven't heard back yet. I got his automatic reply that he was tied up with something, so I'm assuming I'll probably hear back tomorrow or early next week.
Did you forward that packet of guidelines to him, or?
I don't think I did. I basically led on that there is a packet that we want to essentially use, but I didn't send it yet because I didn't want him to get too into the weeds before he got back to me, and didn't want him to take too much time on it, to be honest.
Okay.
Just yet.
No, that's fine. But you know, the sign guidelines fall into that same category. I don't know if we ever did anything officially other than say we're going to use it.
Right, and that's the problem with the guidelines. There are things in the guidelines that our ordinance supersedes. You know, there's things in there about parking lots and pedestrian connectivity, but our ordinance already supersedes. Signs is another one. We have a sign ordinance, but there are recommendations in there for how we want signs to look. So, you know, I mean, these guidelines are what now? They're getting upwards of 20 years old. So maybe it's, you know, maybe to your point, Bob, maybe it's just time for a good old overhaul of the guidelines.
Well, they don't really go through any process that I can remember.
No, they're guidelines, and we just say, please tell us how you adopted them into your design, or you know, so that the board at least has some comfort level that you at least considered them. We don't have any authority to demand they meet the guidelines. Right. That's the problem with them. But yet they've been placed in the ordinance that they have to be addressed. So it's not really authoritative. We don't have any real hard, you know, enforcement of it. But would you please look at those and say you adopted some of those, please?
And like you said, some of them are outdated and some of them are been superseded.
Right.
So the older ones anyway, don't seem to be a working document anymore.
I think the two areas where these guidelines are mostly used is with architecture and landscaping. I think those are the two areas that we really, because lighting, we basically adopt lighting standards. Signage, we have signing standards. Site planning, that is our ordinance. It's all based on site planning. So it's really architecture and landscaping are the two big components that we usually run into with the guidelines.
So maybe it's time to move some of that stuff to the ordinance and delete out the guidelines completely.
Yeah, and I think the other thing we've heard with the architecture is, you know, is everyone sold that we want exclusively New England style architecture, and what does New England style architecture even mean?
Right.
I think you can take things out of that, and I'm dealing with this right now in the town of Poland, where they've got their own downtown standards and they're facing the same dilemma. We want these things, but we don't want them so restrictive that we restrict people from coming in and wanting to redevelop in the commercial district or in that case their village districts. So how do we do that? And we want a blend of architecture and a blend of landscaping. If you've got a beautiful building with great architecture, do you want to blind it with landscaping so no one can see it from the public way? No. But if you've got a slightly uglier building that doesn't have a lot of aesthetics to it, well, then you'd want to hide it maybe a little bit more. So I kind of thought that maybe the way you have to do that is maybe there's some kind of point system where you give high points if you do a lot of architecture, and then you can back off the landscaping and vice versa. If you have not so attractive architecture, you have to bolster it with more landscaping. Maybe there's a point system or something in there you can adopt, but I mean, that's something that's going to take a little bit of time to develop. I don't think we have necessarily the time to finalize that, but to your point, maybe it's just something we have to run up the flagpole. I don't know if it goes to the, I don't know how this even got into. Was this through the planning board, or was this adopted by the selectmen? Do you know, Alex?
No clue. That's what I asked Phil was, there doesn't say anything in the guidelines on how they're amended, how they're added. Are they, voted on by the select board? Is it a town meeting vote? I mean, it's not an ordinance. So I asked for guidance on that.
The guidelines came from a study that was done by a guy who lived over
Terry
in
DeWine.
I'm sorry?
Terry DeWine did.
Yeah, that's it, Greg. Thanks, Greg.
Oh, I remember it all well. It was not meant to have teeth. It's the way it was.
So
it's the way it was meant to be.
We sat through hours and hours of those presentations, and the end result was a packet that we just said we'd accept this as guidelines. All right, is my understanding correct, Greg? My memory?
Yes.
Yeah. So we never did anything with it, really, other than that.
And that's fine. But I think the problem is that we've got it inserted into it is referenced into our ordinance. So
right.
Like you said, I don't think we can deny somebody on it. So I don't know what the teeth is. I guess it's a suggestive tool, I guess, more than anything.
Well, so should we remove that portion from the ordinance then? I mean, we don't use it. Do we really use it at all?
When we're in the commercial zone, I always make people, as painstaking as it is, I make them at least address a narrative of how they considered this document.
And that's more of a CYA because it's in our ordinance.
Correct.
I mean,
So I'll let you.
I mean, to me, if you've got guidelines that we have no powers to enforce, I mean, to me, they're just causing confusion. I almost think we'd be better off getting rid of any guidelines that we don't want to try to enforce and bring over those that we do into the ordinance somehow. Not tonight, but
no, but we certainly could do a very quick ordinance that just removes that from our ordinance, that frees us up from sending people to look at things that they don't really need to pay any attention to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is it that easy?
I think it's that easy. I mean, it's not in too many places in our ordinance. I think it's only under site plan review for those in the commercial district.
Because other than the presentations, that the planning board sat through, nobody else has really said yay or nay on any of those things. So I'm wondering if we really should even have it in the ordinance, if we without it officially being adopted. I guess what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
It could be just another, recommended packet that could, be available at the town office as suggestions for people, who are interested in how we want to do it. But at the same token, like I just said, the architecture says it has to be New England style. And I think that's always a problem with this board and other boards that, don't want to be handcuffed to being to one type of architecture.
And could we just do the same thing with the site guidelines? And just have them available as a supplemental piece of information.
Right. And I guess that's the question. But then to your point, Bob, when we get into a situation like you did, and we have to make a determination about, how did we meet a certain standard with regards to scenic impacts, what do we lean on as far as did we address it?
Well, isn't this something the comprehensive plan should address? And then depending on what that comes out of that gives what the community really wants. And then you would either include it in ordinances that we develop or not. To me, the comprehensive plan should drive something like that.
Yeah, the issue with that is I think our comp plan is outdated as well.
Well, they're trying to start one up right now, a new one.
Well, yeah, okay. So you're basically saying defer it to the comp plan and let them lead the guide. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, that's basically what Poland did. It came about, their current study of it came about during their comp plan. So you're kind of the same process.
Okay,
Yeah, I like that.
that makes sense.
Well, I'll let you know at least what Phil says on that. Maybe he'll come back with a little bit more information. He seems to have a lot of the history on our older documents and stuff. So I'll let you know there. But on that, there was one more I was going to try and slide in to see what you guys thought. But before I do anything, I might maybe just ask you now and see if it's even worth looking into. But Aroma Joe's submitted a permit for their signs. And Jim and I have already kind of gone over this one, but basically they're over on what's allowed for signage if we include their menus as signs. And originally when I looked at it, I felt my opinion based on the definition was that the menus should be considered signs. Jim disagreed, as did Chris. So of course I went to another code officer who agreed with me, and then I went to Phil, who also agreed with me. So the attorney's opinion is the menus, based on our definition, are considered signs, and they count because the way it's written in our ordinance, you can only have so much signage based on how much road frontage you have. Which then you factor in the changes to road frontage, that could also affect that down the road as well. But anyways, so I was curious if you guys had any thoughts on that. Do you want to try and define menu? Because menus are not defined in our ordinance. We could make a menu board. We have a sandwich board, but we could make a menu board sign definition and exempt them if you want, or we could leave it as is and they'll have to just deal with it and reduce their signage.
I just have one question. When we have drive-throughs, because this only comes up when we have drive-throughs, what do we have for definitions of drive-through? Do we allow a menu sign board for a drive-through?
I don't think we have a definition.
Well,
that's the only time it comes up.
I would say from sitting through those sign presentations, I'd say that we really do want to reduce the size, or at least limit the size of signs along 302. So I would go along with what you say, Alex, is that the venue is included in the sign and they're going to have to reduce it.
I mean, the way I looked at it was if that property abuts a residential property, typically the menus are going to be on the side or facing the sidelines. If that big lit up menu board is facing a residential property, there should be some screening there by site plan requirements. But still, I mean, at night they're going to have that lit up screen facing their, and now all the menus are turning into the LED screens.
Right.
So they're very.
Yeah, I almost think that we should have a definition for drive-through signage because that's the only place we see these menus. But my other question is, okay, say you have like an ice cream shop or something, and you have the menu board posted on the wall. Is that a sign?
It's a great question. It does happen. And I don't want to say I opened Pandora's box, but I kind of feel like that's what's happened with this one.
I think I agree with Jim. I think we need a separate thing to address menus because, like you're saying, LED panels aren't. If you don't say at nighttime, you got to turn down the intensity or something. It's definitely needs its own section.
I mean, I guess I'm having trouble distinguishing a menu board, that the language, from a sign. I mean, what the heck is a sign? So to me, it's a sign, but maybe not.
What you're saying is a sign is a sign.
I think so.
But I do.
All right, can I help you, Alex?
One measure, one.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask this question then too, Alex. And I'm just trying to educate the board too. If you go into a site and they have wayfinder signs through their parking lot telling you go this direction or that direction or the drive-throughs over here, Is that a sign?
No, it's a navigational sign. It's considered one of our exempt signs.
Oh, good.
So that was the thought, was we could add an exempt sign, you know, like there are certain signs that are not, they don't count towards the square footage. We could add a certain amount allowed for menus per lot, per frontage.
Kevin and I think, are on the same page. If we do that, then we can also reduce the size, the intensity of the lighting and everything if we do define those. And, you know, with technology, you know, all these signs are just going to become more and more digital just as technology increases.
Okay, so I'll keep working on that. I don't know if that's one that's going to happen for next meeting. It might end up being next year, but I'll work on that some more.
Okay. Let's see, timeline. Do we have anything else for tonight? We've done those. So we have the planning board on the 9th. Will we have, will we be up to having them all finalized by then? February 9th?
Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Okay. Then, you know, we were looking at a public hearing. What do we have coming up in the works? Do we have lots?
You have Raymond Hills coming back.
Right.
And I think that's it.
So do you think, as it looks right now, we can just do the public hearing on March 9th? On the planning board night?
Yeah.
Is that?
I don't know if Raymond Hills will be
so.
coming back. I don't know if Raymond Hills will be coming back. They're coming in February, but I don't know if they'll be coming back in March.
Okay. And we haven't heard anything else in the works.
What about that one on Raymond Cape, the one that Sebago we're actually doing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything on that one. I don't know if you've heard anything.
I think they may be waiting for vernal pool season. I'm not sure.
I know you mentioned that they have a new project engineer or whatever.
I don't think that'll be, well, I can't say, but I don't think it's on the schedule for anything in March. I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Sandy, I think we were saving March 2nd, right? I think was our fallback date. So I think we could probably do away with that date now and just go with 9th.
Okay, we'll do the public hearing March 9th.
Yep.
Got it.
All right, any other business? Yeah, I got one question, pretty much more for the board, but Jim and Alex, you're certainly welcome to chime in. We have one member that really wants to stay on the board.
I was going to call you tomorrow about that.
But has a very hard time actually getting to meetings.
This is the third in a row again, Bob.
Yeah, our bylaws say 3 missed meetings in a row, and the chairman, is supposed to contact, and I've done that, and
done that twice.
He's expressed a desire to stay, has shown up for a meeting and once right after that conversation, and then has now missed the series. I had the conversation again, and right after that meeting he showed up, but has now not shown up again. So
we do, Bob, we have people that are qualified that have applied for being on planning board.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
So my question, I guess, for the board is, should I go now and say, you've got your warning once and you missed and you showed, you got your second warning and you didn't show it, now
Three strikes, you're done.
Is that pretty much what you think, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to have a quorum, and if some people occasionally can't be here, we need as many people to depend on as we can. So yeah, I think it's time.
Yeah, my thought is that I've run boards before, and if they're, it's kind of like your kids. If they're not, medically excuses, then you're absent, right?
Right.
I haven't heard of anything, or I don't know. In some cases, I don't know if he's even notified us that he's going to be absent from the meetings, right?
No, not anymore. He used to.
So that's
at least not me.
Right. And so unfortunately, that does kind of imply a certain level of interest or responsibility, I guess.
Okay. Kevin or Greg, do you have anything that you okay?
I mean, I'm kind of sorry that somebody, wouldn't show up, and it would be nice to have his participation, especially since we have Zoom now. It makes it fairly easy to do that. So I would think he'd want to try to make it to those meetings.
Okay. Then I'll get back in contact with him again and
Yeah,
see
I
if he
just
will,
think as any board member, if you're not going to be present at a meeting, I think it is a responsibility of you to inform the town or somebody, because you are relied on in the case that for a quorum, and if you're not there, it may jeopardize a quorum. So I think if you're not going to be attending a meeting, it's your responsibility to make sure that the town is notified in advance, because it costs the town money and then potentially applicants money
right,
beyond
especially if we don't have a quorum, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so on that note, on the March 9th meeting, I will not be in town, but I do intend to Zoom. But I'm not sure of my internet connection where I will be, so it is on standby to run the meeting. So if the meeting starts and you don't see my face, it probably means I don't have an internet connection strong enough to make the connection.
Coordinate, yeah.
Yeah, to coordinate, okay? So
we'll just get you on a bicycle machine so you can.
All right, is there anything else, anybody? We're all set? All right, thank you very much for attending. And see you see you when? See you pretty soon now.
February 9th.
Yeah, February 9th. Okay. Good night, guys.
What time February 9th?
Oh, good question.
That's
our normal meeting time, right?
right. So I would think you would do that at 7.
Yeah, let's do that at 7. Good question, Mike.
All right.
Okay.
I'm making a note.
Thanks, Yang. Night, guys.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. Today is February 8th and everybody is here tonight. That's great. Do we have to do that, Rolf or Joe, where we call everybody out to say who's here? Since it's
No.
Zoom? No? All right. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of January 11th?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Lonnie is abstained because he wasn't here. All right. New business, consideration of Sebago Lake Region Chamber of Commerce Regional Marketing Campaign Proposal. That would be Robin. I thought I just saw her. Oh, there she is.
I'm just unmuting and putting my picture up there and all that fun stuff. So first of all, thank you guys for having me tonight. I really appreciate it. I am the executive director of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce. And we are supporting the following 8 towns, just so that people know. Sometimes people don't know what towns the Sebago Lakes region covers, but we cover Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Wyndham. And we have gone to each of those 8 towns. Actually, we've gone to 6 of those towns. We're doing you guys tonight, and next week we're going to Standish. And we've asked each of those towns for 1% of their ARPA funds to create and implement a extensive marketing campaign for the region. As most of you know, if somebody comes to the region, they're not usually staying just in one town. If they come to Raymond, there's lots of things that they could do in Gray or Casco or Naples. So as a chamber, we really want to be able to tout the entire region and all of the things that there are to do. Originally, when we put this together, we thought we would do an app for the region, but in doing some investigation of folks that do use apps, other chambers that use them, it's not a lot of people will download an app for one specific chamber. So what we've decided to do instead is to do a QR code. So those funny little codes that you see different places. So we're going to have a QR code that will bring people to our website. And when they come to the website, we're working with a web designer to have a robust website that gives people things that they can do in the region, whether it's skiing or hiking or going to beaches. And we're hoping that all 8 towns do participate because we do want to be able to market the entire region. At this point, I have gotten the okay from the other 6 towns, but as you know, some of the towns then have to go and actually have it voted on by the members of the town. And it seems like each of you does things just a little bit differently. So I'm here tonight asking for 1% of your ARPA funds, or it comes out to about $1 a resident, so that we can take that money and use it in this fund. And some other things that we're doing as well, we have but the state of Maine has a magazine called Maine Invites You. It is the Maine Association of Tourism's it's kind of like their Bible, so to speak, of what there is to do in Maine. And we have a 2-page spread in there, and the ads are quite expensive. It costs about $9,000 for a 2-page spread. And what we are doing is we're giving the businesses who want to participate in that a little bit of a break, and that money, again, is coming from some of the ARPA funds that we're hoping to get from our towns. And I'm super excited to state that the first time, I've been in my position for 2 years, the first time since I've been in my position, we have a business represented from each of our 8 towns. So it's great that we're able to utilize that and be able to have all of our 8 towns in that magazine. The other thing we want to take a look at is social media. You know, do we want to go and do Facebook and target like the Boston area, or do we want to do, you know, where do we want to go to target to let people know what's going on in our area? And the last thing that we're going to do is we're going to do some ads, commercials. And what we're finding is that cable TV probably isn't our best bet. Maybe we need to do streaming. So some of you may get on your phones and you'll take a look at something, and all of a sudden a Hannaford ad comes up and you're like, where's that coming from? So we want to be that ad that people go, hey, where's that coming from? And it's like, oh, the Sebago Lakes region, let me learn a little bit about them and where they are. And so the plan is hopefully going to be a 2-year plan, because we are getting half of our ARPA funds hopefully this year, and then the other half would be next year based on when most of the towns are actually going to be receiving those. I will tell you the town of Wyndham has already given us both years. They just wanted to get it over with and just give us all of the money. So we already have some of the money to start. But it looks like, based on conversations with the other towns, they are going to spread it out over the 2 years, which actually for me makes more sense, because I want to be able to spread it out over the 2 years. So we don't have this nailed down by any stretch of the imagination. We're just starting the process. I can't say, hey, we're going to spend this money when I don't have a full okay from all of the towns. So, but we're working towards it, and we want to have a plan in place so that when we do get the funds, we're able to move forward. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Hi, Robin. Cherise.
Hi, Cherise.
Hi, nice to meet you virtually, I guess. So I have a question. If you were successful in getting all towns on board and contributing the 1%, what does that amount to?
$56,000. So we would have half of that, $28,000 for this year and $28,000 for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Don.
I would also like to say that, you know, I'm supporting this wholeheartedly. You've been great through the pandemic in your support of the town, and with the PPE and the meetings that we had. I think we were pretty much on every meeting, our staff. And and of course, one of the allowable expenses is for business support and development. So this is an appropriate use of ARPA money to help our local businesses.
Yes, and Don is definitely one of my, this is being recorded, so I'm going to probably get in trouble, but one of my better town managers. He comes to things, he participates, and I really appreciate that.
Do we need to make a motion, or is this all still in discussion, or?
Yeah, probably should have made the motion first, but.
But what's the dollar amount, Cherise, the exact dollar amount?
Be $4,777 total.
Bargain.
Times 2 years?
No, that's the total over the 2 years.
So $2,200 a year or so? Or?
Yeah.
You only have 40,000, how many residents do you have?
I didn't count residents. You asked me how many.
You asked for 1% of the opera money. I think we're getting a little bit of a break that way.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, we're a little conservative too, you know, Robin. We're gonna take the option that, you know, you give us 2, we're gonna take the option that is better for us, perhaps, maybe.
I gotcha.
All right. I didn't know about the per capita thing. That's actually new to me. I thought it was 1% of the total, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I was told it was 1% or $1 per, which I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the federal formula works that way at all.
Yeah. You know what? If you guys are willing to give me money, I'm not going to be picky.
Yeah, I don't think the difference is that great, though. It may be. I mean, I don't know. Hold on.
Well, the only reason I ask is because I was working with the New Gloucester town, and they were saying that I was going to get a certain amount, and I was like, that doesn't seem to make sense. And she was giving me 0.01% and not 1%.
So our population is 4606 according to the last census. So what was that again? 40? You're actually
4777.
So you're doing a little better, actually.
Again, not complaining.
Yeah, I didn't know about we just know about the 1%. That's all we knew.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Does anybody else have any questions on this too before what you guys want to do?
I do real quick. Could you clarify, Charisse, what that number was? Because I've heard of 2 different numbers now.
Yeah, it'd be $4,777 over for both years. So
Perfect.
she wants to bill us for 1/2, $2388.50 for the first half, which we've received, and we expect to get the second half, I believe in August. Then the next $2388.50 to equal the 1% of the opera funds.
Rolf, do you have any questions?
Well, if we do it in the split, essentially, then we have to put it into the budget for next year. If we do it, we do it in the one when we do it as an override on this year's, correct? I mean, you know, it's a wash either way because you've got an offsetting income, but you know the proper thing, if you're going to split it over 2 years, you have to put it into the budget for next year. If we do the whole thing this year, then you do it then we work it that way, and it's done. It's finished and over.
I don't know. Does the opera money have to be put through the town budget, Charisse? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of that.
I'm not sure either. I think you could appropriate that opera money next year, and I'm not sure it necessarily has to be included in the budget. But I mean, obviously, you can't go wrong with that approach. But I don't think the federal government's requiring that.
Well, yeah, but what about the auditor when he comes to look? If you've got funds that you're spending out of there that haven't been accounted for, someplace they've got to clear through. Someplace you've got an income, then you've got an outflow. So someplace it's got to get accounted for.
Well, we're having to account for the expenditures that we're making to the government, to the federal government, and we'll be making a number of those, hopefully, you know, within this year. We haven't pulled the trigger yet, but so those will be approved by the Board of Selectmen. I mean, we can certainly research it and see what the auditor might like, but I'm not sure. What are your thoughts, Charisse?
Well, it's not part of the opera funds are going to be considered, you know, Joe's very familiar with this, you know, this like we did with the recreation department, the special revenue. We're going to set up a special revenue fund for the opera funds. It has its own bank account. So all revenues that are coming in from the federal government, interest being earned, and the expenditures will all be coming out of that account. So it's going to be really clean. And the first report of expenditures is due April 30th. To my knowledge, it does not have any impact on, you know, our budgeting process for the general fund. But
there will be a very clear track of what we got and how we expended it and how we accounted for it, which will be approved by, you know, by the issuing authority. So we do have, you know, we'll have a good track for auditing purposes. We're following all the strictures that have been communicated to us.
So is the other piece of it that the auditor would look at is if you exceed 750,000, I believe is the threshold for a single audit. And, you know, this doesn't quite get us there. So that's not a concern at this point. And all the single audit really is just additional test work that they do, you know, looking at the revenue sources, the expenditures, and scrutinizing those a little bit closer. And that's what the single audit does.
But I suppose the bottom line is if you're going to pay it in two, you know, pieces, you could approve tonight's, you know, amount, and then we can research it and properly account for it in the budget or not for next year.
That makes sense. Yes. Or you approve the total amount and then leave it to you know, between you two, how you're going to apportion it out.
Right. I say we do the total amount.
What's the benefit of not doing the total amount? I mean, if we don't do the total amount, then she's gonna have to come in front of us again next year.
In theory, you know, what you would do is you would approve the total amount. How they pay it out becomes essentially a function of how it gets billed for. So if we only approved right now half of it, we'd have to bring it back up and reapprove the other half next year.
Yeah.
The simple thing is to approve the total amount.
The total amount,
And
yes.
how the billing gets done is between Sharice and Robin.
I agree with that. Approve the total amount, and you know that it should be in keeping with appropriate accounting best practices, and I think you have it.
Yep. Anything, Joe?
I think you approve the whole amount and then bill it out in 2 installments.
Right.
And, you know, you have to account for it in some way. And Sharice is setting up a special revenue account because it's money that you normally don't get in. And then you just set it up. And then, you know, you have 2 withdrawals out of that account. That's all.
All right. So can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to allocate or appropriate $4,777 over the next 2 years to the Sebago Lake Chamber of Commerce.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Great. Thank you.
No, thank you guys very much. And Dawn, I will be in touch with you, letting you know how the money is being spent and all that too, because I want to make sure I'm very transparent on what it is that we end up doing and how that money gets spent. But we'll talk about that when we meet in our town manager meetings.
All right. Thank you, Robin.
You're welcome. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thanks.
You too.
All right, next one, consideration of possible referendum question for the June election related to marijuana options.
And oops, we talked a bit today, and I guess I'm the sacrificial lamb to go first. At this point, we really need to know what you folks would like us to do, what directions you'd like us to go in. There's been discussion of a referendum question. There's been discussion of forming a committee to look at the ordinance. There's been discussion of having multiple different things. So we'll do any of them you like, but we just kind of needed a direction. I do need to say, though, that if there is going to be a referendum question put out in June, I do need to get going on that much sooner than later.
So this was my issue. Put your hand down, Lonnie. I'm talking now.
All right, let's hear it. Hear the
This
knowledge.
is my issue, is there is a lot out there that I'm sorry, I am not familiar on. And what I just found out recently was an adult use facility where you actually go in, sit down like you would with having a beer and smoke pot, and then you leave and you get in your car and you drive. Am I wrong, Alex? So I asked Alex to be here to do some
Just like a
explaining
bar.
of what's out there.
It's like a bar. What's the difference?
Lonnie,
Bar is like
stop a
alcohol
minute.
and smoke.
Lonnie, stop. Alex is here to explain some of this stuff.
Brr.
Yes, I can do that to Lonnie. He's good.
And I'm definitely not an expert, I would say, on the topic. I have not worked in an opt-in town, so I don't have any firsthand experience. However, Chris Hansen has, so I've been able to rely on him for some of that. What you guys are looking at right now, though, is marijuana establishments in general. Since we haven't really narrowed down what it is the town is interested in having. So yes, that's one possible marijuana use. There's growing. There's retail storefronts, there's testing facilities, manufacturing facilities. I mean, there's all sorts of different marijuana uses that would need to be considered.
Not in our town. Nothing in our town.
Right now, no.
All the other
Listen,
towns.
but this is my concern. I'm sorry. I do, and this is me. And I know that this has been voted in, but for somebody to be able to come in and just be able to go into a place and sit and smoke pot, and I don't know if there's even limits or whatever, and then go outside and drive in your car. I mean, right now with police, they can check people who are drinking and driving. You cannot do that with marijuana.
Of course you can. They have machinery that you are made to take, or tests that you have or they have that can say if you are under the influence of marijuana instead of alcohol. Maybe they haven't perfected them. Maybe it's the same situation as like a vaccination, that some people are skeptical, some people, but there is tests out there that police do use.
No, those tests are unreliable and not accurate. So that's why they're not really using them.
That's right, yeah.
I think the question ought to be, do you want a retail marijuana shop in Raymond? Do the citizens of Raymond want to allow retail, recreational marijuana for sale in Raymond? That should be the question.
That is correct. You should be.
Okay, but wait a minute. I want to make sure. So when you're saying retail recreational marijuana, it's not like a bar that you can go in and drink and smoke it.
No.
You go in and buy it, you go home. Because
bring
you're
it
not
home
supposed to be smoking and driving at the same time, like
Correct.
drinking and driving.
I mean,
Okay.
Just whether you want recreational sales, in Raymond.
All right. I'm actually writing it. Okay. Lonnie, what were you going to say? I'm sorry. I'm writing. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that I know other states regulate it, that you have cameras at the retail shop, and they are showing people, making sure that they are leaving with the marijuana still in the package that they gave them, stapled, and they're can't do anything like that, smoke it, look at it, other than when they're in the shop. They go out of the shop, they have to put it in their car or whatnot, and then they go home, you assume, and do it respectfully. Just like if you go to a liquor store and you try and buy a fifth, you're not going to take a shot of it in the driveway of the liquor store. You're going to go home and do it responsibly, is what we ideally want to do. But some people aren't going to do it. You got the 2% that are going to screw it up for everybody else. But it has to be controlled. The big thing with me is that, do you want to regulate or somehow make revenue from this by having it in our town? Or do you want to just have it as an expense and a negative to it? This is something that we need to embrace. It's going to happen. It's going to happen in our neighboring towns, and it's going to come into our town. If either way, it's going to come into our town. So why not be part of it and regulate it, have rules, make sure that these guidelines are strictly held. And to me, there's so many different ones out there, retail stores and all of that, that within a year or two or three, there's going to be some big boys, and those big boys, big business, big corporations are going to come in and either eat up all the little guys, or it's going to be just like a plowing business. If you're not good at what you do, and if you don't follow the directions, and you're not a good upholding citizen with your business, just like every other business, then you're going to be not able to do it as a business, because you're going to get written up. You're going to get, whatever, and however we try and regulate it. But it is a way of the times. We do need to somehow, to some level, because the big part is Joe may not be for it. Sam may not be for it. I may not be for it. Rolf, Teresa, you may not be for it, but you know who is for it? Our town. Our town already, did a vote and they passed. So
I know, and Lonnie, I get that.
Voice of the town.
Right, we are a voice of the town. But Lonnie, when you're saying only 2%, the 2% are the only. But listen,
I'm
what I'm saying is
in,
that,
in any situation, it's the 2%, the low 2% or the high 2% that screw it up for everybody else.
but Lonnie,
You know, no matter what
I
it
have
is
to
for a
say,
situation.
10 cars will go down the street. 8 of them smell like that skunk smell. Okay,
Yep.
all the time. And no matter where you are, it's for the people. I'm sorry, I'm not against it, but what I am against is when they're going in. I am strongly against a adult recreational use store, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm against. I don't have a problem with
Me
people going
too.
in and buying, you know what I mean, and going home and using it. And I'm not against pot. I get that, but go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I think you're all mixing this whole point up. First of all, what you should be asking the town of Raymond is, do you want recreational retail sales of marijuana in town?
That's
the
right.
question. All the other stuff you're talking about is already covered under state law and state regulations. They determine how many cameras there are, who's allowed to buy, all that stuff. We're just asking the citizen, we should just be asking the citizens, do you want that retail store in town? And, you know, and if they say yes, then you have to develop ordinances that say, okay, this is where you're allowed to have a retail store. You know, you're not going to allow it in someone's house, you know, off some dirt road somewhere. You're going to probably want it in your commercial district. I mean, so the question just needs to be, do you as a citizen of Raymond want a recreational retail store in town? That should be the question.
That's the question, yes.
So what if it comes up later, as far as what a bunch of the ones that Alex just said? Do we deal with that later after we figure out what the referendum question is?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, as far as the growing and all that, we already have people growing it. There's already a grow place in town, right? In the commercial zone.
We did reach out to the attorney for some input on this, and what he suggested was doing a non-binding referendum, which basically says, do you support allowing adult use in medical marijuana establishments to operate in the town of Raymond? And
we already have medical. We already have medical.
It's actually not allowed. It's actually not allowed. That one came in before the state law changed. So that's an existing non-conforming storefront. So we don't allow medical storefronts. But the question would basically ask if they support it and then allow the development of an ordinance to regulate the location and operation of those uses. And then we could include an explanation that would basically say, you know, if this is, you know, approved by the town, the select board would establish a committee to draft an ordinance to basically describe where and what would be allowed. And that would have to go to town meeting as well the following year.
Right.
I'm all for town meetings. I think that that's when everybody in the town can speak their piece, or, you know, not meeting, but at the referendum, you know, vote and have the town vote for it. If the town votes it in, then great. If the town doesn't vote it in, then I'll stop being the preacher for the half of the town or whatever percentage of the town that wants it. Because I have friends that are totally into it, and I have friends that are totally not. So to me, I want what the majority wants.
I mean, all
You know,
we're trying,
but I want to be part of the positivity that can come out of it. The doing it the right way.
Yeah.
You know, doing all these things, but setting things so we can do it and do it right. You know, there's so many different things I feel that we can put forward to make sure that our town isn't that town that people are smoking pot on the corner or in their front porch or this, that, and the other, that you keep it to the back porch, you keep it out back, you keep it to yourself. You know, you don't want the young to know it or to think that it's the right thing to do, because again, it's part of all these unknowns that aren't. You know, I just feel that we need to move forward.
Well, I think we're debating beyond what's on the floor right now. What's on the floor right now is we want to put a referendum out there that says, do we want to have this in town subject to an ordinance created by the town? That essentially is all this. The rest of it is, what's the ordinance going to look like? The fact is, what we're trying to get right now is, do they want it or not? If it comes back and overwhelmingly they say no, then the fact is it's done. You know, it's done. It's finished. If they say, yes, we do, subject to creating the ordinance and whatnot, then we start down that road. We create what we need to do to, we get all the feedbacks and whatnot we need in order to create an ordinance that's gonna work. Ultimately, that ordinance then goes to the town meeting and it's voted at the town meeting. So half of this debate is not germane to the question that's on the floor right now.
Yes and no. I just wanted to know more about it because there's so many different things that are out there that could possibly come up. That's why I asked Alex to, yeah. So what you guys went down? What?
It is what's on the front porch, but right now it's a lot more because there's so many, everybody goes different directions with it. Everybody has their dislikes and their likes about it. And we as the town, we need to move forward so we can then do our regulations and rules and all of that to make sure that's where we're going to have the upper hand to be able to regulate or to say, what we don't want to see. We can do it. Maybe it's not something that can be done on 302, but it has to be on a road that is tarred, or it has to, there's just so many different directions. And I just think that we need to move forward. I can beat it to a dead horse, but then I don't want to. But let's do it.
I'm sick of talking about it. All right.
Yeah, I'll be part of that crew that pulls together and helps with the regs and rules. And I know I could get 15 other people that are in the business that would do and be part of it and present it to you guys to be able to find a plan that you would like.
Most of that's already covered under state law. There are state regulations that cover most of it.
Yep. But we can make our own to make sure, we're going to have to regulate them and this, that, and the other, but somehow, some way.
All right.
I mean, there are towns that have turned down retail shops by referendum.
And if we were a town that didn't or couldn't have their chair say what Teresa started off with, that 8 out of 10 cars that go by her house every day smell it, then wouldn't even be an issue. But I know that, and I know the people in the town, for the most part, want it. So, and there's people that don't. So let's make it so it makes everybody happy if we can. But the town might vote it down and be finished business.
Right.
All right.
Let the townspeople.
So you guys are good with the question then. Do you want recreational retail sales in Raymond? Marijuana. Wait a minute. Do you want marijuana recreational retail sales? Is that what you guys want for the question?
Well, I think Alex pointed out that we need to also include medical marijuana.
I think the wise thing to do would be to give a direction, an outcome, and then have the attorneys help us with the question, the precise language.
I think it's pretty clear what we're looking for.
Well, wait a second. I guess I'm confused.
If you're confident of that, then we'll just do it then.
So what? Medical? Wait a minute. Medical marijuana isn't allowed, or that's already what?
There's an existing. If he were to go out of business, you could not bring another one in, because without it being approved, because he exists because it was pre-existing.
Correct.
Because the town has not opted in at this point. If he were to go out of business, then a new one could not come in.
So let me ask you this: what if he sold the business? Because technically he's grandfathered. So if he sold the business, that would be a new owner.
But he's grandfathered, but a new licensee.
Right. Kurt wanted to say something. Kurt.
Yeah, I don't know if could you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
The city of Gardner has been dealing with the marijuana issue for probably going on 3 years now. It does become very complex very quickly. There are a multitude of options. There's medical only, there's recreational, there's both, there's large scale growth facilities. There's a lot of things to consider. So you're going to have a lot of options. You can control the density of the shops, so you don't get too many clustered in one area. I would just say, expect that this could be a lengthy process. It seems like we've been dealing with marijuana in Gardner for a long time, and if you don't have, we tried to put some moratoriums in place so that we could deal with it, and but it can quickly get out of control. So just all I would say is, be very thoughtful with it and have some things in place so that if a vote is taken at town meeting, you have some controls in place so things don't get out of hand before you can claw it back.
Oh, thanks for that.
Good, no, good words, good knowledge. Very true.
So what do you guys want to do? I'm sorry, I didn't understand that medical marijuana. I thought that was already out there anyways. Okay, what do you guys want to?
I like Alex had the wording from the attorney that made a whole lot of sense to me. So
I agree.
Repeat it, Alex.
Yeah, sure. Bill's suggestion was a non-binding referendum. Do you support allowing adult use and medical marijuana establishments to operate in the town of Raymond and the development of an ordinance to regulate the location and operation of those uses? And then below, explanation, this is a non-binding question from the Board of Selectmen seeking your opinion only. If supported, the board will organize a committee to draft an ordinance that will regulate adult use and medical marijuana establishments in the town to be voted on at a future town meeting.
I like that.
Okay, but adult use, again, is where you would go in and use it inside the store, correct?
No, adult use is essentially recreational retail.
Okay, all right, then I was reading that wrong. Okay, I'm fine with that.
That was actually my point really is you want to use precision in your language that's in compliance with the law so you don't get something you don't want.
Nope, I'm fine with
That's
that.
all I was saying.
So you don't need a motion, do you?
Well, I think we do need a motion to go forward. That's the point of what we're, right, Sue?
Yeah. We do need a motion to just proceed.
You'll need a motion ultimately for the article when it's written. Well, I mean, if you want a motion to go ahead and draft the motion, that's fine. We can do that.
I would like that only because we had a consensus last time and it kind of went up in smoke over the month. So if we have a motion now, then we really have more of a direction to go in.
I'll make a motion that we use the language that Alex has from Attorney Saucier.
Yes.
Right.
Second.
All right, okay, Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah, Alex, is that referendum leaving out medical? Wouldn't you want to know people's opinions on medical and recreational since you're asking anyway?
So that was one of the things I brought up was possibly breaking it out into two separate questions and saying, are you in favor of us looking into medical and then also for adult use? But the concern would be that would make it a little bit too complicated. And the thought was to just keep it simple and just have it be, you support us looking into all medical uses or all marijuana uses. And then we can kind of take the year to figure that out.
In a sense, to me, we're asking the town, do you even want this here? And if they do, then we'll develop the rules for how we want it here.
I may be looking at this too simplistically, but do you want the question to be narrow or wide? And so that's the question in my mind is
why
all kinds of different, because there's all kinds of different, iterations of marijuana use.
All right. Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping it would only address the retail portion of it.
Right.
Because medical marijuana has already been decided statewide and we already have a shop in town, but since that shop is not in conformance, let's say, well, I think we need to include the medical part. And once you include the medical part, the town is going to vote for it, but I'm okay with that. If that's what the town wants, we follow what the voters want.
Or you can do the two question deal.
No, I'm fine with what Alex just did and say, yeah. All right.
We just don't want it to be confusing, right? The question itself, if it's too wordy or whatnot, some people.
Isn't that the concern though, Alex, of the attorney, was that putting the two together was too complex?
He said we could do it that way. But his recommendation was to go the first route, which is just, have it be all marijuana uses.
And I
People
think
are
the
the-
problem with two questions is that people might think it's an either or. That
Yep.
either I want this one or I want that one.
Well, people aren't also going to understand that that medical marijuana store is only there, you know what I mean, non-conforming. So they're thinking, wow, we already have that. So why are we voting in it again or whatever too? So, all right. I say we
You have
vote
a
on
motion
this.
on the floor.
Yep. All right. Any more? All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Reluctantly.
All right. All right. Moving on. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
Consideration of tax abatements. Kurt Lavelle.
Hi, everybody. I do have four tax abatements in your packet and one follow-up supplemental tax that relates to one of the abatements. They're pretty much just administrative in nature. A couple homestead exemptions that we omitted in error. A building that was accidentally taxed to the wrong parcel, so we've got to get it moved over to the correct parcel. And one other one where a property had a deeded access water rights. They had put it in their property expecting to sell their waterfront lot and keep their interior lot. And then the person who bought the waterfront lot didn't want them to have access, so they pulled it out. But we didn't find out about it. So we're just going to correct that. If you have any questions about those, I can help you answer those.
All right. So we're going to need emotions on those.
Yeah, I thought I saw a summary somewhere of all four of them.
Yeah, it's on page
Yep.
11. Did you find it, Joe?
I'm looking for it.
I had it on page 11 on my packet.
Yeah.
I didn't have it on page 11.
You what?
I got it. Yeah. All right. I'll make a motion to grant the abatements to lot number 008-018, account number 404, in the amount of $324.30. Lot listing 009047, account number 692, in the amount of $324.30. 012042C, account 1004, in the amount of $1,125.18. 054069, account 3082, in the amount of $126.90, for a total of $1,900.68.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 All right.
And then there'll be one more vote issuing the supplemental tax, which is to the correct lot that should have got the $1,125 tax.
Is that the 012042?
That's correct, yes.
I'll make a motion for a supplemental tax on 012042 in the amount of $1,125.18.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 All right. Thanks, Kurt.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
All right. Consideration of appointment to ZBA. Sandy.
Andy isn't able to be here this evening, but Fred Miller is here, and he has graciously said he'd like to be on the ZBA, and the ZBA has talked with him and and gone over his application, and they put it forward for you folks to decide.
Make
Oh,
a
you were
motion to
TV the other
appoint,
night at one of the meetings.
I'll make a motion to appoint Fred Miller to zoning board of appeals.
Second.
Any questions for him or anything to say? Ask? Nothing?
Well, thanks for stepping up and wanting to do it. Always looking for volunteers.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, you're muted. That won't get you very
Hi.
far.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
I look forward to being there.
Great.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Consideration of biennial appointment of registrar. Sue, go ahead.
It's that time of year, and if you want to keep me, then I'll need a motion.
I want you.
Yeah, let me think about it.
Yeah.
We move this to the end. No.
So
Make
moved.
a motion to accept, to keep Sue.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 There you go, Sue.
Thank you.
Stuck with us. All right, public
You
comment.
talking about the pay cut, though?
What? Oh, yeah.
Just kidding, too.
All right, public comment? Anybody? Sue, do you see anybody on there? I don't.
No one with a hand up.
All right. Selectman comment. I do. I just want to thank the Public Works guys. I sent you guys an email on this. That bad snowstorm that we had last, we were out in it at 6:30 at night, and honest to God, the trucks got us home. And when Raymond's roads were clear, they were absolutely clear. We came from Poland, and you could not see the roads, you couldn't see anything, and we hit Raymond, and it was so nice to follow a truck home. We passed quite a few trucks, the big ones, the small ones, and then the next morning they were back out there bright and early cleaning up. So a big thank you to them. All right, anybody else? Lonnie.
I just want to take a second and thank you, our fearless leader. You've been chair in the past, and you've done good, but I think this time around you're really doing a very good job, and it just shows that as a leader you're not just on blinders, no blinders. You see it all, and you're doing a great job, and I've heard that from more than one person. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Don't get inflated in here, but other than that, inflate that, not that.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
And yes, of course, we've had Rolf and Joe, but they're expected to be great.
See, you just put me above them. I'm up here and you guys are all down underneath.
All right, I'll go with that.
Look
You're our
at
leader
Joe.
right now.
Joe's sitting there like, oh God, yeah.
You're doing a great job. Proud of you.
Thank you. I've learned a lot from you guys, so thanks. And you guys will definitely let me know if I'm doing something wrong too. So yeah.
Yeah.
Count on that.
No, we won't. We won't do
Thank
that.
Yes, we
All right.
will, Stan.
Yeah. All right. Town manager's report and communications.
Okay, here we go with the round robin of dates again. So our upcoming regular meeting dates are March 8th and April 12th. And then the reminder of the upcoming budget schedule, February 23rd, coming right up, Sharice. We're going to submit the budget to the Select Board and Budget Finance Committee. March 1st, first department head review at 6:30. March 15th, second department head review. And of course, that'll be broken up as it has been in prior years with, basically the same departments that I think as last year presenting on those respective nights. March 31st, budget workshop. April 5th, Select Board warrant review and approval. April 12th, Budget Finance Committee budget article recommendations. April 19th, Select Board final warrant approval. Before I get to that, these are all 6:30 meetings. Town meeting at the Jordan Small Middle School gym. June 7th, if we have the open town meeting at 6 p.m. or June 14th, if we vote the town warrant via secret ballot, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule. Monday, February 21st, President's Day.
There's a date in there that, yeah, Rolf.
Yeah, April 5th is now a conflict for me, so if, it's a tight schedule there, but, so I will not be able to be there. But if we change that at all, then it affects when the budget meeting is going to be and whatnot, so.
What about if we move it a day before? Is it a week that you're going to be out, or is it just that day?
That day I will not be available.
What's April 4th?
The day before would be the 4th, right?
Right. And what day is it?
That's a Monday.
Can you guys do it the 4th?
Yep.
Rolf, can you do it the 4th?
Yep.
All right. Can we move it then?
You can move it.
Sure.
Let's do
As long
that.
as long as you bring a birthday cake for me.
You get to be another year older.
No, I don't. I'm not going to be.
No, actually, that day he'll only be a day older.
That's right.
A few hours.
Bonnie, do you know if anybody makes a cake that big to hold that many candles?
No, they don't even have enough wax in the US.
Well, we have to make sure that Bruce is there with the fire truck because it could be a fire hazard.
Yeah, hopefully there's no sprinklers in that building.
Motion to adjourn.
I will write that down.
One second. Are we looking at March 8th to still be Zoom, or are we looking at on-site stuff?
I am seriously, we had 1, 2, 3 kids last week in daycare get COVID. So technically I am still direct. You know what I mean?
Last Friday, I had 19 employees.
Oh my
Out of my
God.
280 employees, 19 of them, like 7% of my crew was out with COVID.
See, and my little ones can't get vaccinated either. So that's the problem there. You know what I mean?
At the end of the month,
Really? What?
they're gonna have 6 months to 5 years.
Seriously? Well,
That's the rumor.
two of the kids are little. I mean, they're under, but one of them is a 5th grader and she's fully vaccinated and she got COVID. So it's just, you don't get it as bad, but still, you know what I mean? Yeah.
That's how I think too. You don't get it as bad because that seems like what's going on. I mean, Joe would know best, but.
Right, so, all right. So,
So March 8th will be via Zoom.
yes, sorry.
Okay.
Sam, do you want to do it for your birthday? The meeting?
Oh, of course. Actually, it's a day after my birthday, so.
Oh, we can all sing happy birthday to you, but you have to tell us how old you are.
I can look it up on the butter list.
I can't do that because I didn't do well in college in math.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Too much addition.
Too much addition. All right. So other than that, the rest of those dates look good then.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's can I have a motion to go in executive session?
But just one question before. At
Yep.
what point, Sue, do we have to make the decision on the town meeting on the open town meeting or Zoom meeting?
My preference is that you make it by next meeting, if at all possible, because I'll have to start getting ballots ready. And that's when I'll start putting the warrant together. But I
So can I
can't
ask
actually
something?
send the warrant ballots to the printer until you've approved the final warrant, which isn't until April.
So how many people do we usually get at town meeting, open town meeting?
We've been between 60 and 70.
At town meeting?
Yes.
And how many people do you think we get if they were voting all day? By ballot?
For primary, we won't get that many because it's pretty much an uncontested primary as I understand it right now. And the last time we did that, the clerks and I watched each other get older.
A lot more than 60 or 70 though.
It will be more than 60 or 70.
There'll be a few hundred.
Yeah, it will be. I can bring up the statistics if you like.
No, I like it when there's more people. People voting instead of just the lower amount. So, all right, we'll let you know by next meeting. All right,
I'll make a motion to go into executive session under Title I MRSA subsection 405 6F to consider a poverty abatement request.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
May I ask who seconded? I missed that.
I did.
Thank you, Sam.
So is Jenny here tonight?
She is. I'm going to put the characters for this particular executive session into a breakout room, and I'll put myself in
We have
there.
two Jennys, our Jenny.
We have two Jennies that are going in the room. Yes.
Okay.
She's going to be. I was getting there. I'm going to have her sit here where I am. I'm going to step out. She'll let me know when it's done, and I'll take the breakout room apart.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mhm. Zoom. I save it at the end of the meeting. I'm just not going to save it.
Okay.
It's an auxiliary thing. I started doing that when we had somebody joining our meeting that was jumping up and down with puppets.
You guys are live.
Hi. Well, can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Can I have a motion to go back into executive session?
Do you want to take an?
Now you gotta take up what you just came out
Oh,
of.
sorry. Yes. Go
I'll
ahead.
make a motion to grant a poverty abatement in the amount of $457.72.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Do you have to do a motion on the second one?
As far as,
There was two that was in there.
No, because by declaring the amount, then that says there's.
Okay. All right.
I'll make a
All right.
motion to go into executive session under Title I MRSA subsection 405 6D to discuss labor contracts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Ready? Another roller coaster ride.
Yes.
All right. Can I have a motion to go out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Can I have a motion? Oh, all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Enjoy your dinners, guys.
Good nighty then.
Thanks, everybody. Be safe.
Right.
Right.
Good evening and welcome to the February 9th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The planning board will come to order. The board does have a quorum and we will start with holding roll call. Ed, would you go first?
Ed Kranich.
Greg Foster.
Kevin Woodbury.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
And Mark Childs. I think you got stepped on, Mark.
That's fine. Mark Childs.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a public agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes from the January 12th, 2022 planning board meeting. We have a proposed ordinance amendment review, a public hearing for the applicant of Raymond Hills LLC, planner communications followed by adjournments. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand. Actually, it's not applicable, but to state their name and address and affiliation with the project. After the board votes on the merits of each applicant, we will prepare a written notice of decision. Thus, notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidences of your appearance this evening. All right. So our first order of business is the minutes from the January 12th, 2022 meeting. Are there any changes, additions, deletions?
All set with me.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Mike moves to approve. The second.
Second.
Kevin seconds. Any discussion? All right, remember we got to do this by a voice vote. So if we just kind of try not to step on each other, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. And approved. Done. Motion passes. As far as the agenda goes, I think I'm just going to swap these two. We'll do the proposed ordinance amendments, and honestly, I haven't had a chance to read what you sent, Alex, but I'm guessing there's probably not a lot there that we can't just discuss briefly. Okay. So let's move to the project then, the Raymond Hills LLC, and then we'll take up the proposed ordinance changes after that, so we don't keep everybody waiting. Okay.
Good. Okay.
All right. So we'll start, Jim. You actually. Okay. So the project. We did a sketch plan review last time. The project was not on. The table. So the first thing we would need, as Jim, actually after Jim gives us his presentation, will be whether or not we find that the application is complete. So go ahead, Jim.
All right, thank you. This project is called Raymond Hills Village. It's been before the board, various stages over the last year. It is back now with 25 dwelling units, which would be in a condominium style, located off Route 85, Webb's Mill Road. The project would have access off 85 coming up a shared right-of-way with MB Properties coming into the project in a loop fashion, coming back on itself. I believe there's like 1,300 feet of road. And one of the questions we had from the sketch plan meeting, which we can confirm tonight, is we had a discussion with the town's attorney with regards to subdivision limits as far as the length of the road and the number of units that can be served without a formal loop road. Those requirements may be waived by the board, but the applicant must apply for those in writing and must follow the criteria under the subdivision provisions for waivers. I know today, I believe we did get something via email. Unfortunately, I have not had a great deal of time to review those. So that's one of the factors we'll have to take up this evening. The project will be served by public water coming off 85. They had provided a letter of capacity. It appears they have ample pressure, but it needs to be verified with the fire department, meets their standards. Septic will be wastewater systems. There's one large engineered systems and two other non-engineered systems on the property. Stormwater would be contained in two treatment ponds. The applicant today did provide us with the approval from Maine DEP for the stormwater portion of this. And I guess the last piece would be they do have an agreement in place with MDOT for the entrance location and connection of the drainage in 85. I do have some comments and some concerns with some of the design components, but I think we'll leave that to Dustin to address. And I'll, at this point, turn it back to the board.
Okay. So based on, just for kind of amplifying a little bit what Jim said, and for Dustin, I know that a lot of stuff has come in. We normally do not accept, we certainly don't accept things to the board that come in on the day of the event. It's just not fair to ask the board to have a chance to review all that, to look it over, to research it, and to make sure that we're treating it properly. So I would ask the board, based upon what we received in the packet, whether or not we consider that application is complete. Is there any discussion on that? We don't need that. We don't need an application complete to continue. It's just formality.
Well, I'm not sure it's complete in the sense that I'm not sure. I think today, Dustin Roman responded to Jim's February 4th memo. Is that correct?
Yeah, I did see something. Dustin did respond.
If I may, you're here this evening, first and foremost, for obviously completeness, but then preliminary. So I guess the question is, do you feel comfortable that this is complete enough for preliminary review? So you're not looking necessarily for final review, and some of these components we would typically get at final stage, not preliminary stage.
Correct.
To the applicant. So you're going to have to weigh that into your decision.
Okay.
Okay, so we proceed, which we have certainly have done in the past. We proceed with the application, but we just will not deem it complete at this time. Does that sound okay with everybody?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, then Justin, you're up. You want to? I would suggest, Dustin, that you go through your memo. I kind of briefly read it, but I didn't have a chance to kind of digest it in regards to Jim's memo. So
yeah, and yeah, so just kind of as Jim had said, the response that we had put together and submitted today really was just trying to kind of clean up those items that Jim had put out in his memo last night, where the project has kind of advanced to the point where it's, basically right at final completeness. We wanted to give the board as much information as we could that was available, with the understanding that, if you got it this morning, you're not necessarily going to be able to, have time to go through all of that. So we just wanted to make sure the information was available so we could get as much accomplished at the meeting tonight as we can. So yeah, when we made our last application to you, so the packets that you had received, I believe, were from what we had submitted back on January 12th. At that time, we had given septic designs, stormwater report, the copy of the DOT permits that we had received, updates to the Maine Natural Areas Program and inland fisheries and wildlife updates that we had done on the additional land that was being acquired, letter of financial capacity and a wetland inventory analysis. So that was essentially the package that we had given you on January 12th. So since then, the information that we've been working on really is around the DEP approvals and the Portland Water District approvals. So we had spent the time since then finalizing that review with those agencies. And as Jim indicated, we did receive our DEP stormwater permit earlier this week. So that item is at least a complete item at this point. We also received our ability to serve updated letter from the Portland Water District. That was in the information that was forwarded to you today, just as an update of their approval of the design of the new facility. We'd also been working with the Water District on preparing a model to predict what the fire flows are going to be at the hydrants at the top of the hill, since there was a significant elevation change from the Route 85 hydrants. So that information was provided I think a couple of weeks ago, which I know Wayne and Jim had been reviewing, and we've been discussing with Wayne about, just to make sure that those were satisfactory and that we were comfortable with that model. And the other item that we didn't really discuss previously, but since we did have 2 additional leach fields that were proposed as part of the project. We did update the hydrogeologic assessment for the nitrate plume analysis, showing that those 10 milligram per liter nitrate plumes would be contained within the property, not just for the big engineered leach field, but also for the 2 smaller leach fields that were added with the new additional unit. So that was part of the submission package today. That it contained that hydrogeologic report as well. And it did show that those nitrate plumes did stay within the property limits for the 10 milligrams per liter. So going through Jim's memo that he had provided yesterday, that was essentially all the text that was in that email that we had provided today. So I will just kind of run through those items. I'll just kind of group them together rather than kind of go line by line, but some of the questions were around the considerations for dewatering of the site, both during construction and the handling of groundwater after the project is completed. And when you install these utility trenches down steeper roads and on the basins of hills, you do have a tendency to potentially pick up groundwater. One of the things that the water district requires is clay dams installed along the water trenches, which we did show on the plans. And as far as the that lower section, how we've typically handled groundwater in the past is, it's difficult to determine exactly where you may have issues with groundwater until you get in there and start excavating out the road. We do have opportunity in a couple locations. One of them was the one that Jim had mentioned in his memo at Outlet Control Structure 1. We do have the ability to run a short stretch of under drain pipe across the road there in order to pick up any groundwater that may be present in that location so that we don't soften up the ground material there. Also at CB1, which is the catch basin just uphill of the storm tech system, we have the ability there as well to put in a cross drain, under drain, if it's warranted, based on construction conditions. So we do have a solution if groundwater is encountered in those couple of areas. Construction dewatering during construction is also definitely a concern when you've got, construction potentially in the groundwater and you've got some steeper slopes on the site. So we did provide a detail in the plan set which just showed how any dewatering would be required to go through a filter fabric bag with silt fence surrounding it. That'll both clean up the groundwater before it's discharged to the surface and also help so that it doesn't become concentrated flow and create erosion and things like that. There was a question about traffic and just even though we did obtain the DOT permit, just identifying what type of traffic we'd be expecting for this sort of project. So we did respond with what the ITE manual would predict for this type of a project, which ends up being about 14 peak hour trips as a maximum. Anything below 100 trips doesn't require a TMP through the DOT, so we're significantly below that threshold that would require a permit, but it just gives a sense of magnitude of the project being at the 14 trip ends. There was another comment just about the potential for just having an understanding of the flooding that could happen if there was some malfunctions in the stormwater drainage system. Seeing that we're installing this road with some filter ponds that kind of collects the water that comes down over the hill, there was just some comments in there to consider, what would happen if those ponds were to overtop the road under a significant storm event and run down the roadway and have to get collected in those catch basins before they got out into Route 85. And, and how we typically look at those situations is not so much to design the system to handle those sorts of, kind of bigger catastrophic type events, but to just have an understanding of kind of what's expected to happen so that we wouldn't have unintended consequences of flooding out a neighbor or pushing a bunch of water into a low spot where it couldn't escape. So in this case, where we've got a curved road down through that section, what we would anticipate is that if there were some blockages or some, extreme storm event that for some reason overtopped the pond and flooded out into the road, essentially they would kind of most likely hop over the top of some of those catch basin rims. But where we do have basically a constant slope right down into Route 85, as much water as could be handled in those catch basins would get picked up, and then whatever other water didn't would basically run down the gutter line along the roadway out into Route 85. So that would be really a worst case scenario. We wouldn't be flooding out roads. We wouldn't be pushing water out into the travel lanes. So we think it's a reasonable scenario the way that it's been designed. There was a question about just the pump station capacity, and that's one that comes up pretty frequently on pump stations, especially those that are shared by a number of units that all go into one location, just to make sure that extended power outages are not going to be a concern for the pump station. So we did provide an explanation in our email today, just about some studies that had been done through some of these pump companies about typical water usage when you do have power outages, and basically when you've got a power outage and all the utilities basically aren't being used, the appliances, the dishwashers, the washing machines, those are kind of your high water demand uses. Those are basically not being used when there's no power. You also, because you're not heating the water, you're not bathing, you're not doing a lot of washing, and people just kind of, when people instinctively go into kind of a mode of protection once the power's out, where you don't go and just go about your day and use water freely. So the studies have been done that show that the water usage is dramatically reduced, and based on what was produced in that study, this number of units, if say there's 50 people utilizing this project in the 25 units, we would anticipate, maybe 3 feet or so of a pump station of a 6-foot diameter structure could get filled up if you had like a 6-hour outage throughout the site. So what we do in these situations is we provide a generator hookup at the panel for the pump station. So we don't have an automatic standby generator that just flips on automatically, but what we have is a panel there so that if you get to beyond 6, 8, 10 hours, a 2-day type of power outage, then you can hook a generator up to that pump station. It'll turn on, and it'll just because it basically just needs to turn on long enough to empty that pump station reservoir, and then you shut it back off again. So that's how we would handle that situation, is to have that hookup on the pump station for that. We did have
who would be responsible for that?
It would be the condominium association. So they would need to have through their ownership and maintenance, they would have to have an understanding of this large pump station. It's actually a better scenario than if it were only 1 or 2 people that were on the pump, because then if somebody was away or whatever, it could get forgotten. But with that number of people all going into a pump station, it would be something that collectively they would have to manage.
So how do we ensure that gets into their documentation so that it is included? Because if it doesn't, then it would affect, obviously, downhill if that thing didn't get turned on.
Yeah, we could work on, we could provide documentation showing that it's put in the condominium documents, just in there, that the sewer is private and that it involves a private pump station, and that it will require auxiliary power in the event that that power is taken out for an extended period of time. So we can add that into the utility section of the condo docs.
And also, where's the generator? Who is supplying the generator, and where's the generator being stored?
Yeah, I mean, that would be an association decision that have to decide, where that's going to take place, whether it's something that gets assigned to an owner or however they do it. But we can, we don't necessarily have a common building or anything like that on the site currently. But yeah, we can, somebody will have to take charge of that. And it's obviously in their own best interest to do it. I mean, nobody wants to deal with, sewer issues and a power outage, so.
Dustin, in that situation, would the condominium association have a property manager or some kind of maintenance manager?
Yeah, I mean, so the maintenance of all the grounds and everything like that would be common anyway. You know, snow removal is going to be a contractor. So yeah, perhaps it could be worked into that some sort of an agreement there where they also provide, you know, the kind of an on-call service if needed. We could do it that way. One of the other items that was brought up is the dumpster location. It was a little tricky to locate a spot on the site that was kind of a little bit out of the way, was also convenient for, you know, proximity to the roadway, and had, you know, kind of the good operating grade. So as Jim had noted in his memo, that dumpster location was kind of on a steep slope. Some of the other areas that we looked around the site had kind of different issues to deal with. So what we've done with other projects, and I think would be a great solution here, is to actually have the trash collection be individual toters for each of the units, as opposed to having one central dumpster location. So you'd still have one contract for the entire condominium development. It's just everybody would have their own toters that they would keep in the garage, and everyone would just basically wheel them out to the curb as curbside pickup, just like you would if it was curbside through the town, except that it would just be a private hauler that would come in and dump all those units out. So that way we would just eliminate the dumpster altogether and all the nuisances that come with that, and then everybody would be responsible. And where we do have garages in all of these units, there's a space to store those toters inside. So we're going to just eliminate the dumpster from the plans and just have it be that it's privately hauled, but use the toters instead. We did have an opportunity to meet with the neighbor, Krista Kish, who is adjacent to the driveway coming up on the south side, and her attorney, Bill Kennedy. We had scheduled a meeting for a couple of weeks ago. We had to reschedule that meeting, and we were able to meet on site yesterday just to kind of talk about some of her remaining concerns that she's been raising through some of the letters along the way. I believe you all received a letter again today, which kind of summarized our meeting from yesterday. The items that we were prepared to address in talking with Ms. Kish were related to a driveway connection that she wanted to have on the rear part of her property. She indicated that she, has intentions of developing that rear lot with maybe a single-family home at some point in the future. So there was a couple of things they wanted us to make sure we considered. One, that we build her a short driveway curb cut entrance into her property where the elevations are changing on the road and coming up. It would make it difficult to access that rear portion of her property and in the finished condition. So we did prepare a drawing and stake out a location for a driveway. We did make an adjustment in the field of about 15 feet to slide it closer to 85. But she was in agreement to the location of where that driveway was going to go, and the applicant has agreed to build out a short driveway stub into the property and bring it down to existing grade and essentially slope in the side slopes of the driveway and the road in that area. So what that would do is it would remove that section of kind of boulder or precast concrete retaining wall that we were proposing, as well as the guardrail through there. What it's going to basically look like when it's done is a 3-to-1 slope along that section of the roadway, grading down into the field with the driveway coming into her rear part of the lot. And we're going to just loam all that over and seed it, so it's not going to create additional impervious area, and it would provide her access if at some point in the future she wanted to develop that rear lot as a single-family home site, as she had indicated. There were a number of trees that she asked us to look at that were inside of the 50-foot right-of-way to save. And unfortunately, because we're restricted with such a narrow stretch through there at the 50 feet, there's a lot of construction that needs to fit inside that area with a the paved roadway and the curbing and ditches and utility lines and all of that. It is customary in almost every circumstance that you end up having to clear that entire 50-foot right of way to build a road. So that's the case here too as well, especially when you have significant grade changes of more than a foot or so. In this case, we've got some areas where we're cutting 4 or 5 feet, and we've got some areas where we're filling 4 or 5 feet. And whenever you have those sort of circumstances, you really do need that full 50-foot width in order to be able to build the road so that it's safe and passable, and you've got areas for snow storage along the shoulders, and you've got room for drainage and all of that. So so we did take a look at that corridor. We looked at it on our own. We walked it with the abutter there, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to accommodate her request to save the number of trees that she was looking at saving inside the 50-foot right of way. We did look and make sure that we were not going to need to cut any substantial trees that we would have considered to be kind of like common trees, like right on a property line. Sometimes you see those, sometimes they're even called out as survey markers in a plan. But in this case, we didn't identify any of those trees on the surveyed line that were clearly like right on the line that needed to be discussed further. So everything was either, a couple of feet to 10 feet into the right of way, or they were outside of the right of way. So it was a clear delineation between whose trees are whose, in our opinion. So I think, from our standpoint, we've communicated to her that we're not going to be able to save those trees that are within the 50-foot right of way for the roadway. And we did just reaffirm that we are not proposing to cut anything outside of the right of way, and that it'll be clearly marked with silt fence and surveyor markings prior to tree clearing, just to make sure that we stay on the subject lot. One of the other significant items is we had talked before about the potential for additional development on the MB properties remaining land that was not going to be made part of the project. The applicant has decided to purchase the entire lot of MB properties. That entire lot is not going to be part of the condominium. What they're going to do is basically divide the lot so that the 3.7 acres that was always intended to be sold from MB Properties to Raymond Hills, that will still be the case. That same area that we've been talking about for the last few months is going to be the portion that's conveyed to the project. It's just the remaining land is going to be held under a separate LLC, which is the same common owner as Raymond Hills LLC. So I know before the board and we were concerned about, what unintended consequences could happen from building a road and not allowing or permitting some development to occur on that remaining land. But in this case, where the applicant is going to own the remaining land, I mean, they clearly understand what they're getting themselves into, if the board grants this waiver tonight, what those limitations are, and that any further development on that remaining land would be coming back in front of the board for discussion and looking at, second means of ingress and egress and all those things. So we hope that helps to ease the board a little bit as far as, some just worried about what somebody else's expectations might be for their land in this right of way. It'll also make it so that, this owner, even though it's under a separate LLC, they'll actually own the full length of the roadway coming in, because that area that's occupied by the right of way will be part of the land that will be held by the new LLC. But again, it's the same owner. So we do have I believe 3 waiver requests that we had put down in writing and submitted to the board. I know we've been discussing kind of the concept of those waiver requests, and we were kind of waiting for a conversation between the town's attorney and you know, town staff, just to, you know, make sure that those waiver requests were worded appropriately. So we did get that information from Jim and Alex, that they had that conversation and that those items were something that the board could waive. So we did put those in writing and put those back in front of you here today. And those items, I believe number one was Article 10, Section 3B5, which deals with the subdivision road length having a maximum of 1,000 feet. It also talks in that same section about the 24 maximum units. So it's kind of worded together in that same article. So we would be looking for a waiver from that section. The second one, I believe, is Article 10, Section 3B6, which talks about the requirement for 2 street connections for subdivisions with more than 25 dwelling units. That one we felt could potentially apply here because we were agreeable to, if the board wanted to have, basically designate Mrs. Kish's rear lot as a lot that could access the roadway, that would essentially put it up to 26. So if the board wanted to write or word their waiver in a way that would permit Ms. Kish to have a home on that lot and access the roadway, then that second waiver, I think, would apply in that circumstance. The third waiver is Article 10, Section 10B, and that is utilities shall be installed underground except as otherwise approved by the board. So this one, I'm not sure if it needs to be a waiver request, because the way the standard is written, it says, you know, unless the board approves something otherwise. So I'll leave it up to the board to decide if you feel more comfortable discussing that as a waiver request, or just discussing that, you know, you're approving it as, you know, a portion of overhead utilities. So the justification for those three, as Jim had said, there's an A through G review criteria that the board is supposed to consider when looking at these waiver requests. So review criteria A just requires that it not have a negative effect on the prevailing character of the area. So in this case, I think what you're looking at is, you know, 1,000-foot road versus a 1,300-foot road, and then 25 units versus 24. So that, I guess, the difference between those two projects would be if you were to extend the road, or to permit a road that's 300 feet longer than what's the maximum, would that have a negative impact on the character of the area? So we looked at that as where the development portion of it and the portion of the road that is being extended is, you know, up in the back portion of the property, not out near the road. It's really not going to be, you know, visible, or, you know, it's not going to be something that changes the character of this area. There's a number of long dead end roads certainly up in this area, immediately adjacent to this project. So in a lot of ways, it is in character. The overhead power as well, that short stretch of a couple hundred feet right at the entrance to the road, it's only needed to get power over Route 85 and then into the property. And we're installing a utility pole at the nearest location that makes sense once we get over the underground stormwater utility areas. And then from there, everything else on the site is going to be underground. So we felt that little short stretch of overhead was not going to change the character of the area either, where there's already an abundance of overhead lines on Route 85 where this is coming into. And then review criteria B is just, you know, the natural environment can't be impacted through the granting of the waiver. And you know, we've designed all the stormwater management techniques and erosion control BMPs, so we don't feel that this is going to be impacted. The traffic conditions can't be negatively impacted. That's review criteria C. And you know, having this is a very low traffic generator as far as you know, traffic is concerned. You know, 14 dwelling units. It would only reduce it down 0.5 vehicle trips to go from 26 down to, or from 25 down to 24. And having a longer road doesn't create any additional traffic. So we felt that was not going to be impacted. Criteria E has to do with signs and lighting, and that really doesn't apply to any of these waivers. Criteria F is that it has to, not overburden the fire department or public services. So we've been working closely with Wayne throughout the project, and we'll certainly continue to accommodate any requests that he has for any improvements or things that need to be done before the project so that he can adequately serve the neighborhood. And then the last criteria is just that it doesn't violate any of the basic criteria established in the review ordinances, which the board was going to deliberate under their, when they get to the point of talking about an approval. So, so based on that, we do feel that it meets all of those criteria, all of those waiver requests, and that it could potentially be waived by the board. And to my knowledge, the town attorney felt it was waivable criteria as well. So I know it's a lot of information. I just wanted to kind of bring you up to speed as to kind of everything we've done to date. And, again, what we were trying to do here is the reason we were giving up, so much information kind of late in the process here was just, again, trying to put as much in front of you as we can so that we can have as much of an informed discussion here tonight as possible. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, and answer any questions.
Thanks, Dustin. So before we do the public hearing portion, does the board have any questions for Dustin at this point?
Yeah, I do. Dustin, the way that you described potential runoff issues during construction dewatering, it sounds like what would result with the water flowing down onto 85 would be close to, if not a DEP violation. I mean, I know on projects I've been on, we were not allowed to discharge any discolored water into, anywhere other than a surface where it would drain. Have you considered, or will your contractor consider, if he gets in trouble and it looks like things are going to overflow, that he would use a vac truck for dewatering? You can take a few loads out with that, and sometimes that would empty your ponds, so bail you out of trouble before it flows over, especially considering it's a Sebago Lake watershed.
Yep, yeah, that's certainly one of the options when you get into a situation like you said, especially if you're right down near the road and there's nowhere to discharge it without it being almost directly into pavement, and that's what you do in that situation, is you would back that water out.
Okay, and one other item I was wondering about, I know the neighbor is concerned about her trees, and she wanted to see if we could save some of ours. Since there are significant cuts and fills, do you anticipate any of her trees being endangered by the cuts, affecting the roots? I mean, has someone taken a look at it to see if, we don't want to be killing her trees off site by cutting too close to them?
Yep. Yeah, we've looked at that, and that's going to be something that, in the area where we do have the substantial cut, it's really right at the project entrance. And what happens is that there's just basically a big mound over the course of about a 75-foot run of the road. Miss Kish's property is actually down at the grade where the road is going to be when it's done. So what it is, there's just this high spot right inside the roadway. And once we bring the grades down and box cut out the road, put in the utilities, the grade's going to be back down to essentially kind of where her property is now. So the substantial trees that were flagged that, were the ones that she wanted to save, they were all out into the right of way. None of the ones that I saw that were flagged were, over the property line onto her property. So there were ones that were in the right of way. So, unfortunately, they need to be cut, but what it does is it mitigates exactly what you were talking about, is trying to save a tree and cutting very close to it and just killing it in the process. So we want to avoid that as well.
Okay, and I noticed in one of Wayne's comments, there was about the fire flow model. Is that calculation done, or does it still need to be finished?
Yep, that was done, and we worked directly with the water district. So they essentially built out all the infrastructure in their model to predict what the pressures and flows would be. And then they normalized those numbers down to 20 PSI, and we were at, I think, 1,900 and change gallons per minute, normalized down to the 20 PSI. So that was what the fire department was asking for, was 1,000 gallons per minute at 20. So we're significantly above.
Okay.
Anyone else for Dustin or for Jim?
Can I ask Jim, page 2 of your memo, Jim, under technical review, section A, because I'm not an engineer, I'm struggling with, are we comfortable with the stormwater and groundwater drainage out of this project, whether or not we're comfortable with it, with being clear it's not going to impact surrounding wells or get into the Sebago Lake watershed?
Well, ultimately, the stormwater ultimately goes into the Sebago Lake watershed. The question will the quality of the runoff be acceptable to DEP? And that really does come down to some of these other details that Dustin submitted that we just haven't had time to look at yet. So I can't say definitively no or definitively yes. We need to see what the new information says, but obviously we've raised the issue and concern. So now we just need to see how they plan to address it. I think in general, most of Dustin's comments make sense. I do still have some concerns about how we deal with the groundwater issue because we don't really have a good grasp on the quantity and the exact elevation that groundwater. We do know they're going to hit it when they do the construction. So what we'll try to do is plan accordingly. And I think the dewatering plan is going to be of some sensitivity. Now, the time of year they construct may have a big impact on that. Obviously, if they do it in the summer when the water table's down, it'll be less of an impact. If they try to do it in the spring or the fall, when that groundwater table comes up, they may be fighting uphill, literally, with the water. So that's a tough one to say. As far as the septics go, I don't know if they addressed, we just wanted to know in their design if they'd looked at where the adjacent wells, I think the neighbor down on 85 may be on public water. I'm not certain. I think the only people who may not be, maybe the Smalls and the Goslins up on top. In that case, with the Goslins, the septic system is down gradient, but we still want to make sure that their septic system has ample distance away, or their well has ample distance away from any kind of septic system to meet state code. And I don't have the answer to that yet. Maybe Dustin does. But so to both your questions, I guess the bottom line is I just don't know at this time, given the new information, but that we will want to see that confirmed before we suggest final approval to the board.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions for Alex or Jim? Jim or Alex, do we know any more about this 25 unit, of where it came from, or the history, or why it is such a special number?
We don't. I think it's just been accepted as a general practice in the, whether you call it the state planner's guide. I think it's just an arbitrary number that has been used. A lot of towns have that 25 to 30 range. I can't tell you exactly why.
Does it come from state guidance, or?
If it does, it's old. Yeah. Like I said, it just seemed to be a generic practice that a lot of the towns adopted as that point where, public safety, number of trips on the road. It may have been based on traffic, because some towns do base it on an average daily trip generation for the development. Other towns use, like we do, number of units or dwellings. If I could, the one thing that we need to think about while we're looking at this whole thing, it's going to throw a little monkey wrench in the system here, is this acquisition of the other property. Because even though it's a different LLC, it's still the same ownership to me, that probably should count as a lot in the development, even though they're not developing at this time. It's part of the development. It probably should be included in the subdivision plan because it's the same entity. I get it's a different LLC, but it's the same owner. DEP would consider that common scheme, and we probably would too, understanding that they're not planning to develop that. It's just remaining land of the owner, like we would see on some other subdivisions.
Okay.
The interesting piece of that, though, which Dustin's probably aware of, if they did want to include that, you know, into the phosphorus calculations, that would give them a larger background number to have of credits for phosphorus if they decided to use that. I'm guessing they won't because maybe they do have aspirations down the road to develop that. They don't want to consume them at this time.
Yeah, and we do want to clearly keep the lot separate. I mean, it's important that that remaining land does not become encumbered by the condominium, because where the owner doesn't know what they want to do with that land, as soon as you make it part of the subdivision and part of the condominium, now, you know, all the unit owners have an ownership interest in that remaining land. And that's, you know, that's not the intent. It's
Right.
it may become a condo in the future, but yeah, we don't want to tie it up.
Yeah, I think
clearly
it would
it's going to be
just be-
sold to two entities.
Yeah, I think it'd be just as simple, like I said, it's land retained by the owner under a different entity, but it's just shown on the subdivision, but you can exclude it from the condominium documents and everything else.
Yeah, because like you said, I think DEP would clearly bring it in as a common development, and that's fine. But we just don't want to have it be tied up in the condo.
No, I don't think it needs to be tied to the condo, but it is associated with the property and part of the overall ownership holdings.
Okay. Anybody else from the board for Alex or Dustin or Jim?
No.
We're all happy? Okay, then this time I'll open up the public hearing on the that would like to comment on the project. I think we did get a letter from Mr. Kennedy. I really have not, also had not time to review that, but I did see him on here, I think. Mr. Kennedy? Oh, there you are up at the top.
Yeah, the little raise hand thing.
If I'm not sure how many of us have barely had a chance to read through your letter, but if you would want to address that in your comments, that would be fine.
Thank you. And I think I'll be able to be brief. Dustin counted a good deal of it. And I think we're largely in agreement. It sounds like they're happy to work with my client on the curb cut and the proposed driveway. So we're happy with that. And his description of it was accurate, as we had discussed. The big issue, and I understand that the developer is on board, and I think Dustin accurately said again, is that when you guys are considering a waiver, we would ask that in that consideration, you add essentially a dwelling unit for Ms. Kish's back lot. And this is something I discussed this with the town attorney as well, and he seemed that, you know, obviously it's your prerogative to go back to him, but he seemed to think that, you know, bumping it from 25 of the developer up to 26 for Ms. Kish was acceptable in terms of a waiver, and that's acceptable to Ms. Kish. I mean, really what she wants is just, she has plans, and for what it's worth now, the plan is she wants to build a garage with maybe a dwelling unit on the upper level. But she wants to be able to do that in the foreseeable future. And the hope is that in approving the subdivision plan and the road that goes with it, that by taking into account this intended development now, that she wouldn't have to go back to the planning board later and seek approval to get over that road. I mean, we're just trying to say that now when you look at it, assume that it's going to be 26 units, and does that meet it? And I guess a lot of where my client stands is based on the assumption and theory that this is a proposal that's acceptable to the planning board. I mean, I know it is acceptable to the developer, but if we get in a situation, and I understand you can't really tell me in advance, but if we get into a situation where the planning board is considering taking the developer's application for a waiver and amending it a little such that, for example, it's approved for the developer's 25 units, but you're not willing to take into account my clients. I'd at least request the opportunity to be heard on that and kind of set out our reasoning. I'm hoping that's a path we don't have to go down, but if it is, we'd just like the opportunity to speak on it. The last, I think, major issue I'd just like to touch on is about the trees. And for this, we're relying on Dustin's expertise, and I think we're relying on Jim's expertise. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an arborist, and neither is my client. If everything that comes together, and I'm not in construction, but if you all look at that and Mr. Seymour looks at that and says, yep, I think Dustin's right, there's no way to save those trees, we'd at least appreciate the extra thought going to that. I don't really have any reason to doubt Dustin. He's been honest and good to deal with. But a second set of eyes from a more neutral perspective would be appreciated. And the last kind of point I had is maybe a question to Dustin, and I think it's more just a clarification. When he talked about the construction of Honey Hill Lane not damaging or impacting any trees on Miss Kish's property, I just want to make sure I understood him right. Basically, what I understood is that they, in fact, looked at this issue and they determined that based on the work they'd be doing and the fact the grade would essentially level out to where my client's property is, that this was, not likely to harm her trees. If they in fact engaged in that analysis, that's great. I'd be glad to hear it, and that would, I think, make my client happy. But just maybe a little more specificity about what was done, and if I have his kind of explanation correct, would be appreciated.
Okay. So, Jim, if the lot is going to be designated a lot as part of the subdivision, does it not have to be then on the subdivision plans for it not to, for it to avoid a trip to the planning board for the development of that lot?
So are you talking about
This is Kish's
lot? Yeah, we had a conversation with the town's attorney on this, Alex and I. And what he recommended was that the board consider that because they already have rights over that right away, that they would be, the board should consider them basically exempt of being tied into the 25 units that the development's proposing. They already have rights to access that, so it shouldn't count. They shouldn't be blocked from having access into their property through that right away. What they do would obviously have to conform to town standards and town regulations. So we don't know at this time, if it will be a single family or it will be a garage or an accessory structure. We just don't know. So all we can do at this point is just say we can't prohibit them from doing what they want on their property.
Okay. And Dustin, on the road cut that you're putting in, I'm assuming you're going to be taking some trees down that are on her property. Is that true?
No, so the road cuts that we're doing,
the driveway cut.
Right, yeah, the driveway cut in that first, couple hundred feet of road, that's where the substantial cut is. And in that area, what we typically do, so like kind of as Bill had asked, what sort of analysis do we do in those circumstances? It's really those trees that are within close proximity to the property line. What we do is we look at how much grade change is happening, knowing that, within a distance of that tree, if you start cutting close to a tree that's there, you're going to start compromising that root structure. So in this case, where the road grades are coming down, all that work is really happening in the middle, 25 feet of that 50-foot right of way. And then we've got curbing and side slopes to bring it back to existing grade. So in that curbing and side slope area, we'll be able to protect any root structure of trees that are kind of along that property line in closer proximity. We didn't identify any trees that were close enough to the property line where we had concerns about, grading closely to those trees. The larger trees were the ones that were actually in or within the 50-foot right of way, and those trees would get cut anyway.
Justin, quickly looking at that sketch, and I know it's just early on, it's a sketch. One thing we're gonna have to take a look at too is the drainage, because the way the road's graded, we're pushing all the drainage to that side of the road. And when we have that curb break, we don't want to send any water down into her property. We want to make sure it maintains on the gutter line. So whether you put a catch basin or somehow you design the driveway with a lip so that water can continue down, just something you're going to keep in account.
Yeah, and that's what we'll do in that circumstance is the driveway will actually pitch, like a positive grade away from the roadway for a short distance before it transitions down, and then that maintains the gutter line along the roadway. So yeah, we don't want water to be dumping out at that location. And there will be some vegetation removal. So in that sketch where it showed the grades coming in along the driveway, there will be some vegetation removal on those side slopes just to be able to replace that boulder or concrete block wall with natural looking side slopes that will be planted back as grass. So there'll be some vegetation removal in through there.
Okay. Are there any questions the board has at this point?
Yeah, I have one more, Dustin. I think the answer is yes to this question, but I think I need to ask it anyway. Throughout the planning process for this project, there's been concern about, because it's so narrow, I think especially down by 85, that you'll be able to do the development without impeding on a butter's properties in any way. So I bet the answer to my question is yes, you've been able to figure out how you're going to be able to do that.
Certainly, yeah. Everything will be contained inside that 50-foot right of way as we're coming up through. And the work that's going to be done outside of the right of way to construct that driveway to Miss Kish's rear property, we kind of looked at that as something that we're doing, as a convenience to Miss Kish, and it's not something that's necessary for our project to be done, but it's something that we're certainly, willing to be on the record saying that we're going to be doing it. We have every intention of building that out, but it's not like a typical, in other circumstances, you may want to get like an easement or something because we're having to grade into somebody's property in order to create a side slope. In this case, what we're agreeable to is basically build out some infrastructure on an adjacent parcel, kind of while we're doing our project. We're going to basically build out that infrastructure on theirs as well. So I just wanted to kind of make that distinction where on the opposite side of the road where we were cutting up into the embankment, we were needing to get an easement for that because it was necessary for the project. And in this case, where we're building the driveway, although it's going to be required because we are, giving testimony that we're going to do it, it's not something that we feel that we need an easement for or anything like that. It's something that we're just doing as good neighbors, for the neighbor there.
I'm assuming those hands that I'm seeing are actually someone that want to talk. Is that Kenny? Is that you up there?
That's correct. Trying to be polite in my Zoom etiquette. This, I think, was just a note of clarification and a suggestion that I discussed with the town attorney, Miss Kish's back lot, and kind of factoring that in as the dwelling unit. The way that I understood and would suggest and advocate for that be taken into account and reflected is if on the final plan, there could be something like a little box with a note in it indicating that for purposes of subdivision approval, you've taken into account, Miss Kish's back lot, shown by the little box by the curb cut as a 26th unit for purposes of the waiver request for road access. And the town attorney may be able to say it more concisely or better, but that was an approach we had discussed and that I just wanted to flag for you all tonight.
Yeah, I think the way we'd want to write that bill, I don't think the town wants to basically just grant her carte blanche approval for a single family unit till we know what the zoning and all the lot configurations are. But I think we wouldn't prohibit her rights to develop that as it was originally allowed with the right of way. So whether it's a single family or accessory structure, we'd have to do some wordsmithing, but we're on the same page.
Great, thank you.
But Jim, it would, it's not going to be, only going to be one lot, right? I mean, it still stays as one lot. So is it become a back lot?
The question would be, Bob, could she put an accessory dwelling unit in there? Could you put a garage in there?
Right.
I don't know what the density is. I don't know what her whole holdings is, or if she can split the lot into 2 residential lots. I don't know. But what we were kind of told by the town's attorneys, we shouldn't prohibit her from doing anything that she could do today, basically.
Right, okay. And somehow we do that verbiage.
Exactly. It's all about the verbiage.
Kathy Goslin, you have a question?
Yes, I'm on 11 Eagles View. I abut the property. I'm going to abut the property even more because he's purchased the extra triangle piece, the 3 acres. I just have a couple of questions. That 3 acres, is that going to always be open space and unbuildable due to the density? That's number one. Number two, Jim, you brought up my well. My well is hundreds of feet away from his septic. That's not a concern for us. The folks, I can tell you, the folks on Patricia Ave are going to be much closer their wells than where we are. Another question for Dustin. I know you haven't gotten final approval yet, but you have a anticipated timeline for cutting trees and marking the property lines. Those are my questions. We had talked to the previous owner, Mr. Buskey, about getting a right-of-way access to my back lot, thinking that we might one day build another house on it. But I would think that with this, that would not be, I'm not asking for now 27 house lots, but I would like those other questions answered.
All right, we'll get you the answers. Who wants to start? Let's see. Is it going to be common land, Dustin?
Yeah, so that's area on the updated plans that we had sent in dated February 1st. Those have that area up there designated as open space. So that entire 3.7 acres triangle that's being acquired for density purposes is shown as open space on the plan. So that would not be able to be altered unless the planning board authorized it. So the condominium is going to, keep that as open space, identify it as open space on the recorded plans. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mechanism to change that unless it was something that was, brought back and approved by the planning board, which we don't intend to do.
Yeah, we'll just need to have that open space calculation on the final plan, Dustin. But it just says right now land to be conveyed on the plan that I have. I haven't looked at the latest plan that just came out in the day, but we'll just need to make sure that clearly delineates that as open space. And then the question about wells, she wasn't concerned about her wells, but Dustin, with the design of the septic systems, did the site evaluator or you, the engineer, did you actually inventory any wells that could be within proximity of the system?
Yeah, I mean, that was part of the engineered system design. That larger engineered system is the one that would be close to any wells that are in that area. So, yeah, we did not require any waivers from the required well setbacks for that system.
Dustin, if the project moves along as you hope, when do you expect to start construction?
Yeah, I mean, we were honestly hopeful to start cutting trees the beginning of March. and have, site contractors in there mid-March. That was our initial intent. So we're ready to begin once we can, make sure that the town is comfortable with the project. We're ready to start.
So realistically now, we're probably talking end of March, early April.
Yeah.
Okay. And did we get, Ms. Goslin, did we get them all answered?
My other question was, have the property lines been marked?
Oh, right.
So the property lines have been marked out along the 50-foot right-of-way coming in. We have not flagged property lines up on the Eagle View side of the property. We're not, we will go out and mark limits of clearing with survey before that's done. We don't like to take any chances with tree cutting. So that will all be survey marked for the limits of clearing. And all that's obviously contained within the property.
But Dustin, you will be setting pins as part of the project, correct? For the newly acquired lands or any corners that weren't previously marked?
Yeah, the new property corners from that land would be marked with pins. Property corners for the condominium lot itself, any corners that do not have markings on them now will have rebar set on those corners. Some of those corners are marked already. Any that are not will have pins set.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else on the line or on the Zoom that wants to have a question for the public hearing? Seeing no hands. Mr. Kennedy, are you all set? You still there?
I am. Yeah, I think for tonight I am all set. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then I will close the public hearing and we'll go back to the board. Just call up here. Dustin, on your waiver requests, I guess we can, the 1,000 foot, I think we talked about that as a board already. I don't really, no one really saw that as an issue. The 25 dwelling units, I guess we need to talk about. The overhead cables, we have always addressed that as a waiver, but we've always addressed it as a waiver in the project itself. So I think personally, anyone can jump in here. I don't think it's necessary for a waiver if the only thing that you're requesting is to get the power to the property. I don't see that as a waiver requirement. That's just me. I don't know. Anyone in the board?
No, I agree completely. I thought the same thing when he said that. I was under the assumption of the overhead utilities all the way up, but if it's just to get the power to the property, that's do that with houses all the time. So,
yeah. Anyone else that object to that? Okay, so I guess we can kind of drop that waiver request off.
I had one question regarding the waivers.
Yes.
Where we just got this waiver request and information of what as to the criteria for the waiver. I know you guys can debate it tonight. As I mentioned in my memo, I think because we didn't get this in time for the public to absorb like we are and have a moment to review it. I don't think you want to vote on it tonight, and maybe you weren't even thinking about that, but you can clearly discuss it.
Right. I am not interested. We're not going to be voting. I just want to give Justin, let him know. So the information is here, just to let him know where we're going, where the board feels, so we can move the project along.
Thank you.
When we get there. But thanks anyway, Jim. So I guess we really should address that 25 unit, more than 25 unit requirement for the two connections. One of the things, that Dustin, that you said, that I took down on notes, it makes more sense is to have, that requirement based upon trips and not based upon units. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
Jim?
and I think too, a lot of other towns give consideration for projects that are on public water with hydrants versus those that are not. So when it comes to like road length, number of units on a dead end road, usually those are things you look at is, like you said, how many vehicle trips and do you have adequate, public water supply for fire suppression? Like those are usually the two things.
So I have a couple questions for that, Bob. That's a great point. Dustin, are these going to be 2-bedroom units or 1-bedroom units? What's the game plan?
These will be, so some will be 2-bedroom units and some will actually be 3-bedroom units.
Okay. Because Bob, one of the things I'm looking at is the number of, rather than the number of dwelling units, might be the number of occupants in the building, based on bedroom sizes. So if you got 20, say you got 26, just for 25 with 2 bedrooms, that's 50 bedrooms. Where if, you can almost work it backwards to that point. So if he has the equivalent of the same as what we normally would see with a single family development of, say it's 24 units, 3 bedrooms, that's 72 bedrooms basically. And if this development has less than 72, that might be some kind of measurement that you could substantiate the density and the impact that the development would have on trips and number of pedestrians and vehicles.
How does anybody else feel on this topic?
I guess I'm leaning towards granting a waiver partly because of the fact that it was confusing language, and I think the developer was sort of depending on, at least initially, 24 being fine, and then finding out, and then changing to 25 and thinking 25 was fine based on the language. So I think that's kind of a bit of a trap that maybe we can help them with.
Yeah, and to your point, that we are addressing that with the changes upcoming in the ordinances. We're going to clarify that. So.
So is anybody really concerned about this 25?
But I guess I would like to hear from Wayne if there was any public safety concerns with the number of units.
Wayne, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I kind of do like you muted anyway.
So I know originally with both the length of the road and the number of dwellings served with only one exit, that some of the thought process there was being able to evacuate people, especially in the event of a wildfire, and not forcing them all through one exit. So I think that's some of the premise for the number of units versus how many exits from that development. So I'm not saying that this development can't evacuate those people, but I think that's something that we should continue to think about as we move forward.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is.
I hadn't thought of that. What else? Anyone else on the?
And as far as the other waiver goes, as the board is aware, but maybe not the public, our road standards have already been changed to allow for roads greater than 1,000 feet with certain provisions for emergency turnouts or areas to pull over to bypass so that we don't congest the roadways for passage in emergency situations. So those are in our street standards. Unfortunately, they have not yet been changed in our subdivision standards. So that one to me makes all the sense because we've already adopted it in our street standards, and we'll clean it up in the subdivision as well. But it's just that one's more of a technicality, I feel.
Yeah, and we have waived that requirement in the past on more than one occasion.
Maybe it's not something to be properly considered, but I guess in this instance, I'd like to know what possible option there would be to make this, create connectivity and make this not a dead end road. And I guess I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, to me, I don't know what the developer could do.
Well, now they own the piece next door, which unfortunately doesn't bring you back to a public road. It's basically a landlocked parcel. So I don't know. I mean, in a normal case, Mike, what we would do is, the owner would have to acquire a piece of property to get to a secondary private road or public street.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm sensing we have no problems at all with the 1,000-foot waiver. And the 25-unit waiver sounds like it's going to be okay. Dustin, I think I would like to see you put some more specifics into that waiver, such as the trips and what Jim talked about as the bedrooms comparisons, just to give us a little more, give your waiver a little more support and us a little more to lean on if we do indeed vote that way.
Yeah, and to your point, Bob, we're I don't want to use the P word, but we could be setting a precedent, so we want to be very careful how we go about this.
Right, exactly. Which is why I think those two pieces of information would be very helpful in the waiver request.
What is the board, just to kind of preempt Bill's question, I guess, how does the board want to handle the Kish property? Do you want me to somehow incorporate that into the waiver request for 25, or is that something that the board's going to just handle separately as a note?
Yeah, I think based on what Alex and I heard from our town's attorney was there should be a separate note that basically exempts, I don't know if I want to use it as a legal term, but basically, she has rights before, she has rights afterwards. I understand that would be another unit on the road, but we just take her out of the equation and let her stand alone, and then yours will be for 25 above and beyond that.
All right, so basically her lot would not be subject to the subdivision ordinance, which is what requires a 25 lots and all that. Okay, I'll talk with Bill on that separately just to make sure that they're okay with that, and I'll craft a note.
Yeah, and we probably, Alex, will want to run that by, we may want to run that by Phil, just to be careful too.
Okay.
And to back that up too, Dustin, we'd want to note on there too, any further development on the parcel that you're acquiring could not be done unless it comes back to the planning board.
Right.
We do have a lot of new information. A lot of things have been raised. And obviously, Bob, unfortunately, we just haven't had the time to kind of go through that. So I don't know what you want to do tonight, but we just need, I think we as a staff need more time to kind of peruse all this material.
Well, yeah, I would agree. Actually, I'm just wondering now, I think we will probably just kind of to more get it wrapped up, the project, moving forward. I think what we'll just officially do is table it tonight. And then when we bring it back in March, we'll have gone through all of these things. We'll have the waivers, and assuming that everything is there are no more problems, I think what we could kind of skip the preliminary approval and go right to final approval if in fact.
Or we could do them simultaneously, basically.
Yes, right.
The one thing we will have to do though is because of the waivers and everything like that, I think we do have to have a continuance of the public hearing at the next.
Well, we could do that. We've never done that in the past. We've only had one, even with waivers.
Well, yeah, well, okay.
Especially, and I think with these two waivers, Jim, they're well, actually, the 25-unit waiver is different, but the 1,000-foot waiver, we've done that before.
Right.
You know, we've never had additional public, I mean, this is our second public hearing actually on this project. But if anyone shows up, I'm not going to advertise it as a public hearing, but if anybody shows up and wants to talk about it, we can certainly talk about it. All right, so Dustin, what do you need?
Yeah, the waivers were the biggest item for me for discussion. So I guess I've definitely heard from a couple of board members here. So I guess I'll just ask, and does anybody have concerns about the 25 unit waiver that they'd like me to consider specifically? I guess I'll just, if anybody does, just let me know. Otherwise, we'll, proceed with, looking at that at the next meeting, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's kind of safe to assume that given a justification that kind of pins it down to project specifics,
yeah,
so that we're not setting a precedence, I think you'd be pretty safe in assuming that was going to pass.
All right.
I think
We'll work closely with Jim and Bill as well, just to kind of make sure that all the notes are cleaned up on the plan, so that all this information that just kind of came together here in this last week, we kind of compile all that and make sure everything's nice and clean for you at the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I think from my standpoint, the biggest one's going to be stormwater and groundwater. I do think that one, we got to be careful about how that interacts with 85.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
from the fire department, my apologies for the late memo from us regarding the project. But that was submitted today, and just wanted to make sure that Dustin and you folks did receive that, or if I need to send that back out to folks.
I have not received anything that you submitted today, Wayne.
Okay.
I got it in my email.
Oh, it's in the email now? Okay.
Yeah, I got it today too.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Dustin, have you received that?
I did, yep. Yeah, I think it was like 6 o'clock, so, yep.
Okay, but Wayne, while you're there, you're okay with the turnarounds for the hammerheads or the hammerheads?
Nope, that hammerhead turnaround functioned properly based on the auto turn that Dustin provided. I asked him to provide an additional one on that first right-hand turn, just to verify that the fire truck can make that turn without leaving the roadway. And then part of what's in the memo is talking about fire lanes and establishing fire lanes to make sure that we got access either to that hammerhead or to the front of these buildings. And then the final thing was talking about the water district's estimate for gallons per minute and the fire flows required. And Dustin and I talked about what the applicant thought would be the way to approach that. So that's what's in the memo.
Wayne, you bring up a great point, which was one of my other things I suggested that they take a look at is the number of visitor parking, so that we don't have on-street parking within that loop area. Was I suggested they maybe put 4 more parking spaces on the opposite side from where the current 4 are, to give them 8 total. So I don't know if you're going to require that the loop be no parking, but obviously when you get a winter like this, things shrink.
Oh, what we were asking for is at least on the building side, the one that fronts the side of the street that fronts the building, for no parking in those areas.
Okay. So any other questions or discussions?
Well, I guess that just brings up one quick question. Dustin, what are your thoughts on Jim's suggestion to add 4 more parking lots?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good just to discuss that here briefly, because so what our thinking was on that is, we provided those extra parking spaces in that kind of central location where all these units are really kind of condensed around that one big cul-de-sac. There is room to put a few more spaces on the other side, basically out in front of units 18 and 19. There's some room there to put a few more spaces in that location. What we're trying to do at this point, we don't think we're going to need more than those 4 spaces that we're showing. What we would hope to be able to do is where we've kind of reserved that area for additional parking. If at some point, if it becomes an issue where those 4 spaces seem like they're being used more often than we think they're going to be, that we have room on the site that we could come in and just put in 4 more parking spaces. We've had projects where we've boxed ourselves into a corner and then you need another 4 parking spaces and there's just nowhere to put them. But in this case, maybe what we could do as a compromise is we could even kind of dash them in on the plans and say, expanded parking area if it's needed. And, the owner in the condo is definitely going to want to add those spaces. They're not going to want congestion, but would rather just not build them right off the bat if the 4 spaces end up being enough.
So if that were to occur, like after the project gets approved, you get built out, the developer no longer is involved, right, with the particular project. So then it's on the condominium association to pay for that?
Yeah, so at that point, the association, if they decided, it's like, we have these spaces here that we can build if we want them. If it becomes an issue where they feel like there's, not enough room for their guests to come in and park, they have the option to build out those parking spaces. But for now, we'd prefer to have more of the green space in that middle area, keep it as lawn, but have the ability to, but we could even show maybe 6 parking spaces up there. So we have a bigger area where they could build out some of them, they could build out all of them. But it just, at this point, we're trying to, we would prefer to keep it as green space and just keep the option open for that's where they would get built in the future. It'd be very minimally disruptive to go in and have to just gravel in a pad and pave in a few parking spaces in that area if it was needed.
Would those additional parking spaces significantly impact your stormwater calculations, or it falls within that?
Yeah, because right now that whole inside of that kind of football, it all drains down to one location and goes down into the filter pond. So in that area, directly across from units 18 and 19, if we were to pave an area in there for some perpendicular parking, we would grade that so it runs into the lawn area, and then it would just run down through the driveway culverts just like it does now. So it wouldn't alter the pattern of drainage or create a block or anything like that.
Justin, what do you have for width on the shoulders? I'm just kind of curious. Can they park on the shoulders if they don't have a parking area?
I believe they're 2-foot shoulders on the sides that don't have any curbing. On the uphill side where the unit driveways are, we are curbing that side of the road just to keep it clean. So it's really the downhill side of the road that doesn't have the curbing. And I think we have a 2-foot shoulder along those areas.
Maybe, I mean, that's the other option, is you could maybe put it on the shoulder.
Well, how about the site where the dumpster was gonna go? Could you get a parking lot or 2 there?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we could put a couple of spaces there. They're not really near any of the units, but they're
Walking is good for you.
it is, yeah.
I'm not too concerned about the distance from the house or anything.
Yeah. So to answer your question, yes, I mean that's area that where we're going to be removing that dumpster pad and the little driveway that goes to it. That is area that could be used for parking, but it is on that 9% stretch of road going up. I mean, it's almost 10%. So it's on a little bit more aggressive of a cross slope, whereas up across from units 18, 19, it's pretty flat.
Food for thought.
Yep.
All right, anything else? Okay, then I'd suggest that I make a motion that we move to put the Raymond Hills LLC 25-unit condominium subdivision, and that we table the application for present and to revisit in the March planning board meeting.
So moved.
Second, is there any discussion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by aye.
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 It passes. Okay, Dustin, so you're up for March.
Okay, and then I'll just, I want to make sure, I'll work with Jim. I know Sandy's out for a little bit, but I want to make sure we get this information to you so that it gets out in your packets and all that stuff. I think technically the submission deadline was today for that meeting in March. So again, I just need to work with Sandy and make sure all the information, because it came in a few emails and stuff, and I want to make sure that you have it, printed in writing that you can review. So I'll work with her on that.
Okay, but I understand that the deadline has passed, and we are a little flexible, but the day of or the day before receiving information is really of no use to us. If you get it to us 2 weeks to a week, 10 days ahead of time, I think, for a project that we have been looking at now for a number of months, we'll be fine.
All right, very good. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, then we're gonna up to you, Alex, for the ordinance review.
All right. Well, I can bring the document up. I should be able to make this relatively quick because there isn't a whole lot that's changed since the last time you guys looked at this. I did send over in the email earlier, I did send over this updated document that shows a few changes. On the first one, which was the ZBA change. The only thing, this one's gone up to the attorney. He made a few very small minor changes, but one of the only substantial changes was number 6 in this section, which just matches it up with the land use ordinance. It just matches the shoreland and the land use. So that's really the only change for this one. It's the same exact language, which would match up the ordinance with the state statute for appeals. The second one was solar, and I don't believe I had any changes in that one. That one has gone to the town attorney, and he has not given me an updated document on that yet. He just got them this week, so I expect I'll hear back from him probably next week on all of these, and we'll update if there's any changes.
Alex, a quick question. From the last meeting, did you add in the fire department's input on this particular ordinance?
I did. That was added in before the last meeting.
Well, okay.
Yep, the section, it's up here. Fire department. No, that wasn't it. Do you remember what section it was?
I don't. My eyes are kind of flipping on me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we.
Here we go. It's right here. So I know I can see right here, fire chief and her designee was one of your changes. So I know this document has all of the items that you had pointed out last time.
Yep, I see it. Very good. Thank you.
Yep. I would definitely check, maybe if you can sometime the next couple of days, the PDF I sent over today, just to make sure I didn't miss anything, but I'm pretty sure it has everything that you had asked for.
Okay.
All right. Number 3, and that was the conditional use stuff. I don't believe there were any changes this time. Wayne, I did add the stuff that you had brought up last time on that one. So that one's gone off to the attorney. Number 4. Number 4 was the big one from last time. This has the most changes this week or this meeting. And I guess I'm looking for feedback from you guys on this. added a definition for corner lot, updated the definition for lot frontage, added a definition for front setback, and I think that's it. So if you guys want to discuss this one, we can. Basically, I took the input from last time where you guys wanted the frontage to be on the lot line where the driveway comes in. I kind of struggled wording that. So Jim, if you want to wordsmith something on that, you can. And I did add, I removed the S from lot lines so that it's a singular line instead of multiple lines if it's on like a hammerhead or something. And then setback front is a new definition. The big change there would be for corner lots, the front setback shall apply to any lot line abutting a street or road, because it was brought up last time you guys thought it made sense to apply the front setback to any line that abuts a street or road.
Yep.
So do we have any thoughts on those?
Looks good to me.
Okay.
I think that's all that we talked about, Alex.
Yeah. So if you guys have any other thoughts after, I know you just got this today again, so if you take a peek at it and have any other thoughts, feel free to shoot an email. I just copied the same changes for Shoreland for that as well. 5 is easy. That was just the change that we talked about tonight. Jim, do we need to change anything else with this though? Because I know we've talked about the subdivision road length.
Yeah, the 1,000-foot needs to be altered as well. So that
Yeah.
it's in that same 6.
Yep.
Down the bottom, that needs to be altered. I would just say must comply with street standards.
Okay. I need to make that change. I thought of that earlier today and I didn't get it changed before I sent this out, so I gotta still do that.
Yeah, I would just reference our street ordinance would probably be the easiest way to.
Yeah.
So that if we ever change the street ordinance again, we don't have to go back and try
Yeah.
to find it somewhere else.
Yep, I like that. That sounds good to me. I'll make that update. Number 6 is just the table of land uses and the list of land uses. The only real change was I took out outdoor storage for the districts you guys didn't want outdoor storage, and I think I added in the commercial, I just added it as a conditional use, I believe. Yep. Under outdoor sales and service. Because you guys had suggested that. So that's the only change, substantial change to this one, I believe. Oh, and I just removed outdoor storage from that and made it its own. It's funny, the industrial district is the only place in the ordinance where outdoor storage is ever mentioned currently. So I just, removed it from there and created its own bullet. I think that's it though for this. It's the table. Took off outdoor storage, came off of that one.
And
And
solar energy is on all those as well.
Yeah. 7 is the term definition for outdoor storage, no changes there. And then 8 is the half acre to 20,000 square feet. And there was no changes there. So that's it. Jim and I did get a chance to talk with the attorney on the guidelines. So the design downtown, or the design guidelines, are a document that was never actually accepted or voted on by the town, either town meeting or the select board. So it is kind of a wish list document that we have. So the good news is it doesn't need to go back before the town to be changed, essentially. So I think you guys can just add the visual impact information as a guideline. And Phil agreed. So
The one question I have though is in our, I can't remember, it's the commercial district or a site plan ordinance. Should we remove the requirement to comply with the design guidelines then?
Yeah, and that was the area where Phil kind of gave us a, well, yeah, kind of answer. Because he did say that since it is referenced in the land use ordinance, it is somewhat enforceable in certain areas. So it's a little gray, I guess. So he did like the idea of possibly extracting stuff from the guidelines, importing it into the land use ordinance as actual performance standards, and then maybe moving away from the guidelines document, since it's not really an enforceable, it's a wish list, basically. So that's an idea. Obviously, that's not something that's happening for this year, but that could be a project for next year.
Yeah, I think, Bob, the thing that we see in the commercial district that usually these guidelines run up against is usually landscaping, parking, and architecture are the biggies. So, and we already have parking standards. Landscaping, we probably could extract some things out. And the architecture is always subjective to the individual, what they want to look at. But I mean, right now where the guidelines has always funneled them to this New England traditional architecture, which I don't know if any of us knows what that really means, but that's where we're all supposed to be pushed to.
Yeah. So the other thing too, I wanted to update you guys on marijuana. The select board did discuss that on Tuesday. It does sound like they're going to put a referendum question out this June, which is going to essentially ask voters, are you supportive of the town exploring a marijuana or adopting an ordinance for marijuana uses? So it's going to be very vague. And if that is approved, then the select board will assemble a committee to review a marijuana use ordinance. And then that will have a phase in that committee process where the planning board has to obviously review ordinance, insertions for our land use ordinance. But the committee itself, and there may be a planning board member on the committee, depending on how the select board sets it up, but the committee itself will actually be responsible for creating a separate standalone ordinance for marijuana, which you guys will then have to incorporate. So if it gets voted down, or if people vote that they're not interested in seeing marijuana uses in Raymond, then we continue to stay, an opt-out town, and we continue to move forward without it. So we'll know in June where we're headed, and then the select board will take action on that then.
So Alex, with that, they did differentiate between recreational and medicinal?
No, it's going to stay wide open right now, and that's been one of the topics. Do we make multiple questions, one for medical, one for adult use? And it's just, the town clerk and I had discussed it. It's like, we got to make it as easy to understand as possible because there's so many different terms and uses. And so the thought with the attorney was, let's just make it vague and say, are you interested in the town allowing marijuana establishments? Because that's the term the state uses for all of them. They're all marijuana establishments, basically. And then from there, the committee and the planning board will get to decide, do we want testing? Do we want manufacturing? Do we want grows? Do we want storefronts? All the different individual uses, if the town is in favor of seeing marijuana establishments in town. Of course, we do have a couple marijuana uses, but those were in before the law changed. So they're existing non-conforming uses. And people get confused because they see, the medical store on 302 and they think that, Raymond allows medical storefronts, but it's actually not an allowed use right now because of the law change. So if we want more of them, then we need to be an opt-in town. And if we don't want any more of them, then we have to stay, opt out and not have an ordinance. So on the proposed amendments, I've sent them all to the attorney. If I hear back, he's going to make some changes because that's what he'll do. once I get those, because we were planning on doing the public hearing at the next meeting, should I email all of those out to you as I get them before the meeting so you can look at them before they go to public hearing, or do you want me to just take what the attorney's suggesting and update the document for public hearing?
I'd like to review them. I know that ahead of time.
Okay. Do you guys want to make a motion to hold a public hearing at the next meeting for the proposed land use changes?
Well, I don't think we need to make a motion, but I'm not sure the timeline for announcing the public hearing. You know, as long as we can meet that timeline, then
Yeah, I think it's like 10 to 13 days or something like that. It has to be posted and it's got to go out twice. I'll check with Sandy on that. Sandy is pretty much out this week, but she's planning on working remotely starting next week from home. So she'll still be able to do that stuff. We should be able to make the deadline.
Well, when are the selectmen planning on holding their public hearings? Do you know?
They usually hold theirs right before town meeting, as they set the warrant, which is usually the month before the meeting, so May.
Yeah, I think it's usually been
The
May.
May meeting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we don't need to rush it till March if you don't want to. We can
No.
do it in April
I think you can do it in April.
and then pass it, pass the selectmen and let them then take it for May. I don't know if we need the extra time or not, but
No, I think our goal originally was to leave a buffer month in there so that we
Right.
didn't run up to a brick wall and, you know, not be ready. So I think if we want to do April, that's fine. I will check with the town clerk tomorrow to make sure that that's okay with her time schedule for putting together the warrant. And if I hear otherwise, I'll give you a call, Bob, and we can figure out a solution if you want.
okay. So which way we go, March or go April?
I say go April for now.
And do we have any projects coming up in April?
I think we'll have one coming in for that subdivision of Raymond Cape, possibly in April.
For sketch plan?
I think you went through sketch plan. I think it could be coming back for preliminary, right?
Oh, the one on the Cape?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chase.
Okay.
I also have a back lot, but and Jim, you and I can do back lots, right? We haven't actually done one since I've
No,
been
you
here.
and I
but-
haven't. I've done it with everybody else, but not you.
Yeah. Well, we might have one coming up soon.
Yeah, we do backlot. Well, the other reason we talked about the extra month was in the event that if anybody from the public had anything that, you know, would require us to go back, that gave us that month of fluff. So if we push it to April, you know, we haven't had much public input on it at this point, so I don't expect that. But if we do, we just may have to expedite and do another quick turnaround with it if something does come up in April.
The solar, I think, is the only thing that could actually drew any attention, and it doesn't seem to be, so I think that's pretty safe. So for the board, the public hearing for the ordinance changes in April then?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay,
So then the only thing we have on for the March would be the return of this Raymond Hills,
yeah,
which will be good because it, you know, we can see it's going to be lengthy again. There's a lot of
be.
information there.
okay. What else we have, anything? Jim, you got anything else?
I've got nothing.
Anyone have any comments?
Nothing.
Can
I
you
did
stop
try
the
to
ice?
help.
Bob? My only comment is, can you stop the ice and the rain now?
Yeah, man. I did try to get a hold of Kyle. I have not been successful yet, so I don't have anything to tell you on that one. But hopefully we'll get that ironed out this month. If anybody sees them,
Maybe June.
yeah, if anyone sees them, get an answer.
Move to June.
When do terms, I should know this, but when do terms end with the board?
When
June,
does
I
it
believe.
end? I don't,
June.
oh, his term ends in June?
Well,
And we
the
vote on
typical,
officers in June.
yeah, so typically it's July to June. He may have a couple more years. I think you guys are 3 years, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know when he was appointed. I don't think it was this past year, so he may only have a year, or he may be done this year.
Yeah, he's been on the board for a while. He's been on there for at least two years, I think. So
Yeah, at least.
He was here when I came, and I've been here about 5 years.
Yeah.
He's done in 2024. He has one more year.
Okay. So, well, hopefully we'll find them before the year goes out.
Yeah.
Wayne, you must run into him, isn't he? A volunteer fireman?
Yeah, we haven't seen much of him either. He's been pretty tied up with his business.
Yeah.
We do have someone interested in joining the planning board that's very qualified. He's an architect, has a lot of experience with shoreland projects. So he'd be a good fit for the planning board.
All right, so maybe I'll just have to go right to the selectmen and get him just removed.
Are we supposed to talk about this?
I'm sorry?
Are we supposed to go into executive session to talk about first?
Probably.
We've got to be careful.
Thank you, Greg.
Good point.
Okay, anyone else got anything? All right. Is there a motion? No
Second.
motion? Oh, there was a vote. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn?
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
Good evening. This is the Raymond Recycling Committee. I'm Grace Levitt, Chair of the committee, and I'll call the meeting to order. And we are now in session, and I just wanted to do a quick round of introductions. Our Vice Chair is Susan Accardi. Our Secretary is Karen Lockwood. Other members of the committee are Kathy Goslin and Jessica Fay. Also, our Select Board representative here, Rolf Olson. Our Town Manager, Don Willard. Public Works Director, Nathan White. Sue Look is assisting with us doing this on Zoom. Thank you, Sue, Town Clerk. And then we have a number of people that will be presenting as well. Have I missed anybody on the committee? Okay, so hold off on the introductions of the people that will be doing the presentations in just a moment. And we'll certainly introduce them as it's time on our agenda to hear from them. And thank you for attending. Before I forget to say thank you to the folks that are coming here to talk about a couple of programs. First order of business is approval of the meeting minutes from November 18th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Sue. And a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions, any corrections on minutes? Seeing and hearing none, without objection, we have approved the minutes of November 18th. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. And so we are on to new business. And again, thank you to the folks that are here presenting some information about a couple of things. First, we'll start off with a program called Garbage to Garden. And I believe it's Tyler Frank that had been invited. Thank you. Thank you, Karen, for connecting us with these folks. And Tyler, thank you for being here. And just wanted to hear information about that and see what questions the committee might have for you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Everybody, well, no one can really all answer me at once, but hopefully all of you can hear me well. My computer was not working, so I'm on my phone, but it should be fine. I just don't have a slideshow, but it's not a big deal. I'm going to try to keep it fairly brief and leave time for questions. So I'm Tyler Frank. As I said, I'm a native of North Yarmouth. I live in Wyndham now. I started Garbage to Garden in 2012 when I lived in Portland at the time in a little apartment. And the problem for me at the time, and for many people, whether you live in the city or out in Raymond, is 40%, up to 40% of our waste is organic, and that does include more than you would compost at home, but anything from a living source. And people compost in their backyards. They can't do everything, but they can do a lot. But it's busy lives, and it's cold in the winter, and it works better on a larger community scale. So, you know, there needs to be more convenience to really get the organics out of the waste stream. So when I started, I didn't know if people would really care a lot about composting, but it turns out they did. I started with 12 buckets at a art walk in Portland, and it took off from there, skipping over a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and figuring out some really good systems to make this work. Now, almost 10 years later, we pull 25 tons per day of organics out of the waste stream. We service about 12,000 households in a number of communities, including in Massachusetts. We have a satellite operation down there. I went to Boston College, so that was my foot in the door down in that area. We find that people really love to do this once they start, and we tend to make it easy. Everyone gets a clean bin every week, or other means of kicking the ick factor. We see a 94% retention rate year over year. So people are paying for a service in most cases, and they are a year later still doing it 94% of the time. And most of the 6% are people that move to Colorado or something. So people tend to stick with it. I think that's evidence enough that the value is in the service. We have over 30 staff. We have expanded, it's hard bootstrapping a company, but we're proud to offer 100% healthcare for our staff and other first-class benefits. And while we have built the company on a subscription model, it's starting to turn to where I see more municipal contracts on the horizon. I'm actually currently working on a bid for the city of Boston, which is going to be the first one that is actually going to pay 100% of the subscription cost. And so that's really big if we end up getting that. But in Maine is our primary operation, and we're ready to grow a lot more and add some new communities. Before we get into that, I just want to talk briefly about composting. Everyone knows a little bit about it, but composting is returning organic materials to their natural state. So it's really the true closed loop recycling. It's meat, dairy, bones included, parchment paper, paper towels, anything that was from a living source. It's 100% local. All the food scraps are processed into finished compost, in Gorham or in Auburn, or it's not going out of state or certainly overseas. Less expensive than trash or recycling in terms of tipping fees, and we manage the process of that. We always are, a cost of our service includes the processing. So, if any household that composts tends to pull about 1/3 of a ton out of the, just out of the landfill for incineration, saves the town, say, about 1/3 of a ton per year, which between disposal and a little bit of trucking might be $3 a month. So there is a savings to the town, even if the town's not involved. And it's not just about reducing the incineration and landfill. Methane is released by food waste. Methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas than CO2. CO2 is released also by it, but it's one of the most important things we could do to prevent climate change. Also, it traps the carbon back in the soil. It completes that circle of life. There's only a finite amount of organic matter on the planet, and it can't all end up in landfills, or we won't be able to feed our growing population. And it's kind of a big picture problem, but it produces a valuable, directly usable product that we can give right back to the people who are giving us the food scraps. So there's a lot of benefits to it for the household, for the town, the community, and the environment. And our services essentially are curbside, centralized drop-off, or commercial. And curbside obviously is the most convenient and the most effective in terms of the maximizing diversion. It can be subsidized or not subsidized. It can, we can do every house just like trash, or we can do a subscription model, which is what we most experience. Can include a clean bucket delivered every week and free bags of compost delivered, and pick up your little jar of fats, oils, and grease that goes to Maine Standard Biofuels and gets turned into biodiesel and soap to wash the buckets. And that's how our regular subscription program works. Or in deals with different municipalities, it could just be dumping bins and making a lower cost option to just get people in the door to recycle their food waste. So we're happy to work with towns and tailor that. We have a program in South Portland that's tailored to be less expensive and a bit simpler. Also, centralized drop-offs. That's a no-brainer. You have 1 to 3 places in town. I wish I had a slide for this one, because we put in a nice kiosk with a sign and bright green food scrap totes, and people are free to put stuff in there. It doesn't cost them anything to separate their organics and put them in the food scrap totes. We come by on our commercial route and dump the bins, and the town pays for that, but it's less expensive. You're saving the tons that aren't in the trash, and it's actually going to at least typically break even for the town, if not save some money. So that's effective, and it's a no-brainer. And our commercial route's already in North Windham, so we should really talk about that at a minimum. And we don't actually have centralized drop-offs in Windham, but they have expressed interest in that and curbside. So we're definitely growing in the area. And commercial service, if we're in the area, we can service any type of business, restaurants, summer camps, schools, you name it. We have a lot of experience with implementing new diversion programs and making it easy for students or employees to know what to do and set up a system that's convenient. So expanding commercial service naturally goes hand in hand with a centralized drop-off. So I think that quickly gives you a good overview of our programs and what we can offer, and I'm happy to go into more detail if anyone has any specific questions.
So the committee, any questions? Yes, Jessica.
Thanks, Grace. Nice to see you, Tyler. Thanks for this amazing information. And I've heard a little bit about garbage to garden in other contexts, and I think there was a pilot program, yes, in South Portland that started this whole thing. Do you currently have any customers in Raymond, or are you going by municipality and doing those municipal contracts, or are you doing individual subscriptions?
So we don't have anything in Raymond right now, but let's say most of our expansion has been completely independent of any relationship with the town. So we say, we're going to expand into this community, and we think we can get enough subscribers to make it worthwhile. And we obviously have to get enough to get some route density. We couldn't drive there. We were only charging a few dollars a week per household, and there's a lot of costs that go into that. So, we go in thinking we're going to get hundreds, thousands even in a town. And so as we look into expanding into more rural areas, it's certainly attractive to work with the town to both get the word out quickly so we can overcome that painful hump when you don't have very many households on a route, and also possibly to we have a program, a new one with Waterville. Waterville's paying for a free month of service. We're giving another free month of service. So anyone who wants to sign up in Waterville gets 2 free months, and the funding extends to, I think they had $10,000 and it extended to 700 households, and then they were going to see from there. And we have a partnership with Hannaford, so they can pick up buckets at Hannaford and at these kiosks. So, partnerships with the town definitely make it easier to expand. And I guess, Raymond is certainly not too far for us. Like I said, the centralized drop-offs in commercial would be a no-brainer to start that. And we're already in, fairly close in North Windham. and from there, curbside's something we'd want to look at and hopefully collaborate on if there was interest.
Other questions?
Um,
Go ahead. Sue.
what is happening in Wyndham right now with the garbage? The garden?
What's happening really is conversations. We have commercial route in Wyndham, and just honestly, we should have had centralized drop-offs in Wyndham from the moment we had a commercial route there. We've actually serviced St. Joseph's College for years and years, and it's really just from being too busy with different opportunities and growing the business that, shame on me for not, going into Wyndham Town Hall and saying we need to get this done. But we've just recently started having those conversations, actually. So I anticipate getting at least centralized drop-offs in Wyndham soon. And over the years, we've added more commercial accounts, North Wyndham especially. So there's no, you can't sign up for curbside in Wyndham right now. But that also is something that there's interest to explore. And we're thinking that Wyndham, that we're in Westbrook, we're not in Wyndham. We would probably, if it was just up to us and we didn't have any help from the towns at all, we'd probably expand into Wyndham before we'd expand into Raymond. But we could skip right over Wyndham if Raymond wants to,
Tyler, do you go to schools?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Really proud of that. 40 schools.
You doing Wyndham Rain? Are you doing the schools in Wyndham?
No, but that's another thing that we've talked about. And I think I've been to Wyndham schools to talk about composting with students and whatnot, but we do have a lot of experience with school programs. There's a lot of work that goes in, frankly, up front to get all the kids on the same page and doing it right and minimizing contamination. But we've got the playbook for that and have been doing that for many years. I think we've 40, 50 schools. So we would were to do centralized drop off and the schools and then some businesses, and you really got a bit of a commercial route at that point.
Other questions? So can you, go ahead, Jessica, go ahead.
I almost started talking without unmuting myself for the first time today. So, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but I know in the past we've had issues with drop-off sites for trash in places where we had dumpsters for communities, and that became problematic. And I was wondering, and I don't know if this is a question for now or maybe for a later discussion. What is your experience with that, particularly in more rural communities or communities that don't necessarily have a lot of traffic in the area where these drop-off sites might be on a regular basis? And then how do you manage contamination in those types of sites?
Mm-hmm. So a couple parts to that question. We have drop-off sites from Bath to Arlington, Massachusetts. I don't know how many towns off the top of my head, a dozen maybe, and each one might have 1 to 3 drop-off sites. So we have quite a few, and I wouldn't say that there's no abuse or, but I have never one time have there been like a bunch of trash bags dumped off there. And obviously you wouldn't expect it if it's like at the Freeport police station on Main Street, which we have one there, but we have ones in remote locations, in West Bath and different places that, no one would be looking when you're there. You might be, not a lot of traffic, like you said. So I don't know what to account. What I have seen sometimes is yard waste. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a massive issue, but sometimes people will leave, bags of yard waste near the totes, and we have to take care of that. And when we have had little problems here and there, we've put up signs that, make clear, all the material has to be inside the bins, and, yard waste isn't what this is intended for. They say food scraps only, really meaning food scraps and parchment paper and muffin wrappers and stuff from your kitchen. But it's our name on it. We definitely don't want any drop-off site to be a mess, and we've always taken responsibility to make sure it isn't. And moving on from that, contamination, it's never perfect, but people use it because they want to do the right thing. They want to recycle their food waste. They're taking the time to separate it rather than throw it in a trash bag and drive it over there. So people aren't intentionally contaminating it. Sometimes you see food scraps in a plastic bag because they don't understand that, the biodegradable bags they see in there aren't the same thing. And we've managed that. We've had more contamination in certain places and had to put up certain signs, and it's helped. We've never had to close a drop-off location because of contamination. There's some small amount that's just tolerable because all of the food scraps, once processed into compost, are screened, and so some plastic bags and things will be screened out.
So can you just even give a ballpark idea of cost for like a centralized location if there was one in the town? Is there a way to do that or not without knowing something more from us?
I'd hesitate to just give you a ballpark idea. I think because I don't typically quote things now. I used to, and I might give you a number that was 5 years old or something. Okay. But, do you know, let me ask you this, maybe I can give you a better answer. Do you know what the cost is for 1 ton of trash for the tipping fee for Raymond, as well as any expense to get it to the site, the destination?
I recall it, but Nathan does. Yeah, go ahead, Nathan.
$41 a ton's our tipping fee at MWay. Our transportation fees are in a contract with Pine Tree Waste. It would have to take me a couple minutes to figure out how much per pound that is, but I'm sure you can figure it out. But our tipping fee for trash right now is 41.
All right, yeah. So that's lower than Eco Maine. Eco Maine communities definitely see a savings. I think if I was going to give an answer, I was going to say about $50 a ton for the collection and the processing. So it sounds like it would probably be about the same. In other words, if we have a ton and it's $50, saves you $50 in trash. So it doesn't seem like something that would make sense from a let's cut the budget and save money by composting standpoint, but something where you could really add an option for residents and do something that reduces waste and improves your recycling rates without a budget impact.
Yeah, thank you. And so if somebody's doing a household subscription, then they're getting the compost back. But what happens if it's a centralized drop-off site? Where does that compost go?
So we work with processors. We're working on, we'll end up doing a lot of our own processing in the future, but we work with other farms. And so the way that our agreements work, we're kind of customers on both sides, and we're paying them to process material. We're buying compost at special discounts and giving it back to people. So anything we do give compost back to all like commercial accounts. We've done compost giveaways or given compost back to towns for public use or on public property, landscaping and whatnot. But it's not like if we're trying to prioritize the lowest cost, we're not going to give you back all the compost that the food scrap turns into. But we would, if you wanted a lot of compost, we would give it back at a rate that was essentially like a wholesale, at cost type of deal. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. Other questions? Don?
One thought I had is if you are able to take this wet waste out of the waste stream, we're going to a trash to energy plant. It's going to improve the BTU efficiency of the plant. It's going to free up space for spot market waste, which comes in at a much higher rate that would be something that would help to reduce the overall budget. And maybe that could be passed on to the member communities. We have a very small facility, but I have experience in my prior town with PERC, the big plant. And I will tell you, when I first saw the little MWAC, or Maine Waste to Energy plant, I was thinking, how can this thing be? And it has been. I mean, it's been very stable, very reliable. And, it's a technology that's different than the bigger plants. But, and the other thing that's great about it is I think a small community with a good idea could probably make a change or a difference there. So if it was something that caught on and a number of towns did it, maybe there could be some sort of an arrangement with the facility to, for some financial recompense for taking out that waste that is not great and freeing up the space for waste that the plant likes and, is much better for producing electricity and so forth.
Great. Thank you, Don. Anyone else? Well, again, thank you, Tyler, for joining us and for the information. We'll seek you out if we come up with some other questions, perhaps. And again, thanks, Karen, for arranging for Tyler to join us this evening. And with that, if we are all set. Yep, thanks, Tyler.
Yeah.
You're free to go or free to stay, however you care to do it. So.
Well, I've got some other. I'll maybe do a little work in the background and just keep it on just to see how it goes. But and if anyone has it, I'll be around a little bit if it comes back to a free time and anyone has another question. But you can definitely reach out to me or Phoebe, who Karen connected with, anytime. We're local and accessible, and happy to meet again.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great. So our next item is also a presentation by Casella. And Nathan, I don't know if you want to introduce folks for us, or appreciate you being here. Thanks, Nathan.
I'm going to ask Chris to introduce himself and his, I've got their business card right here. Go ahead, Chris. How about you do it?
Yeah, sure. No problem. My name's Chris McHale. I'm the general manager here, the market area manager. I've been in this role for a couple of years now. I've been with Casella for 15 years, in various locations throughout New England, mostly in Maine. Been working in this market, like I said, a couple of years. We are your current collector of your recyclables in Raymond. We also are the operator of the facility that gets brought to in Lewiston, the Lewiston MRF. That processes that recycling. We've been doing it with you guys for quite some time now, and contracted out to 2026. Again, I know you guys have some questions that you have about your recycling and ways to improve that. We are very very happy to have a community reach out to us. I know Nathan's been trying to get with us for a little bit here over the past couple months, and we're glad we were able to connect today. We have some ideas on how we can improve the recycling in Raymond, and most of that's going to be centered around education and community outreach. So again, it's really nice to see a community that is reaching out to us and wanting to improve that. I have with me Talia and Aaron. I'll turn it over to Aaron so she can introduce herself and what she does at Casella Waste.
Thanks, Chris. Aaron Banfield. I manage our municipal segment across our footprint. Thanks for having us here tonight. Tyler, appreciated everything, all the information you shared. That was really helpful for us as well. And it's nice to kind of put a face to the name Garbage to Garden. Don't know if it's helpful for all of you folks to kind of get a background on Casella, of who we are and where we came from. Okay. So we were founded by a typical entrepreneurial couple of brothers in Rutland, Vermont back in 1975. So we've been operating almost 50 years now. We started our first recycling facility and the first recycling facility in the state of Vermont in 1977. So right out of the gate of our organization, the Casellas have been investing and on the forefront of the recycling industry. We currently now operate from Maine out to Buffalo and Western Pennsylvania. Most recently have moved into the Connecticut market. We've got a variety of facilities. We're what the industry calls fully integrated. So we have collection and hauling assets, as Chris just mentioned, providing the collection service to the town of Raymond today. We've got transfer stations where we're transferring waste, recycling, construction demolition, wood debris, and then we own and operate a number of recycling facilities, the majority of them being our single stream facilities. We've got a couple of smaller recycling operations that we'll kind of put in this industrial category. We specialize in handling your hard to recyclable material out of large manufacturing plants or source separated materials. If a town has baled cardboard, we handle that type of material. We've got a location right in Scarborough, Maine. And then we also own and or operate through public-private partnerships, a network of landfills. So we've got the final disposal capacity as well. We are about 3,000, just under 3,000 employees now, publicly traded, but very much still owned and are very much operated as a family company as we were founded. So you've got a local service team here. There's been some changes in the market we're really excited about what we can come and offer. And as Chris said, super excited to hear community reach out and say, hey, what can we do better to improve our recycling? Again, it's always been on the forefront of our organization, what we've built ourselves on and what we pride ourselves on. And we're hoping that we can help the town of Raymond in particular tonight set some goals and then achieve them. So I'll kind of pause there. I don't know if that opens up for questions.
Well, yeah, and so I think what started the whole committee, but obviously Rolf or Don, correct me if I'm wrong, was that the conversation came up about we weren't doing a good job recycling. Recyclables were contaminated, and that was increasing the cost of recycling. And the question was, and also not sure what the market was for some of the recycling. But I think we've learned that the question about there not really being a market that has been sort of resolved, that's changed, that there is again a market for recyclables, but really a question of what's the way to do this in the most cost-effective way. Be sure people are educated about proper recycling. Those were the sort of the issues that I believe led to the formation of this committee. Again, anyone else feel free to jump in. So we are looking to come up with some recommendations to go back to the select board about having recycling going forward. If we're continuing to do it, how do we do it better so that it's certainly better for the environment, but also cost effective. And so those are sort of the background, if you will. So specific questions are really about ways to do that, to improve what we're doing in town, to be sure people are understanding it. Some of us have attended some of the webinars that we've had through Adult Ed on better ways to recycle. I've learned a lot about composting myself, but guess what? We're now composting. You're not the only one, Sue. So, not doing it real well yet.
So I could kind of give you a state of where your recycling is at right now, and then we can kind of turn that into a conversation about maybe some ideas of improving that. Right now, you're recycling at a rate of about 17%. That's not very high. It's not the lowest we've seen. You're comparable to some surrounding communities. We see higher recycling rates are not always mean that towns are doing better at recycling. Some of your pay-as-you-throw communities can, the ones that you're buying the bags, those can, sometimes increase the contamination rates. especially if there's not a good education program for that community. So that's where we are right now. You're doing about 300 and I believe it's 379 ton a year in recyclables compared to about, I think it was around 1,700 ton in MSW, a little over that. So there are definitely room for improvement, I believe, when we look at those numbers. Aaron can speak to some of the ways that we can do that. I know we've talked. I mean, one of the big ones is you can't have limitations on what they can put in their bin as far as capacity. So we talked a little bit about that earlier, about how if we have the smaller bins, once those fill up, whatever is left over is gonna end up in the MSW. So I know you guys have done some of the stickers where you can put them on a regular bin, but yeah. So I'll turn it over to Aaron now, and they can talk about some of the other stuff we've done with other communities.
Can we just call on roll first? He's got his hand up. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron.
Just a couple of quick questions. You say we're at 17%. Is it 17% because there's a percentage that's spoilage or contaminated? So in theory, people think they're doing better than we are. And then also, are you seeing a difference summer to non-summer as far as contaminated versus non-contaminated?
So the 17%, that's your that does not include contamination. That is the amount of recyclables where we're dumping out right now at the recycle facility. As far as your contamination rate of what we've seen, to be honest, we don't really have a great handle on that at this time, because with COVID, a lot of those efforts to go out there and look at some of this stuff, be out in the public over the past few years have really kind of put a hit on that. So I think that's kind of what we want to do today is kind of talk about some ways we can start monitoring your contamination, and so that's kind of a stepping stone of where we're looking to move this conversation.
Great. Aaron?
Yeah, so I think Chris hit the nail on the head. Again, we'll go back a little bit we've had some changes recently in the market. And like everybody, not to sound like the broken record, but everybody's hurting for labor right now. So we've been a little bit short-staffed at our Lewiston MRF. But one thing, and I apologize, we've kind of left Tal out here. So Tal and I work together. Tal's real focus stepping into this market to support Chris on all of these initiatives that the municipalities in the Southern Maine market have. So Tal's going to kind of be your face for education and engagement moving forward with Chris. But a couple of things that we were just tossing around earlier. So our real role is making sure that we're able to share best practices from Massachusetts to Maine to New York to Vermont, and what's working, what's not working. And we've done it in a couple of communities, larger communities, I'll say in the Southern Maine market, but we've done some tagging programs. So we're out on the streets, putting some notes on bins, whether it's a oops sticker, if you will, or a poster of, hey, here's what's recyclable, here's what is accepted, what's not accepted, what we want to see in the bin, what we don't want to see in the bin. And we've seen that really to be an awesome touch point to the residents. And there's certainly kind of best practices of way of rolling that out. So as Chris said, we'd want to start with baselining where we are with contamination today, get a good understanding of where we're at, where the problem areas on route might be, and then start kind of focusing on those areas. And I think just overall broadly, we can take a look at, and we should have done this prior to, but take a look at what's on the town website for educational materials. I'm not sure today if we're sending out any sort of mailer with a collection calendar and some what we'll call the acceptables list. But we've got a marketing team that can specialize any sort of documents or videos for public access channels, videos for websites, anything that might be a good touch point to the residents that would just be really low hanging fruit, get it out there, you know, beginning of the month. And then you go to the kind of finer details of a tagging program. We could do some school educational kind of presentations. You know, we always say that the best residents to start with are the kids, because they come home and tell your parents, that's not right, this is right, do this. So we've got a number of folks in our organization that can help support that. It's kind of up to you guys to tell us what your needs are, and how we can get that done together. Would love to have you come tour the MRF as well, if none of you have seen Lewiston. We always find that to be super beneficial when people can start seeing the mechanisms, how the material gets separated, what clogs up, what machines and why, and how that is detrimental to the shift and then the longevity of the equipment. But if that's something of interest, we can certainly set that up too.
Well, I know there's a lot on your website. I have looked at that a number of times, and so I appreciate that. I do realize there's a lot of material there. Yeah. To try to connect with questions from anyone. Go ahead, Nathan.
We had the opportunity to meet with Chris and, forgive me, Taylor and Dave McNally earlier this week. And one of the things that we talked about was containers. And I'm wondering if we had better containers available to the public at their, obviously at their cost, if that would be, do you think that would help with the contamination, Chris?
I think, I don't know if it would actually help with contamination itself. I think what it would do is promote, you know, more recycling. Obviously, if the capacity is more than what the smaller bins that most of them are using now. So I think if that would promote just more recycling, which is better. Keep it out of the waste stream. So yeah, so I think you know, that's where we would see the benefit of there.
We kind of talked to the cost on them, was around $50 a piece, and Dawn and I talked afterwards about offering those to the residents, and obviously at their cost. I mean, you're talking $125,000 to hit 2,300 houses with them. So I don't know if that's a program we should start back up or look a little bit further into, or
yeah, no, I think, you know, as we look and you know, as we talked, you know, prior this week, it would get you a head start if at some point we were moving to an automated style truck. The way we do things now, with the guy hanging off the back of the truck, driving down the road, is kind of one that's kind of going away. So it's, you know, eventually we'd like to see most of our communities be the automated truck style, which is where you have two bins and he pulls up with the arm that comes off the truck. You know, obviously with the labor market the way it is, that's kind of speeding up those processes because it's harder and harder to find people who are willing to ride on the back of that truck. So kind of got off on a little bit there, but that's kind of a little bit of a benefit if you were to go to those totes. You're already getting a head start.
the automated system. I think the closest town to us right now that's doing that's Westbrook, correct?
You're correct. Westbrook currently is the closest one. There's nothing north of Westbrook. You get Bangor. Bangor just was over about a year and a half ago. They're having a lot of success with it, but in between Portland and Bangor, there's not a whole lot of it. We're working with a number of communities at this time to work on switching those over, but yeah, right now it's Westbrook's is far north. They do it in Freeport, Yarmouth, but those are more of a subscription style. So.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Jessica?
Yeah, I have two things. One, at my dad's house, they have the automatic thing and it's a giant bin and it really works beautifully. Just putting that out there. And the other thing is, and I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing now. We at my house we have purchased a large regular garbage bin because we kept overflowing on our recyclables, and we put like our own big sticker on it that says recycle, and it has been being picked up as recyclables. So I think we figured it out, but I wonder if that's a possibility for maybe a short term or interim. If folks had more recycling, could they buy their own big bin and then just put a sticker on it, or have I broken the rules?
She's broken the rules.
I think Nathan touched on that, the idea of us starting to get into purpose-built bins that would be suitable for automated pick, and start with the recycling bins. And we used to offer the little tubs, which we were told the other day during our meeting, which are not the way to go. That's not the future. And so I think we could begin to I guess get into the position where we could be not only uniform throughout the town, but well placed for automated pick. And kind of segues into, I don't want to take away from your question if you got another one, but I wanted to know what was in automated pick for us besides, I know the labor savings, the efficiency, in subsequent contracts, would we get if we were to invest in all these tubs, we'd have that, resource for our citizens and be ready to go online when it came our way. But I'm wondering what's in it besides the efficiencies. We're hearing that recycling doesn't improve recycling, so what else?
Yeah, so no, the biggest thing with it would be the efficiency. It's a little bit cleaner service. You're thinking, you don't have a big pile of trash. There's less, animals going through the material. It's a cleaner service than what the rear load is. For us, it's a safety thing. We got a guy hanging on the back of a truck, and working 9-10 hours a day. It's a tough job, and it's one that, again, it's becoming more and more difficult to staff, and we're having difficulty doing it. We're having difficulty every day finding people who are willing to do that. Dave McNally's on here. He deals with it on a daily basis of trying to figure it, get these people on the trucks, and I don't really see that getting any easier anytime soon. So as far as improving the recycling and improving the that side of things, that all stuff goes back to the education piece, and the person putting the material in the bin is what matters.
If we were to make this investment, I mean, we just entered into a new contract, but if we made the investment in the bins, as I think Nathan's interested in doing, would we see savings in subsequent contracts because of the efficiencies and labor, or no?
Yes, you would, in the sense that you'd get a head start over that initial cost of those bins if you were to buy them. Whereas I can guarantee you that they're $55 now. I would assume by the time this contract ends, they're going to be a lot more than that. So
yeah, well, we would probably do it the Raymond way, which we would buy them up front and then sell them to our citizens. And that's actually worked here. We had a big demand for the tubs when we were selling composters. Those were, I think, near $100, and we couldn't keep those in stock. So, and that's another thing. I don't know if the Garbage to Garden, I guess he's not here, but in a place like Raymond, to me, it seems like composting is a great idea anywhere, but doing it in your backyard with one of those composters might be a good way to go too. But anyway, so we've invested in these tubs and composters, and so we might consider investing in barrels and either sell them to the citizens, pay for them, or cost share with them, because I think we need to get positioned for automated pick. And in talking to your predecessor twice removed, he was telling me, as I said in the meeting the other day, that we were waiting for a larger community to buy the truck that would service us. And so, you know, he talked about, well, the city, I guess, near us that was going to get that truck. And so I don't know where that all is and when we might see the automated truck in Raymond.
I'd like to touch on that a little bit. I think there's a lot more work to be done before we automate Raymond. We've got a lot of camp roads that are going to be a problem. We probably part of the town you could do it, but there's a lot of it I don't think you could do it automated. We've got in the summertime, we've got a pantload of camp roads that have quite a bit of, that would be problematic. We just got out of going in and out roads a couple of years ago. I don't really want to go back into going in and out of them if we can avoid it.
Yeah, every town that we automated, you know, there's some issues that with those types of scenarios. To your question, we're probably a few years before you can't half automate a town. So it's either got to go all in or not, right, as far as the majority of it. So I think it's you know, with equipment. I mean, if I wanted to buy an automated truck, I'm a year out before I ever see that. So it's always good to be talking about it down the road. But realistically, with Raymond, I know what you're saying as far as another town would have to buy the truck for Raymond. I think what that's in reference to is it'd be difficult for Raymond to be the first one because you'd also have to carry a spare truck. There's some other things that would go along with that, but yeah, no, we're probably a few years away from really, you know, being able to have a serious conversation.
On the other truck thing, I was just having a little fun because that's what Stu told me, that that Auburn, to be blunt, would buy the truck and then we'd use it, you know, 2 days a week here. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like Stu.
Yeah.
Rolf, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm hearing what's, you know, these are bigger bins, and if I look at, you know, if I drive down the road on a Wednesday or Thursday or whatever and see what's sitting out there, and knowing a lot of the people that are lugging those up from downstream or down roads and things like that, how's that going to work as far as someone having a big bin like that, having to bring it up to the edge of the road, especially when we get these nice snow days and things like that, and they get snowed in? How does that work versus the smaller ones that are either they can put on a snowbank or they're a lot easier for people to get up there? Is that going to drive us down the road of having to go into more of consolidated sites to bring those to, or where are we going with that?
And that's part of my concern about doing that, Rolf, is that you got a couple of, just pick any camp road, even if there's a couple of town roads we don't go into, Dyer Road off from North Raymond Road. There's 5 houses in there, so they've got to drag that all out half a mile to curbside, which would be North Raymond Road. And I've got 2 totes. I got a 60 and a 90 gallon tote. And when they're full, you're not dragging them too far. And that's a concern I have. We, Dave and I, on the last two contracts ago, Dave remapped the town and we got out of going in a lot of the camp roads that weren't suitable for the truck to go in, that we were having trouble. And I don't want to get back into going in and out of those roads. That's gonna.
No, we don't want to do that either. We wouldn't want it. So there's, you know, again, we're probably a ways away from that. I mean, what we were talking about are the 64 gallon bins, which are a little bit smaller. They do have wheels, so there is a, you know, you can roll them. They're not, you know, you don't have to drag them. They do have wheels. But before I get, you know, Dave, was there anything you wanted to add to anything that we discussed? Dave's the operations manager in Mechanic Falls, who services Raymond and has been doing this for longer than I could ever imagine. So he knows it. He knows this area very, very well. Was there anything you've heard yet, Dave? I was kind of curious. There was a comment about when they get to seasonality. Do you see an increase of contamination with that stuff, Dave?
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. So first of all, I want to reassure everybody, the contamination rate on recycling in Raymond is actually very low for the community. The people that recycle over there, they do a great job. The biggest part of the contamination comes from the common drop areas where we have the dumpsters at the areas. That's where we have most problems with contamination. With that said, the biggest bang for your buck to increase recycling is more capacity at the curbside, meaning getting away from those little totes and getting, rather if it's just education, having people buy their own actual trash cans and putting labels on them for recycling, which is perfectly fine. The individual that has done it themselves, we love it as long as it's clearly marked. We're happy to pick it up because your residents are running out of capacity. Now, to the point of your seasonal people, they don't participate very well in your recycling program. So your weekend warriors, as I like to call them, they come up, they have a good time in your town, enjoy your waterfront property, but everything just gets thrown in trash bags and out to the curb, unsorted. Well, it doesn't have to be sorted, but they don't even separate it into recycling. That's not on their mind. They're up enjoying your community. So if you want to increase your recycling rates, target your seasonal residents. Your year-round residents are doing a great job. And again, very low contamination. They just need to understand that it's okay to grab themselves a bigger container, rather if they buy it from the town or they just go to the hardware store and maybe just put recycling on it. My guys are looking for that. Label cans, if it's clearly marked, we're grabbing it. And again, you folks are doing, as far as your contamination rates compared to other communities I service, you guys are doing a great job.
I'm glad you said that, Dave. We should have started with that, and where Chris and I mentioned we don't know, we don't have a good idea today. Typically in our world, when we don't hear from the MRF, that's a good thing. Unless there's a problem, then they typically give us a call and say, hey, we've got to jump on this. But Dave, I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, I am too. I'm very, very proud of us then. So that does help a lot because that was certainly one of the primary concerns that we were hearing, that was an issue. So
I have a question. Cardboard. I think the bigger containers would be helpful because people could put their cardboard in their bins, but rainy days, cardboard is sitting out. I don't know how wet it has to be contaminated. I mean, is it just, drenched or is it damp and then it's contaminated? So I have, and there's a lot of cardboard, everybody's shopping, Amazon. So I'm sure you see that. So that's one thing. The other thing I went on your website and it's great. I really, it was very helpful, especially putting your lids back on your jars. I didn't know I could do that. And the cans, you don't have to squish them or anything, and the paper can stay on them. So that's nice. I was wondering about plastic. Plastic is I understand the bags and all that, but you get so many different kind of plastic containers. And what you listed on your website was tubs, drinking bottles, yogurt cups, some other bottles, but not, and milk jugs. But what about these plastic takeout containers? There's everything you buy is, and I don't know whether to throw that in the recycling bin. That was that thing I wanted to ask you about. And also, certain parts of this town, the garbage pails get pretty beat up. So and they're expensive. If you buy one of those heavy duty ones, they're up almost, about 100, they could be as much as $100, but they're the only ones you can have because they get beat up. Lids go missing. And I'm not complaining because I see the guys go by my house and I go, oh my God, so in fact, sometimes I only have one bag and I run out and throw it in the so he doesn't have to get off the truck and everything for that. I'm nuts, but that's because I'm home all the time. But I'd have the plastic I would like some help on. And how wet does the cardboard have to be before it's a lost cause?
So I can start with the cardboard, Susan. The biggest contaminant in any single stream volume certainly is moisture. And being that we live in New England and we get rain and snow and sleet, seems like 12 months a year, that's our biggest challenge. But knowing that we're not classifying contamination because of the moisture today. To Dave's point, the capacity that the residents are looking for is solved by carts. A lot of the elements are also solved by carts. You've got a bin that you've got a lid that closes, and some recycling cans, right? You've got the long cardboard box that maybe didn't break down quite all the way, and it sticks up a little bit. The lid at least is helping most of the elements stay out of the bin. On the plastics, you're not alone, and I don't know what to do with it. So our acceptables list, we've kind of become the universal single stream guideline within Casella. And just a quick history on that. Probably 4 or 5 years ago, Massachusetts has, call it a handful of MRFs, and every MRF had a different acceptables list. We take that, we don't take this. They take this, they don't take that. So Mass DEP said, could you guys sit down in a room and just come up with one list that you all agree on? We did that. What you see on that acceptables list is that exact list, trying to go quote unquote back to the basics and make it a little bit hopefully clearer for people in reclassifying the groups. So tubs and lids, jugs and bottles. It was hopefully answering a lot of the questions, but knowing we kind of left out this clamshell or takeout containers area. Those plastics are typically have the least value because they're flimsy. You think of like a raspberry clamshell, they're the flimsy breakable plastic. Those are really, really hard to get back into a product that then is recyclable into another material, because it's so at the end of its life being that super thin material. And then I think of, the Thai or Chinese food containers with the black bottom and the clear lid. Black plastic is also the hardest, because once it's black, it can't be any other plastic. It's got to be something made back into black. You have a little bit of black in a colored load, and that whole load automatically becomes a black recycled material. Those long-winded way, those are all acceptable. There are so few of those. What seems like that might be your whole bin, in the retrospect of the entire stream, it's such a small percent that they're able to filter those in within those grades of plastics, PET, meaning your water bottles, HDs, meaning your milk jugs. Those plastics are able to get sorted and kind of commingled in, that there's no rejection on those. So short answer is continue to throw those right in your recycling bin.
So the other flimsy plastic, you're saying yes, throw them in, or no?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's helpful. Like okay, that's helpful, because there's a lot of that. I mean, I try not to buy that much of it, but it seems though when you start really drilling down, it's the packaging that's going to have to really could make a big difference.
Yeah.
It's, in terms of, and I know that's being worked on in many ways, but
it is, and just to kind of give you some perspective, right? When you look at your entire residential bin, your plastics, your PET, your HDPE only make up 1% of the stream, or less than 1% of the stream. So again, where it seems like you've got them coming out your ears, in retrospect, there's not that many. Your cardboard's 30%, your mixed paper's 20%. So right there, your fibers are 50% of your stream. So
you burn the trash you burn. I think you guys we talked about this, but I've forgotten the trash.
Yeah,
That gets burned. Yeah, right.
Yeah, our MSW goes to Mid-Maine Waste Management in Auburn. That's
Okay, and it's burned, yeah.
Yep.
We've kind of gone a little bit past it, but I was going to say something nice about Casella Pine Tree since they said something nice about us. And that is when I came here 21 years ago, we had another company and we were inundated with complaints and problems. Now, not to say that we aren't without problems. I guess we can all speak to that, can't we, Dave and Nathan and everybody involved with trash handling here in Raymond? There are always going to be some complaints and complainants, but we don't get very many complaints at all. People seem to understand the system. They appreciate the system. If anything, you know, we from time to time get folks who are complimentary about it, and the town and Casella have worked, you know, very closely together. Nathan and Dave have a great relationship, and they work with one another and assist one another when it makes sense. And so I just wanted to say that we have a great company to work with, and that's very important in a good relationship.
I agree that you come out in all weather, you work most holidays. Really, hats off, really.
It's just going back really quickly to the automated pick, I guess you were calling it. At some point, if that does happen, you were talking about the bigger bins just for recycling, but that would then also be bigger bins we would need for the trash, right?
Correct.
I mean, be the same size. Okay.
That's not necessarily true. My mom lives in Scarborough, and I think they have a smaller barrels for elderly folks.
Oh, are you looking at me, Don? Please.
No. I'm saying it doesn't have to be a big barrel.
Yeah.
But, or maybe young families, let's say, who don't generate as much waste, but maybe they do. So my mother asked for small barrels, and she got them.
I was also going to say, you wouldn't necessarily fill it, even if it's big. I mean, you know, it's I don't know that we would generate a full bin, larger bin of recycling, although it sounds like some people would. But anyway, so
I have one more comment. Is that all right, Grace? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a request by a gentleman that works at the Hannaford, and I was in the checkout, and he must be watching the meetings, and he said to me, he would really love it if the town had stickers for the barrels, because he went out and bought a new barrel to recycle, and he says, I had to make a sticker, or it wasn't a good, you know, something that will really stick to the barrel. So that was a request, and I said to him, you know, next time at the meeting, I'll ask.
Yeah, we went down the sticker. We went down the sticker road a number of years ago, and we tried that, and the stickers were very quickly deteriorated by weather and so forth. So maybe there's a better.
Those were terrible stickers. Those were terrible stickers.
A better sticker these days, but
yeah.
I'll defer to Casella on that. But you don't want to do the stickers we did before.
No, they were terrible.
Right.
I think the sticker thing, it's all about how much you pay for the sticker. We've been directing people, if they ask, just spray paint recycling on the side of it. That's pretty.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of.
Yeah, I like the idea of something uniform, and
I do.
We're a rural town, but I don't know as I am really excited about everybody spraying recycling or trash on their barrels. You know, that's just me. Maybe I don't know.
I think the recycled toters and offer them to the residents at our cost I think that's going to help a lot.
If I may jump in, can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
All right.
Go ahead, Dave.
As you guys move forward with this early on, if you can get the information out to your residents, first of all, if they buy blue trash containers for their recycling, that's the first key thing that my guys are looking for.
That's right. Yeah.
Then as far as labeling go, once we identify them, a lot of times my drivers will put labels on them just to make sure if there's a spare driver in there, he sees it. I can get some labels over to Nate to make them available. But if your residents at least buy the blue colored trash containers,
can you suggest
a signal for my drivers to, hey, these people are recycling, they slow down. And
that's a good idea, yeah.
During our meeting, I think Nathan had a great idea, and that was to, as a pilot program, you know, buy 10 or 20 of these things, advertise, see how they go, come up with some kind of a, you know, formula, or maybe it's, you know, completely consumer buy. But could you recommend a barrel and a manufacturer that we could investigate that with? And maybe that would be a way to try it, buy 20 barrels, advertise it in our Roadrunner, and then see if people respond to that.
Yeah,
On
I
that
can
note, Don, out of all the barrels out there in the industry, and I've been at it for a long, long time, the brute barrels are the strongest. I don't know if they come in blue. I will tell you, and I'll warn you, a lot of people go down to Home Depot or Lowe's and they buy the nice fancy little recycling totes at, I think, $70 a tote. The first thing that's going to happen, it's got the nice little flip lid on it. They're going to be mad after the first week when the lid gets broke off because it's not a good investment. If we can get on board and we can get some industrial totes, the 65-gallon ones, make it somehow or other, the town sells them to the residents, that's the way to go. Our commercial totes will hold up to the elements out there. The ones that people are spending a lot of money on at the hardware stores, I'm sorry, they're not made out of good quality plastics. They end up breaking, and then you got a very upset resident. So I caution you on encouraging them to go buy those, but
they were made out of the flimsy clamshell plastics, right? So anyway, I'm just saying.
A lot of those plastics, when they get cold, you get 10 degrees or colder out here. You can
brittle.
Yeah, you can go to tap them on the body of the truck to get the trash out of them or the recycling out of them, bust them or break the handle off because they're frozen in the ground. And
absolutely.
Jessica's been waiting to ask something, say something.
Well, I just wanted to say, I was really pleased to hear that we weren't breaking the rules when we went and bought a big tote for our recycles. And we did purchase a sticker that has been there now, I think, for 3 years. That is the recycling symbol that is on both the side and the lid of our bin. So we got to. The stickers weren't incredibly inexpensive, but they have held up well. So that was just a suggestion. Those stickers are out there somewhere. We got ours at Lowe's, but it might be easier to buy them in bulk from somewhere, or cheaper, and then have folks get them from the town. I'm not sure.
I was just going to suggest a stencil so we could all paint it nice and neatly. But anyway, Rolf.
Yeah. I mean, at some point you get the cart before the horse, because if we go down the road, we get and we get some of these big containers. All of a sudden now you've got a 70 or 80 pound thing that you're expecting the guys on the back of the truck to dump. At what point, I mean, you've got to think that side of it through too. That says it doesn't make sense to get those real big ones that are going to be too bulky for them to work with until you do the other. So at what point does the dog wag the tail or the tail wag the dog?
The 64-gallon, and Dave knows this better than me, but the 65-gallon industrial tote, it isn't too cumbersome especially if it's recycling. If it was trash, would we be talking a different story? But the trucks that we send out there are equipped with what we call a toter tipper. Even the one that doesn't have the arm on it, the rear load trucks that we're running now do come equipped with toter tippers, so you can still put it on a piece of equipment that it lifts it up for you. I don't know if Dave has anything.
Yeah, I just hate to trade one problem for another, and all of a sudden you can't get people to work because the things are too big for them to deal with.
Ralph, as full as my wife's stuff's that toter I've got, I don't think it reaches 40 pounds. The recycling stuff trash is terrible. A bag of trash can get up to 30, 40 pounds. But the recycling, because it's, just smaller items and it's not compacted and it's not wet, it doesn't really get that heavy.
Well, if we could get all the food stuff out of our trash, that would lighten it up a bit.
Other questions for either Chris or Dave or is it Talia or Aaron? Okay, so it sounds like we've got some ideas about ways we might proceed. I'm not sure actually at what point we start to make these recommendations to the select board, or if Rolf and Don and Nathan are hearing enough right now, even. I mean, it's certainly education would be the first step, I think, in terms of trying to get some more people to recycle. The whole seasonal thing is that's a pretty big issue to figure out some way to tackle that, but I do understand that would be a concern. And then possibly bins, or at least communicating about better bins. I don't know, Don, what do you think?
You say Don?
Yeah, I thought it looked like you were about to say
Well,
something.
what I was going to say was you were on the topic of education, and during our meeting, I think that is the key. We talked about the possibility, and you would know a lot about this, of whether our schools would, entertain the opportunity to have, Aaron or Talia or somebody come in and give a program, because they do that and they're willing to do that. And I think if you start, educating the children, I know we do it with fire safety. We take our fire trailer there, we do fire drills, we do different things to indoctrinate them into fire safety. Do you think the schools would work with us on this? As part of the environmental education or whatever?
Well, I would hope so. I'm glad to relay this to Superintendent Howell or something like that, and just kind of, start the conversation there, certainly.
I'm talking, that'd be great if you would do that. I'm thinking because here in the younger grades, and so it becomes something that the kids come home with, like their flyers, and talk about the recycling, and maybe they notice that the parents could do better. I'm just saying, I don't know, just an idea.
I'm gonna hold up a flyer we got from Casella Waste. I'm not sure when it came. It's in my new folder, so it's fairly new. We got this mailed to the town office a while back. These fairly expensive. Are they hard to regenerate? Is that something we could get to mail out? I mean, it's got all kinds of recycling information in it. It's kind of handy, I think.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something we could provide you for sure. Those are fairly inexpensive, and we have quite a few of them around.
That's a good idea. Years and years ago, when you embarked on this, I remember there was a nice cardboard form that told you what to do and what not to do. And there are people that still have that on their refrigerator. So that would be there you go. So that would be a great start. Yeah. I mean, all you have to have is something in front of you that you can see, oh no, I shouldn't put that in there. I shouldn't put that in there. But that's in your kitchen, which is that's a good idea. Start with that.
So are you suggesting having enough of those to go with students, or at least a certain grade? Maybe it's not going to be every single student in the art, but is that possible to provide that for distributing in schools?
Pass them out at the schools or do a mailing.
Yeah, we can get a mock-up and then get you some pricing on either prints and or mail. And then we could do a mailing out to all of the residents. I would suggest, if we're going to do a mailer, including a collection calendar, and do it for like a July start. So mail them out beginning of June or May. And then we could certainly talk about just a quote for getting stacks at places around town, whether it's DPW, Nathan, and you hand them out there. They're accessible to residents if they're maybe at, I'm not sure if there's a library in town, but the library, and then certainly the schools. So we can certainly work on kind of getting a mock-up and something over to you guys to take a look at.
Do you guys have anything for our local channel?
Yeah, so we've got a video of how our MRF works. It's our Charlestown MRF, and down in Boston, it's the 5th largest in this side of the Mississippi, which is kind of exciting. And then we've got some new commercials that have recently aired that we could provide as well. They're around, sustainability and where our organization's going. So we could send you some links that you guys could take a look at and let us know which ones you like.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then my thought around the doing something in the schools, Grace, it might pair really well with doing something in April. Earth Day is usually like the 22nd something. So it might be nice to kind of do some sort of Earth Day event.
Wouldn't it be cute for the kids to do a little video for our TV channel? I mean, as a project, something to think about. But you know, once we get into we get in the schools, you know, I think that would be kind of fun. People might watch it because their kids would be on it.
Yeah,
I know.
We've also got we do a little calendar competition. I remember doing it when I was in school. We always did it with the fire safety, which you had mentioned. And we do, you know, I think it's 3rd grade. Everyone draws a picture around recycling or trash, the garbage man come in, or something that has to do with the industry. And then we submit them all and we create a Maine state calendar, which would be really fun to roll out in town as well.
Kathy, you had your hand up before, did you?
Yeah, I think if we're going to do a flyer, we need to really customize it just to Raymond and what we're doing right, what we're not, you know, how to improve, certainly to get the seasonal people, but where to get, wait till we make a decision on if we are going to have totes, get all of that into the flyer. And I really think we need to really look at the food waste, because if we can get that out of the stream of our trash, that's going to save us some money. But can the committee kind of come together and decide what direction we're going to go, and if we're going to do the garden or composting somewhere, put it all together into one big flyer from the committee? I think that would be worthwhile looking at.
I mean, I think the gentleman that was here, Tyler, I mean, you make it's a good point that you know, we were going to save a lot of money, but I think the people that burn trash would appreciate less of the food waste in your trash. From videos I've watched, I mean, it's wet. It's very, very wet food stuff. So it would help everybody all around. It really would.
So I think I heard Kathy volunteer to design this flyer, right, Kathy?
Yeah. I would work on it.
Great. Anything else for the folks from Casella?
The only thing that I would add is we talked a lot about the bins. Again, yeah, the education piece is where you're going to get your bang for your buck. But you know, it was really good to hear that Dave said the recycling is doing well in Raymond. But I still think it's important that we get a baseline and we do an audit where we can see where you are now. Hey, maybe we can do another one in your peak season with your weekend warriors, as Dave calls them, to see maybe how that changes. And you know, it'd be good to still you know, get a start tracking your contamination.
Is it better that we've got? Have you noticed anything better that since we've got rid of our dumpsters? I know we had 2 down the end of my road, so I've seen up close and personal what they look like.
Down on Deep Cove.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a mess.
Yeah, it was just. I was texting Nate. I said, you got to look. This is just ridiculous. So I'm glad it went, although it was nice to have, but that was horrible.
I just got a call. Yesterday was Wednesday, right? Yeah, yesterday was Deep Cove, and I don't know where these people have been, but they just discovered that they're missing, and they weren't happy about it.
Oh.
So their trash picked up, but I'm not sure what but yeah, those were a problem. But we found that the dumpsters, when they're visible, they become a bigger problem. But most, like Dave had said earlier, most of our contamination in the recycling comes from the dumpsters. Dumpsters, people see them as dumpsters. They have something they want to get rid of, and that's where it's going.
Oh yeah, there was no point in having a recycling dumpster down there.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't at all. And it's pretty much the norm with those. I think we've got one site that's okay at the best. But for the most part, they're pretty bad.
Oh, well, yeah.
But we had a problem there was a problem on those roads trying to get the trash picked up, and we had to create a solution to that. And I guess my thought or my opinion would be we need to try to look at that. And I'm not sure what the solution is. I don't know if there is a solution to it.
Oh, for our road, you mean down on?
No, for
No.
any of them. No, for any
Yeah.
of them. So your road cured its problem. I think the biggest problem on your road was everybody on that road was taking the trash down to the dumpsters. The dumpsters weren't designed for that. The week we pulled them out, all the trash appeared at the end of everybody's driveway on that road. You probably did have some scattered coming in from away or from out on 302. I don't think a lot, but we didn't see really much. I don't think we saw much more volume out of there, did we, Dave?
No, and like your comment, the curbside collection picked up coming down that road.
It did.
As soon as we got rid of the dumpsters, we went from picking up a dozen homes coming down to picking up, 3 dozen, because everybody was just dumping out at the end of the road in the dumpsters. They were doing
And when the summer people, we have summer people that stay all summer. They're here. They're and what they put in those dumpsters. Plants, big plants, just throw them in, dirt and all. I don't know. I just couldn't believe it. It's just weird. It's weird. Sorry. Ugh, I don't know what they're doing now.
So anything else with Casella? We've got a long time. Appreciate their patience and certainly their time and the information. I don't want to keep them any longer.
So much fun talking about trash. Huh?
Yeah. Talking trash.
Talking trash.
Okay, well, I just want to thank all of you for certainly your time, your information. Look forward to working with you on some of these great ideas, and certainly we'll be in touch. I will get in touch with the schools and see what can happen there. And
I can help you do that, Grace.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah.
So I guess the committee really kind of needs to decide on some next steps. I know we also had on here reporting out on there's no such thing as a way. I did get the PowerPoint from that session. I forget who else went to that. You, Susan, I think went. I can share that around with the committee, and basically it's more information about just any type of let's say reduce, reuse, recycle, compost, waste to energy, and then landfill is at the bottom of the list. So I think we've talked about these. A number of us have been to some of the other adult ed sessions as well, but I'll be sure to send this PowerPoint around for people to read through that information also.
I think that PowerPoint was the most informative thing was about the landfills filling up and, the waste that they burn, into really small amounts and how they do that. But it's frightening what's happening with landfills. And it's just, it was an awareness for me in terms of that.
Yeah. Okay. So if I send that around, I think that takes care of that item. Discussion of next steps.
We need to set the next meeting date, and maybe that's the agenda to come forward with our suggestions on where to go.
And I know we've said the third Thursday, but I'm wondering if we could instead maybe do the week before that, March 10th. The third Thursday would be March 17th.
10th is good for me.
Would March 10th be okay? So it's a little sooner?
No, 10th is fine.
Sorry. What was it, Dave?
Does March 10th, I didn't look at the town calendar. I don't know what the budget committee meetings, I know you have a lot of meetings coming up, select board budget.
The budget meetings are all either Mondays or Tuesdays, so.
So would March 10th work for, I probably have another conflict on the 17th. I had one tonight. I actually was supposed to be in 3 places at once, but we all know what that's like, right? But this was important, and I'd like to avoid another one of those conflicts if I could. And I'd also like to get going on some concrete ideas and next steps sooner, especially if we are trying to do something with schools, maybe Earth Day, start getting some sort of ideas of a flyer and recommendations to the select board, and maybe talking some specifics about what kinds of bins or things we might want to move in that direction. Is that okay to aim for the 10th?
I'm not here that week. I'm going to be out of state for that week.
Okay, well then that would not be good, because I think we probably need you here, right? All right.
Get up. I mean,
What if we did the 25th?
25th.
I'm sorry, the 24th.
Okay. Is that going to give us enough time to do things?
No, the 24th of March.
Right.
It's Earth Day, isn't it, in April?
April is Earth Day, right? So if we think that we can still get things moving along, if we're meeting later rather than sooner, that's my concern, is to try to start doing some of these things, but we'd have to talk about them first before we actually.
I'm willing to work with Kathy, and I'm sure Nathan will, on bringing something in on that meeting.
That's a good idea.
But I mean, that's sort of an aside, though. I think what the committee is, and I think it's a great thing, but I think the committee is trying to come up with a set of recommendations for the Board of Selectmen, but I don't see any reason why we can't do this too. I mean, this is something the town can do. So we could come in with something to propose to you.
That sounds really good to me.
Okay.
And I can go over to the school. I mean, I can go over to the school anytime and talk to, I can talk to Beth Peavy, the principal there, and Randy, maybe just feel them out if that's okay. They'd be interested in any ideas. And I'm sure the teachers do anyway, but if that would be, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, great.
I could do that part.
Okay, so March 24th, is that okay with everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I checked the town calendar. The 10th and the 24th are both fine for meetings.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, we'll go with the 24th because I think we need Nathan to be able to attend, assuming he wants to attend, right, Nathan?
oh yeah, it's all good.
All right. Okay. So I guess that would be next steps, next meeting. Public comment. I don't know that there was any public. I can hear there's some public downstairs in my house listening, but I don't know if he's got anything to add. Okay. Well, again, thank you, everybody. This was great to cover a lot of ground this evening and feel like there's some movement forward coming soon. And again, I think the best news of the night is that we were already doing a pretty good job of recycling, but we can do better. So I look forward to being sure that our community is doing more in that capacity. Anything else from anyone? Karen, are you all set with lots of notes, I'm sure?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks, Karen.
I would like to say, I looked up the Brute container, and at the depot, they're $72 for a 50-gallon blue.
Okay.
So just something to think about. I almost pulled the trigger on it, but I'm going to do a little more research because I need a new bin.
Are the lids attached on those, or don't?
Yeah,
Are
they are.
Yeah, they are.
I think Stock and Wyndham, or you can go. Amazon has them. I got a tip here from the videographer. So yeah.
I think if we're gonna ask the taxpayers to buy these from us, we should go with the totes that Pine Tree has, the really heavy ones. We've actually hit them with a plow truck and picked them up, and they survived the hit. I don't. Those ones from Home Depot, I just don't think are going to hold up, Don.
Well, this is the Brute brand. Maybe I'm not looking at the right thing. That's what they mentioned. So we'll get with Dave and or Aaron or somebody and tell us what we should get, what we should recommend. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I'm online right now just so that I can use my computer at the same time.
We all set?
I've got another meeting.
If there's nothing else, take a motion to adjourn.
And
Motion
thank you,
to adjourn.
Casella. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody from Casella. Appreciate you showing up.
Thank you very much. Very helpful.
Also, the
Welcome to the February 22nd, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. Now I'm going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Craig Dean.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is said and to look at all of the exhibits presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Hopefully, get that. No. I did have it up on my screen. So agenda is call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from the January 25th, 2022 meeting. Number 3, old business, of which we have none. New business, public hearing for an administrative appeal, notice of violation issued 12/16/2021. Applicant Leah Rachin Esquire on behalf of Management Controls LLC. Part of our agenda will be to consider the appellant's request to table the application, and subsequent to that, continuation of the public hearing for this appeal, which is dependent on the ZBA decision for the request to table. Next will be an administrative appeal, notice of violation issued January 4, 2022. Applicant, again, Leah Rachin Esquire on behalf of Q Team Inc. Consideration of appellant's request to table, and then subsequent to that, continuation of the public hearing for this appeal, which will be dependent upon the ZBA decision for the request to table. Then we will have code enforcement officer communications, and then finally adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public. I apologize. Hold on 1 minute. The dogs are trying to join in here. So again, all persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to to state their name, their address, their affiliation with the application, or opposed or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board is formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside of the room. So next up on our agenda is approval of minutes for January 25th, 22 meeting. Assuming everybody has had a chance to review those. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes?
I propose a motion to accept the minutes as read.
I will second that motion. Do we have any further discussion on that? All right, all in, well, I'm gonna have to do a roll call vote since this is Zoom. Greg, yay to approval of the minutes.
Yay, approved.
Thanks, Tom. Approve of the minutes.
Yay.
Yay as well. So that is done. So, new business, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 12/16/2021. Applicant Leah B. Ratchin Esquire on behalf of Management Controls LLC. Location 8 Fernwood Road, map lot 001-022, zone LRR2. Description of this appeal is an administrative appeal from notice of violation. I did receive a email from Leah indicating that she says, thank you. I've communicated with Attorney Manahan, who is copied here, regarding our representative attendance on February 22nd. Given the circumstances, we have agreed that neither one of us will be attending next Tuesday night's meeting. My understanding is that the client's mitigation plan will be submitted to the CEO by early next week at the latest. I'm hopeful that the town and my clients will be able to come to terms. If so, we will certainly withdraw this appeal. At this point, however, I am unable to do so because in the likely event that we are unable to resolve the matter, I must preserve my client's appeals rights. That was from Leah. And then I had a email from Matt Manahan, which I believe is the town's attorney, town's representative, stating Sharon Murch, given Ms. Ratchin's representation that her clients will not be represented by legal counsel at next Wednesday's Board of Appeals meeting, we will also not appear at the meeting on the town's behalf. Thanks, Matt. So it's my understanding that neither one of them will be here tonight in representation. I do know in regards to this appeal, it has been requested by all parties that this appeal be tabled. We also have letters from our code enforcement officer, Alex, indicating that he is also willing to have this tabled until for the next meeting. So it will be Board of Appeals decision tonight as to whether or not we honor that request to table, or do we move forward with this? The one thing I will ask, or one thing that I did notice, is that this is for an appeal notice of violation that was issued on December 16, 2021. Our ordinances require that all appeals be filed within 30 days of a notice of violation. This was filed 33 days. And I believe Alex has some insight onto that. We have to make a decision as to whether or not this we can even consider this, because from my understanding, it was 33 days after the notice of violation, which would put it 3 days after when it should have been filed. So Alex, can you speak to that?
Yes, they did reach out. I can't remember exactly when, and asked if they could, if we would allow them to have until the first business day after the deadline, since the deadline fell on a weekend. And we did check with our attorney, and he felt that that was fair and common practice. So we told them that they could submit it on that first business day.
Okay, that first business day would have been the day after. Shoot, I can't think of what it was. Patriots Day, 17th anyways. So whatever that day was. So Greg, Tom, I mean, given that what Alex has said, I mean, I'm not opposed to continuing on with this appeal, given how it was conveyed to the applicant, that they reached out, they made no assumptions, they were given direction by the town of Raymond to submit on the first business day our I'm okay with continuing to move forward with this administrative appeal, or both of you okay with that as well?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I think it seems reasonable. I mean, when did they reach out? You don't remember when, was it?
I don't remember for sure. I could look and find out. It was, I believe, a week or two before the deadline.
Okay.
But
So if we say no, they would have in theory, would have appealed.
Yeah, I mean,
under the pretense that we would have said that they would have been late. So
yeah, I don't know what the reasoning was for being on the back end of it. They may sometimes with sending these certified, it does take a couple of weeks for them to actually get the notice. I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning was. I do know they did reach out to us though and asked for clarification on the deadline, and we did tell them that first business day after the deadline would be acceptable.
yeah, seems reasonable.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue forward with this then. So part one of this is really consideration of the appellant's request to table. As of today, I have not heard anything otherwise than the request from the applicant to table. The town attorney has made it clear that they would like to table. Alex's letters have indicated that he is willing to table as well. I'm assuming here tonight, Alex, you have not changed your mind on that?
No, I have not changed my mind. I have no issue.
So Craig, Tom, are you, your thoughts on this to move forward with just tabling this until the next meeting? Again, the thought is that a mitigation plan is being submitted to the town of Raymond. And that hopefully that mitigation plan will be approved. If not, then subsequent to that, this appeal would then be looked at the next ZBA meeting, which is in the last Tuesday of March. Just kind of putting that out there for discussion with regards to that request to table. Any reservations to do that?
It's Tom. I have a few questions, probably for Alex or whoever can answer them. I guess my first question is, if the violation was cited back in December or whatever, when is the start date of the penalties? That date, or when we finally make a settlement on the mitigation plan?
You mean for like a monetary fine?
Yes, fines, whatever else is required.
Yeah, so there's a couple different possibilities for that. My understanding is fines can be assessed from the date the violation occurred. Which, in case you're wondering, for us is October 14th, I believe, off the top of my head.
Okay. I guess my next question is, does the board in the end make the final decision on exactly what is in the mitigation plan based on what you and the other lawyer have agreed to?
No, that would actually be the select board. So if there is a mitigation plan and a consent agreement, that consent agreement is actually entered in by the select board. You guys won't have to, if everything goes well, you guys actually hopefully won't have to review anything. There's always a possibility that the discussion could go the other direction. And essentially what they're looking to do is reserve their right to appeal in that situation if they need to, which is pretty common. So you shouldn't have to look at the restoration plan or the consent agreement if that's the route this goes, fortunately.
Okay. I guess follow-up question is, if this is a de novo hearing, are we supposed to go and do an on-site also and start from scratch on what your findings were, or exactly how does it work, I guess?
That's a great question. I think that you may need to do that. Yes, it's possible you could do a site walk to actually view the site if you guys wanted to do that.
Okay. And I guess by postponing, I know you folks are working on a settlement, I'll say, but that also means we don't hear from the public opinion, right, until the next meeting. Or can we hear the public, if there is any public, on the call tonight?
I would suggest, I mean, you could see if there's any public opinion or any public input for tonight. But if you guys decide to table to next month, you would definitely want to, have a public hearing next month as well.
Okay. I guess the question is, if we don't hear from the public, maybe you on top of us could use that input if there is public on tonight's broadcast.
I will say, I actually haven't heard from anyone on this, surprisingly, other than DEP. They were really the only ones that have, expressed any concerns over this. We didn't really get a whole lot of, public opinion or outcry, surprisingly.
Okay. And can we actually tell if anyone is planning to dial in tonight or not?
I'm not seeing anyone. I'm acting as the host since Sandy is anyone other than the people you see here. And I do believe the call-in number is up on the screen.
Okay. And I see a face that says Desiree Merritt. Is that public or not public person?
I live next door.
There's the public.
I'm a butter, so I'm the public.
So I guess my question to David and Alex is, can we hear from the public? Because they're on the phone, they're on the Zoom and they've listened to what we talked about.
Certainly from my perspective, I don't have any problem at all listening to the public as this goes on. Both the town attorney as well as the appellant's attorney were fully aware that this could continue tonight. So if we at least open this up to public comment, this won't be a surprise to them. There was nothing in advance saying that the board was dedicated to a decision one way or the other, which we shouldn't be. So, but I would also say that if we listen to the public, I would say after that, do we consider the request to table after hearing from the public? And then if so, open that back up to the public again when it, if we choose to table. Yeah. Is that, what are you thinking about this, Greg? What are your thoughts?
Don't really have a ton of guidance on what the proper procedure is here. I'm not sure if you can open it to public and table it. I don't, it just seem kind of contradictory to me, but
that's a good point.
It seems like we table it or we don't. If we can table it, then public comment is at the next meeting. It's not tabled. Desiree can have her time and we can move forward. Just kind of logically how I would think about it. I don't know if you have any precedents or guidance.
Yeah, I don't have any for myself. What are you thinking, Tom?
I guess I personally would like to hear from anyone that has an opinion, especially in the butter, as long as it's not in violation of some rule or whatever. So
I will say that in the past, we have had meetings where we have opened it up. And we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the public, we've had discussions as a board, and then we've chosen to table. And then So I don't think it's out of the realm of doing that. Especially if I'm understanding Alex correctly, if we do choose to take that route, we could then retake that route if we do choose to table at the next meeting.
Yeah, I don't think there's any issues if you want
We lost your audio.
I'm not getting any audio there.
to. I don't think there, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
For some reason, there's like a threshold. If I go too far back, it cuts me off. I don't necessarily think there's any issues with taking any public comment tonight, as long as we notice the next meeting as a public hearing as well. And, you know, like you said, David, this has happened before. Like I can think specifically the gentleman who wanted a setback variance, and he hadn't submitted a survey, and you guys decided to table. You know, it would be no different, I guess, if you decided to hold the public hearing tonight and then tabled because you wanted to do a site walk or something next month, and then reconvene at the next meeting and continue the discussion. So I think you're okay as long as we just advertise it as a public hearing for next month.
Okay. And there would be no additional penalty towards the applicant, right? They don't have to pay any additional.
No.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I am open to. I would like to open this up to public comment, unless I hear something, you know, from you, either Greg or Tom, as to why we shouldn't move forward with this. I am comfortable to opening up to public comment.
Yeah, I defer to you. I think it's your call. So.
Okay, I know Tom would like this, so let's open up public comment with regards to administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 12/16/2021. Is there anybody here that's speaking in, let's see what my order is, well, I guess in favor of this appeal for administrative appeal? Is there anybody here that would like to speak in opposition to this administrative appeal? The final is there anybody here that would like to, is neutral in regards to this administrative appeal? Hoping one of those three fit for you, Desiree.
Yeah, I'm here to be informed as an abutter.
Okay,
So I would just like to know if you table it and you're going to have another meeting. We just want to be informed of what your decisions are.
okay, perfect. Thank you. So we will close public comments. I would say, given our public comments, given the fact that all parties involved would like to table this in favor of giving this mitigation plan a chance, I would definitely be open to a motion to table this appeal until the next ZBA meeting, which is in March. Do you have anybody that would be willing to make that motion?
I'd move to table the issue.
I would second. Do we have any further comment on this? It's good. So all in favor of moving forward with tabling this appeal? Craig?
Approved. Yes.
Tom?
Approved.
And David as well. Approval of tabling this. So moving on, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 1/4/2022, applicants Leah Ratchin Esquire on behalf of Q Team Inc. Location 18 Fernwood Road, map lot 001-022, zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. So this is the same property as the appeal for Management Controls LLC. The same requests from all parties to table. Any further discussion in regards to that? Consideration for this request to table? given how we move forward with the request to table for management controls, I think we can just go ahead and look for a motion to table this administrative appeal as well. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
I will second that. Any further discussion? No. So all in favor of tabling this administrative appeal until the next March meeting for the ZBA? All in favor? Greg?
Approve.
Tom?
In favor.
David is well in favor, so that is also tabled. Moving on our agenda, Code Enforcement Officer Communications.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to communicate to you guys. You know, hopefully you guys don't even need to hear these appeals. I think you know, the attorneys sound optimistic that they'll come to an agreement on this, but it could take some time. So it may be something that is discussed next month, but it may be something that they're looking for you to table again next month. I don't really know. But it's definitely probably the largest violation I've seen ever, you know, since I've been doing this. So I think it's an important one. So we'll see where that goes. The ordinance amendments, I believe it looks like we'll be doing a public hearing on the ordinance amendments in April at the April planning board meeting. You know, as of right now, the changes that you guys had talked about over the last year are moving forward. So we'll see where that goes during public hearing and, you know, ultimately town meeting. So that stuff's moving forward, and things are starting to pick up. So we're starting to feel a little bit of that pre-spring as people start to come back to town. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Excellent. So, given all that, we're on to our last agenda item of adjournments. So I have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I will second that. All in favor? David? Yes. Greg?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night.
Good evening. This is the organizational meeting for the Budget Finance Committee. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First off, we'll start with nominations for chairman. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate you, Bob.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I need a motion to close nominations for chairman.
I move nomination cease.
All those in favor of Bob Goslin, raise your hand. I can't see Bob Jones, but thank you. Next order of business is to approve the minutes of the April 27th, 2021 meeting. Dad?
Bob, did you want to elect a vice chair?
Oh, yes, sorry. Any nominations for vice chair? Any nomination for vice chair? Vice chair will sit in the place of the chair if he is not available.
If you're not available and we don't have any other members, Bob, we won't have a meeting.
We're having two, possibly two approved next week at the select board meeting. Bob Jones, you see on the screen, is one of them.
Diana Pickavet May.
Pickavet as well.
Mhm.
So, any nominations for vice chair? I'd like to nominate Dennis Morse.
This is all new to me, Bob.
The reason why I'm here.
Yeah.
Will you accept the nomination?
Sure.
Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations.
I move nominations cease.
Thank you. All those in favor of Dennis? Any opposed? Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
Next, I'll need from our members from last year, a motion to approve the minutes of the April 27th meeting. That was our last budget meeting prior to the town meeting.
I move acceptance of the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. And I will second that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Just so you understand how the process works, tonight we'll have a hearing of sorts and the presentation of the budget. After this meeting, after our other findings meeting, any questions you have need to be funneled through the chair, so that there won't be 5 different people asking the same question. We try to consolidate the questioning, and I'll route that to where it needs to be, and then I'll collectively to the team send out a message on the findings. So again, don't self-communicate with members of either the town hall or select board. Come to me first, and I will funnel it to where it needs to go. Are there any questions?
I have one, and that is when we just voted to accept the minutes of the last meeting, they're not in this budget committee report, this budget report, right?
No, they were sent as an attachment.
Okay, I'll have to go back and I'm working with 2 different emails now, and some of it's going to junk, so I'll check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue? Abigail asked about a town email address.
Yes, I have sent a note to Kevin Woodbury, our tech, and he is in the process of trying to do that for all committee members. Okay. So as soon as we have one, I'll get it sent out to you. Because it is preferable to use town email for freedom of access requests. We don't want to go after your personal email if we don't have to. We also don't get a lot of requests, but you just never know.
Any other notes? Any other comments? Tonight we will be getting back together at 6:30, where we will have the findings meeting. And we'll have Don open it up with a brief overview. And then
I think we're gonna open with Sharice, I think, talking a little bit about the restructuring of the budget, and then Don, but I can introduce that if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any other comment from the Budget Finance Committee?
Can I just ask like some basic, I've never done this before questions?
Okay.
So we're gonna have this next meeting. At that meeting, we're gonna like review what was in the budget book.
That's correct.
And then do we ask questions that we have during that meeting, or like what is the format of what happens in that? And then do we just basically go through like multiple meetings of doing that until we've gone through the whole binder?
That's correct. It should take 2 meetings to go through all our department heads and provider agencies. And then we'll have a workshop with the select board to kind of talk about these items, hotspots, areas of concern, so that, when it comes time to make a vote, we'll have everything we have in our pocket.
Okay. And on a really high level, now you'll have the department heads right there where you can ask some questions about what you've seen in the book. And that's the next 2 meetings. And like Bob said, there's a workshop. After that, the select board will put together the town warrant for the, that will be voted upon. And once they've made their recommendations, you'll get together again, go over the warrant and make your recommendations, whether you think things should be, as the select board say, or less.
Thank you.
So feel free to ask any questions to presenters this evening. And so that we don't wait to have to communicate by email. But feel free to
How
ask your questions.
detailed can those questions be? Like, I just don't want to be like the odd kid out asking like super detailed questions or like super dumb questions. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yep. You'll learn as
Okay.
we go along. So don't do. You can ask whatever questions you want tonight. So.
Well, that brings another question up then. Is there a time, do they set a timetable on these meetings? I know when select board used to meet with us about our cover letter or our whatever, PowerPoint presentation, there would be a timetable. In other words, is it our meetings? Is it a 6:30 to 7:30 meeting, Bob? Or is it, do we pick halfway through the budget and the chair of the select board decides the length of the meeting? How does that timetable work? Because like Abigail, you know me long enough. I have 50 questions for every one answer. So I'm trying really hard to come in here and be quiet. But the reality is there's a lot of questions that are involved with running the town in the budget process, especially if there's only 3 meetings. Is there a timetable? Do they?
No, there is no time limitation. I suppose if somebody started going on, it is the chair's prerogative to say, no, I think we've killed that horse. But that very rarely happens.
Okay.
But it is Bob's meeting. It's a budget finance committee meeting.
Oh, so Bob runs the meeting, not the select board.
That's correct. Sometimes, though, I think for certain pieces, Bob, you've handed it over to the select board chair to run, like public safety, maybe. There have been times when you've done that, but not always.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go?
So Abigail, I'll ask a question. Do you have a copy of the schedule, the meeting schedule? Do you have a copy of that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I've looked over the sections that are on the agenda for tonight.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Except I didn't have emergency public. So didn't have one tab that I thought maybe was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, that's a. There used to be a operating budget for emergency management, and I think that was primarily to back when the pandemic, and I may be speaking out of turn, and maybe Kathy can help us out here, but public safety used to have their own operating budget to track COVID or pandemic related expenses. So I know we're nearing, hopefully nearing the end of the pandemic, and I believe that's what that's all about.
Okay.
So there is no tab, but they can speak to that when their turn is up.
Just was checking that I didn't need to cram.
I don't see any other questions. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Dennis. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Very good. I will see you in about 20 minutes.
Same log on?
There's a separate one to log into this.
Okay, I got to go back on the internet now. Go on my computer and figure out which one that.
Good evening. Welcome to the first department head review with the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business. I'm Bob Goslin, Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will chair this meeting. We will start first with review of administration.
Right. Thank you, Bob. So first thing I'd like to do is introduce our new finance director, Charisse Keach. She wanted to give a brief explanation of some of the changes she's made in the budget development methodology, information contained in the books, the addition of notes, and some other things that she's done. So the budget doesn't look exactly like it did last year. Charisse?
Thank you, Bob and Dawn. Yeah, the new budget books, for starters, they have tabs for each of the departments, which I think to be helpful when you're flipping through, maybe 100-page document. So there are tabs, and I want to call it check stock, but it's not check stock, it's paper stock in between the various departments. So that helps to, ease flipping through pages. The other couple of changes are, as Dawn mentioned, there are spreadsheets that contain 2 fiscal years of budget to actual. And then you have the current fiscal year budget and year-to-date expenditures. Keep in mind that's only through December 31st. So I know Kathy had asked about that and we clarified that. So I want to point that out. Your year-to-date expenditures only go through December 31st. Some of the departments I try, and this is, a lot of it's for me personally, because I, don't always necessarily remember where an item was budgeted when you have so many various departments. So I do like to make little notations beside various expenditures. So I've done that. Not on all of them, but some of them. And the other thing is some of the things have been moved around from one department to another, and I can go into those, as an overview, excuse me, as an overview. As an example, Registry of Deeds was previously in the administration budget. I have now relocated that to the assessing budget. So that's one change. Another minor change is rescue billing. That was previously under administration, and that has been relocated to the fire department because that's what it has to do with, is public safety and fire and rescue department. And another change would be building maintenance. As an example, in Nathan's public works department, he had 2 building maintenance lines, one for District 1 and the other one just for public works. So what I did was relocate those all to town buildings. So it's town-wide buildings, building maintenance, with the exception of public safety, because they have their own building maintenance line in their budget. So instead of having various building maintenance all over, the general operating budget, it's pretty centralized into town buildings. So that's just a couple of the changes. I do like to regroup at the end of the budget process just to obtain feedback, what worked well, what didn't work well, suggestions for improvement. I'm open to that. What you'd like to see different. I'm certainly, willing to consider, and accommodate everyone. And so we will eventually regroup and I will ask for feedback. Okay. That's all I have.
Right, thank you, Charisse.
You're welcome.
John, did you want to start with a statement?
Yes, I have a brief statement, a brief outline of, I guess you'd call it the really high points of the budget. We'll get into much more detail as we go department by department. But I'd like to first start by saying that I did issue a new budget memo today, and the crush of getting things out the other day, we thought we had made things really clear. But when I read it this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, I said, geez, it's not so clear, because at the addition of the issue of the library really made sort of a double set of budgets for us. And so there is a new cover letter that hopefully is clearer as to what's happening. So on that point, I'll tell you what the budget looks like at the start here with the library and without the library. So the gross budget without the library is up about $416,896 or 7.4%. If you net out the revenues from that gross budget without the library, you're looking at $251,623 or 7.4%. So an increase above what we normally would be presenting on initial budget. And then of course you have the gross budget with the library. So now you're adding a whole new department. You're taking on the whole library function. In that instance, you're looking at $551,772 increase or 9.89%. And then if you net out the revenues, you're down to about $386,499 or 11.36%. And I can, let, I guess, Sharice explain why it's up, but it's a little bit of an odd phenomena. But anyhow, so we're looking at a significant budget increase over what we have normally seen. But what we also have is a significant change in the operations of the town. We've added a number of functions. I think the town is at a point where we're seeing, some new programming and some new directions. And, I credit our chair, Teresa Sadak, with a lot of the leadership that has caused that to come about. And I think it's positive stuff. And, the town is in very good fiscal shape. We continue to maintain our AAA bond rating. We are, able to go from, year to year without borrowing tax notes. We have put a substantial amount of fund balance into the, into the tax rate every year, and we intend probably to do that again this year. So the town's in good fiscal shape. I think it's operating well. We have great town employees, and I think we've gone a little bit beyond what we used to call the so-called Raymond Way, which was just basic cable, what we are statutorily required to do government. We're doing a lot more than that today, and I think we're doing it very well. So that's my kind of pitch on where we're going. But for the department by department, the administration department, one of the things that's significant is we're going to go out and do an RFP for audit services. Now, the whole world, not only with the pandemic, but the municipal world is so different. There's only a limited number of firms that even do auditing anymore. So we're going to put the RFP out, see what we get. But some towns are not getting any responses. And what's clear is we're going to pay more. We're going to pay more for our audit. And so that's a big change. I mean, we used to have an environment where we had lots and lots of professional firms seeking town business. There are changes in the town clerk's elections budget, but I've learned from prior years, I'm going to let the town clerk detail those. So I'm not going to get into those. Under contract fees and services, that was included in the Roadrunner was included in contract fees and services in the FY 2022 budget. I think Sharice alluded to some moves in the budget. So that's been moved to the dues and publications budget for FY 2023. So anyhow, those are kind of the things that are happening in administration. And I probably should have had a percent by department number to give you on each one, but I actually don't have that on my outline, but you have that all in your budget book. I believe the administration budget was down just slightly on account of those moves. And so anyway, the code enforcement budget, of course, has now an assistant code officer. So that's a $71,000 increase in salaries. And so that's a significant difference there. But I can tell you that the addition of the second code officer has made an exponential difference in the efficiency of the office. We've gone from a position where we have seen, a number of complaints about services to 0 complaints about services. We're really, taking care of the much increased flow of work and the demand for permits. And we're also paying a very close attention to environmental issues and violations, which is really essential. It's a very important thing for a town like Raymond that is so dependent in our economy on our lakes and ponds. And so that's really been a very positive thing, the addition of the code enforcement officer, the second code enforcement officer or assistant. General assistance budget is up just slightly, but on that one, you want to keep in mind that 70% of the budget is reimbursed by the state of Maine. And, we don't know what's going to happen, but we think that a lot of what's happening with the general assistance budget is probably influenced by the pandemic. We hope and think that we'll go back to more normal levels, post-pandemic, but who really knows? We have, of course, our Raymond Community Assistance Fund to help with, the needs of people who find themselves struggling in this economy and just generally any time. So we've had great response from our citizens. We have people who put us on their annual giving plan. And so we have funds. So if anybody's out there listening who is struggling, is having difficulty, if we can help you through general assistance, we certainly can with community assistance. So that's one change. So in the pandemic, there has been a little bit of an upward trend on that. Raymond typically has very, very little general assistance, even very little demand for community assistance. But so we have adequate funds in both areas. Town insurance, the workers' compensation insurance is up due to the town's mod rate or modification rate increasing from 1.14% to 1.39%. And we've had a significant change in wages. We've added positions, and so that's a difference there. Under employee benefits, we have a $98,000 increase. This insurance expense this year, though, is reduced by the Maine Small Business Health Insurance Premium Relief Program. We're going to get $25,000 from that. There is a proposal in here from Sharice and me about our retirement program. Now, we are with the ICMA 457 deferred compensation plan. And so what we have is a plan that's based on gradients. So from 0 to 6 months, you get 0%. From 6 months, through a year, it's 1%, and then 1% a year for 5 years, up to 6%. So that's not a system it was a system that was used in the past. It's been in our personnel policy. We haven't addressed it. In an effort to be more competitive, we are proposing that we take a look at that and, perhaps change it to once you pass probation, you would go to the 6% contribution. I always encourage our younger employees to set money aside for their future. And unfortunately, some of them don't. So we're going to make a bigger push in the HR department with Rita to try to orient people about the importance of saving for retirement. And so that's a proposal we're making. It does come, of course, with a price tag. It could be up to $37,000 if everybody participated. But as I say, we get not the greatest participation rate from our younger employees. So on to, I want to also say that this budget does not include anything related to the union negotiations, which are underway right now with the fire department. So we're going to have to factor those in, and I'm not putting those in, of course, because the Board of Selectmen has not considered any changes yet. They will be doing that shortly, so we'll have to make that adjustment, if there's adjustment to be made, but that's, I guess, to be determined in the future. On the TIF budget, that end budget is increasing $126,836. The primary increase is that we're using $116,000 of these funds for technology and CIP. Now, this was Sharice's idea, and it was a great idea, and it's TIF qualified. It's something we hadn't thought of before. So $100,000 that we had planned for the fiber network infrastructure project that Kevin has had ongoing, and $16,000 for upgrades at the public safety building would be put into the TIF. We need to add a small amount of money, $2487, for the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration. They're requiring a 20% match from all of the Greater Portland Comprehensive Transportation System communities, or PACs. Now, we have just a very small part of 302 in the PACs district, but we're part of the program, so we would have to raise that. And I guess the theory when it comes to PACs is that there are major transportation improvements that are made in Greater Portland that benefit Raymond residents and residents of the Lake region, but we're unlikely probably to see anything directly in Raymond from that, but we do have to contribute. So revenues is another area that's I think pretty good news. We're up $165,000 in this proposed budget, or 7.58%, and that's primarily due to a substantial increase in state revenue sharing. And so we're making a conservative, and I couldn't get Kurt LaBelle to go any higher. So our conservative estimate for new value is about $10 million. And so that's very low considering the permits that we've seen. And now remember, the permits don't equal, new value, because some things don't start on time. Some things aren't finished in the, in the fiscal year. And interestingly, there's a new phenomenon, and that is that sometimes people are paying more to build things like they are paying to buy things than they are actually worth. That said, the stated permits that we have right now, and I'm sure Kurt would not want me to say this, but they're more like $30 million. Now, like I said, we aren't going to see $30 million, but I think we're going to see a stronger number than 10. But for the purposes of the budget, I'm telling you, we'll get 10 for certain. That's $141,000 in additional revenue that's not in the budget. We don't typically put that in, but that's, growth we'll see. Another thing is that we didn't put any money in for the library. And now the library has historically raised a significant amount of revenue. And so I think our appropriation was about 66,000 maybe. And then the library had raised another 67.8. So we need to really get a number from them. I don't have that number, but we'll need to plug that in. Perhaps when they make their presentation, we can talk with them. I didn't want to presume that they would raise all the money they did before. I didn't want to, because, we want to have a good relationship. We want to make a smooth transition, assuming that the town approves this warrant article to make the library a town department. And I'm really hopeful they will, and I'm really excited about this prospect. And this is another area where our chair, Teresa, has led the band. And so it's something that has been kind of talked about, thought about since I've been here, which is 21 years. I remember going down and making the presentation actually to the library trustees when the Board of Selectmen were interested in it. And they kind of at that time said, no, not right now. And so it's kind of been on the discussion table for 20 years. So it's a big deal. And I think it will be something that will be a good thing for the town, good thing for the library. It's going to be sustainability for the library. It's going to be the ability to broaden the programs. It's going to be the ability to have the employees there be town employees, and probably, the expansion of hours and services. So a lot of good things could come out of it, but that's subject, of course, to a vote. We'll have to see how that goes. The fire department budget is up about $240,000, and that's primarily in wages. And we did put the recommendation of the fire chief that's related to the union negotiations into the budget. Of course, that is subject, as well as the benefits, to the Board of Selectmen vote. But we did put that number in that he's recommending. And so anyway, the budget also includes 2 new full-time positions. These are firefighter EMT positions. But the Public Safety Department, Kathy Goslin, I'm guessing, has led this one, as well as many other successful grant applications for the town. They put in an application for a number of positions through the federal SAFER program, which would pay the cost in full for the new positions for a 3-year period. So if we're successful, at least to the tune of 2 people and with the SAFER grant, that increase would be covered by that grant for that period of time. Now, at the end of the 3 years, you can decide whether you're going to continue or whether you're going to, not continue. You're not committed to retain people, but I'm telling you that we need the staff, we need the people in the fire department. So the likely outcome of the SAFER grant would be 3 years, federal funded, and then assumption by the town, hopefully. So on to so if the voters approve, assuming the operational cost of the library, the increase of the proposed budget there will be $135,000. Now, once again, I say that's not with any revenues. We got to talk to them about what their revenues would be. And I don't know why we've got this way, but I guess it's probably the way they fall in the book, correct, Therese? Now we're going back to debt retirement. So we have debt retirement, including the financing of a new fire apparatus, a rescue pumper for $500,000 with a term of 10 years. The new apparatus replaces a 23-year-old squad truck, and that's a 1999 Freightliner that we bought used that had come out of the South. I can't remember if it was Kentucky, but anyways, we bought it through a dealer in Connecticut, I remember. And the 20-year-old utility vehicle, 2003 Ford F-350 that I remember when that was brand new. So now that's coming up on its 20th birthday. So those 2 will go away, be replaced by this one combination truck. And then it also extends the life of our engine 1, because that won't, I guess, be put into service as often as it gets put into service today. So 2 trucks into one and preserves the life of another. The capital improvement budget increasing $35,000, equipment CIP $10,000, setting aside $100,000 for the revaluation. Municipal facilities, Nathan would like $50,000 to renovate the Public Works building on Main Street. That would be for an office space for the recreation director. And there was talk at one time, but Therese tells me this has now shifted somewhat, and we'll have to have an internal discussion about it. But there was talk about adding an administrative assistant, but now it seems to be, let's share Melissa, who is already working for me, working for the assessing office. That's her primary role. And then she's, working theoretically for Nathan, although he doesn't, take as full of advantage of her as he could. And some of that is due to her location, I'm sure. But so now we have Joe, the Public Works Director, Joe, our Recreation Director, the Public Works Director, the Town Manager, the Assessor, all with one administrative assistant. And I think what they'd like to do is build a space and have her down there. But I'm a little dubious of the sharing part. But the space, office space, right now the Rec Director is sharing Nathan's not very grand office that's in the back of the fire station. I don't know what it was when it was a fire department, but I remember that maybe it was just part of the room there, Dennis. I don't remember, but it's kind of been blocked off now, and Nathan has a little corner there. So they don't have great office space. So that's what that one's about. The paving CIP, Nathan wants to increase that by $100,000. Now, it's probably the worst time in the year to be doing, worst time in the years to be doing paving because of the run up in the cost of bitumen, which is related directly to the run up in cost in asphalt, fuel oil rather. And so asphalt and fuel oil directly connected. And, but what are you going to do? We want to keep on track. We want to keep our program moving forward. He has a program. And so we've made great progress. I think excellent strides in bringing the roads forward in their overall condition. And so that's what's being proposed there. The technology CIP is decreased by 90 as we're putting that into the TIF. And that's, as I said, for the fiber network infrastructure project. So there are a number of other discussion items that are not in the budget that I cut from the budget because I don't know is the things that we're going to do. But I think the things we ought to think about and talk about, they were departmentally proposed ideas. And of course, one was coming about setting aside money for the Jordan Small renovation. Now we are going to have that school in 5 years. And so the thought was maybe we should start setting money away into a capital reserve. A countervailing view would be to say, when we get there, let's, maybe plan for what we are doing when we get closer, hire an architect, engineer, whatever we need to look at the building and decide what it would need to go into municipal use. But then at the time we actually do the work, perhaps a bond would be the way to go. That's been the way we've been doing it lately. However, the idea of a capital reserve is sort of a traditional way of doing it as well. So there was a discussion about whether we should do that. Likewise, Nathan's very interested in a public works facility at Plains Road, a consolidated public works facility. Right now, he's spread over 3 facilities. And so it makes sense to have that public works facility in one location for a lot of reasons. And we have the space there. Right now, we have basically an office trailer that we were able to get from BSA that came out of the Army Innovative Readiness Training Program. So that gives them a spot there to be during storms and to have a lunchroom. Then we've got the District 2 station, which has, work bays and has a parts room. And I think it may even have